What? The family has split. No wonder Du Sanqiang was surprised. He immediately wondered if it was because his brother-in-law was injured, so the Gu family was bullying his sister and her husband. Just then, Zhou Danny, hiding and feeling guilty, flicked her eyes. Du Sanqiang's face darkened, and he shouted loudly, "Qiu'er, is Gu family bullying you? Tell me, I'll call my brothers to come over right away." I didn't bully her. Zhou Danny hurriedly waved her hands, looking pale. She knew Tang Qiu's brothers loved her very much, and she didn't dare to provoke them. But because of this, she was very jealous of Tang Qiu. Third brother, someone is eager to split the family, afraid we might hold them back. Tang Qiu, who didn't know what hiding meant, still spoke up for her in-laws. Our parents also have no choice. When a tree grows big, it branches out. Splitting the family is good, each living their own small life. Gumu's face turned red with embarrassment. She never expected her daughter-in-law to speak up for her in this situation. Tang Qiu had just married and was already separated from them. It was truly their Gu family's fault for not taking good care of her. Sanqiang, this matter is indeed our fault, but don't worry. When my son was injured, I definitely wouldn't ignore his wife and him. Madam, don't blame me for being blunt, but if your Gu family dares to bully my Tang Qiu, our Du family won't show you any mercy. No, we are very satisfied with Qiu. Gumu sincerely thought so. In the past, people from Jinshan village said she was lazy and greedy, but what does that matter now? Qiu can earn her own money and treat her illness. Now she looks good everywhere, and she's very satisfied. Hope you can follow through on your words. Du Sanqiang put away his smile and followed Tang Qiu into the house, not showing any friendliness to the Gu family anymore. Mother, sister-in-law, look at how proud the Du family is. We haven't bullied Tang Qiu. Zhou Danny only dared to whisper behind Tang Qiu's back, but Gu Mu snorted softly. If you're so brave, go say it to their faces. Third sister-in-law, should I go tell second sister-in-law? Gu Shirlan's mischievous words made Zhou Danny's face change color. She was so frightened that she quickly ran back to her room. Pfft, so cowardly and useless. Gu Shirlan made a funny face, and Mother Gu gently patted her shoulder with a look of annoyance. Stop causing trouble. Your second sister-in-law's brother is coming. Help entertain him a bit and get some tea. Mother, it's not that I don't want to be proactive, but her door is closed and they are talking privately. I shouldn't go in. Since experiencing issues with her two brothers, Gu Shirlan had grown a lot, which made Mother Gu very happy. At this moment, inside the room, Gu Shichuan and Su Jingmao looked at Du Sanqiang with shock as he poured out a sack of money.
Wow.
Su Jingmao took a sharp breath, his eyes nearly bulging out. Gu Shichuan wasn't much better, but he was calmer and quickly controlled his emotions. Sister-in-law, your third brother. Where did this money come from? Su Jingmao looked at the pile of money on the table with concern. Brother, listen to me. Don't do anything illegal. What are you thinking? Du Sanqiang rolled his eyes in frustration and said impatiently, This is hard-earned money of mine, honest and proper. But my daughter Qiu'er is clever. Following Qiu'er, we won't lack money. He grinned foolishly, looking proud. No. How can you make so much money? It's no wonder Su Jingmao was so surprised. These days, having 10,000 yuan was very rare, let alone the amount on this table. Why are you so excited? Just listen to Qiu'er. Gu Shichuan quickly calmed down and looked gently at Tang Qiu. Qiu'er, I believe your money is clean. She could say such a confident thing, so she definitely didn't earn illegal money. You're reasonable. Du Sanqiang was very pleased with Gu Shichuan's attitude. He raised his chin proudly and said, Qiu'er, you tell them. Didn't I give you a portable music player before? Tang Qiu smiled at Gu Shichuan. Last time, I went to the market over there. Our Wuching doesn't sell these yet. So I sent some goods back, asking my third brother to sell them. I didn't expect him to sell so quickly. I haven't stopped these days. Not only in Wuching, but I also went to the nearby city, selling in wealthy areas. Du Sanqiang had been doing business for a while and felt much sharper now. He had even learned to think outside the box. Looking at Su Jingmao with envy, Du Sanqiang proudly raised his eyebrows. Guess how much I sold in total? Xiao Tang smiled as she watched her older brother show off. She was happy that she earned money. Su Zhengmao looked stunned and said, 50,000? More than that. Gu Shichuan's eyes were sharper than Su Zhengmao's. He quietly estimated in his mind, it should be about 10,000. Still, my sister's husband is clever. Du Sanqiang was both happy and excited, talking with spit flying, 11,000. You don't know, those people were fighting to buy it. They said it's much easier to carry than a radio. And sure, many people asked me about buying headphones and tapes. We need to restock quickly. We only have about 10 portable players left, and no tapes or headphones at all. 11,000? Su Zhengmao looked like a simple villager, opening his mouth wide in surprise. Gu Shichuan casually shoved an apple into his mouth. Why make a fuss? When I went to Pengcheng and Yongqing for missions, people there made good money. He didn't think there was anything wrong with earning money this way. Since the government supported it, what was wrong with his wife being the first to try?
Wow.
Su Zhengmao bit into the apple hard, crunching loudly. I guess I'm too naive. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. He gave a thumbs up to Tang Qiu. He used to look down on her, but now he admired her very much. Thanks for the compliment. I just caught a good time. Tang Qiu smiled, but if you looked closely, she didn't seem excited about suddenly becoming rich. Instead, she seemed to glow with a light that made Gu Shichuan feel deeply moved. My sister is definitely the best, Du Sanqiang said happily. Brother, do you want to join me? I can guarantee you'll make money. Seeing Su Zhengmao look tempted, Gu Shichuan reminded him coldly. Don't forget your role. He was a soldier. There were some things he couldn't get involved in. Su Zhengmao suddenly realized and slapped his leg hard. Sister-in-law is amazing. Normal people can't help but feel tempted. I don't. Gu Shichuan's dark eyes fixed on Tang Qiu with tenderness, as if speaking directly to her. Su Zhengmao. Your wife earns so much, it's all your family's money. Of course you're not tempted. You can't come? That's such a pity. Du Sanqiang's expression was a bit mischievous. Su Zhengmao clenched his teeth and said, Our unit promotes the spirit of hard work and thrift. That's good, that's good. Du Sanqiang took out some meat-filled buns from a pile of things. You probably don't eat meat, so I won't leave any for you. Su Zengamo. Tang Qiu tried not to laugh. Just as she was about to speak, a loud, excited voice came from outside. Autumn, autumn, it's exploded. Our furniture is really popular now. Second brother. Du Sanqiang was the first to react. Tang Qiu covered the money on the table with something. Du Erqiang hurriedly opened the door and saw Du Erqiang looking crazed. Du Erqiang was also holding quite a few things. His face was red with excitement, and he rushed in, gesturing wildly. Gu Shichuan and Su Zhengmao looked confused. Tang Qiu was the calmest. Second brother, come in first. Third brother, pour a glass of water for second brother. Tang Qiu lazily sat down. Since they were family, there was no need to be polite. The brothers wouldn't be angry. Du Erqiang wasn't thinking about water. His lips trembled with excitement. Considering there were many people in the Gu family, he carefully closed the door before speaking excitedly. Autumn. You don't know. Our furniture just launched and became an instant hit. Today, everyone was lining up at our factory to buy furniture. I just finished and already sold 20 or 30 sets. The workers can't keep up. Just wait and see how much money we'll make. Like this? Du Sanqiang lifted the burlap sack on the table, revealing a pile of money. Du Erqiang. His expression was like Su Zhengmao's earlier, almost stuttering. This. Me and Autumn earned it together. Du Sanqiang proudly patted his chest. Du Erqiang was not far behind. We also earned quite a bit. It's just that the factory doesn't have enough workers. Those people will probably come back tomorrow to buy more furniture. Wait. Su Zhengmao awkwardly interrupted the excited Du Erqiang. My sister-in-law sells portable radios, right? How come this furniture thing is happening? Not only Su Zhengmao was curious, but Gu Shichuan also looked at Tang Qiu with interest. She was like a book. Every time Gu Shichuan thought he understood her, she would surprise him even more. Tang Qiu calmly said, "Oh, I made some money earlier and bought a furniture factory." Just. Su Jingmao felt like tonight was a bombshell. He took a deep breath. "Sister-in-law, tell me, is there more to it? Do you have other businesses?" "Not much. My younger sister also opened a clothing store." It had to be said, Su Jingmao's expression made Du Sanqiang very happy. He chattered on. "All the young women in Wuqing love to come to my sister's store to buy clothes."
Su Zengamo.
Why make a fuss about it? Gu Shichuan looked at Su Jingmao with a look of mild annoyance, suppressing his pride and saying with a sense of pride, "Not seen the world." Although he was also very surprised, he wasn't as helpless as Su Jingmao, who made his wife so impressive. He couldn't embarrass her.
Su Zengamo.
Excuse me. I'll interrupt for a moment. Du Erqiang couldn't help but cut in. "Chioer, Deputy Factory Director Yang means he hopes you can come back to the factory tomorrow. These pieces of furniture probably won't sell for long. Also, the furniture introduced by Boss Shou isn't very popular. Recently, someone he recruited from our factory has been meeting frequently with the master craftsman here, so he might have other plans." "Okay, I'll go see tomorrow." Tang Qiu knew how serious this was. It involved her entire factory. But seeing Du Erqiang's excited face, she smiled and said, "Second brother, don't get too excited. As long as you work hard, I'll take you to enjoy good food and drinks." "I believe you, Chioer." Du Erqiang put down the nutritional supplements he brought and pulled Du Sanqiang away, saying, "Brother-in-law, you should rest well at home. We won't bother you." "Wait a moment." Tang Qiu called out to them, took out a sack, and started packing money. Du Sanqiang, as if he guessed what was happening, quickly waved his hands and said, "Chioer, don't take too much for me, or I'll feel guilty. We already agreed before I'll find the source of the goods and you handle sales. We split the profits 50-50. Tang Qiu quickly calculated in her mind, while Su Jingmao looked at her enviously as she packed the money into the sacks, one bundle after another. "Chioer, at most, 73-27. I'll take 73, you take 27. Don't be too polite. I'm not happy when you're too modest. Right now, your third brother handles so much money every day. Do you think he's short of money?" Du Sanqiang's passionate and generous words made Su Jingmao's mouth twitch. Does he feel like he's showing off on purpose? "All right, I'll listen to you. Hurry up and deposit the money in the bank in town." This time, Tang Qiu didn't insist further. She loaded more than 20,000 into the sacks for Du Sanqiang and then said to Du Erqiang, "Second brother, your wages will be paid by the factory later." "Chioer, I don't mind these things. No matter how hard and tiring it is at the factory, it's better than digging for food in the fields." Du Erqiang understood his sister's character, so he didn't think Tang Qiu would treat him unfairly. "Second brother, third brother, stay and have a meal together." Gu Shichuan knew how much Tang Qiu cared about them, so he naturally took the opportunity to show himself actively in front of his brother-in-law. "Thanks, brother-in-law, but I have a lot of work at the factory. I need to go back to town." Du Erqiang didn't stay long, and Du Sanqiang was even quicker. Before leaving, he reminded Tang Qiu to place an order. As soon as they left, Mother Gu came over calling them to eat. "Dinner's ready." "Hey, Chioer, where are your two brothers?" "My daughter, they are busy with other matters and don't have time to stay for dinner." Tang Qiu has already packed the money in the sack and quietly stored it in the space. She plans to deposit it at the bank later. "Chioer, how can you do that? If outsiders find out, they'll think we look down on them," Mother Gu complained, looking at Gu Shichuan. "You're really something, child. You should keep some for yourself." "Mother, I already kept some." Gu Shichuan also felt wronged. Fortunately, since he was still injured, Mother Gu didn't press him too hard and instead smiled at Su Jingmao. "Little Su, come eat. I don't know if the dishes I made will suit your taste." "Don't be polite, Auntie." Su Jingmao chuckled happily. Tang Qiu pushed Gu Shichuan toward the main room, while Huang Yumiao brought two children, Gu Shilan and Gu Shifei, who seemed a bit nervous. At the table, hot chicken soup filled the air with a delicious smell. Zhou Danny saw everyone sitting so properly and boldly approached with a thick face. She didn't say anything and naturally sat in her usual spot, even calling out to Gu Xiuan. Third brother, come out and eat. What are you doing? Mother Gu slapped Zhou Danny's hand, making her hand with the soup spoon turn red. Mother, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Mother Gu sneered and looked at Gu Xiuan, who had just come out of the house. Didn't you all decide to split up? Now each family is eating separately. Why are you two making a fuss? Aren't we all gathering together? Zhou Danny didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, Gu Xiuan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Mother, I thought tonight was a family reunion dinner, and tomorrow everyone would cook for themselves. You're talking nonsense. I saw Comrade Su personally bring the second son back, so I must treat him well. Mother Gu knew her son's true intention. He just wanted his wife to be the front, while she sat back and gained benefits. She and her husband had many children, but the third son was the most scheming. What about the eldest brother, sister-in-law, and younger siblings? Zhou Danny felt Mother Gu was biased again, and Tang Qiu sighed silently. Look clearly, these dishes were sent by my brothers from my maternal family. I can choose who to feed. I only help move them because I can't go to the kitchen to cook now that I'm pregnant. As for the eldest brother, sister-in-law, and younger siblings, I can invite whoever I want. Do you have any objections? With so many people present, not a single person helped them. Gu Xiuan felt ashamed and kicked Zhou Danny in frustration. I've told you to cook long ago, but you keep dawdling. Hurry up. I have to go to work at the factory tomorrow. Can't you bear to see me go hungry? It's unclear whether he was speaking to Zhou Danny or to Gu's mother. Anyway, Tang Qiu secretly glanced at Gu's mother. Third brother is a proud worker. He wouldn't let himself go hungry. Tang Qiu slowly bit into the chicken leg that Gu Shichuan had put on his plate, feeling very satisfied. Gu Shichuan looked at him coldly. Third brother, I might still rely on my wife in the future. I really can't invite you to stay. You'll have to solve your own problems. His words sounded sarcastic and mean. Gu Xiuan was very angry, but Huang Yumiao, an honest person, suddenly spoke up. This meal was cooked with my help from my mother. Third sister-in-law thinks I'm useless and might hold you back. I wouldn't dare let you eat my cooking. If something happens, I can't take responsibility. Everyone. Probably no one expected Huang Yumiao to change like this, but Tang Qiu knew it was because of life's pressure. Zhou Danny's face was pale and ugly to look at. The whole family happily ate chicken and eggs, but only the two of them could just smell the aroma. Gu Xiuan. He glared at Zhou Danny. Forget it. I have to work at the factory tomorrow, so I'll go back first. No. Zhou Danny stopped Gu Xiuan. Our parents haven't received their money yet. Gu's mother and father. Faced with their cold expressions, Gu Xiuan desperately wanted to leave immediately. Unfortunately, his father always held authority at home, so he said seriously, Third son, wait a moment. After my wife and I finish calculating the money, you can go to the factory. All right. Gu Xiuan didn't dare to look at the table anymore. He could only sheepishly return to his room. Zhou Danny went to the kitchen and casually made some wild vegetable porridge. The couple ate it painfully. However, Zhou Danny was very happy, looking forward to the money sharing after dinner. After eating, Gu Shifei thoughtfully took Su Jingmao to wash up and rest. Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan returned to their room. Gu Shichuan, you saw it too. My clothing shop and factory both rely on me. Plus, third brother often needs to sell goods. I have to oversee everything myself. I probably can't stay in the countryside forever. Tang Qiu didn't think about hiding her thoughts from Gu Shichuan. She was very honest. If he liked the countryside, she would go alone to the town. Gu Shichuan thought carefully, with gentle eyes and a soft tone. You're right. I'll go live in the city with you. Since we've separated, my older brother and sister-in-law can stay with our parents, so they won't be lonely. Thinking about what Tang Ping said today, Gu Shichuan guessed that if they stayed in the village, those gossiping women might talk nonsense, which could hurt his wife. It's better to ignore what you don't see or hear. Tang Qiu didn't realize how deep his thoughts were. She was a bit surprised that he agreed so quickly. Do you really agree with my idea? Yes, I do. Gu Shichuan felt a little confused and raised an eyebrow. Why do you think I wouldn't agree? No, it's just. I'm glad you agree, Tang Qiu said happily, with a slight smile. I'll go call your sister to heat some water. We've been on the train for so long. I feel so heavy and sweaty. Tang Qiu didn't think there was anything wrong with calling Gu Shilan to help. After all, the Gu family had received gifts from Tang Qiu before, and they never refused her. When Tang Qiu left, Gu Shichuan gently raised his arm to smell himself, but only caught a strong herbal scent. Gu Shichuan. Fearing that Tang Qiu might dislike it, when she arranged for Gu Shifei to help him wash, Gu Shichuan scrubbed himself hard, turning his skin red. Second brother, your skin is red. Let me do it. Otherwise, second sister-in-law might think I did it. Now, even Gu Shifei called Tang Qiu by her name. Besides the third couple, everyone seemed to get along well with her. Gu Shichuan said somewhat speechlessly, Am I your brother or is she your brother? I listened to sister-in-law, Gu Shifei said seriously, making Gu Shichuan momentarily stunned. At that moment, Gu Shifei had already taken a basin and left. Second brother, I'll go check on big brother. You rest here. He left quickly. If you didn't know him, you might think he was avoiding Gu Shichuan. After Gu Shifei left, he personally brought a bucket of hot water to the small side room for Tang Qiu. She held her clothes and happily took a shower. When she came out holding her old clothes, Gu Shilan kindly stepped forward and said, Second sister-in-law, you're pregnant now. I'll wash your clothes.
Huh.
I can do it myself, Tang Qiu said, not used to having others wash her clothes. But Gu Shilan insisted. Second sister-in-law, I've grown up now. I can't just stay at home eating free meals every day. If you need anything, just call me. After speaking, she hugged her clothes and went to the well to fetch water. When Tang Qiu entered the house, she couldn't help but start a conversation with Gu Shichuan. I remember the first time I saw your sister. She always had a frown on her face. Clearly someone easy to manipulate. That's why Tang Ping used her to swap marriages with us. But after going through what you and your older brother experienced, she has grown up a lot and become more steady. Being more mature is a good thing, Gu Shichuan silently sighed. If she's not sensible, she's often led around by others. If she wants to wash your clothes, just let her do it. His wife didn't pressure her either. Maybe her little sister also felt the crisis. While they were talking, there was a careful knock on the door from Gu's mother. Qiu, second child, I have something to tell you both. Come to the main hall. Okay. When Tang Qiu pushed Gu Shichuan out, the whole family was already seated. Even Gu Shilan was called back. Gu's father looked serious, holding a locked metal box, which probably contained the family's savings. Sure enough, with Zhou Danny's shining eyes, Gu's father slowly said, You probably already know what this is. Some people just keep a close eye on these things when dividing the family. Father, you can keep this money for retirement, no need to divide it. Gu Shifei, though young, noticed the change in his parents and felt a pang of sympathy. Zhou Danny immediately said, Little brother, what are you talking about? You're not married yet, so it's not your decision. It's not your decision either. Tang Qiu couldn't stand Zhou Danny's attitude and turned to Gu's father. Dad, please continue. Your three brothers got married one after another and bought houses. Our family didn't save much money, so we'll divide it as before. Gu's father cleared his throat. We'll split it into 6 parts. Your mother and I will keep one for retirement. Zhou Danny wanted to argue why Gu Shilan, who was losing money, deserved anything. But seeing her mother's cold gaze, she moved her lips but didn't speak. This issue had come up before, and she couldn't argue with her in-laws. Our family saved 123 yuan in total. Each gets 20 yuan, and the remaining change isn't divided. As Gu's father spoke, Tang Qiu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Zhou Danny and Gu Shiwan's smiles almost disappeared. They both looked shocked, and Zhou Danny was so excited she almost lost her voice. Dad, after all these years, how could we only have this much money? She almost blurted out that Gu Shichuan had been sending allowances for so many years. It couldn't possibly be just this little. Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan exchanged a look, both understanding the situation but saying nothing. Gu's mother sneered and said, "How much do you think? This house cost several thousand. Do we spend money on food and daily needs? Having a little is already good. From now on, you each live your own lives. Your father and I can't help much. If you want to save money, work hard yourself." She then took out a stack of very old money and started counting, most of it in small change, clearly saved through hard work. Zhou Danny and Gu Shiwan. They were momentarily stunned, their hopes dashed. Gu Shiwan held back and finally said, "Mother, I send 15 yuan home every month for 2 years now.
How can there be so little left?
Only the two of them cared about this money. Gu Shifei and Gu Shilan, being young, didn't say anything. Huang Yumiao was focused on her own husband, knowing her parents wouldn't favor anyone or care about these things. "Is your wife not eating or drinking at home?" Gu's mother sneered, "If you don't want it, you get nothing." After saying that, she handed the divided money to Huang Yumiao. Huang Yumiao forced a smile and said, "Thank you, mother." Then it was Tang Qiu. She didn't care how much money there was, smiling gently, "Thank you, mother. I heard that some families split everything, leaving them with nothing. But our parents still gave us money, land, a house, and furniture. That's already very good." Her kind words brought rare comfort to Gu's father and mother. Not all children are so ungrateful. At least this daughter-in-law knows gratitude. "My husband and I are honest and straightforward people. We can't help you much." Gu's mother handed the money to Zhou Danny, who reluctantly took the 20 yuan, her face dark as a pot. But aside from Gu Shiwan, no one else cared about their feelings. Gu's mother held the 40 yuan and said to the two younger ones, "I haven't married you yet, so I'll hold on to this money for now. When you get married, I'll give it back." "Okay, mother." Gu Shifei didn't think much of it. Gu Shilan chuckled, "Mother, you hold on to it. I trust you." By then, all the money was divided. Gu's father tiredly waved his hand. "All right, everyone go back and rest."
Okay.
Tang Qiu pushed Gu Shichuan's wheelchair back to their room, ignoring Zhou Danny and Gu Shiwan's unhappy faces. Back in the room, Tang Qiu couldn't help but laugh. "Gu Shichuan, I didn't expect your parents to grow up so much." Previously, Gu's father and mother were very devoted to their children. This time, the family separation made them realize that not all children can be relied on. They're doing the right thing. Gu Shichuan also thought there was nothing wrong with it, but he felt a bit guilty. "The money I used to send home was for respecting my parents. I'm sorry if I made you feel wronged." He secretly made a decision. Once he had a family, he would focus on their small family. He would send the same amount of money to his parents and brothers every year. "Gu Shichuan, let's talk." Tang Qiu suddenly spoke seriously, which surprised Gu Shichuan, but he cooperated and said, "Okay, you say. We are victims of arranged marriage, forced into marriage by others. I have no emotional foundation with you." Tang Qiu spoke honestly, her face calm, which made Gu Shichuan feel sad. He pursed his lips bitterly and said nothing, listening as she continued, "I don't know you well and you don't know me. Even though I am pregnant, that doesn't mean I have to be with you." This was the first time Tang Qiu openly shared her thoughts. She was not someone who would sacrifice herself for a man. Gu Shichuan felt wronged and said, "Wife, military marriages can't be easily divorced." Although he had decided not to delay or burden her, hearing her words made Gu Shichuan feel very upset. "Didn't you say before that you'd divorce when you got back?" Tang Qiu rolled her eyes. "I can pretend nothing happened before. Gu Shichuan, I need someone who respects me. My child also needs a good father. If you can do that, maybe I will consider other options." Her meaning was clear. Whether they could continue together depended on Gu Shichuan's actions. Otherwise, even if she had the baby, she would leave. Gu Shichuan's heart suddenly felt like it was pulled out of bitterness, and his mood brightened. "I understand, wife. Don't worry, I will always stand by your side. Hope you keep your word."
Tang Gu nodded happily.
Talking to smart people was comfortable. There was no need to overthink or complicate things. She even sensed his sense of crisis. Just then, Gu's mother's voice came from outside. "Xiaoer, are you asleep? Mom has something to talk to you about." "Not yet." Tang Qiu opened the door with a smile. I was just about to give Sichuan acupuncture. We'll sleep later. Oh, okay. Gumu followed Tang Qiu into the house. Nearby, Zhou Danny secretly sneaked inside. Gu Xiwan, your mother must have gone to give your second brother some money. I don't believe we've saved so little after all this time. Enough? Aren't you always causing trouble? My parents just worry that we'll spend the money recklessly. When they're old, the money will still belong to us brothers. Gu Xiwan has been feeling tired from staying at home these days. He was packing his bag, planning to go back to the city soon. Zhou Danny could only complain. It's because you're away so often that you don't see how much I've suffered. As she spoke, she started crying. Gu Xiwan felt even more annoyed. Meanwhile, Gumu carefully took out a handkerchief, seeming to hold something inside. Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan exchanged a knowing look. They both had a faint guess in their hearts. Sure enough, Gumu slowly opened the handkerchief and took out a new passbook. She spoke softly, Qiuer, this is some of the money second brother sent back over the years. The rest has been used up. She felt a bit embarrassed. If it weren't for her husband saying she should know second brother, she wouldn't have thought much about it. She just wanted all her children to be safe and happy. Gu Shichuan glanced at Tang Qiu but didn't say anything. He had already decided to listen more to his wife. Mom, we have money. You can keep it for your retirement. Tang Qiu looked at the passbook in Gumu's hand. It had about 800 yuan. In this era, that wasn't a small amount. But since she could earn money herself, she didn't care much about small sums. She was satisfied with her in-law's attitude. No, your father said that although second brother can earn money, his health isn't fully recovered yet. We can't always let you suffer. Gumu sighed. Each of you has your own fate. Some do well, some don't. As parents, we try to be fair, but we can't be too strict. Wife, keep it. Gu Shichuan suddenly looked at Tang Qiu seriously. This is my money. If your mother gives it to you, you should take it. I'll also take care of your parents in the future. All right. Thank you, parents. Tang Qiu accepted it without any guilt. She then saw Gumu off to the door. Just then, she saw Gu Xiwan coming out with his bag.
Gumu was surprised.
Why are you going out so late? Mom, I'm going back to the city. I have to go to work tomorrow. Gu Xiwan backed away 3 steps, and Zhou Danny pressed forward aggressively.
Gu Xiwan, who is there in the city?
Why do you have to go into the city so late at night? Tang Qi stood by the door with her arms crossed, watching the scene calmly. She clearly saw Gu Xiwan's eyes flicker with guilt. You're such a troublemaker. Stop ruining my reputation. Now that we've separated, I'm not going to work in the city. Are we going to live on the wind here? Gu Xiwan spoke confidently, trying to reason with his mother. Mom, she's the one causing trouble without reason. Enough. Why bother fussing so late? Just get up early tomorrow and go into the city. Gu's mother was somewhat annoyed with her promising son, especially since he was also involved in the separation. Gu Xiwan's face darkened, but he had to carry his luggage inside. Soon, voices of argument came from the house. Tang Qi clicked her tongue and went back to her room, handing Gu Shichuan a pill. Take off your clothes. I'll give you a few more acupuncture treatments. Okay. Gu Shichuan obediently took the pill. When he undressed, he looked into her bright eyes, his ears turning slightly red. Wife. It's not the first time you've seen it. Why are you more shy than a woman? Tang Qi looked normal, not thinking much of it. Her gold needle kit was already arranged in a row. Only the 2 of them were in the room. Gu Shichuan watched her face get closer. You're too nervous. Relax. Tang Qi gently patted his shoulder. Gu Shichuan's body tensed, which might affect her needlework. Okay. Gu Shichuan dared not look at her anymore, afraid he'd lose control of his feelings. He closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Let's start. Tang Qi's silver needles slowly inserted into Gu Shichuan's body. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open. Huang Yimiao carried a basin of hot water into the room and said carefully, Qiuer, Mom asked me to bring you some hot water.
Put it beside you, sister-in-law.
Tang Qi didn't bother to respond to Huang Yimiao. She skillfully continued her acupuncture, leaving Huang Yimiao stunned. Oh my. It turns out the rumors aren't true. Is this the lazy Tang Chi from Jinshan village? Her acupuncture technique with the gold needles might be even better than some old Chinese doctors. Huang Yumiao's eyes didn't dare to blink, watching Tang Chi's movements closely. Gu Shichuan gradually got used to it. He felt his body slowly regaining sensation. Each acupuncture session sped up his recovery. Finally, Tang Chi finished the needles, washed her hands with the hot water brought by Huang Yumiao, and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." "You're welcome." Huang Yumiao hesitated before asking, "Xiao, is this acupuncture?"
Yes.
Tang Qiu guessed that Gumu was hinting for Huang Yumiao to come in and deliver water. She smiled lightly. "Shichuan's injury is serious. I need to take my time to help him recover." "It's good if he can recover." Huang Yumiao didn't look at Gu Shichuan again, politely avoiding the topic. Suddenly, Tang Qiu said, "You're really kind, sister-in-law. Even after our eldest brother was hurt, he didn't come to see Shichuan. Unlike the third brother's family, who only care about grabbing things and don't care about whether my man lives or dies." Gu Shilan and Gu Shifei, the brother and sister, also asked about Gu Shichuan. Huang Yumiao felt a bit ashamed by this. "Xiao, stop talking. Sister-in-law is so ashamed. I'm worried about the tough days ahead, and I really feel sorry for second brother." "That's understandable." Tang Qiu wiped her fingers clean. Just then, Gu Shichuan opened his eyes. He looked at her deeply before speaking. "Big sister-in-law, we know the situation with our eldest brother is special. We won't blame you. Hey, Xiao, just call me if you need anything." Huang Yumiao wiped her tears in shame and didn't dare stay longer. She quickly left, feeling unsure how to face the second brother and his wife. After she left, Tang Qiu chuckled. "Look at how scared sister-in-law is. I really wasn't angry. She was just angry at Gu Sanji, that ungrateful guy. The money for buying the work was actually her husband's. Now, he didn't even say a word of greeting. Don't be angry, wife. It's not worth it." Gu Shichuan guessed her thoughts. He was quite open-minded. "If he doesn't ask, just treat him like any other relative. It just means I and he aren't really brothers by blood, so don't worry too much." "Yes, you're the most understanding." Tang Qiu didn't really get angry. She jokingly took off the gold needle and handed him a warm water cloth. "Here, try wiping your body with this."
Gu Shichuan. Okay.
He reluctantly took the warm cloth and wiped himself. Soon he was sweating all over. "I'll apply medicine for you," Tang Qiu said, taking out ointment and carefully spreading it on his wounds. Gu Shichuan remained expressionless throughout. "If it hurts, just shout." After applying the medicine, Tang Qiu noticed sweat on his forehead. Gu Shichuan smiled and shook his head. "No problem." He just didn't want her to think he was being overly sensitive.
You. Thank you, my helper.
She finished bandaging his wound and handed him a set of clothes. "Do you want me to help you change? I want to try myself." Gu Shichuan's ears turned red again, seeming a bit shy. Although they were married, they hadn't been together for long. "Okay." Before leaving, Tang Qiu reminded him, "Be careful and don't push yourself too hard. If you really can't handle it, call me. I'll be outside." "Okay." Gu Shichuan nodded slightly. After Tang Qiu left, he kindly closed the door for him. Just then, Huang Yumiao came out from the room opposite. She nervously approached Tang Qiu and hesitantly spoke. "Qiu, I want to talk to you about your older brother." "Is that okay?" "Older sister-in-law. Mother wants to help our older brother, so she asked me to see him. But if he doesn't want to see anyone, I won't force him." Although Tang Qiu is good at medicine, she never thought of forcing others. Even though she hopes Gu Shichuan's older brother can recover. "It's not that, Qiu." Huang Yumiao quickly waved her hands in a panic and explained, "I just convinced your older brother earlier. I want to apologize for what happened before." "Apologize?" Tang Qiu didn't understand her meaning until Huang Yumiao blushed and explained, "When mother said you are skilled in medicine, I was doubtful at first. Also, today Tang Ping said you are cursed, and I hesitated for a moment. We are family, and I should trust you like mother does, but I didn't. That's why I feel sorry." Huang Yumiao had been reflecting on herself, lost in her sadness, without considering her second brother and younger siblings' feelings. Older sister-in-law. Only people with strong morals will reflect on themselves. Tang Qiu wasn't angry with her. She gently embraced Huang Yumiao. Right now, we're both in a tough situation. This is the hardest time for us men. We shouldn't be enemies, but support each other. When things get really hard, we should help each other relax. Thank you, Qiu. Since Gu Shirshu's accident, everyone around her has advised her to be strong. Only Qiu understands her from her perspective.
Don't mention it.
Let's go see the older brother together. As soon as Tang Qiu finished speaking, a loud bang came from inside the room, startling her. She hurriedly pushed the door open.
Gu Shichuan.
Son-in-law, I'm fine. At this moment, Gu Shichuan was sitting on the ground, looking a bit disheveled, with his hair slightly messy. His pants were halfway down, probably because he couldn't exert strength. I'll help you. Tang Qiu sighed softly and stepped forward helplessly. Fortunately, Su Jingmao and Gu Shifei, who heard the noise, rushed in. Older brother, are you okay? Gu Shifei and Su Jingmao helped Gu Shichuan back onto the bed, one on each side. Gu Shichuan forced a smile.
I'm fine. Please go outside first.
I want to check if his wound has opened up. Tang Qiu took out ointment. After the two left, she carefully lifted his shirt and saw that the wound was slightly bleeding. Aren't I supposed to tell you not to be brave? Hearing her caring tone, Gu Shichuan looked at her with gratitude. Sorry, I made you worry. Don't move. Tang Qiu had been a bit careless earlier and should have called Gu Shifei to help, since he is his brother. She reapplied the medicine, and in Gu Shichuan's affectionate gaze, Tang Qiu stood up. I'm going to check on your older brother's leg. You rest first.
Okay.
Although a little disappointed, Gu Shichuan knew that Qiu was helping his brother for his sake. She was really kind to him. Tang Qiu didn't know what he was secretly thinking. When she arrived at her older brother's room, two young girls, De Mei and Er Mei, sat in the corner, politely calling her second aunt. Gu Shirshu blushed and said, Second brother's wife, I have a bit of a scary wound. He didn't dare look at his own injury. Just then, Gu Mu came in and heard this. She clicked her tongue. Back then, even the more frightening wounds of the second brother were seen by Qiu. Don't underestimate her. Her medical skills are even admired by real doctors. Gu Mu looked proud, which surprised Gu Shirshu. He had never seen his mother like this before. Thank you, sister-in-law, Gu Shirshu said awkwardly, turning his face away. He lifted the quilt, and Huang Yumiao gently approached to remove his pants. Unwrap the bandage. Tang Qiu carefully examined Gu Shirshu's wound. In modern times, it would definitely heal, but given the lack of medical resources at this time, even after surgery, it might not recover fully. Qiu, how is it? Huang Yumiao was a bit nervous. Although her mother-in-law repeatedly emphasized how capable her sister-in-law was, she hadn't seen it herself, so she was still worried. It can be cured. The doctor who did the surgery is quite skilled. Tang Qiu believed that if this doctor had enough medical resources, Gu Shirshu could definitely recover. That doctor is a good person. Huang Yumiao wiped her eyes and said, He saw that our family is not well off and even helped us get a medical report so we can ask the coal mine for compensation. Forget it. It's been so many days since the accident, and they haven't shown any concern. They probably don't plan to help. Gu Shirshu is honest and worried that going to the coal mine might cause trouble for his family, but Tang Qiu didn't think so. Big brother, you're overthinking. You got hurt at the coal mine, so it's a work injury. Coal mines are dangerous places, and accidents are common. There are always compensation rules. Yes, we can't just let it go. Tomorrow, our whole family will go with you to the coal mine. Mrs. Gu made a firm decision, and Tang Qiu took out ointment to apply to Gu Shirshu, saying, This ointment I made for Gu Shichuan can also be used for your injury. Here are some pills, take one first. Qiu, let me do it.
Thank you.
Huang Yumiao quickly took the pill and handed Gu Shirshu a cup of warm water. Meanwhile, Tang Qiu finished applying the ointment quickly and advised him, Big brother, don't let this wound get wet. When you recover, you should do the same as Gu Shichuan. Thank you so much, Chiaoer. As long as I recover, everything else is minor. Huang Yumiao gratefully held Tang Qiu's hand and took out a small iron box from her dowry wooden cabinet, containing 20 yuan she had saved. There was no more. Chiaoer, keep this money for now. I'll save up more, and when I do, I won't forget to share with you. Big sister-in-law, you don't need so much. I understand your situation. Don't worry, when you have more money, we'll talk. Tang Qiu looked at her empty iron box. Since she married into this family, Huang Yumiao had never been mean to her and had always been kind. That's why she was willing to lend a hand. No, a debt is a debt. I will work hard to earn money. Huang Yumiao was very determined. She was also proud and didn't want to take advantage of Tang Qiu. Gu Shirshu also supported her decision. So Mrs. Gu told Tang Qiu, Chiaoer, keep it. Otherwise, Big Brother will always worry, and that's uncomfortable. Then I'll take it. If big sister-in-law needs money, just tell me. Tang Qiu accepted Huang Yumiao's share of the family money and also taught her how to change Gu Shirshu's dressing. Then she returned to her own room. Unexpectedly, Gu Shichuan was not asleep yet. When he saw her come in, he gently said, Chiaoer, you worked hard. Why aren't you asleep yet? Tang Qiu thought he was worried about his older brother, so she hurriedly said, Don't worry. With me here, your big brother can only dream of being a. Since she was pregnant, all this fuss exhausted Tang Qiu. She washed up casually and then lay down beside Gu Shichuan and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing her peaceful sleeping face, Gu Shichuan couldn't help but smile slightly. When she woke up again, Tang Qiu called Gu Shifei to help Gu Shichuan, then slipped away to the kitchen to wash up. Huang Yumiao steamed some eggs. When she saw Tang Qiu, she quickly brought over a bowl of tender yellow egg custard with a smile. Chiaoer, come and eat. Thank you, big sister-in-law. Tang Qiu was not polite. This scene was seen by Zhou Danny, who couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, Flatter. Mind your own business. Huang Yumiao was no longer patient with her. Since the family split, everyone ate separately. She wouldn't indulge Zhou Danny anymore. Zhou Danny wanted to argue back, but just then, her mother-in-law came in. Facing her cold, indifferent gaze, she only dared to cook 2 boiled eggs for herself. Gu Shiwan had already gone to the city early in the morning by cart. When they learned he was headed to the coal mine, Su Jingmao volunteered, Brother Gu, after the accident, no one asked about the coal mine workers. It seems they're not afraid of trouble. If I go with you, I can help your older brothers. No, Gu Shichuan refused. Go back. You don't need to worry about things here. Brother Gu, you're being too formal. We're brothers who have faced life and death together. How can I not care about your family? Besides, the cart is still here. I can take your older brother there.
Su Zengamo spoke passionné.
Gu Shichuan looked helplessly at Tang Qiu and asked for her opinion. Wife, what do you think? Since he's willing to be a free driver, let's go together. Tang Qiu tilted her head and looked at Gu Shifei, who was busy eating breakfast. Little brother, later, call uncle, and the others. The more of us, the stronger we are. Listen to your sister-in-law. Gu's father nodded in approval and said to Gu's mother, Get some money for Lana. Let her buy flour and meat. After working hard, we can't let everyone go home hungry. Okay. Gu's mother immediately understood. The family divided their tasks. Zhou Danny listened clearly from her room, still waiting for Huang Yumiao to come and ask for her help. But when Tang Qiu and the others left, no one paid attention to her. No one relied on her. The men gathered to go to the coal mine, leaving a few women at home busy steaming meat buns. In the cart, Tang Qiu sat in front. Huang Yumiao and Gu Shirshu had never been in a car before, and both felt nervous. Gu Shichuan softly said, Big brother, don't worry. Trust us. Gu Shirshu lowered his head. Second brother, even though I'm the older, I always feel like I'm holding you back. When trouble came, it was his younger brother who supported him. He really felt useless. Big brother, don't say that. Gu Shichuan was also helpless. His older brother was too honest and simple, which made him easy to take advantage of. Suddenly, Tang Qiu handed a pillow to Huang Yumiao. Sister-in-law, put this on your belly. If anyone dares to push you, just fall to the ground.
Huh?
Huang Yumiao was surprised but quickly understood. Chior, you have a good idea. No one dares to push a pregnant woman, or I'll make her pay dearly. She obediently fixed the pillow on her belly, making Gu Shichuan and the others stare in shock. Fortunately, we soon reached the entrance of the coal mine. They didn't rush to get out of the car, but waited for a little while. From afar, they saw Father Gu leading about 20 men from Jiming village walking over. Gu Shichuan, wait in the car, Tang Qiu reminded Gu Shichuan before getting out. Gu Shichuan knew his own health condition and naturally wouldn't pretend to be strong. Su Zhengmao and Gu Shifei helped get Gu Shushu out of the car. Gu Shichuan sat in his wheelchair, and Gu's mother sat down on the ground in front of everyone at the coal mine security office, shocking the crowd with their stunned expressions. Oh heavens, why is my life so hard? My son was crushed and disabled in the mine, and the mine doesn't even ask about it. My poor son, it's the mine's fault. From now on, the mine will support you. Our family really can't afford it. What are you doing? Move along. The security guards hurriedly tried to chase people away, but with so many, they couldn't manage to do so. The head of the security office hurried over after hearing the news. Seeing the large crowd at the entrance, he was furious. What are you all doing? How dare you come here causing trouble?
Why?
I'm here to seek justice for my nephew. Uncle Gu's voice was loud. My nephew's been hurt for so many days, and your mine hasn't shown any concern. Are you planning to ignore it? Exactly, pay compensation. Where's the mine manager? Come out and face us. Tang Qiu and Huang Yumiao stood on the side of the crowd. Gu's mother was hysterical. Gu Shushu was pushed to the front, and the noise made Director Wang's head throb painfully. Quiet. Director Wang tried to soften his tone. Fellow villagers, don't get too excited. Let me find out what happened first, and I promise to give you an explanation. All right, we'll wait here. When you figure it out and resolve this matter, we'll leave. Tang Qiu crossed her arms and looked at Director Wang with a smile that seemed to see through everything. Director Wang immediately got angry. He shouted, "If you keep causing trouble like this, I'll call the police." Go ahead and call them, Huang Yumiao replied. She was pregnant and pushed herself toward Director Wang, scaring him so much he almost hit the iron gate of the mine. Don't come any closer. My husband is disabled, and we have elderly and children at home. If you push me too far, I might hang myself in your mine. Huang Yumiao shouted and started crying, not pretending. Just thinking about her husband's future made her heart ache painfully. Fellow villager, don't worry. I didn't know about this before. I'll go ask the leaders at the mine. Director Wang wiped his sweat and felt anxious. He thought if this matter isn't handled well, he might get into trouble. All right, you go ask, Tang Qiu calmly responded, then moved 2 stools from the car. Sister-in-law, since you're pregnant, you shouldn't tire yourself. Let's rest first. Director Wang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly noticed this was a military vehicle. How could a rural man like Gu Shirshu be connected to the army? He ran quickly, and at this moment, Director Xiao, who had just received the news, was pacing nervously. Director Xiao, it's not good. There are people from Chicken Sing village outside. What's there to be afraid of? Director Xiao steadied himself. We have many miners in our mine. Why should we be afraid of them? But, Director, isn't this a bit risky? Maybe we should just report to the police. And they even brought a military vehicle. Director Wang thought about the formidable Tang Qiu and Gu's mother, feeling uneasy. You must have seen it wrong. That vehicle belongs to Chicken Sing village. Director Xiao seemed determined. Don't worry. Call someone over. I want to see if these people dare to really fight. If they resist, they'll come looking for me to ask for money.
We can't give them that chance.
He forcefully stubbed out his cigarette and strode outside. Director Wang could only follow orders, feeling helpless. Outside, Tang Qiu suddenly handed something to Gu's mother. Mom, in case they attack, use this. What's this? Gu's mother looked confused at a small, transparent bag containing a red liquid, which looked like blood. Chicken blood. Tang Qiu remained calm. If they follow the rules and give the proper compensation for my brother, this won't be needed. But if they dare to bully us, just smear it on your forehead. Whatever scares them, do it.
Iunstom, kiuad.
You're so clever. Gu's mother quickly thought of a few convincing actions, and Huang Yumiao looked a bit envious. Xiaoer, do you have more? You're pregnant, so it's easy to slip up. Better not. Tang Qiu was sensible. She didn't really intend to extort much money, it was just a precaution. Meanwhile, Director Wang led the way, followed by a large group of people dressed in coal mine uniforms, all with dark faces, clearly experienced miners. Gu Shirshu was the first to react, nervously saying, "Mom and Dad, maybe we should forget it. These people are strong, and I'm worried you'll get hurt." "What are you afraid of?" Gu Mu's eyes sparkled. She had been worried earlier about not being able to use the blood bag from Qiuer, but judging by their attitude, it seems there's a tough fight ahead. Sure enough, Director Xiao approached and looked at Gu Shirshu, saying, "Fellow villager, you're not one of us from the coal mine. You get a little hurt and come here demanding compensation. What do you think of our coal mine? In the future, if others get hurt, they'll come here too. Does our coal mine have that much money?" As soon as Director Xiao spoke, he distanced himself from the situation. This was something Gu Shirshu hadn't expected. His eyes widened slightly as he said excitedly, "Mine director, although I am a temporary worker, I am a real coal miner. I have worked in the mine." Actually, before his second brother's accident, he had secretly worked as a temporary worker at the coal mine, but his family didn't know because he worked the night shift. "Exactly. My husband's face is covered in coal marks."
How could I fake that?
Huang Yumiao was furious, thinking the other side was trying to deny her husband's work at the mine. "Fine, you don't admit it? Big brother, find some witnesses. I don't believe there isn't someone here you've seen before." Gu's father frowned, clearly very angry. His brothers and cousins were also furious, all waving their fists.
Un feeling col mine.
"We just want to cover some medical expenses, and you treat ordinary people like this? Heartless scoundrels. You'll pay for this sooner or later." The scene became chaotic. Huang Yumiao instinctively pulled Tang Qiu to the side, afraid of bumping into him. "Brothers, we used to work together in the coal transport team. I got hurt, and you saw it too." Gu Shirshu seemed to recognize a familiar face, but when that person met Gu Shirshu's gaze, they quickly lowered their eyes in guilt, clearly afraid of being implicated. "Brother Du, you even helped carry me out of the coal mine back then, right?" Gu Shirshu called out several people, but none dared to testify. Director Xiao immediately looked pleased. "Brother, you really are something. Why go somewhere else to scam money when you could just come to our coal mine?" He thought this was a sure thing. These people wouldn't dare lose their jobs. Tang Qiu gently patted Huang Yumiao's hand, pushed through the crowd, and stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, my older brother has probably experienced this kind of thing before. Usually, coal mines have specific rules for compensation. Not paying suggests someone is embezzling the money. That's nonsense." Director Xiao glared fiercely at Tang Qiu, looking as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Gu Shichuan in the car gave Su Jingmao a meaningful look, and Su Jingmao immediately jumped out of the car. "Don't worry, Brother Gu. I'll protect my sister-in-law." He quickly walked to Tang Qiu's side, blocking Director Zhao's intimidating gaze. "What are you glaring at? Are you feeling guilty?" "You're right, he is guilty," Tang Qiu said with a gentle smile. "Comrades, the reason I say this is because the risk of accidents at the coal mine is high. Today, my brother's incident was ignored by you all. When it's your turn, no one will be able to help you. Who can guarantee they'll work at the coal mine without trouble for their whole life?" As soon as she finished, everyone looked at each other, clearly shaken. Director Xiao immediately, feeling guilty, shouted loudly, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Our coal miners have proper rights. They're not just coal miners. Why are you shouting so loudly if you're not guilty?" Tang Qiu snorted, her teasing expression making Director Xiao step forward angrily. "You old hag, mind your own business." Director Xiao looked furious, as if smoke was coming out of his head. Director Wang stepped forward confidently and said fiercely, "You old hag, if you keep talking, I'll slap your face." "Try it if you dare." Su Zhengmao, already strong, stood beside him, looking down at them. If you cause trouble at our coal mine again, don't blame me for being rude. Director Wang couldn't hold back and pushed Su Jingmao. Su Jingmao roared. You still want to hit me? Good, you're bullying honest people, huh? Mother Gu seized the moment and pushed Director Wang hard, intending to scare everyone. But Director Wang pushed back, and Mother Gu accidentally hit the door frame. Her head immediately started hurting, and she felt dizzy. When she checked, she saw blood.
Ah!
Someone hit her. Mother Gu yelled loudly, pressing the blood-stained cloth to her forehead. The blood flowed heavily. Everyone was stunned and angry. Father Gu quickly rushed over.
Wife!
He caught Mother Gu just as she was about to faint, with tears in his eyes, glaring fiercely at Director Wang. Dare to bully my wife. You dare to hit my mother. Youngest son Gu Shifei, full of youthful anger, didn't wait for the elders to tell him what to do. He charged straight at Director Wang and started fighting him fiercely. Stop! Director Wang was still stunned. He had pushed someone, but was it really that hard?
Mom!
Gu Shushu also shouted loudly, furious that his mother almost got beaten to death because of him. He felt he was unfilial. All right, how dare they bully our Gu family members? Mine director, we can't let them in. I will go help. You stubborn fools, get lost quickly. Is the coal mine something you can mess with? The men on both sides quickly started fighting. The dozens of people looked very impressive. Honestly, Tang Qiu was a bit confused. Sister-in-law, go back first. There are many people. Be careful not to get hurt. Luckily, Su Jingmao still kept his calm. He remembered he was here to protect his sister-in-law. If she or the baby inside her got hurt, Brother Gu would go crazy. Gu's mother didn't expect things to turn out like this. She suddenly stiffened her legs and fainted.
Wife!
Gu's father shouted until his voice was hoarse. He was so scared his hands trembled. Suddenly, he felt regret.
Don't die, wife.
Seeing all the blood on Gu's mother, Gu's father was very frightened. Gu Shifei's eyes turned red as he looked at his mother's blood-covered head. You actually killed my mother. I want you to pay for it. He was very determined. Director Wang was beaten until his nose was swollen and eyes black, and Director Xiao was pushed around and beaten badly. In the chaos, Gu Shushu was bumped to the side. Huang Yumiao had an idea.
Dad!
She shouted and ran over, pulling Gu Shushu to the ground during the fight, making frantic signals to him. Remember to scream in pain later. Exaggerate as much as you want.
Huh?
Gu Shushu was confused. Suddenly, sirens sounded. A group of police officers got out of their cars and quickly reached them. Stop, everyone stop. What's going on here? Leading the police was Officer Zhang, holding a baton. Many officers stepped forward to separate the fighting crowd. Huang Yumiao saw Tang Qiu's signal and started crying with tears and snot. Comrades, police, you finally came. My husband was injured at the coal mine over a week ago, and no one has come to see him. Our family has spent all our savings. We hoped the coal mine could help with some medical expenses, but they not only deny my husband's injury at the mine but also killed my mother. Mother! Gu Shifei, the innocent boy, cried very sincerely.
He really thought his mother was gone.
He knelt on the ground crying and howling, making everyone feel very sad. They're lying. Director Xiao was very upset. His hair was messy, and he hurried over to explain to the police. This person is not from our coal mine, and this incident didn't happen here. Comrade police, you can't just come and cause trouble, and I have to pay for this. I didn't expect it to come to this point. Director Xiao still dared to deny it, and Tang Qiu was also amazed. Comrade police officer, the situation has changed. I think we should first send my mother and older brother to the hospital. If someone dies, it will be a big problem. Director Xiao. Send them to the hospital first. Everyone else, come back with me to the police station. Officer Zhang looked at Gu Mu on the ground and felt worried. Please don't let anyone die. If someone dies, it will be a serious matter. Director Xiao also looked very scared, with a pale face. Tang Qiu and Huang Yumiao accompanied Gu Mu and Gu Shushu to the hospital, while Gu's father and the men were taken back for questioning. Everyone involved in the fight was taken away today. Gu Shifei cried loudly, Mom. Dad, I want to stay with Mom. He and Gu's father carried Gumu into the car. Gu's father, with red eyes, said, Take good care of your mother. Leave the rest to me. If anything happens to her, you must come and tell me. Okay. Gu Shichuan nodded firmly. The car was a bit crowded. Huang Yumiao sat in the front passenger seat, and they squeezed in the back. Gu Shifei cried so loudly it was shocking, Mom. I haven't worked or married yet. Please don't die. Stop crying. It's too noisy. Gumu opened her eyes with a look of annoyance. Tang Qiu quickly took out medicine to bandage her. Mom, are you okay? Gu Shifei was startled, and Gu Mu disdainfully said, Quiet down. Go help your dad. You don't need to come to the hospital with us. She kicked Gu Shifei out of the car. Seeing her so energetic, Gu Shifei realized that his mother was probably pretending. That's good, scare those coal mine people a little. Gu Shirshu felt very guilty. When he looked up and saw his mother's expression, his face froze. Luckily, his mother was fine. Mom, I'll disinfect and put medicine on you. Tang Qiu quickly took out medicine, disinfected her wound, wrapped it with gauze, and also dabbed some red medicine outside the gauze, making it look a bit scary. I just wanted some medical expenses, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this.
Gumu sighed softly.
Gu Shichuan looked at her with a helpless expression. Huang Yumiao, however, was annoyed and said, looking at how Director Xiao handles things, he's definitely done this kind of thing before. He must pay every penny owed. Now that this has happened, they won't dare to renege on the debt. Tang Qiu was pretty sure that it wouldn't be long before Director Xiao would come to apologize, since the matter had already escalated and couldn't be easily dismissed. You're so clever, sister-in-law, Su Jingmao grinned widely, showing his teeth. Gu Shichuan cast him a faint look. Send us to the hospital later, and then you can leave. You don't need to get involved in this. All right, this time I'll listen to Brother Gu. Su Jingmao isn't unkind. Brother Gu is just looking out for him. So, they took her to the hospital to settle the paperwork. After that, Su Jingmao went to return the car and catch the train back to the army. Gu's mother's wound had been bandaged. The doctor carefully examined her and asked, Ma'am, do you feel any discomfort? The wound looked shallow, so there probably isn't a big problem. I feel dizzy, nauseous, and want to. Gu's mother casually mentioned her symptoms, recalling her older brother's reaction after surgery. Oh, that might be a mild concussion. She needs to stay in the hospital for observation and rest. The doctor was cautious and also examined Gu's brother, who needed rest too. So, they were placed in the same ward. Meanwhile, at the police station, Gu's father and Director Xiao were taken aside for questioning. After the others clarified the situation, everyone was released. Director Wang was also not left out. The rest of the miners followed orders, asked a few questions, and then were sent home with Gu's cousins. When Gu's brother, Shifei, took his uncles and elders home in the afternoon, everyone comforted him. Xiao Fei, don't bother. Go and spend time with your mother. Yes, don't worry too much. Your mother will be fine. Dad asked me to bring some food back for everyone to eat first. Fei already knew his mother's real condition, but didn't show it. At this moment, Gu's sister, Lan, heard the noise and came out. Uncles and cousins, I made steamed meat buns. Come in quickly and eat. She called a few aunties to help. Zhou Dania looked eager, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to her. She was cold and distant, so in the future, no one would help her willingly when something happened at home. Your parents really know how to handle things. Thank you. Everyone, tired from the day, was happy to have warm meat buns and a bowl of pork rib soup. It made their hearts feel warm. In the hospital, Gu's mother was in good spirits. She said to Tang Qiu, Qiu'er, you can go home now. With the eldest daughter-in-law here to take care of us, you don't need to stay. Your condition isn't suitable for too much exertion. Okay, I'll go home first. Sister-in-law, buy some food from the cafeteria. I'll pack up and move to the city, so it's more convenient for me to visit later. Tang Qiu took the bus back to her clothing shop. Her sister-in-law, Lin Yuexia, saw her and seemed to see a savior. Chiyo, you finally came back. The weather's changing, and there are many people shopping for clothes now. We don't have enough stock. I'll call and order more clothes soon. Chiyo was indeed very busy. She took some items from her space and placed them in the tidy room. She also talked about the family situation. Lin Yuexiao was very shocked and kept comforting Chiyo, but Chiyo didn't stay long. Then she rode away on Lin Yuexiao's bicycle. She specifically went home to pack their clothes. As for the bag of money, she had already put it into her space long ago. When she returned home, the uncles and older men helping out had already left. Gu Shirlan was squatting at the door, wiping tears. Second sister-in-law, how is my mother? When her younger brother said that their mother was injured, Gu Shirlan felt anxious. Meanwhile, Zhou Danny was leisurely eating sunflower seeds and didn't care about anything happening here. Don't worry, it's not serious. She's in the hospital now. Chiyo went back to her room to pack her things. Many items were thrown into her space. Gu Shifei eagerly came over to help. Second sister-in-law, I'll take you there and also visit my mother and older brother. Gu Shifei couldn't stay at home anymore, so Chiyo didn't refuse. When they reached the city, she asked Gu Shifei to go to the hospital while she went to deposit the money into her bank account. Seeing the balance of over 160,000 yuan, Chiyo smiled happily. Then she ordered a batch of portable tape recorders and headphones, as well as new clothes. After paying, she returned to her shop. Lin Yuexiao knew there was a patient at home, so she specially bought large bone broth and made a rich soup. Chiyo, since there are several people in your family in the hospital, I cooked a bit more. You're pregnant too, so drink some first.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I'll pay you back when I get my salary. After eating and drinking enough, Chiyo carried a large insulated lunchbox and went to the hospital. Gu Shichuan was sitting at the door, looking eager, as if he had been waiting for her for a long time. Wife, you're here. His happy expression made Chiyo's mood improve. Just as she was about to speak, a shout came from nearby.
Gu Lianzhang. Gong Xiaozha?
Gu Shichuan thought for a moment before calling out the other's name. He was a soldier under his command when he was a company commander. It's me, Commander Gu.
What happened to you?
Kong Xiaojun was very thin, almost to the point where his eyeballs looked to be bulging out. It was a cool autumn day, but he was dressed very lightly, and his face and hands were red from the cold. I got a minor injury, nothing serious.
Just need some rest.
Gu Shichuan tried to speak casually and then pulled Chiyo in front of him to introduce. This is your sister-in-law, Chiyo.
Hello, sister-in-law.
Kong Xiaojun finally noticed the handsome and confident Tang Chiyo. He saluted properly, and Tang Chiyo always treated this group of lovely people kindly. Hello, what are you doing at the hospital?
My mother is sick. Kong Xiaojun nervously clenched his clothes.
Company commander, take good care of yourself. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll come to see you after I finish my work. He ran off quickly, looking a bit anxious, probably because something was wrong at home. Gu Shichuan gently explained to Tang Chiyo, Xiaojun used to be one of my soldiers. He was injured before, so he retired. Although he looked normal, he couldn't do heavy work. Most retired soldiers live harder lives. It seems like he's not doing very well. Tang Chiyo didn't say much. He pushed Gu Shichuan back to the ward. Huang Yumiao was giving Gu Shishu a massage using the methods Tang Chiyo taught her. Mom, I brought food. There's no need for you to bring it. Just buy something at the cafeteria. Gu's mother felt she was fine. If it weren't for worrying about the coal mines bills, she could leave the hospital now. She didn't want her pregnant daughter-in-law to trouble herself. It was my sister-in-law who made it. Tang Chiyo honestly admitted her laziness. Her sincerity made Gu Shichuan look at her with new respect. Thank you for coming all this way, Chiyo. Huang Yumiao also looked grateful. The group opened the aluminum lunch boxes. After drinking some soup, they shared rice and vegetables. Tang Chiyo didn't forget to give acupuncture to Gu Shishu and Gu Shichuan. She also gave them pills to swallow and reminded Huang Yumiao to change the dressings. Mom, I'll take Shichuan back to my shop to rest. If the people from the coal mine come, don't agree to any settlement easily. We can't let someone like the mine director bully others again. Okay, don't worry. I understand. Gu's mother also hated selfish, money-hungry leaders. If she weren't lying in bed now, she'd be writing a report to complain. Gu Shifei insisted on staying to take care of his mother, and Tang Qiu and the others didn't stop him. Second brother and sister-in-law, I'll see you off. Huang Yumiao also saw Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan out of the ward. Qiu, how will you and Shichuan go back? I saw a tricycle at the door. I'll rent it. Before coming, Tang Qiu had carefully observed. Seeing Gu Shifei looking at his little sister-in-law's small frame, he quickly said, Sister-in-law, tell me your address. I'll take second brother there. Okay. Tang Qiu never pretended to be strong. Her health always came first.
Gu Shichuan didn't comment.
As they headed toward the hospital exit, Tang Qiu vaguely saw a familiar face nearby, Kong Xiaobing. He was pleading softly with a nurse. Can you give me a few more days? I will be able to raise the money soon, please help me. It's not that I won't help you. I've been trying for several days. Your mother's illness can't wait. The young nurse also felt conflicted. Considering his family situation, the hospital had already tried to delay as much as possible, but not paying the bill was really difficult. The hospital has rules and regulations. Kong Xiaojun, a grown man, welled up with tears. He was helpless and begged, just one more day, just one day. This scene was seen by Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan. A brave soldier, now worried because he can't afford his mother's medical bills. Even Gu Shichuan couldn't stand it anymore, and Tang Qiu was also a bit impatient. Do you want to help him? Tang Qiu looked down at Gu Shichuan and saw his hand gripping the handle tightly. Gu Shichuan calmly admitted it, looked up at Tang Qiu, and was about to speak. Okay, we'll help him. Tang Qiu spoke first and agreed, and Gu Shichuan was once again touched.
What kind of person is he?
He is lucky to marry such a kind and understanding wife. She could have just ignored everything.
Thank you, wife.
I'll use the allowance and bonus I sent earlier. I won't touch your money. Gu Shichuan's voice was a little choked. Tang Qiu pushed him toward Kong Xiaojun. Gu Shichuan followed, looking confused. Why does second brother seem so unfazed about money? Xiaojun. Gu Shichuan started and Kong Xiaojun stiffened, turning his head to look at them with a frozen expression. Company commander, sister-in-law, No need to say anything. How much do you still need? We can lend it to you first. Tang Qiu wasn't someone who helped everyone easily. Since he was helping his mother out of filial piety and had once served to protect the country, she was willing to lend a hand. Sister-in-law, from the looks of it, the company commander isn't doing too well either. I'll find another way. Kong Xiaojun was surprised and excited, but seeing Gu Shichuan like this, he instinctively thought that Gu Shichuan, also a veteran, probably had a tough life ahead. There's no need to be so polite. Since your sister-in-law has offered, she must be able to help. Gu Shichuan had a decent amount of allowance and bonus money. He turned his head to the surprised nurse and asked, how much does he need? 600 yuan for now. The young nurse was happy for Kong Xiaojun once she understood his family situation. Knowing someone was willing to help was the best news. This is a loan. You can pay it back when you have the money. Tang Qiu counted out this money from her pocket and handed it to the stunned Sun Xiaojun. The fact that they still thought of Gu Shichuan at such a moment showed they hadn't misjudged him. Thank you, company commander and sister-in-law. Your kindness will never be forgotten. Sun Xiaojun suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. Tang Qiu quickly gave Gu Shifei a meaningful look, and Gu Shifei instinctively helped him up. Just thank me, no need to kneel. This money isn't given for free. You'll need to pay it back later. Don't make a big fuss. Everyone is watching us. Don't call me company commander anymore. We're not in the army now. Gu Shichuan said casually, but Sun Xiaojun misunderstood that Gu Shichuan was in the same situation as him. He quickly wiped his eyes and said, don't worry, brother Gu. If you or sister-in-law need anything in the future, just come find me. Nurse, lend me some paper and a pen. I want to write an IOU. Okay. Tang Qiu agreed calmly and didn't refuse. Trusting someone's character is one thing, but having an IOU is good for both sides. Maybe Sun Xiaojun also felt less burdened. Sun Xiaojun quickly wrote an IOU and handed it to Tang Qiu. Sister-in-law, I will work hard to pay you back. I won't keep you waiting too long. After all, Brother Gu's situation isn't very good right now. Just as everyone was feeling touched, a loud shout came from not far away. Where is Sun Xiaojun? Where is Sun Xiaojun? I'm here. A bad feeling rose in Sun Xiaojun's heart. Sure enough, he heard a doctor in a white coat shout, Your mother's condition isn't good. She needs surgery immediately. I'll come right away. Sun Xiaojun shoved all the money to the nurse and hurriedly followed the doctor. Gu Shifei looked somewhat confused at Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Shall we go back? Sure. Gu Shichuan looked at Tang Qiu with some hesitation. Tang Qiu understood that he was feeling torn and said helplessly, All right, let's go see her. Little brother, you go rent a tricycle outside. It might be hard to rent one later if it's too late. She handed Gu Shifei 10 yuan. Gu Shifei was surprised and delighted. Second sister-in-law. Really giving me this much? He had never held so much money before. Yes, if it's not enough, come find me again. Tang Qiu's calm and composed attitude made Gu Shifei feel very happy. No wonder his little sister is now so obedient, especially in front of the second sister-in-law. Following the second sister-in-law was so enjoyable. Gu Shifei's steps became a bit light as he headed toward the hospital entrance. Tang Qiu looked at Gu Shichuan with some confusion. What's going on with your little brother? Forget him. Gu Shichuan's face twitched, feeling embarrassed to explain the embarrassing reason. Tang Qiu pushed Gu Shichuan toward the operating room and soon saw Sun Xiaojun crouched on the ground, holding his head and looking very distressed. Xiaojun, how are things going? Gu Shichuan softly asked. Sun Xiaojun looked up hard and said, I just signed the surgery consent form. I don't know the details yet. The doctor said to do the surgery as soon as possible and not to delay. It's all my fault. If I had raised the money earlier, my mother wouldn't have to wait so long. Your mother knows you're waiting for her. She'll be fine. Tang Qiu wasn't very good at comforting people. She looked at Gu Shichuan, who was the same, and both of them fell silent for a moment. There wasn't much they could do, so they just silently waited with Sun Xiaojun. After a while, Sun Xiaojun regained his composure and looked at Gu Shichuan's leg, hurriedly saying, Brother Gu, with your condition now, don't wait with me. Go back first. Okay. Gu Shichuan was indeed very tired. He could even feel a dull pain from his wound, so he didn't push himself. Tang Qiu pushed him away and whispered, I thought, with your temper, you might want me to save her mother. Gu Shichuan had seen Tang Qiu's medical skills and knew how good she was. This isn't Shin City. You haven't verified it, so even if you want to help, it's very difficult. Gu Shichuan understood this very well. He said seriously, and I don't want to force you. Helping Sun Xiaojun with some money was already very kind of her. There's a limit to helping others, and he couldn't put his wife in danger. I asked a nurse nearby earlier. Her condition should be treatable. Tang Qiu learned part of the situation and knew that Sun Xiaojun's mother's illness wasn't serious by itself. It was just delayed treatment. As long as she had surgery in time, she would recover soon. Gu Shichuan was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that she had thought so carefully even when he couldn't see. His wife really is the best person in the world. They talked as they reached the hospital entrance. Gu Shichuan's brother, Gu Tianfei, had rented a tricycle and was proudly showing off. Sister-in-law, you guessed right. I rented it for exactly 10 yuan. Thank you. Fine, now I finally understand why he has no money. He looks like that naive, overly trusting college student from his past life. That's expensive. Gu Shichuan also helplessly rubbed his forehead. Gu Tianfei, annoyed, patted his head and said, I thought it wouldn't cost so much at this late hour. Thank you. Let's take your brother back to the shop first. Tang Qiu gave an address and rode her bike there. Luckily, it wasn't far, about 10 minutes to the Nishang Pavilion. Lin Yuexia and Gu Daqiang weren't asleep yet. They had probably been waiting for them. When they heard the knocking, they quickly went downstairs to open the door. Qiu'er, come in quickly. Second sister-in-law, your shop is so big. Gu Shifei looked around in surprise. Gu Shichuan was also shocked inside. It was his first time visiting his wife's shop. Seeing it with his own eyes was more impressive than what they had heard. My sister is amazing. Duo Daqiang proudly stepped forward and asked Gu Shichuan with concern, "Brother-in-law, how are you recovering now?" "Thanks for asking, I'm doing pretty well." Gu Shichuan didn't dare to act presumptuous in front of his brother-in-law. Tang Qiu asked Duo Daqiang and Gu Shifei to help carry him upstairs. They took him to the master bedroom where she usually slept before going to bed. The eldest cousin and his wife slept next door. Gu Shifei was anxious, and since the tricycle wasn't waiting long, they kept talking along the way. No wonder second brother and his wife borrowed money without blinking. Running such a clothing store must be very profitable. Following his sister-in-law, there must be good food to eat. Tang Qiu didn't know about Gu Shifei's realization. Duo Daqiang and Gu Shichuan exchanged a few words of greeting, and Lin Yuexia cheerfully said, "Qiu, are you hungry? I'll make you some late-night snacks." "Actually, I am a bit hungry." "Sister-in-law, just give me a bowl of noodles, not too much." Tang Qiu was never polite in front of her family. Lin Yuexia liked this about her, knowing she was pregnant and easily hungry. She quickly went to the kitchen. Soon, she brought out 2 bowls of noodles. She and Gu Shichuan each had one, and there was hot water warmed on the stove for washing up. The couple went back to their room without disturbing them. While eating noodles, Gu Shichuan looked at the shop downstairs with admiration. "Wife, you really surprised me. What will surprise you is still to come." Tang Qiu pouted proudly and quickly took a bite of the fried egg in her bowl, eating happily. That night, she took a shower in her space to wash up carefully. Gu Shichuan only wiped himself briefly. Tonight, they had to sleep on the same bed. Gu Shichuan looked at Tang Qiu with anticipation, only to see her naturally climb into bed and fall asleep instantly.
Gu Shichuan.
Maybe his wife was just tired from pregnancy. The next morning, after washing up, Tang Qiu reminded Gu Shichuan, "You should rest here. I'll handle the hospital matters." "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Gu Shichuan knew that his current situation made it easier for him to hold back, so he didn't insist and could only silently watch her leave. Du Daqiang couldn't help but tease, "Brother-in-law, she's a stone that hopes for her husband, and you're almost a stone that hopes for your wife. I just want to recover quickly. Qiu'er is pregnant, and I don't want her to suffer so much." Sometimes, Gu Shichuan would doubt himself. Qiu'er has gone through a lot with him. Don't other pregnant women get spoiled? But when it comes to his wife, he still has to deal with a bunch of family problems. It's good that you have this awareness. Rest well and recover. Du Daqiang was pleased with Gu Shichuan's attitude. Luckily, he's not a lazy man and still cares about his wife. Meanwhile, Tang Qiu didn't know about the family issues. As soon as she reached the hospital door, she heard Gu's mother weakly speaking inside. "I won't reconcile. Look at me. I've been beaten so badly. You want me to pretend this didn't happen for just a few hundred yuan?
Dream on."
Tang Qiu pushed open the door to the ward and saw Director Wang, who had been very arrogant yesterday, apologizing in a meek voice. "Big sister, this was indeed our fault. The mine director also recognizes his mistake. We'll pay 500 yuan as nutrition expenses. My husband's hospital and surgery costs are more than that. You really think we're beggars?" Huang Yumiao was so angry she laughed. Paying 500 yuan isn't enough for her father's surgery costs. They really have a good plan. "All right, stop wasting our time." Gu's mother weakly waved her hand. "If something happens to me, your mine director won't get away with it. If you want to talk, come directly to him. Don't think you can refuse a toast and take a penalty. If things get serious, Gu Shishu, you're just a temporary worker and won't get anything good." Director Wang was so angry at Gu's mother's attitude that he stomped off. Tang Qiu didn't bother him and went straight into the ward. "Mom, don't get upset. I brought breakfast for you. Eat first. I have something to do outside for a while." Tang Qiu still remembered Sun Xiaojun and knew Gu Shichuan would be worried, so she put down her breakfast and planned to check on the situation. Fortunately, she had asked about it last night. When she arrived, she saw Sun Xiaojun guarding by the bed, where an elderly woman with her eyes closed was lying. Xiaojun, sister-in-law, why are you here? Hearing her voice, son Xiaojun quickly stood up. He hadn't slept much all night and looked very tired now. How is your mother? Tang Qiu smiled and said, my mother-in-law is also in the hospital. I came to deliver breakfast and to check on your mother. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. My mother's surgery was successful. Son Xiaojun was very grateful for the money she lent him. His voice choked with emotion. Thanks to the money you lent, or I really wouldn't know what to do about my mother. Don't be so polite. Take good care of your mother. If you need anything, just come to us. After confirming that her mother's surgery was truly successful, Tang Qiu didn't stay long. She returned to the ward, where Gu Mu and others had finished breakfast. Tang Qiu gave Gu Shirshu acupuncture, which made Gu Taifai stare in shock. Second sister-in-law, this. Why are you making such a fuss? Gu Mu scolded her younger son with a look. Your second sister-in-law is very skilled, but this must be kept secret. Know what to say and what not to say, right? Yes, I understand. Gu Taifai nodded vigorously, watching Tang Qiu perform acupuncture without blinking. Suddenly, Gu Shirshu let out a soft cry. It hurts. Wait. Gu Shirshu's eyes widened suddenly. He felt pain? Father, you say it hurts? Huang Yumiao also cried happily. Remember, at first, Gu Shirshu's lower half was completely numb. Yes. Gu Shirshu's lips trembled with excitement. Everyone in the ward was amazed, and Gu Mu even shed tears of excitement. I knew Qiu'er could do it. Even when the second brother was so badly injured, he recovered. The first brother will too. Maybe it's the ancestors' blessing that we could marry such a good daughter-in-law like Qiu'er. Does it hurt here? Tang Qiu didn't have time to worry about everyone's feelings. She placed her silver needle on another acupoint and softly asked Gu Shirshu. His eyes were red, and he nodded hard. It hurts. Is it a sharp, stabbing pain or a constant one? Tang Qiu asked seriously. Gu Shirshu thought carefully before answering. It hurts when the needle is inserted, but it doesn't hurt normally. Good, just needle a few more times. These nerves should slowly recover. Tang Qiu calmly removed the needles. Everyone present looked like they were listening to a fairy tale, but it didn't stop their admiration for her. Second sister-in-law, you're amazing. Gu Taifai saw Tang Qiu's skills for the first time and was completely impressed with her. After removing the needles, Tang Qiu planned to visit the furniture factory. Gu's father brought Gu Tailan over. She had packed some clothes for the family to change into. Seeing what Gu Tailan brought out, Tang Qiu felt a rare sense of awkwardness. She had been busy packing her and Gu Shichuan's things yesterday and hadn't thought about tidying up their room. Fortunately, everyone knows her personality, so no one minded. Mr. Gu looked her over carefully from top to bottom and only relaxed when he confirmed she was okay. I'm glad you're fine. The coal mine is quite worried now. Soon, the police will come to take your statements. Just tell the truth. What is the police's attitude? This was what Tang Qiu cared about most. Hearing this, Mr. Gu looked helpless. Their attitude is quite good, but they hope we don't make too big a fuss. The coal mine might give us some compensation. That's too little for the mine manager. Gu Shifei thought of the arrogant look of Director Xiao and couldn't help but wave his small fists. Gu's mother also raised her chin. Anyway, it's not easy to just brush this off. Mom and Dad, you decide. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Tang Qiu smiled gently. Considering her health, no one kept her, not even Huang Yumiao, who said, Qiu'er, I can buy food at the canteen and you kept the ointment. Don't run back and forth these days. Rest well at home. We're fine. Okay, I'll come by when I have time. Tang Qiu didn't refuse. She thought she could find out about Director Xiao later after finishing her work. Second sister-in-law, shall I see you off? At this moment, Gu Shifei looked at Tang Qiu with admiration. Tang Qiu was speechless and slightly twitched her mouth. Mom and Dad, my younger brother and sister are still at school, right? There's been an incident at home. I asked a classmate to help me get leave. I also need to take care of De Mei and Air Mei. Gu Shirlan had grown quite a bit and Gu Shifei quickly said, I'll help at home from now on. Nonsense. Mr. Gu angrily patted Gu Shifei's head. All right, go back to school. You don't need to worry about the family matters here. Just take Mei and Mei to school and cook some food for them when you get back. The two kids didn't dare argue with the most authoritative person at home and could only nod helplessly. When Tang Qiu arrived at the furniture factory, the two of them had no choice but to go home. Tang Qiu had already ridden her bicycle to Shuangxi Furniture Factory. From afar, she saw many people lining up, seemingly discussing something lively. Many of them were from state-run shops and department stores placing orders. They must have already sent someone to watch her. When Tang Qiu parked her bike, Du Erqiang hurried over. Qiu, you finally came. I was about to find you. Deputy Factory Director Yang wants to see you. Something happened at home. I didn't have time to come yesterday. Tang Qiu didn't go into details about her family's issues. She followed Du Erqiang through the crowd to the director's office. Deputy Director Yang also came out of the crowd. When he saw Tang Qiu, he looked excited, his face turning red. Director, you finally returned. Here is the ledger. Please take a look. He seemed a bit proud. Since the factory's profits declined, he hadn't seen so much money in a long time, and he even thought the factory might shut down. Unexpectedly, just changing the owner brought new life to the factory. Du Erqiang was also excited, looking at Tang Qiu with anticipation. Tang Qiu picked up the ledger and examined it carefully. It was quite detailed. It included expenses for materials, some costs for machine maintenance, and recent sales figures. They had sold nearly 50 or 60,000 worth of products so far. If they sold all the stock, they could earn over 100,000. They thought they would see shock and joy on Tang Qiu's face, just like theirs, but she remained calm, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Good. Just good? Vice Factory Director Yang rarely lost his composure, but seeing Tang Qiu's calm eyes, he suddenly understood why the young boss was successful. She could stay calm no matter what happened, which most people couldn't do, so it's no wonder she could make money. Cough, cough. Du Erqiang quickly cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. He also remembered how excited Old Third was when he carried a sack of money to visit his sister. Vice Factory Director Yang. My sister is quite steady. He thought Vice Factory Director Yang might be a little unhappy, but instead, Yang gave Tang Qiu a thumbs up. No wonder she's our factory director. I increasingly believe that working with Director Tang will make our Shuangxi Furniture Factory better and better. So, Director, should we transfer this money into your account first? Given how hard Vice Factory Director Yang and second brother have worked recently, let's use the money in the account to buy materials and pay the workers. Tang Qiu was not short of money now. She smiled slightly. First, ensure the factory runs smoothly. I'm not in a hurry to recover my investment. With a director like you, our Shuangxi factory will get better and better. Vice Factory Director Yang felt even more motivated. He thought he could work for many more years. As they were chatting and joking, someone nervously knocked on the office door. Leader, I have something to say. Xiao Tian, come in. Vice Factory Director Yang was in a good mood and gently waved his hand. Just right, the director is here. If you have something to report, you can tell him directly. Director, the former vice director asked me to keep an eye on Boss Zhou's factory. After a few of our workers were taken away by him, they tried to communicate with former colleagues, and then Xiao Tian hesitated, and Vice Factory Director Yang was annoyed. He urged eagerly, what happened next? The young person said, why are you still so slow and hesitant? Nothing unusual before, but our Shuangxi Furniture Factory has been selling well these days. I heard that Sunset Red Furniture Factory also launched new products. I want to take a look, and they are quite similar to ours. Xiao Tian angrily patted his head, feeling useless. He only just found out about this important information, which made him feel guilty for not reporting it earlier and for letting down the deputy factory manager's trust. What? Deputy Factory Manager Yang was almost startled. Their stock hadn't sold out yet, and the other factory had already produced similar items? Is this deliberate copying of their design? That's too much. Du Erqiang was about to explode with anger. Tang Qiu, however, seemed quite calm. She even patiently asked Xiao Tian, Are you sure they are the same as ours? I haven't looked closely, but they are quite similar. Mainly, their prices are intentionally about 20 yuan cheaper than ours. Xiao Tian was furious. Their factory is just down the alley, not far from ours. Many customers might be stolen away. Xiaoer, should we also lower our prices? Du Erqiang, making his first business move, was confused when he heard this. Deputy Factory Manager Yang quickly reacted and said, Director, I will go there myself to check the situation right now. Don't act impulsively. Tang Qiu thought carefully and said, You stay at the factory to keep the workers steady. No one is allowed to leave. I will go see the quality there, then come back to deal with those who are secretly undermining us.
We can't let them get away with this.
Although she could produce more drawings, she couldn't let others get the cheaper versions of the set. Xiaoer, I'll go with you. Du Erqiang looked at Tang Qiu's growing belly and felt uneasy. Tang Qiu didn't refuse. Deputy Factory Manager Yang was responsible for the factory's affairs. When they arrived at Sunset Red, many people were buying furniture. Although not as many as at Shuangxi, they still made good money. They walked over, and Tang Qiu carefully examined the furniture. The workers didn't recognize her and thought she was just there to buy furniture. Comrade, do you like something? You can take a set home. Our furniture is good and affordable. Before she could speak, Boss Zhou saw her and walked over proudly. So, do you also think our furniture is good? I've said it before, a woman should stay at home, take care of her family, and not bother with business. Even if she noticed the furniture was similar, what did it matter? There was no evidence. The only regret Boss Zhou has is that he didn't believe Tang Qiu's furniture would be popular back then. He didn't stock much inventory and spent a lot on designer furniture at high prices, but few people bought it.
Why do you talk like that?
Du Erqiang heard the sarcasm in his words and got a bit angry, rolling up his sleeves, but Tang Qiu calmly held him back. Second brother, don't get too excited. You're just being smart now, little sister. Boss Zhou smiled somewhat greasy. Actually, if your factory is willing to sell, I can buy it now. You wouldn't lose too much. There's no need for Boss Zhou to trouble himself. Tang Qiu's eyes fell on a mark on the furniture, and she smiled confidently, saying happily, If Boss Zhou's Sunset Red can't keep running in the future, I'm willing to take over completely. Boss Zhou didn't even know what to name his factory. Sunset Red? It was doomed to close down. Boss Zhou didn't expect Tang Qiu to be so confident. His face turned pale with anger. Just you wait. You'll be begging for help when the time comes. But Tang Qiu already had a plan in mind. She glanced briefly at the Sunset Red furniture factory, then left with the unwilling Du Erqiang. Qiuer, are we really just going to let them go like this? Second brother, why are you so anxious? Whatever they took from me, they'll have to give it back sooner or later. Tang Qiu returned to Shuangxi Furniture Factory. Besides the workers selling furniture, all the technicians in the factory had been called to the meeting room by Vice Factory Director Yang. He didn't say anything, just waited, and some people grew impatient. Deputy Factory Director, we still have a lot of work to do in the workshop. Just say what you want. Yeah, I see so many people ordering furniture now. Everyone's working really hard. Before our factory director arrives, anyone who has done something wrong can step forward now. Maybe you'll get a chance to confess and be forgiven. Vice Factory Director Yang looked at the experienced workers, feeling a mix of emotions. They were all veterans of the factory. He sincerely hoped they wouldn't betray the factory, but life is unpredictable. What does Deputy Factory Director mean? Someone was very angry. We've worked here for so many years. How could we do anything wrong? Yeah, we treat this factory like our home. Is that so? Tang Qiu stepped in with a gentle smile. Since Vice Factory Director Yang has given you a chance, and you didn't cherish it, don't blame me. Factory Director Tang, what exactly are you talking about?
I don't quite understand.
Master Lien frowned with some displeasure. We originally stayed at Shuangxi Furniture Factory because we had been here for a long time and felt attached to the place. If Director Tang falsely accuses us, there's no point in us staying here. Vice Director Yang, it was your idea that the new factory manager was a good person, so we decided to stay. Now, what is going on? Are you just trying to drive us away because the new furniture business is making money? Because of Master Lian's words, everyone had different thoughts. Director Tang sat leisurely in the main seat, and Second Du poured her a cup of warm water. Xiaoer, drink some water first.
Thank you.
Tang Qiu slowly sipped the warm water, raising her eyebrows as she looked at Master Lian, who was stirring trouble, then at Vice Director Yang. Vice Director Yang, you don't need to question anymore. You should see it too, right? Only guilty people keep stirring up trouble, trying to hide what they've done. The others looked confused. Vice Director Yang sighed softly at Master Lian, with a tone full of regret and helplessness. Master Lian, you are also an elder in the factory. How can you do such things? If something goes wrong with our factory, what good will it do you? What did I do? Master Lian refused to admit it. He looked about 50, with a square face that suggested he was not someone to be easily provoked. He also had good connections in the factory. Could it be that our furniture is making money, and Director Tang wants to get rid of us? Just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Stop pretending to stir trouble, Second Du snapped. Unlike Vice Director Yang, he only cared about Tang Qiu and immediately started criticizing. If it weren't for you, Sunset Red Furniture Factory could easily make furniture that looks just like ours. Don't say you don't know. There's solid proof. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself at Sunset Red.
What?
Master Chui was shocked, opening his mouth wide, then angrily looked at Master Lian. Old Lian, have you really done such a wicked thing? Accuse me without reason. Master Lian dared not look at his old friends anymore. He slightly raised his voice. Old Yang, is this the good factory manager you talked about? Old Lian, we are all craftsmen. How can you do this? Who does it benefit? Vice Director Yang looked disappointed. He truly didn't expect colleagues he had worked with for over 20 years to do such despicable things. Tell me, how much did you take from them? Deputy Factory Director Yang found it inconvenient to handle certain matters, but Du Erqiang was more comfortable. He is Tang Qiu's older brother and naturally defends her interests firmly. I didn't do it. Even Master Lian was unwilling to admit it. For a moment, everyone looked at Tang Qiu with confusion and doubt, but they didn't question her. Do you think I have no proof? Tang Qiu's lips curved slightly. She didn't rush to finish her words. Deputy Director Yang quickly advised Master Lian. Old Lian, be honest and tell the truth, or I can't help you. I said I didn't do it. Master Lian was stubborn. He hadn't left any evidence, so he couldn't just make something up and put it on himself. But Tang Qiu took out something from her bag, a photocopy with a detailed design. When she first created the drawing, she thought there might be a day like this, so she applied for a trademark. In other words, all her furniture designs include this pattern. She had just visited Ziyang and saw their furniture also had this pattern. If it wasn't designed by their internal workers, even if it looked similar, they couldn't have engraved their trademark on it, right? Thinking of Boss Zhou's proud face, Tang Qiu found it amusing. The light in Master Lian's eyes disappeared. He stared at the drawing in Tang Qiu's hand, his fingers clenched into a fist, unwilling to admit it. Even if it was leaked, that doesn't prove it was me. Old Lian, if you really did it, just admit it.
If not, we'll keep investigating.
The person who leaks factory secrets is truly untrustworthy. Old Lian, don't you think so? The other masters looked at Master Lian with complicated expressions. Their gazes hurt him deeply. Deputy Director Yang sighed deeply. Old Lian, all the evidence is here. We won't let Ziyang go. If they eventually betray you, and you help us testify voluntarily, we might give you some face. Old Yang is giving you one last chance. It's up to you whether you want it. Tang Qiu wasn't truly soft-hearted. She just thought that with his cooperation, dealing with Ziyang would be more efficient. I admit it. Master Lian slumped into his chair. His 3 words shocked the other masters, who were filled with disbelief, anger, and frustration at his uncooperative attitude. Old Lian, we agreed to face life and death together with the factory. How could you do such a betrayal? We've been working here for decades. If you do this, aren't you trying to ruin our factory? You're so confused, Old Lian. From now on, don't say I know you. I find it embarrassing. All the workers were experienced craftsmen at the factory. No one understood why Master Lien was doing this. Master Lien painfully held his head. I didn't want to do it either, but the factory isn't doing well. Our whole family depends on this income. I have to survive. He cried out in pain. Du Erqiang cut in sharply. Don't say such sweet words. You're not the only one who can't afford to eat. You're at least a master at our factory, and your benefits aren't bad. It's better than the workers' lives, right? Honestly, you're just greedy. Du Erqiang revealed the worst side of human nature. Master Lien felt ashamed. Tang Qiu said carefully, Boss Zhou probably doesn't know about this. Vice Factory Director Yang, go immediately to the Commerce Department and submit the evidence. If Zhang Hong doesn't cooperate, they will help us. Understood, Director Tang. Vice Factory Director Yang felt a bit ashamed of himself. An experienced factory director, yet he couldn't even get a young girl to be reasonable. It was a mistake. As for Master Lien, Tang Qiu looked at Master Lien. If he can testify, it will be a way to make amends. The stolen money must be recovered. But your disloyalty to the factory means I can't keep you. Dismissing someone was already her greatest mercy. Thank you, Director Tang. Vice Factory Director Yang glared at Master Lien with disappointment. Master Lien lowered his head. Thank you for your kindness, Director Tang. She then instructed Du Erqiang to keep an eye on the matter. Afterwards, she went to her office and took out a stack of new drawings for Vice Director Yang. These are my new designs. With these, it's a good lesson, deter others from doing the same. No one will dare to imitate now. Brilliant leadership, Director Tang. Vice Director Yang was full of admiration for Tang Qiu, especially when he saw the vivid furniture in the drawings. He was truly impressed. Perhaps some people are naturally suited for this work, smart and hardworking. If she doesn't make money, who will? Before leaving, Tang Qiu suddenly asked Vice Director Yang, Vice Director Yang, do you know Director Xiao from the coal mine? No, I don't. Yang shook his head in confusion. Why do you ask, Director Tang? Is there something going on? He's not known for having a good character. It seems you've heard of him. It's nothing serious, just that a relative of his had an incident at the coal mine, but Director Xiao denies he's part of the mine. It's caused some trouble. Tang Qiu considered Vice Director Yang as one of her own. Having been in Wuqing for a long time, she probably knew some inside information. As expected, Deputy Factory Director Yang angrily said, he's doing that kind of reckless thing again. I don't know him personally, but I've heard of his name. This kind of thing has happened before. Does no one dare to make a big fuss? Tang Qiu asked with doubt. Deputy Director Yang shook his head. It's not that no one has, but they all settled privately in the end. I see. Tang Qiu guessed that someone must be protecting him, but this time, Director Xiao shouldn't expect things to go smoothly when she encounters him. For lunch, Tang Qiu ate at the furniture factory cafeteria. The food was pretty good, and it showed that Deputy Director Yang was a good manager. Tang Qiu felt relieved and went back to the clothing store. Before entering the house, Tang Qiu heard her uncle's hearty laughter, and it seemed that Du Daqiang and Gu Shichuan were talking nearby. Qiu'er, Dad brought you some money. My brother-in-law is upstairs having lunch with him. Lin Yuexia was entertaining guests. She lowered her voice to remind Tang Qiu, who understood, and went straight upstairs. Uncle, I use water instead of wine. Thank you for taking care of Qiu'er all these years. Gu Shichuan spoke very seriously. He already knew what kind of life his wife had lived all these years. No wonder she never mentioned going back to her parents' house after returning. Du Jun raised his glass and said cheerfully, Qiu'er is my sister's child. To me, she's like my own daughter. It's right for me to take care of her. But from now on, you should care more about her feelings or I, as her uncle, won't stand for it. Don't worry, uncle. I will respect her wishes. Gu Shichuan's eyes were full of tenderness. Men understand men. Du Jun knew that at least for now, Gu Shichuan was speaking from the heart. Uncle is here. Tang Qiu supported her belly as she went upstairs. Du Daqiang, who had been quietly standing aside, quickly came to help her. Qiu'er, don't worry. Take your time. Seeing Du Daqiang's actions, Gu Shichuan felt a bit disappointed. The person who should have helped her was him, but unfortunately, his body. After sitting down, Gu Shichuan controlled his wheelchair, placed a soft pillow behind her waist, and Du Jun's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Chiu, after you go to Shin City, my dad and I took on a few more jobs. We're doing pretty well. Du Daqiang was so excited he couldn't hide it. Last night, when Chiu returned home, it was already very late. He had been holding back, but now that his dad was here, he couldn't keep it in anymore. Du Jun chuckled and took out an envelope. Chiu, this is the money you're supposed to get.
Keep it.
Gu Shichuan. Why is everyone giving money to his wife after she returned? How much does she have that he doesn't know about? Uncle, you must have given too much. There's no way it's this much. Tang Qiu roughly glanced at the envelope, suspecting it contained over 7 or 8,000 yuan. Du Jun proudly took a big sip of wine before saying, it's not much. You're so smart. How could Uncle be bad? Since he started a company, he definitely wouldn't leave everything to me and your elder brother. So, I found about 10 people from Jinshan village to help with renovations. We worked quickly. Once your elder brother started, your uncle and him each led a team, and we got more orders. Du Jun had served in the army before, and was quite clever. Tang Qiu was a bit surprised, but genuinely happy for her uncle. Then I won't hold back and accept it. I also drew a few design sketches recently. Uncle, you can take a look first. Tang Qiu went inside and brought out her new design sketches. Recently, whenever she had free time, she would draw ideas and keep some. She handed the sketches to Du Jun, who was very impressed. I think your drawings are better than those in magazines. Gu Shichuan also couldn't help but lean over to look.
His wife
was so amazing. Uncle, you also read magazines? Tang Qiu was even more excited. It seemed she wouldn't need to worry much about the renovation company in the future. Her uncle was someone who kept up with the times. Yes, I saw them. Dad asked someone to buy some renovation magazines from Harbor City. He said I can't rely only on Qiu. You're alone, and it's tiring. We need to be self-reliant. Du Daqiang and the others knew Tang Qiu just wanted to help them, but they also couldn't rely solely on her. They wanted to repay Qiu. Then I'll rely on Uncle to support me in the future. Tang Qiu playfully waved the thick envelope in her hand. Inside was money that represented her uncle's love. If he wanted to hide it from her, whether he gave her the money or not, she might never know. Gu Shichuan, did you see that? If you dare to bully Qiu in the future, I won't be able to support her. Du Jun deliberately looked serious to support Tang Qiu, and Gu Shichuan hurriedly begged for mercy. Uncle, don't worry.
I cherish her more than that.
Gu Shichuan felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. He couldn't do worse than his uncle and brother-in-law. Qiu, I also made some soup.
Drink some quickly.
Lin Yuexia had just seen off a guest and hurried over to serve Tang Qiu a bowl of soup. Tang Qiu happily accepted it. Although I already ate, the soup my sister-in-law made is so fresh. I have to try it. Yuexia, you eat. I'll go downstairs and watch the shop. Du Daqiang also cared for his wife. He hurried downstairs to check on the store, noticing that Lin Yuexia looked a bit thinner. Tang Qiu rarely felt a bit embarrassed. Big sister-in-law, I overlooked this. I've been out running around these days. You've been tired watching the shop alone. We need to add someone to help. We need to hire someone else. Before, I could only ask the person next to me to help answer your calls, worried that someone might steal our clothes. Lin Yuexia is not afraid of hard work. She just has to watch the shop alone and keep an eye outside, especially since security isn't very good at this time. Gu Shichuan, how about asking your sister-in-law to come help? Tang Qiu turns to look at Gu Shichuan. Since starting her business, she has mostly involved her maternal relatives, and her in-laws haven't been involved. Huang Yumiao has a good personality and treats her well. Now that times are tough, Tang Qiu thinks of her. It's all up to you. Gu Shichuan thinks for a moment and says, if you think she's suitable, then that's fine. If not, there's no need to force it just for my sake. He doesn't want his wife to feel she has to do things she doesn't want just to please him. Then I'll go later and talk to my sister-in-law, ask her to come see the shop. Tang Qiu looks at the small house and notices the increasing amount of money in her bank account, which makes her think about buying a house. Uncle, we're earning quite a bit now. Living in a rental isn't ideal. Have you thought about buying a house? Dada and his wife are looking at houses. Du Jun supports the idea of the children settling in Wucheng. Anyway, the house back home won't be sold. Honestly, Qiu'er, your older brother and I have already found a house. It's not far from here, Lin Yuexia says openly. We can't keep living here forever, and she gently strokes her belly. It doesn't matter where I live with your cousin, but we want to give it the best. Is your sister-in-law pregnant too? Tang Qiu is very happy. She's glad someone else is also expecting, and she's very pleased. Yes, not long ago. Lin Yuexia's eyes are gentle. Thanks to Qiu'er, since moving to the city with you, I have everything I wanted. You're lucky, sister-in-law. Since you and your older brother have already picked a house, go ahead and buy it. The sooner, the better, for peace of mind. Tang Qiu suddenly says, when you're looking at houses, keep an eye out for me too. If you find something suitable, let me know. I also want to buy one. Don't you already have a house? Lin Yuexia is confused. Qiu'er has a factory, so she shouldn't lack a place to live. But Tang Qiu confidently replies, I like buying houses. Later, I can rent it out, and it will bring in some income without doing anything. I support you. Although Gu Shichuan rarely speaks, he understood clearly that his wife helped her uncle start a renovation company. Now, her uncle and cousin are working hard to grow the business, and the money is shared with his wife. Based on what you said, there is indeed one. Lin Yuexia thoughtfully replied, it's the house next to the one I want to buy. It's a 3-bedroom, 1 living room place. Their children are too many to fit, and since they earn some money, they want to buy a bigger one. If the price is right, I'll buy it. Tang Qiu thought buying a house was as easy as buying a chicken and didn't take it seriously. Lin Yuexia reminded her, but that house isn't new. It might be quite old. No problem, I'll go see it when I have time. Tang Qiu thought, maybe the old house could be demolished for redevelopment, and she didn't care much about the money. Tomorrow when I go to buy the house, Autumn, come with me. Lin Yuexia didn't ask further. After dinner, Du Jun took Du Daqiang to work, and since Tang Qiu was leaving, Lin Yuexia didn't stay on the second floor. Are you okay being alone here? Tang Qiu was still worried about Gu Shichuan, who nodded. It's fine. I can control the wheelchair now and take care of myself. Remember to take your medicine. Tang Qiu poured water by the bed. If you really need to go to the bathroom, ask my sister-in-law to find a man from the nearby shop to help. Paying him is fine. Gu Shichuan. Okay. Gu Shichuan watched eagerly as Tang Qiu left to inquire about Director Xiao. Director Xiao lived in the coal mine dormitory. Tang Qiu wore a hat and disguised herself, blending into a group of women chatting and munching sunflower seeds. Hey, did you hear? Director Xiao got into big trouble this time. Don't be too surprised. It's not the first time. He was fine before. This time almost caused a tragedy. It's different. Grandma, you're so sure he'll come back. Do you know something secret? Tang Qiu looked curious. The grandma found her unfamiliar and asked, are you from our community? I haven't seen you before. I just arrived. Tang Qiu casually said, I usually live in the brigade. I just got pregnant, and I came to see my husband. When I heard your gossip, I came over to listen. Oh, you want to know the inside story? The grandma smiled mysteriously. I'll only tell you, but don't go out and say it. Okay, grandma, tell me. Tang Qiuxin thought, this lady's mouth is really loose. Before she leaves to tell others, everyone will already know from her own words. That Director Xiao, he's actually not too bad. The lady clicked her tongue. But he married a strong wife. My brother-in-law has some connections in the provincial city, and whenever there's a problem, he handles it there. Oh, lady, your information network is really wide. Everyone eagerly complimented the lady, and she proudly said, of course. My sister's husband's family has a sister who used to work at her house. Don't think Director Xiao is all high and mighty outside. At home, he acts humble and tries to please his wife. Really? So Director Xiao is quite flexible. Isn't that just relying on soft food? No wonder he's after Armine's money. He's probably very poor. Listening to everyone's words, Tang Qiuxin fell into thought. When the crowd dispersed and she hadn't left yet, she followed the lady who had just spoken with Kai Kai. Lady, you're deliberately telling me these things, right? She had felt strange earlier. When normal people see her just arrived, they would ask who she is. But the lady didn't ask, nor did she give others the chance to ask. Now, with no one else around, Qin Demao calmly admitted, that day when you caused trouble, I saw you from afar. Yes, my older brother was injured at the coal mine. Our whole family wants justice for him. Thank you for telling me this. Tang Qiuxin knew the lady was intentionally helping her, but she smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm not doing this for you. My good friend's child was also hurt at the coal mine. They just paid a few dozen yuan to settle it. If my family didn't rely on the coal mine for a living, I wouldn't bother to stand up for her. So, she hoped Tang Qiuxin and others could overthrow Director Xiao. That would be good for the coal mine. Don't worry, lady. At first, we only wanted compensation for my older brother. But hearing what you said, I think someone like Director Xiao doesn't deserve to hold that position. Tang Qiuxin's words moved the lady slightly. She lowered her voice and told her, I've been watching Director Xiao. He acts like a gentle lamb in front of his wife, but unfortunately, she can't have children. So, he keeps a woman outside, and has a son with her. You also know about this? Tang Qiuxin was a bit surprised, but the lady looked sad as she lowered her head. My older sister's child was afraid of burdening the family and hanged himself. My sister couldn't bear thee and followed her son. No one in the family has sought justice for her. Even if you didn't come to find me, I plan to secretly write a report and pass this information upward. Of course, the letter written by the victim's family is more trustworthy than hers. Ma'am, please let me handle this. Could you kindly tell me that person's address? Tang Qiu didn't expect that after searching everywhere in vain, she would find the address so easily. After getting the woman's address from the elderly lady, Tang Qiu rode her bike to find her. However, she stayed cautious and didn't go directly. Instead, she stopped at a small restaurant to eat and observed carefully. By evening, she saw Director Xiao hurriedly enter a courtyard and leave shortly after, looking quite relaxed. It seemed he believed no one dared to confront him. He. Unfortunately for him, she was the one who had caught him. She didn't rush back but rested in her space for a while. When it was late and everyone was asleep, she quietly slipped into the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Director Xiao came again. She crouched behind a wall and could hear his low voice. Be sure to keep these things carefully. Even though my father-in-law is backing us, I need to leave a way out for you too. Old Xiao, I knew you cared most about our son. The woman coquettishly pouted, and soon, the house was filled with some discordant sounds. Tang Qiu. She just wanted to gather some evidence and didn't want to listen to all this. But she didn't dare enter her space, afraid of missing the key moment when the woman hid something. Finally, after about 10 minutes of waiting, Director Xiao, who was getting older, left. Otherwise, Tang Qiu might have frozen. At last, the woman reluctantly saw Director Xiao off. Through the window, Tang Qiu saw her hide the things Xiao brought into the dusty stove in the kitchen. Dangu. Well, isn't this convenient for her? She clicked her tongue and, after the woman went back to rest, quickly entered her kitchen, brushed off the dust inside the stove, and took out a large paper-wrapped bundle. Inside, there was an account book, a bank book with some cash and some jewelry and gold bars. She left a stack of cash for the woman, then took everything else. Hurrying back to her small shop, she saw Du Daqiang and Lin Yuexia anxiously preparing to leave. Qiu'er, you're finally back. We waited for you at home but couldn't find you, so we were about to go to the hospital to look for you. Brother-in-law was so worried, urging us to go find you. I was also worried. Seeing Tang Qiu safe and sound, Du Daqiang couldn't help but say, next time, maybe I should go with you. I don't feel at ease with you coming back so late. I just want to take care of some things. Tang Qiu didn't want to admit she was up to no good, so she straightened her clothes and went upstairs. In the living room, Gu Shichuan looked unhappy, staring at her intently, which made Tang Qiu feel a little nervous. I want to find out about Director Xiao, so I came back a bit late. All right, rest early tonight. Gu Shichuan turned in his wheelchair and went to his room. Tang Qiu felt the atmosphere was strange. Lin Yuexia quickly lowered her voice and said, "Your brother-in-law kept saying he would wait for you at dinner. He's been waiting for hours. Autumn, you should explain things to him." "Okay, sister-in-law. You all should rest now." Tang Qiu followed into the room. Gu Shichuan looked quite lonely, his wheelchair beside the bed. He stared at the dark window, lost in thought. "Gu Shichuan, are you angry?" Tang Qiu didn't know how to comfort him, so she simply said, "I made you worried today. It was my fault. I'll come back earlier next time." "I'm not angry with you." Gu Shichuan's voice was soft and hoarse. He joked, "I'm just angry with myself. I wanted to come find you myself, but I couldn't do it." He felt he couldn't protect her at such times, so Gu Shichuan was angry at himself. Tang Qiu, expecting to be scolded, widened her eyes in disbelief and looked at the man in front of her, then suddenly smiled. "Gu Shichuan, you're so cute." He wasn't just good-looking but also had a nice personality. "Autumn, none of this is your fault. I should be the one responsible." Gu Shichuan understood that Tang Qiu was helping the Gu family, which made him feel even more guilty. "You don't need to be angry at yourself. Today, I found evidence that Director Xiao was embezzling money, so I couldn't help but delay a bit. I'll come back earlier next time." Tang Qiu excitedly took out the evidence and handed it to Gu Shichuan. He was surprised. He didn't expect such a small girl to do something so big. "Let me see." Gu Shichuan took the ledger she handed over. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. When he saw the amount on the bank book, his brow furrowed. Director Xiao, a minor, had such a big nerve. This wasn't a small amount. "What do you plan to do?" "I'll write a report and send it up." Tang Qiu explained her plan and even took out paper and pen to write quickly. Gu Shichuan quietly watched his wife, feeling more affectionate. He gently stroked the ledger with his fingertips. "Wife," called Da Qiang over. "If this report isn't handed to the right person, it won't be useful, no matter how much we complain. Do you know anyone?" Tang Qiu was very surprised, but Gu Shichuan calmly admitted, "He's a former comrade of mine. I didn't tell you before because I didn't want to show favoritism. But now I have proof. As long as he handles things officially, at least he won't have his accounts and savings taken by the people behind Director Xiao. I'll go call Brother Da Qiang." Tang Qiu immediately hurried to knock on Da Qiang's door. Da Qiang's voice was muffled. "Qiu, wait for me." "Thank you." "Oh no, I think I disturbed his good mood." She nervously ran back to her room, blushing like a strawberry. "What's wrong?" Gu Shichuan looked at her strangely, feeling a bit confused. Tang Qiu almost bit her tongue out of embarrassment. I think I disturbed my sister-in-law and them." It took Gu Shichuan a while to understand what Tang Qiu meant. His ears also turned slightly red. He awkwardly said, "Sister-in-law is pregnant. You must have misunderstood." Before Tang Qiu could reply, Da Qiang knocked and came in. "Qiu, do you need something?" Seeing his calm expression, Tang Qiu doubted whether she had misunderstood earlier. She awkwardly smiled. "Yes, I have a small request. Da Qiang, please deliver this letter to this address." Gu Shichuan placed the item in an envelope, then wrote an address and handed it to Da Qiang. The distance wasn't far, and Da Qiang readily agreed. "Okay, don't worry, Qiu. I'll be back soon." He didn't ask what it was about but agreed right away. Before leaving, he helped Gu Shichuan onto the bed, worried she might be tired. Listening to his footsteps downstairs, Gu Shichuan couldn't help but feel emotional. Your cousin and them really treat you well. Only those who truly see her as a sister wouldn't mind what she needed help with and would always notice if she was tired. They are very good to me. Tang Qiu felt that coming here was worth it just to meet such caring family members. She thought she still had some dust on her fingertips that hadn't been wiped clean. "I'll go wash up first." She quickly went into the bathroom, washed herself in the space, and after tidying up, she returned to her room. She found Gu Shichuan already asleep, probably given medicine by her older brother during the day. She tiptoed onto the bed without disturbing him and soon fell asleep. She didn't notice Gu Shichuan opening his eyes in the dark, softly watching her sleep. In the morning, Da Qiang told her the item had been delivered. Tang Qiu was very happy. Before leaving, Da Qiang said, "Qiu, go to the hospital without worry. Your brother-in-law has me. I'll give him medicine. In the afternoon, we'll go see the house together." "Okay. Please, big brother." Tang Chi left without any worries, as she had a lot to do today, one thing after another. When she arrived at the hospital, Zhang Gong'an was talking with Mother Gu and Gu Shirshu. "Director Xiao is willing to settle. If you have any conditions, just say them. I'll go talk to him." "Just chatting." Tang Chi calmly walked in, and Huang Yumiao immediately brought her a stool. "Autumn, sit down. Don't tire yourself." Zhang Gong'an. This woman really holds a high status at home and is well treated. "Comrade, I'll listen to my mother." Gu Shirshu felt his mind wasn't sharp enough, so he chose not to speak. Mother Gu rarely thought her son was smart, and Zhang Gong'an smiled and asked her, "May I ask, Madam, what are your thoughts?" "Autumn, you're the smartest in our family. You tell us." Mother Gu looked eagerly at Tang Chi, and the whole family was watching her. Tang Chi looked at Father Gu. "Dad, your mother wants you to speak, just say it. I'll listen to your mother." Father Gu thought about the coal mine and believed his daughter-in-law was indeed cleverer than himself. His ideas must be the best. "I heard that coal mines have corresponding compensation rules. My older brother's situation should follow those." Tang Chi thought for a moment and didn't ask for too much. She added, "As for my mother-in-law, she was also injured in the coal mine. Just give 1,000 or 800 for nutrition, medical expenses, and lost wages." 1,000 or 800. Zhang Gong'an was a bit speechless, twitching his mouth. Seeing Tang Chi's serious eyes, he sighed and said, "All right, I'll communicate with them. If they don't agree, it'll be hard to resolve." Gu Shirshu's compensation was easier to settle. "Comrade, don't worry. He'll definitely agree," Tang Chi said confidently, which made Zhang Gong'an feel somewhat puzzled. He didn't think much and assumed Tang Chi didn't want to let Director Xiao off easily. After they left, Mother Gu happily said, "Autumn, how do you know Director Xiao will definitely agree? He's in trouble and eager to get rid of us quickly." Tang Chi clicked her tongue and got up to check Gu Shirshu's leg. It was recovering well, but her father looked a bit worried. "Autumn, staying in the hospital all the time isn't good. The farmland at home. What are you so anxious about? Once the coal mine pays compensation, it can cover a year's worth of your land." Mother Gu looked at Father Gu with some helplessness. "Autumn, don't worry about this. Rest well. We have enough to eat and drink in the hospital. We won't starve." "Okay." After Tang Qiu finished checking Gu Shirshu, she looked at Huang Yumiao and asked, "Big sister-in-law, my clothing shop still needs someone. Would you like to come work there selling clothes?" "Huh." Huang Yumiao was massaging Gu Shirshu's leg and didn't expect Tang Qiu to change the topic so quickly. It was Gu's mother who responded first. "You silly girl, your sister-in-law just wants to help you out. You should agree quickly." "Qiu, do you think I can do it?" Huang Yumiao asked shyly. "I'm worried I might hold you back." "Don't worry. Sister-in-law Da Qiang is used to this kind of work. She'll teach you."
딴 그거 din mitstivo.
"I believe you can do well, or I won't pay you a salary." "All right, if I don't satisfy you, I won't get paid." Huang Yumiao was very touched. True friendship shows in tough times. Compared to the third sister-in-law causing trouble and wanting to split the family at a critical moment, Qiu is truly family. "Here's the address. Once the matter here is settled, just come directly." Tang Qiu gave an address and said to Gu's parents, "Parents, this should be resolved soon. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." "Okay, go ahead. We're fine here." Gu's mother looked at Tang Qiu with increasing approval. She spoke more gently to her. After she left, she happily said, "Thanks to Tang Ping's blind eyes for not liking second brother. Otherwise, second brother wouldn't have married such a good wife like Qiu. This is fate for second brother and Qiu. They are a perfect match." Huang Yumiao, who wasn't very educated, only remembered this phrase because it was said to her by a knowledgeable youth during the collective when she got married. Tang Qiu thought about Gu Shichuan's mobility issues. Da Qiang had bought a house, so she was worried that she and Gu Shichuan might end up living on the second floor of the clothing shop. Thinking about Gu Shichuan's large size, Tang Qiu knew she couldn't take care of him properly. Maybe she should find a caregiver? Since she was at the hospital, Tang Qiu decided to ask about it. Big sister-in-law. Sun Xiaojuan's voice suddenly rang out. Tang Qiu saw him carrying big and small bags, probably items from his discharge. Xiaojun, your mother was discharged so quickly?
Yes.
Sun Xiaojun smiled brightly. My mother has an old illness. She recovered well after surgery and didn't want to stay in the hospital. And my younger sister's place isn't far from here. She's taking care of my mother, which makes things easier. He scratched his head. I also need to pay you back, sister-in-law, so I'm looking for a job. My sister's financial situation isn't good, and she feels guilty. She insists on helping out. You're looking for a job? Tang Qiu caught the key point in his words and looked at Sun Xiaojuan's sturdy build. Yes, sister-in-law. Sun Xiaojun confidently said, my injury is on my back. I have a few bullet casings still inside, but it doesn't affect my normal life. I just can't train or take part in missions. As long as I can find a job, I can still earn money. He wanted his sister-in-law to know he had the ability to repay his debts. I have a job opportunity, but I don't know if you're interested. Tang Qiu hesitated for a moment, worried that Sun Xiaojun might think she looked down on him, unsure how to ask. But Sun Xiaojun excitedly said, sister-in-law, now any job is just a matter of picking vegetables or digging holes. Whatever it is, I can do it. Well, your brother Gu's movements are a bit limited now, especially since he needs effort for recovery. I'm pregnant, and can't support him alone. I want to find someone who knows the situation well to take care of him. If you're willing, I can pay you a salary similar to that of a caregiver. Tang Qiu was afraid Sun Xiaojun might feel embarrassed, so she quickly said, if you think it's not suitable, that's okay. I can ask at the hospital. But Sun Xiaojun happily replied, sister-in-law, I'm willing. But I don't need a salary to take care of Brother Gu. That's not usual. Tang Qiu said, pleased that he was willing. Although you and Brother Gu are close, you also have your own family and need to live. You should be paid accordingly. She gave an address. Go take care of your mother first. No rush for a few days. When you're done, come to this address to find us. Okay, sister-in-law. Sun Xiaojun happily carried his things and walked away. Tang Qiu rode her bike back home feeling pretty good. She first stopped at a furniture factory. Today, many people were still ordering furniture. When Du Erqiang saw her, he quickly said excitedly, Qiu, I've already reported the matter to the industrial and commercial department as you suggested. You don't know, Boss Zhou was so scared he almost died. He even asked about the furniture he sold last night. They're even afraid to buy any more stock from the warehouse. Looks like they lost quite a bit this time. Well, it's their own fault for going down the crooked path. The infringement issue is confirmed, and we will definitely get compensation. Tang Qiu wanted this result. From now on, other furniture factories wouldn't dare to copy their designs freely. They could follow trends, but no one dared to make exact copies. While they were talking, Tang Qiu saw from afar that Master Lien was being chased out of the dormitory building. He looked like a drenched rat. Since she learned what he had done, the old colleagues at the furniture factory had all spoken coldly to him. We've worked together at the factory for so many years. I really didn't expect you to be like this. Old Lien, don't say I know you anymore. You are no longer part of our factory, so it's better you stay away and prepare to compensate us for the losses. Master Lien, looking dusty and tired, carried his luggage and saw Tang Qiu and Du Erqiang. He awkwardly smiled. Sorry, director. He hurriedly left, probably not wanting to hear more unpleasant words. Du Erqiang snorted. Qiu, I think he hasn't truly repented. Maybe he's gone to work for Boss Zhou. If he goes to Boss Zhou, he's just asking for trouble. Tang Qiu smirked sarcastically. Who would accept someone who betrayed them? Du Erqiang took Tang Qiu into Vice Director Yang's office. Vice Director Yang was studying the new drawings Tang Qiu had made. When he saw her, he excitedly gestured and cheered. Director, with these drawings, We don't have to worry about renewal issues. You're amazing. Even better than the designer boss Zhou brought back from abroad. I just designed based on popular tastes. Tang Qiu was over 4 months pregnant now and showing a bit. Vice Director Yang quickly offered her his seat. As soon as she sat down, someone came over. Director, Boss Zhou is here. Ask him to wait in the meeting room. Tang Qiu had already expected Boss Zhou to come. Being someone who had worked in the provincial capital, he knew what this trademark meant. Qiu, how do you plan to handle this? Du Erqiang was quite curious. He had been learning a lot recently, but hadn't studied this before. Vice Director Yang whispered to Tang Qiu, Director, if you really report this, it could take a long time. Their factory was in a growth period, and they probably didn't have the time or energy to fuss over it. Make peace. Tang Qiu smiled mischievously, but the price of peace might be a bit high. She truly didn't have time to waste on Boss Zhou. The baby in her belly couldn't wait forever. And without paying a bigger price, how could other furniture factories be afraid? Everything follows the director's lead. Vice Director Yang felt relieved after getting her approval. He was worried she might act impulsively. In the meeting room, Boss Zhou sipped his tea, feeling annoyed as he waited for someone to arrive. Is your factory director here? Please wait a moment, Boss Zhou. The director is handling some matters and will be here soon. Little Chen poured him another cup of tea. Boss Zhou, feeling impatient, said, if the director isn't here, you can also send the deputy director. Old Yang was a familiar face, and maybe he could help smooth things over. Little Chen looked confused and clueless. Okay, Boss Zhou.
I'll ask.
Mr. Zhou. After 2 cups of tea, just as Mr. Zhou was getting impatient, Tang Qiu and Deputy Factory Director Yang finally arrived in the meeting room. Earlier, Tang Qiu and Deputy Director Yang finalized the details for the new furniture production, testing Mr. Zhou's patience. Manager Zhou, you really make us wait a long time. Mr. Zhou was annoyed but didn't dare show it, since he was the one who came knocking. Our factory makes good furniture, so many people come to order. Sorry to keep you waiting when things get busy. Tang Qiu sat calmly at the main seat. Du Erqiang casually poured a cup of tea for her and Deputy Director Yang. Since Tang Qiu was pregnant, she drank warm water. Manager Zhou, is there something you want to discuss with us about furniture? Deputy Director Yang's words sounded a bit sarcastic, probably because Mr. Zhou had never been friendly since he first wanted to buy the factory. Mr. Zhou looked at Tang Qiu's calm face. She was holding warm water and drinking slowly, not acting like a factory manager, but more like an outsider who didn't care. Director Tang, I want to talk to you about something similar to furniture. Similar? Du Erqiang, speaking for Tang Qiu, sneered. Just similar? The patterns and styles are similar, and even our trademark was copied. Your designers are really blind. Mr. Zhou felt a bit embarrassed. He had one good trait. He could lower himself. No longer acting arrogant, he calmly said, this was indeed not right on our part. We only wanted to compete with you, but our methods weren't very clever. I hope Director Tang can forgive us.
Ha!
You've done all your shameful deeds, and now you want us to overlook it just because we exchange words?
Dream on.
Du Erqiang mocked him with a sneer, his eyes skewed as if ready to curse. Mr. Zhou awkwardly smiled. Director Tang, this was mainly a misunderstanding caused by our subordinates. Manager Zhou, do I look like a fool? Tang Qiu stared at him directly, her gaze seeming to see through everything. Mr. Zhou felt embarrassed and wanted to scratch his toes. Yes, I was wrong too. I made mistakes and continued to make more. I realized that doing business this way isn't right. I hope you can forgive me, Director Tang. Old Zhou, you're also from our factory. How can you not want our factory to do well? Deputy Director Yang, a kind person, couldn't understand why others behaved like this. Mr. Zhou's face turned red with shame. Seeing Deputy Director Yang's confused expression, he became angry and his face flushed. Yang, you don't understand. Society isn't what it used to be. Look how many state-owned factories are left. If I want to succeed, I have to find ways. I returned from the city with all the money I had to buy a factory. I have to think about myself and my family. Old Yang, you've spent your whole life in this factory, so you probably don't understand how tough things are outside. Vice Factory Director Yang fell silent. He felt that the person in front of him no longer looked like himself, making him feel very unfamiliar. Old Yang, for the sake of our acquaintance, please help me ask Factory Director Tang. Boss Zhou looked desperate. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I can't afford to lose this job. If this matter isn't resolved, my whole family will be in trouble. I can't help you with this. I'm just a deputy director. I need to follow our factory director's decision. Although Vice Director Yang already knew Tang Qiu's decision, he didn't try to interfere. Tang Qiu felt more convinced that she hadn't made a mistake about him. Boss Zhou knew his pleas were useless and looked at Tang Qiu. Factory Director Tang, don't worry. If you forgive me this time, I promise to watch over our factory and prevent anyone from making mistakes again. It's also okay to settle this privately now. Tang Qiu paused for a few seconds. When Boss Zhou smiled confidently, she calmly said, because of this, we suffered some losses. You need to compensate us for the damages. How much? Boss Zhou felt nervous. He had invested all his money into the factory and didn't have much cash on hand. 5,000. Tang Qiu held up her hand to show 5 fingers. Boss Zhou's face turned pale, and he looked very confused. Director Tang, I really want to agree with you, but our factory's accounts don't have that much money. I can't come up with it.
Thank you.
She looked at Boss Zhou in confusion. Really? Such a big boss, and he doesn't even have 5,000 in cash? Seeing her expression, Boss Zhou shamefully lowered his head. All his money had been invested in the factory. Old Yang, I didn't mean to cheat you or lower the price intentionally. I really don't have that much money. You said you represented foreign investment? Old Yang didn't expect the truth to be like this. Boss Zhou looked even more embarrassed, wiping sweat from his forehead. I was following the foreign investor's boss before, but then I wanted to start my own business. Old Yang. So he was trying to deceive him. His attitude toward Boss Zhou became even colder. Tang Qiu was also very speechless, but she didn't plan to back down. This matter will be reported upstairs. The compensation will be the same. Take your time to think it over. For a factory with a capital of around 200,000, 5,000 yuan is not a big deal. Tang Qiu didn't expect Boss Zhou to keep pretending to be wealthy. Boss Zhou. Director Tang, please think it over again, Boss Zhou said humbly, but it was no use. Tang Qiu still held her opinion. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well go back and find a way. Vice Director Yang kindly reminded Boss Zhou. After spending some time with Tang Qiu, he roughly guessed what kind of person she was. Boss Zhou could only helplessly lower his head and leave feeling discouraged. In the past few days, the factory's business had been good. Tang Qiu stayed for a while, saw that Vice Director Yang managed things well, and then returned to the clothing store. Inside the clothing store, Lin Yuexia was calling someone to pick up the new shipment from the post office. As the weather turned cooler, Shueli, who had good taste, sent Tang Qiu many wool coats. Just then, Zhou Yanfang from Qingshui Street came to pick up her order. When she saw Tang Qiu, she was very happy. Big Sister Tang, it's been a long time since I saw you. You still look so good, just a little heavier. Since she was still unmarried, Zhou Yanfang couldn't tell that Tang Qiu was pregnant. Lin Yuexia chuckled softly.
Silly girl, Qiu is pregnant.
Really? Zhou Yanfang looked a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Sister Tang. I really didn't notice, and Brother Erqiang didn't say anything. Brother Erqiang? Tang Qiu quickly sensed that Zhou Yanfang's way of addressing him was unusual. Zhou Yanfang hurriedly explained with a smile. Brother Erqiang helped me decorate my shop nicely, and I also introduced him to some clients, so I got to know him a bit. Seeing her face turn red, Tang Qiu and Lin Yuexia exchanged glances and understood each other, without exposing Zhou Yanfang's attempt to hide something. All the new stock has arrived. You should pick some to buy. Tang Qiu picked up a wool coat and put it on. She looked bright and elegant, matching her red wool outfit, which made her look especially charming. Once Sister Tang wears this coat, I can't help but want to buy a few more. Zhou Yanfang wasn't just flattering Tang Qiu. She genuinely thought Tang Qiu looked stunning in the mirror. Her beauty had already attracted many people outside the shop. "Girl, how much are these wool coats? Do you have my size?" "Yes, yes, you can try them on." Tang Qiu dressed in a new coat and helped customers match outfits. A girl from a well-off family was so pleased she bought a whole set. Zhou Yanfang bought nearly 30,000 yuan worth of stock. Winter clothes cost a bit more, but she was confident she could sell everything. When Zhou Yanfang's goods were taken away, Tang Qiu and Lin Yuexia were organizing the stock. Lin Yuexia said, "Qiu'er, I originally wanted to go shopping for a house with you, but the shop needs someone here. Later, you and your eldest brother can go." "Okay." After checking the account book, Tang Qiu paid Lin Yuexia her wages for these days. Seeing the neat stacks of money, Lin Yuexia felt it was very hot to hold. "Qiu'er, there's so much. You gave me too much. We agreed that a few dozen a month would be enough." "That's not possible." Tang Qiu winked playfully. "You're managing the shop so well. From now on, you'll be the shop manager, so your salary will be different. Keep it for yourself." In nearly 2 months, she had given almost 2,000 yuan. Compared to the shop's profits, it wasn't a lot. Someone with a wild heart might even argue with Tang Qiu. "Thank you, Qiu." Lin Yuexia tremblingly took the wages Tang Qiu handed her. In the countryside, she had never even dared to dream of this. Since coming to the city a few months ago, with her and her husband's combined earnings, they would soon be able to become 10,000 yuan households. 10,000 yuan households. Lin Yuexia felt she could wake up laughing from a dream. She waved her hand confidently. "Qiu, I want to buy a few clothes to take back to my parents' house." In the past, she was timid when visiting her parents and often looked down on by her sister-in-law. This time, she wanted to stand tall and proud. Family members get goods at cost price. Tang Qiu was generous too. As they were talking, Du Daqiang brought over the household registration book. "Qiu, let's go buy a house." "Okay, big brother, wait for me." Before leaving, Tang Qiu finally remembered her husband on the second floor. She quickly went upstairs and saw a pair of eager eyes looking at her. Gu Shichuan had been trying to stay calm, listening at the staircase for a while but hadn't seen her come up, which made him a little uncomfortable. But when he saw her, all those uncomfortable feelings disappeared, replaced only by a hint of grievance and more happiness. "Wife, are you done?" At that moment, Tang Qiu felt like a husband who rarely comes home, while Gu Shichuan was a husband waiting eagerly. A slight guilt rose in her heart.
"Not yet."
"I came to keep you company." Tang Qiu felt sorry for her husband. She pushed him back to their room. "Just in time to give you some medicine. Your condition can be treated with acupuncture every 3 days, so it's not urgent."
"Okay."
Gu Shichuan was very obedient. The more he was like this, the more Tang Qiu felt guilty. "I'll try to come back early to keep you company in the future."
"Really?"
Gulftan. Shichuan's eyes slightly brightened. "Wife, you don't need to feel guilty. I know you're doing this for our family." "Thank you." She smiled gently. "I know staying alone can be boring, and when you need help, no one is around. Since your comrade Sun Xiaojun is looking for a job, why not ask him to come over and take care of you for a while?" Although she had already spoken to Sun Xiaojun privately, Tang Qiu still wanted to ask Shichuan for his opinion. Shichuan was momentarily stunned, then pressed his lips together and looked at Tang Qiu seriously. "Sorry, wife, I'll listen to you." Although he felt a little sad, he understood that this was the best plan. He needed to recover quickly, so he could help his wife.
"Good boy."
Tang Qiu instinctively reached out to gently ruffle his hair, but suddenly froze. Oh no, she had treated him like a puppy. Would he get angry? Shichuan was indeed a bit uncomfortable, but when he looked into his wife's beautiful, worried eyes, he instinctively lowered his gaze. "Are you going out again?" "Yes, to look at some houses." Tang Qiu poured him a glass of warm water with a little spiritual spring water inside. Shichuan sipped slowly, feeling the warmth again. He kept his head down quietly, not wanting his wife to notice his strange feelings. Every time she poured him water, it felt different. As a soldier, Shichuan was very sensitive. He knew his wife had secrets, but she didn't tell him, and he didn't plan to find out. Once son Xiaojun comes, have him take you out for a walk every day. Although Tang Qiu felt sorry for him, she also worried about her own health. She wasn't the type to sacrifice herself entirely for the family. But Sichuan liked her like this. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. As for my mother and elder brother, they're fine.
單居數咪數哩.
With your comrade handling things fairly, just wait for the news.
All right.
Sichuan looked a bit uncomfortable. Embarrassed, he asked, Wife, can you ask elder brother to come up for a moment? Tang Qiu was surprised for a moment before understanding his meaning. She quickly smiled and said, Sure, wait a moment. She took her household registration book and some cash, ready to buy a house at any time, then hurried downstairs. Daqiang, please help Sichuan go to the bathroom. Okay. Du Daqiang was counting money with Lin Yuexia when he heard this. He quickly went upstairs, not thinking much of it. Your man cares about his pride. He hasn't asked me to help him before, and since it's just a man and a woman, I didn't feel comfortable being alone with him. Lin Yuexia softly explained to Tang Qiu, worried that her sister might misunderstand her. Sister-in-law, I still don't know what kind of person you are. Tang Qiu smiled and said, I brought his comrade over to take care of him for a few days. You see, I don't look like I can serve others. You're still thoughtful. Knowing that Tang Qiu earns a good income, Lin Yuexia didn't mind. As long as her sister could relax a bit, spending money was fine. Originally, she and her husband planned to stay here for a while to help Gu Sichuan. Since Tang Qiu found someone, once they bought a house, they could move out quickly. Soon, Du Daqiang came down from the second floor. Let's go, Qiu. We're walking there. It's not far.
Okay.
Tang Qiu carried her own bag. Du Daqiang kindly said, Qiu, big brother will carry your bag.
Okay.
Tang Qiu never felt wronged. Since someone was helping, she accepted it happily. As Du Daqiang said, it wasn't far, just behind their building, in a nearby house. The owner of the house had been waiting for Du Daqiang. Du Daqiang explained foolishly, Comrade, this is my sister. She's here to look at houses with me.
Okay.
The owner was a man in his 50s. He didn't mind who Du Daqiang brought along and took him upstairs, then took out the key and opened the door. The house Du Daqiang liked wasn't very big, just a 2-bedroom. It looked a bit old, but was very clean. The owner spoke with a nostalgic tone. If my wife hadn't gone to help our son with the kids, we wouldn't want to sell this house. Mainly because their son wanted a bigger place, and they didn't have enough money. Grandpa, I want this house. Du Daqiang took out the 3,000 yuan he had prepared and handed it to the owner. The owner immediately looked very happy. All right, we'll do the transfer now. By the way, Grandpa, you mentioned earlier that the 3-bedroom next door is for sale. Can you take my sister to see it? She wants to buy it. Du Daqiang always thought of Tang Qiu. The owner, Mr. Chen, was in a good mood after receiving the money and smiled happily. It's not just one 3-bedroom. There are several. They used to belong to our workplace. Everyone's thinking of buying a bigger house for their children's wedding or to improve their living conditions. Mostly, these houses were old and wanted to be replaced with larger ones. Grandpa, can you take me to see it? Tang Qiu's eyes lit up slightly. She had just carefully looked at the house. Although it was an apartment, it was quite old, and the corridor outside looked quite worn. Adding a good location right next to the market, and there is a high chance of demolition in the future. Buying an extra apartment is definitely a good deal. Sounds good. Hearing this, Grandpa Chen was very quick to agree. He took Tang Qiu and Uncle Du to the next door. Old Zhao, aren't you selling your 3-bedroom house?
Someone wants to see it.
He spoke loudly, calling out to an old man playing chess nearby. Hearing this, the old man stopped his game and stood up quickly. Stay here for now, I have something to do. He then happily walked over, thinking the potential buyers were Uncle Du and Tang Qiu, and said warmly, Comrade, you have good taste. My house not only has a good location, but also good feng shui. It will be convenient for your children to go to school in the future. He thought Tang Qiu and Uncle Du were a couple and noticed that Tang Qiu was pregnant. Uncle Du was a bit surprised. He didn't catch the old man's misunderstanding and said to Tang Qiu, Qiu, It will be easier for my nephew and niece to go to school then. Are you not a couple? Grandpa Xiao finally understood his mistake and quickly explained awkwardly. Sorry, I have poor eyesight. It's okay, Grandpa. Take me to see the house. Tang Qiu seemed to see a bunch of gold and money flying toward her. When they climbed the stairs, a neighbor asked, Old Zhao, are you really planning to sell this house? Yes, Grandpa Zhao chuckled. When I move out, I'll tell you the address. We can still have tea together. Old Zhao, you've lived here for so many years. Are you willing to part with it? Suddenly, a window from a nearby house opened, and a woman's head appeared. She smiled warmly at Tang Qiu and Uncle Du comrade. I also want to sell my house. Do you want to come in and take a look? Hey, Sister Kai, that's not fair. How can you steal my tenants? Grandpa Zhao was a bit speechless. Because this house was a bit old, many people were thinking of selling it and buying a new one. If it weren't for Old Chen and Old Zhao's good relationship, he wouldn't have directly recommended Tang Qiu to see Old Zhao's house. Why are you talking about stealing or not stealing? That's rude. Sister Kai smiled brightly. I just called a couple of young comrades to look. Whichever one they like best is up to their taste.
Get lost.
Old Zhao, annoyed, blocked Sister Kai's smiling face and kindly said to Tang Qiu and Uncle Du, young comrades, my house is upstairs. Let's go. It's okay, young comrades. After you see his house, you can come and see mine. Sister Kai was also very enthusiastic, worried that Tang Qiu and Uncle Du might run away. Before long, some neighbors who had heard the news came over. Old Chen, you're not very kind. You didn't even introduce me to anyone. Comrade, I have a 2-bedroom apartment at home. You should come take a look. My place is a 4-bedroom. If you like it, you can consider it. Old Zhao and Old Chen were stunned, and Du Daqiang was even more overwhelmed. He gently tugged at Tang Qiu. Qiu, maybe we should come back another time. At this moment, they were surrounded, but Tang Qiu was very happy. Please don't argue, elders. I'll go see everything later. Actually, I have some employees who don't have a place to stay. If you're serious about selling, I might buy a few, or even all of them. Everyone. Buy a few more? Are you sure she's not joking with us?
Qiu.
Du Daqiang was almost scared to death. He gently tugged at Tang Qiu's sleeve, wondering if she had said something inappropriate. How could someone buy so many apartments? It wouldn't make money, just wasteful. Old Chen was also very surprised. He looked at Du Daqiang with doubt. Du Daqiang lowered his voice and told Tang Qiu, Qiu, you can't just say things like that. These elders are hard to deal with. Brother, I didn't fool them, Tang Qiu said very seriously.
Du Daqiang felt dizzy.
Don't you have a dormitory at your furniture factory? Don't worry, I bought them for a purpose. Tang Qiu chuckled confidently and said, Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. We'll go see Uncle Zhao first. You all go back and prepare. Just note down the names at Uncle Chen's place. I'll visit each one later.
Huh?
Uncle Chen received a big task and was still confused.
Thank you, Sir Mai Wam Li.
Sorry for the trouble, Uncle. I'll thank you properly after I finish. Okay. Go quickly to Uncle Zhao's house. I promise I'll complete the task. Uncle Chen borrowed paper and a pen and started quickly writing down names, making everyone present both excited and a bit incredulous. Let's go. Uncle Zhao waved weakly to his friends. He even secretly wondered if little Tang was just trying to buy time. That might be possible, so he wanted to quickly finish viewing the houses with Tang Qiu and avoid these people. So, Tang Qiu and Du Daqiang followed Uncle Zhao to the 4th floor. When the door opened, a strange smell wafted out. Tang Qiu was a bit confused but followed Uncle Zhao inside. Uncle Zhao looked slightly embarrassed.
Please don't mind.
I didn't know you were coming to see the house at this time, so I didn't tidy it much. My wife went to her son's place to take care of the kids, so the house is a bit messy. Thank you. This place is not just a little messy, it's almost like a junkyard. The living room is full of clutter, and there's a layer of dust on the floor. The old man looks so energetic, but surprisingly, he's very lazy at home, just like Tang Qiu. However, although Tang Qiu is lazy, she can still get people to do chores. The house is a bit messy, but overall it's in good shape, with no major problems. When Grandpa Zhao said this, he seemed a little guilty. Even Du Daqiang, who has a strong mental attitude, couldn't help but cover his nose. Grandpa, isn't your bathroom clean? Oh, maybe I forgot to flush. Grandpa Zhao quickly ran into the bathroom. Since Tang Qiu was pregnant, she almost vomited from the smell. She quickly stood outside the door and took a few deep breaths. Soon, Grandpa Zhao awkwardly came out. My house is about the same as old Chen's after tidying up, plus an extra room. Little Tang, what do you think? Grandpa, you saw it too. Many people want to sell their houses. My sister wants to buy one, and there are many options. Your house is dirty and smelly, and if the price is still high, we don't have to buy from you. Du Daqiang thought to himself if he really bought this house, he'd have to bring his friends to clean it up, or else Joa might get overwhelmed by the smell. Sigh, at least 4,000. I'll include the furniture. Grandpa Zhao sighed silently. If he had known, he would have tidied up better. With this 3-bedroom, he could probably sell it for at least 4,500. Tang Qiu. She sighed softly. She didn't really want the furniture either. 3,500. Little Tang, that's too low. Grandpa Zhao felt very upset. If he had listened to his wife and tidied up, he could have sold it for more. This was a big loss. Minimum 3,800. No less. All right then. Tang Qiu knew the market prices. She wasn't buying a house for the first time. She handed the cash to Grandpa Zhao and arranged to go to the real estate bureau in the afternoon to transfer ownership. Outside Grandpa Zhao's house, Uncle Chun had already registered 5 or 6 families who wanted to sell their houses. Du Daqiang lowered his voice to advise Tang Qiu. Qiu, think carefully. Buying a house is not a small matter. You're buying so many. Don't worry, big brother. I have a sense of control. It's not just me. I think you can take a few cousins and buy a few more houses. Tang Qiu didn't dare reveal too much. Anyway, she just gave a reminder. Whether they could seize the opportunity depended on themselves. Du Daqiang fell into thought, while Tang Qiu had already approached Uncle Chen, who was smiling and said, Little Tang, do you want a 2-bedroom? There are 2 houses for sale too. Sure, let's go take a look together. Tang Qiu agreed, without hesitation. Then Lao Chen took her to visit several properties. She accepted all of them, and everything was finalized. However, she didn't carry that much cash on her. Each person paid a deposit of 200 yuan, and they agreed to meet at the housing bureau at 3:30 p.m. They finalized 6 3-bedroom apartments and 2 2-bedroom apartments, totaling 32,000 yuan. Tang Qiu spent the money quickly. Du Daqiang was completely stunned and followed her to the bank to withdraw over 30,000 yuan in cash. Then, carrying the money, she went to the housing authority. After handing the money to the buyers, she received the keys and completed the transfer. Staff. It was the first time they saw so many people coming with Tang Qiu to transfer ownership. The staff were overwhelmed. How did this young woman come up with so much money? This isn't just one house. In a short time, she got the property certificates for all 8 apartments. Tang Qiu smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly disappeared. Everyone dispersed quickly. Du Daqiang held a property certificate in his hand, happily grinning. Then he turned and saw his sister holding a bunch of property certificates.
Du Daqiang.
Sure enough, people compare to see their differences. Thank you very much today, Uncle Chen. Tang Qiu took out 800 yuan and handed it to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen was still stunned. Little comrade, what's this for? Thank you for introducing so many properties, Uncle. Everyone trusted you, so they trusted me too. Tang Qiu was generous, which surprised and pleased Uncle Chen. He also felt a bit of admiration. Little comrade, you have a big vision. You'll definitely make money in the future. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle. Tang Qiu smiled gently. Uncle Chen happily counted the money. If you find any other good properties, let me know. Tang Qiu left her contact information with Uncle Chen and then returned to the clothing store with the dizzy Du Daqiang. Du Sanqiang had just brought in a large shipment. Qiuer, you're finally back. I'll store these goods in your warehouse first. Then you help me order another batch. I'll sell out soon.
Du Sanqiang chattered on.
He packed many portable radios and cassette headphones into a big bag, planning to leave immediately to sell the items. Okay, if there's not enough space, you can put them on the second floor. Tang Qiu felt a bit annoyed. Big brother, I should have bought another warehouse if I knew earlier. Should have? Du Sanqiang only then noticed Tang Qiu holding a bunch of things, seemingly property certificates. Soon he heard his older brother softly say, "You heard right, our sister just bought 8 houses. 8.
What?
Du Sanqiang almost lost his voice. Lin Yuexia was so shocked that the clothes she was holding dropped to the ground. Even Gu Shichuan on the second floor heard it. He slightly opened his mouth, clearly very surprised. Only Du Daqiang felt relieved. Finally not the only one shocked like a country bumpkin. Qiuer, you and them go to the second floor to talk. Lin Yuexia secretly glanced outside the door, afraid someone might overhear. Du Sanqiang also stopped organizing things and happily followed Tang Qiu upstairs. As soon as they reached the second floor, they saw Gu Shichuan's shocked eyes. Tang Qiu felt excited. Third brother, you don't know. Today, I really made some people envy me in the community. Those people looked at them with envy and curiosity, like monkeys. Tang Qiu remained calm, which made Du Daqiang proud. Qiuer, how can you buy so many houses? Can you live in all of them? Du Sanqiang instinctively thought of the Gu family and their many members, giving Gu Shichuan a somewhat displeased look. Even if you want to help your in-laws, you shouldn't give away houses. Anyway, we won't be jealous of your houses. Wife, even if you want to give them, they can't afford it. I wouldn't agree either. Gu Shichuan didn't care about Du Sanqiang's attitude and quickly expressed his stance. He definitely wouldn't use his wife's money to support his family.
Who said I bought them for them?
Tang Qiu rolled her eyes impatiently. Older brothers, third brother, you guys are businessmen now. Haven't you noticed more and more people are coming to the city? It seems so. Du Daqiang thought carefully and realized it was true. He worked in renovation, and he clearly felt that more people were coming to the city looking for jobs. These people come to the city without household registration or houses. They need to eat and stay somewhere, right? Tang Qiu confidently showed her property certificates. When the time comes, I'll rent out these houses. Even if I don't work or go to work, I can lie down and collect money. That's the peak of life. Everyone was truly surprised by Tang Qiu, but they had to admit she made a lot of sense. Gu Shichuan nodded firmly. Now the country supports reform and opening up. The economy along the coast is gradually leading. Qiuer, you're right to think like that. Oh, I don't want to think so much. Since Qiuer said so, I'll also save my money to buy a few houses. Du Sanqiang has made a lot of money. He and Tang Qiu now share profits and have become wealthy, the first among their brothers to get rich. We're saving to buy a house too. Du Daqiang feels he's not very smart and believes following his clever sister will bring him wealth. Follow me, and I promise you'll enjoy a prosperous life. Tang Qiu's joking words make the two brothers feel very confident. Gu Shichuan, meanwhile, gazes at Tang Qiu, who seems to glow with light. His wife is truly impressive. Qiuer, remember to place the orders. I'm going out to earn money, to buy a house. Hearing this, Du Sanqiang becomes even more excited, eager to sell his portable music player and buy several houses. Du Daqiang feels the same, full of energy. Tang Qiu pretends to go back to her room and puts the property deed into her space. Wife, how do you know so much? Gu Shichuan looks deeply at his captivating wife, unable to imagine how someone living in the countryside could know so much. I like reading books and newspapers. I read everything. Tang Qiu takes out a needle. Just in case, I'll give you some acupuncture. Tomorrow I'll go to the hospital to see how things are going at home. She changes the subject, and Gu Shichuan wisely doesn't ask further. He obediently returns to his room, struggling to stand up by leaning on the bed, almost falling onto it. Fortunately, Tang Qiu quickly supports him. He looks tired and she sighs. Good thing I have foresight. Otherwise, with my small body, I'd definitely get exhausted and lose weight. She can't afford to suffer so much. Gu Shichuan's ears turn red. Her shallow breathing is close to his face, making his mind chaotic. He hurriedly responds, I don't want to tire you or the baby. Are you worried about the baby or about me? Tang Qiu raises an eyebrow, feeling somewhat upset. After she speaks, she bites her lip in frustration. She's not usually unreasonable. Could her hormones be making her overthink? Of course, I worry more about you. Gu Shichuan's forehead is already sweaty. He struggles to move his upper body and finally lies down, weakly explaining, You're the mother of our child. If you're well, he'll be well. You're more important. It looks like a straightforward guy, but I didn't expect you to have such a sweet mouth. Tang Qiu hums softly, in a good mood, and lifts his clothes. His previously fierce wound has healed quite a bit and no longer looks so frightening. She also notices his abdominal muscles and unconsciously swallows. Quickly, she shifts her gaze. Don't move around. I'm about to start the acupuncture.
Okay.
Gu Shichuan stared intently at his wife's slightly red face, suddenly feeling enlightened. So she liked this kind of attention. Gu Shichuan immediately knew how he should behave in front of his wife in the future. Perhaps because of his thoughts, Gu Shichuan felt that Tang Qiu's acupuncture today was much faster. After finishing, she quickly put away the gold needles. Take a rest first. When my elder brother comes back tonight, he will help you apply the medicine. Tang Qiu never did things that could be done by others herself. Gu Shichuan understood her personality and didn't blame her. They just bought a house. Lin Yuexia was eager to tidy up, so that evening Tang Qiu watched the shop alone and casually made 2 bowls of dumplings for a quick meal. Du Daqiang was busy until very late before he returned, but he also helped Gu Shichuan wash up and apply medicine. Tang Qiu felt like an outsider. Since she was pregnant, no one thought it was wrong. The next morning, Lin Yuexia, like a little hamster, had already moved some of her belongings to the new house before Tang Qiu woke up. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Yuexia was worried about how to ask for help with caring for her brother-in-law. At this moment, son Xiaojun arrived. Sister-in-law, my family's matters are settled. Where is brother Gu? Xiaojun, you came at a good time. He's on the 2nd floor. Go upstairs. Tang Qiu thought everything was just right. She smiled gently at Lin Yuexia. Sister-in-law, don't worry too much. I've already planned this. With my small body, I definitely can't take care of him alone, so I specially asked his comrade to help. You and my Daqiang can move over and live a good life. Thank you, Qiu'er. Lin Yuexia's eyes reddened with emotion. Most of the things have been moved already. Only your elder brother's stuff is left. I wanted him to stay and take care of brother Gu for a few days. Since you've invited someone, I'll ask him to come after work to help move. I can't delay my job. Sister-in-law, your hardworking attitude proves I didn't see you wrong.
Dan Gu din happily.
Anyway, she was earning most of the money, and Lin Yuexia's diligence made her happy to see. At this moment, Du Daqiang brought over Boss Zhou, looking a bit unhappy. Qiu'er, Boss Zhou is looking for you. Boss Zhou held a briefcase, smiled awkwardly when he saw Tang Qiu, and looked strangely intimidating. Director Tang, our factory is in a special situation. We really can't get the money and had to borrow 4,000 from relatives. Boss Zhou took out a stack of money from his briefcase, clearly feeling distressed and reluctant. Tang Qiu didn't respond. Boss Zhou, I agreed on the amount. If there's even a small mistake, I won't accept the settlement. Either we settle this now or we walk away. Don't, Director Tang. Boss Zhou quickly interrupted Tang Qiu. I borrowed this money. Count it. He swiftly took the remaining money out of his briefcase. Du Erqiang was a bit eager. Hey, you clearly brought enough money. Why pretend?
Well,
if we can reduce it a little, that would be better. Everyone's having a hard time. Boss Zhou sighed slightly, looking tired and no longer as spirited and proud as the first time Tang Qiu saw him. Second brother, help me count. Tang Qiu handed the money to Du Erqiang, calmly eating breakfast. After counting carefully, he said, That's correct, Qiu'er. Tang Qiu looked up at Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou, this matter is settled. Please don't sell anything from my factory again, or next time, I won't hold back. I understand, Director Tang. Boss Zhou clenched his teeth tightly. I hope Director Tang won't go back on his word. Please sign a receipt. I can't just write a receipt casually. Tang Qiu thought for a moment and wrote a note, clearly stating that this was compensation from Boss Zhou for the damage caused by using their factory's trademark. Boss Zhou. This Director Tang is quite clever. Really good at countering tricks. He can't outsmart her at all. Here, Boss Zhou, keep this safe. Check it regularly. It might serve as a warning. Tang Qiu's words were sharp, making Boss Zhou's face turn dark with anger. He looked grim. Don't worry, Director Tang. From now on, even if my factory goes bankrupt, I won't make similar products to yours again. After saying that, he brushed past and left. Du Erqiang felt quite satisfied. Look at how arrogant he was when he first saw us. Now he's got a taste of today. Second brother, he must have some ability to save so much money in Xingqing. Don't underestimate him. Tang Qiu's gentle reminder was overheard by Gu Shichuan. Sun Xiaojun quietly went downstairs behind him. Now, Gu Shichuan had become very accepting of his wife's impressive achievements. He even believed she built a spaceship. Sister-in-law, I see Gu Ge has been feeling down. Let's take him out for a walk. Sun Xiaojun gently placed Gu Shichuan in a wheelchair. His dedicated attitude made Tang Qiu feel very reassured. You're doing well. I need to go to the hospital. Shichuan, do you want to come? Tang Qiu asked casually, expecting him to refuse. To her surprise, he happily agreed. Sure. Thank you. So, the three of them went to the hospital. Tang Qiu couldn't walk well, so she rode a bike, while Sun Xiaojun pushed Gu Shichuan along. Thank you. Their pace was slow. When they arrived, not only was Zhang Gong there, but Tang Qiu also saw a woman in her 30s or 40s. She was dressed very neatly, with her hair carefully styled, and spoke very sincerely. I'm really sorry. I just found out about these things. This is some compensation for you. Please accept it. Madam, the Xiao family is very sincere. There are 2,000 yuan inside. Zhang Gong'an wasn't biased toward Director Xiao. He had plenty of work at the police station and didn't have time to waste with them. 1,000 is for your son, and 1,000 is for you. Plus these nutritional supplements. Please take them all. This woman was Lu Manfeng, Director Zhao's wife. She looked anxious, eager for Gu's mother to agree immediately. Gu's mother hesitated, but then saw Tang Qiu come in. Qiu'er, come here quickly. Father, mother, older brother, and sister-in-law. Tang Qiu entered the house gracefully, with Sun Xiaojun pushing Gu Shichuan right behind her. Huang Yumiao immediately relayed their words, finishing with, We've been compensated with 2,000 yuan. Mother, I want to hear your opinion. Mother, you decide this yourselves. Tang Qiu's meaning was that she was somewhat satisfied with the condition, even though it was a tiny amount compared to Director Zhao's greed on his bank book. But they were just ordinary people. If they pushed too hard, they worried the other side might get desperate. Anyway, someone would deal with Director Xiao eventually. Gu's father was clever. He understood the hidden meaning in Tang Qiu's words. He looked at Gu Shichuan, who nodded very slightly. So, Gu's father said, all right, take the money. Let's settle this matter. From now on, we won't cause trouble for your family at the coal mine. That's good. Lu Manfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Gong'an was much more cautious. He took out some documents. You guys accept the money, but you need to sign a letter of understanding. Qiu'er, you, and heir should look at it. Gu's father didn't even look and directly handed the document to Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan. Tang Qiu glanced at it briefly, then handed it to Gu Shichuan. Gu Shichuan read it and nodded slightly. Okay, we'll sign. In the future, if your Xiao family has any problems, don't try to blame us. Anyway, the evidence had already been handed over before signing the understanding, so it wasn't a breach of agreement. Good. Lu Manfeng looked at the signed reconciliation letter with excitement, pleased with Gu's parents and Gu Shichuan. Thank you all. Actually, my husband is a good person. He didn't mean for things to happen this way. Maybe someone below hid many facts from him, and he didn't know. In her heart, she believed her husband, Director Xiao, was gentle and kind. He would never do something so cruel and wrong. Mother Goose snorted softly. You can't tell two different people from one bed. Don't try to make excuses for him. We just took the compensation and said nothing more.
Our old Xiao really isn't like that.
Lu Manfeng wanted to say more, but Mother Goose simply waved her off. That's enough.
I don't care who he is. You can leave now.
You're just in the way. We're packing up to leave the hospital, and we don't have time. During her stay at the hospital these days, Mother Goo felt she was recovering very well, full of energy. Staying an extra day just wasted money. Once she got the money, she planned to go home immediately. Lu Manfeng. She looked helplessly at Zhang Public Security, who said professionally, I have other matters at the station. The issue is resolved now. You can go back. Lu Manfeng left somewhat confused, watching her back. Huang Yumiao felt a bit sorry and said, I think she and Director Xiao don't seem like a married couple at all. Someone as strict as him. How did he marry someone with such a kind face? Either she's foolish or pretending to be nice. Mother Gu rolled her eyes, not liking Director Xiao much. Tang Qiu suddenly said, Mom, I need to use the bathroom. Tang Qiu quickly left the ward and soon caught up with Lu Manfeng, who was walking alone outside. It was clear she was in a good mood, thinking she had solved a big problem for the man. Comrade, wait a moment. What's the matter? Lu Manfeng turned to see it was Tang Qiu, and she said cautiously, I've already given the money. You can't regret it now. Comrade, I'm just curious. Why do you think Director Xiao is so good? Tang Qiu politely asked, Is it because you two haven't had children? Is he still the same as always? Lu Manfeng frowned slightly. Although she felt uncomfortable inside, she patiently said to Tang Qiu, Forget it. Your family is indeed poor. If you still need money, you can come to me. I'll help if I can. Go to Nanmen Street. And take a look. Tang Qiu suddenly revealed a house number. If you see your husband's illegitimate child, you probably won't protect him so much anymore.
What?
Lu Manfeng was truly stunned. Her eyes widened, and she seemed frozen in place, her mind blank. She tightly grabbed Tang Qiu's sleeve. You must be deliberately provoking me, right? When I asked around at your coal mine, someone told me. Whether it's true or not, you can check for yourself. Tang Qiu brushed her hand away. She wouldn't foolishly take the blame herself. The reason she told her wasn't out of pity. Only Lu Manfeng saw through Director Zhao's true nature. Her family wouldn't protect such a scoundrel. That must be someone lying. I don't believe it, Lu Manfeng said with a pale face. She couldn't believe her gentle and caring husband could have another woman. Suit yourself. Tang Qiu glanced at her indifferently and then turned to leave, seeming not to care whether she believed her or not. Lu Manfeng weakly supported the hospital wall. Her fingers clenched into fists as she muttered, No way, no way. She wanted to rush to old Xiao and ask him directly, but she held back. She decided to go to Nanmen Street to see for herself, to prove that this woman was deliberately causing trouble for her. Yes, old Xiao wasn't like that at all. Tang Qiu returned to the ward. Mother Gu happily handed her 1,000 yuan. Qiu'er, this money is for you. Your elder brother's 1,000 yuan is for paying off debts. The rest is for your health. Mom, this is compensation from them. You don't need to give it to me. Tang Qiu refused with a wave of her hand. Mother Gu said if it weren't for you, we wouldn't get a penny back. I don't have much to do, so you keep it. I don't want it. Tang Qiu stepped back and looked at Gu Shichuan. He understood her meaning and quickly said, Mom, if Qiu wants you to keep it, then keep it. She's thinking of our family. Gu Shichuan looked at Tang Qiu with love in his eyes. His wife was really good to him, always thinking of his family. All right, I'll keep this money. If you need anything in the future, you can come to Mom. Mother Gu was a frugal person. She didn't like to spend money in her hands, but she finally gave some to her children. She thought that since Qiu'er didn't want it, she could make some clothes for the kids with some fabric. Quickly tidy up, let's go home.
Mr. Gu still cares about his family.
Luckily, his brothers are watching over everything, or he couldn't stay there for a minute. Mom, this time Uncle and the elder brother helped a lot. Dad, you should use this 100 yuan to buy some food and treat everyone well. Although Gu Shirshu was reluctant to spend money, he knew the elders were helping him stand up for his rights, so he had to show some gratitude. Big brother, you're grown up now. Mr. Gu was very pleased. He didn't refuse the 100 yuan, and the family packed up to return to the countryside. Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan also went together. She brought some things from Shanghai that were still at their old home. The whole family took a bus back home. Tang Qiu only said that Sun Xiaojun was Gu Shichuan's comrade-in-arms, without mentioning that he was asked to take care of them, so everyone thought Sun Xiaojun was helping out kindly. As soon as they got off the bus, Sun Xiaojun eagerly carried Gu Shichuan in his wheelchair. Mr. Gu looked at his two sons and felt a bit sad. He and Sun Xiaojun took turns carrying Gu Shirshu. After a long journey, they finally reached Jiming village. From afar, they saw Tang Ping and Zhou Jian. They were carrying baskets filled with meat and other items, probably for a feast. When they saw Tang Qiu, Tang Ping put down her shoulder pole, looking proud. Qiu, my ninth sister, is having a wedding tomorrow. She told me to invite you to come and celebrate. Although many things were different from the past, Tang Ping still felt that Tang Qiu was also suffering now. Luckily, she didn't marry Gu Shichuan, who was disabled. Once Zhou Jian's ninth sister helped them, she and Zhou Jian would soon earn a lot of money. Qiu, don't go. Gu's mother now disliked seeing Tang Ping. She couldn't imagine what life would be like if she married into the Gu family. Madam, we are relatives. You don't need to be so guarded against me. Tang Ping smiled as if the unpleasantness from before didn't exist, like a cockroach that wouldn't die. We've already fallen out, so why bother staying in touch? Gu's mother snorted coldly and glanced at Zhou Jian, saying, Zhou Jian, I should thank you for giving my second son such a good wife as Tang Qiu. Marrying Tang Ping, who causes trouble if you regret it later, just don't come to my door crying. You. Tang Ping didn't expect Gu's mother to look down on her just like in the past. She was about to get angry but looked at Gu Shichuan and Gu Shirshu, both disabled, then smiled and linked arms with Zhou Jian. Brother Jian definitely won't regret it. If he marries Tang Qiu, that would be unlucky. Zhou Jian agreed wholeheartedly. The Gu family was so unlucky because they married Tang Qiu, but they didn't realize it. Mother Gu was about to scold someone, but Tang Qiu gently pulled her back. Mom, since they invited us to the feast, we should go and share in their happiness. The Zhou family wanted to cause trouble on such a happy day, so Tang Qiu decided to give them a big gift. All right, I won't miss a free meal. I'll come with Qiu. Mother Gu snorted, and Tang Ping stood up with a shoulder pole. Then I'll wait for you to come. Although she didn't know how her eldest sister-in-law planned to show off, Tang Ping was happy to see it. She just couldn't stand seeing Tang Qiu doing well. Watching their back, Gu Shichuan felt uneasy. Wife, maybe we shouldn't go. They probably have bad intentions. They had just arrived at the village entrance and already felt the eyes and gestures of others pointing at them. He thought, I shouldn't have come back. It doesn't matter. When trouble comes, we face it. When water flows, it goes around. Tang Qiu knew that even if they didn't go, Zhou Jia would still do what she planned, just in a different way. It was better to go along with it. Hearing this, Gu Shichuan no longer spoke. He just clenched his wheelchair handle a little tighter. He must recover quickly to protect his wife. Meanwhile, Lu Manfeng arrived at the small courtyard according to the address Tang Qiu gave her. She hesitated whether to knock on the door, but saw it suddenly open. The man, Xiao Mao, who was supposed to be waiting at home, came out of the yard. Next to him was a woman in her 20s, holding a boy who looked very much like him. Lu Manfeng was stunned. Lao Xiao, who are they? Lu Manfeng, raised with love, couldn't handle the shock and rushed straight to Xiao Mao to ask. Xiao Mao was stunned himself. He didn't expect Lu Manfeng, who was supposed to be at the hospital coordinating, to appear here. He hurriedly put down the child in his arms. Honey, why are you here? Let me explain. Haha, with faces so similar. What is there to explain? Lu Manfeng burst into tears, feeling ironic when she thought about the promises she made in front of Tang Qiu. It's so embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Older sister, Xiao Mao, and I had an accident. You have no children, and he just wanted a child. Your well-being is still the most important. The woman, Lin Huai, quickly picked up the child, looking very innocent. Even kind-hearted Lu Manfeng didn't know how to scold her. At this moment, Xiao Mao didn't dare offend Lu Manfeng. He tried to soothe her.
Wife.
Xiao Mao, right? A voice interrupted Xiao Mao. It was Zhang Gong'an from before, followed by other police officers. Come with us for a visit. This time, unlike last time once we go in, Director Xiao probably won't come out again. Dear, isn't that matter already settled? Director Xiao suddenly turned to look at Lu Manfeng. Lu Manfeng was also confused and asked Officer Zhang. Comrade Zhang, didn't we sign the understanding letter this morning? Oh, that was about the Gu family case. Now, Director Xiao is involved in other cases too. The coal mine is going to investigate you thoroughly. Come with us. Officer Zhang didn't reveal too much and was ready to take Director Xiao away. Director Xiao was anxious. Dear, go find Dad and Big Brother quickly. Lin Huai, what I left for you is enough for you and the children to live on. Keep it safe. Hearing that Director Xiao was still thinking about Lin Huai, Lu Manfeng suddenly looked at Lin Huai. What did he leave you? She was full of anger. Lin Huai nervously explained, just some cash. Sister, it's hard for me to raise the children alone. He's doing it for the kids. In his heart, you are the most important. You must save him. Lin Huai also knew that whether Director Xiao could come out depended on Lu Manfeng, so she lowered her head. Lu Manfeng sneered. He's good at pretending. All these years, I've been fooled by him. Such a man. What use do I have for him? On the way to the Gu family, Tang Qiu clearly felt that the villagers looked at her with complicated eyes. Madame Gu was angry and rolled up her sleeves. These gossiping women, I must tear their mouths apart. Mom, let them talk. At this time, it's good to see clearly who can be trusted deeply and who can't. Tang Qiu didn't plan to live in the countryside forever. She didn't care at all about what these people thought of her. Madame Gu finally calmed down. Before they reached home, Gu Shirlan heard the noise and came to greet them. Mom, Dad, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, you're finally back. She cried and threw herself into Madame Gu's arms. During this time, she took care of her two nieces every day and also went to school. She finally understood her mother's hardships. Gu Damiai and Gu Ermiai also excitedly rushed toward Huang Yumiao and her husband. Gu Shifei hurried over to help. Only Zhou Danny was calm, holding a bowl as if she were an outsider, eating her coarse grain rice quietly. When they returned, Zhou Danny looked at them with small eyes and said indifferently, Father, Mother, you're back. Gu father nodded lightly. Madame Gu didn't even bother to respond to Zhou Danny. The couple went into their room. Sun Xiaojun also pushed Gu Shichuan back to his room. Tang Qiu said, Xiaojun, tonight you and my little brother will have to share a bed. Okay, sister-in-law. Sun Xiaojun is very strong and doesn't care about these things. Tang Qiu took 10 eggs from the cabinet and also took some cured meat hanging under the eaves, which was a gift from her aunt earlier. She carried everything to the kitchen. Zhou Danny was washing her dishes and saw what she was holding. Her eyes widened. Big sister-in-law, I'm feeling heavy and lazy to cook myself. Let's cook together when you make meals. We can eat like this for a few days. Tang Qiu handed the items to Huang Yumiao, who was organizing her cabinet. Huang Yumiao was touched and wiped her tears. Okay, how do you want to eat the eggs? She knew her sister-in-law was trying to help their family in many ways. She felt guilty and wanted to do more for her. Tang Qiu thought for a moment and said, I want to eat garlic-flavored golden eggs. You can stir-fry the cured meat. God is my witness. Tang Qiu is just lazy. She avoids doing things herself whenever she can. Zhou Danny's eyes turned red with jealousy. She pouted and quickly went back to her room, avoiding them. When she goes to the city to find a man and apply for a dormitory, she will no longer live with them. At dinner, Huang Yumiao personally brought their share to their room. Tang Qiu looked at the full plate of food. Big sister-in-law, you're really kind. The three of us can't eat so much. She took a bowl, scooped some cured meat and eggs, and handed it to Huang Yumiao. Her sister-in-law didn't hide anything and made her feel that she was a good person. "Thank you, Chiao." Huang Yumiao, with red eyes, carried the food away. Sun Xiaojun also admired her sister-in-law as a very good person. After dinner, Tang Qiu gave Gu Shirshu acupuncture. Gu Shirshu felt much more pain than before.
Ugh.
Hold on. Don't use force these days. Tang Qiu calmly finished the acupuncture and left some medicine for him to take. After she left, Huang Yumiao said, "Qiu is a good girl. If you go outside to treat your leg, it's hopeless, and you'll probably spend more than this money." Yeah, the second son is lucky. We are also blessed to share some of that luck. Gu Shirshu rubbed his daughters' heads. Demei, Ermei, you two should also respect your second aunt and thank her for saving your father, okay? Dad, don't worry. Second, Anna's like my mother. Gu Damei immediately promised loudly, and Gu Ermei also said, "I will help second aunt take care of my brothers and sisters in the future. Wife, this 1,000 yuan, go pay off your debt first. After that, the rest will go to the second aunt's wife. Consider it my medical expenses." Gu Shirshu is not ungrateful. Huang Yumiao also agreed, "Good, don't worry. I'm not stingy." Hearing the words of the couple, Mother Gu, who was passing by, listened in and nodded with satisfaction. Tang Qiu, who was returning to her room, didn't know that when she finished washing up in the space, Sun Xiaojun was helping Gu Shichuan wash up as well. The two lay on the bed, and Gu Shichuan suddenly spoke cautiously. "Qiu, I feel like my body has recovered quite a bit recently. When can I start practicing rehabilitation? This kind of thing can't be rushed. Tomorrow, you can try with Sun Xiaojun supporting you. If your wound hurts too much, stop." Tang Qiu knew that Gu Shichuan had drunk spiritual spring water, so he recovered faster than his older brother, but she was also worried about forcing recovery and causing lasting problems. Hearing this, Gu Shichuan nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll listen to you." His gaze suddenly fell on Tang Qiu's slightly protruding belly, and he nervously asked, "Qiu, can I touch your belly?" "Sure." Tang Qiu agreed openly. Gu Shichuan's hand trembled as he carefully placed it on her abdomen. Suddenly, he felt a gentle kick from the little one inside. Gu Shichuan excitedly raised his voice. "Qiu, the baby kicked me? That's normal, no need to make a fuss." Tang Qiu gave him a playful glare. After 4 months of pregnancy, the baby would occasionally move. Sometimes, she found life truly amazing. Really amazing. Gu Shichuan also found it very magical. Tang Qiu took out a small bottle filled with olive oil, which she had prepared, and gently rubbed it on her belly. "What's this?" Gu Shichuan felt like a little kid in front of her, not understanding anything.
"Tan cứ sợ mai ghen ly."
"Olive oil. I'm worried about stretch marks. I'll help you apply it." Gu Shichuan mimicked Tang Qiu, gently spreading the olive oil on her belly with his fingertips. Although it was a simple action, when their eyes met, both quickly looked away, their hearts pounding fast. The couple seemed like young lovers, not very familiar, but unable to resist each other's attraction. "Go to sleep quickly." Tang Qiu awkwardly changed the subject, hurriedly closing her eyes. Gu Shichuan stared at her trembling eyelashes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps because she was pregnant, Tang Qiu only woke up around 8 a.m. When she finished washing up, Mother Gu brought her a bowl of egg noodles. "Qiu, I specially kneaded the noodles for you early this morning. Eat slowly." "Mother, we've already separated the family." Tang Qiu noticed Zhou Danny nearby, staring intently at her bowl, and deliberately said with a bit of shyness, "I'm not going to eat for free. You are pregnant with our Gu family's child. Who dares to say a word against you?" Mother Gu glared at Zhou Danny. Huang Yumiao now considers Tang Qiu as her own sister, so she wouldn't be jealous. Only Zhou Danny looked so angry her eyes nearly popped out. Especially since she saw Tang Qiu eating so happily, her tone became even more sour. "Mom, if I were pregnant, would I get such good treatment? Go find your mom if you want eggs." Mother Gu, feeling satisfied, went to the kitchen. She couldn't stand how the third daughter-in-law always kept to herself. It was so annoying. Mother Gu also prepared egg noodles for Gu Shichuan. Zhou Danny was so angry, she felt full of rage. After breakfast, they rested at home for a while. Before lunch, Tang Qiu was about to go to the Zhou family. Gu Shichuan was a bit worried. Wife, I'll go with you. That's good. Tang Qiu thought about her past engagement with Zhou Jian. It was better if Gu Shichuan went along, to avoid misunderstandings. When they arrived at the Zhou family, many people had already gathered. The lively scene was ready, and the hired chef had prepared the dishes, waiting to serve. Xiaoping, why are you inviting so many people? Wang Kaiwan shot a lukewarm glance at Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu also noticed Tang Weiya was there. Seeing her, Tang Weiya snorted coldly and looked away as if he didn't know her at all. When she approached, Tang Mingbao, who was playing with friends nearby, suddenly glared at her fiercely. Tang Qiu then realized that Tang Mingbao's leg was lame. It seemed Tang Ping hadn't found a way to send money to her family. Mom, Tang Qiu is Dad's biological daughter. We're all from the same village. I thought I'd invite her to join the fun. Tang Ping acted like a good girl in front of Tang Weiya.
Dan Wei sợ nơ con ly.
She doesn't see me as her real dad. He held some resentment toward Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu was too lazy to bother with him, so she grabbed a red envelope and went to the front to give it to Zhou Jian for the gift money. Zhou Jia, dressed in red, was at the door greeting guests alone. Deng Zong didn't bother to do such things. When it was Tang Qiu's turn, she calmly handed the red envelope to Zhou Jian, who opened it and immediately made a face. Only 50 cents? Tang Qiu, you're so stingy. Zhou Jia rolled her eyes impatiently. Tang Qiu pointed to the names on the record book. Several people only gave 50 cents. What's wrong with me giving 50 cents? She thought 50 cents was too much for their friendship. Zhou Jia. She took a deep breath, ignored Gu Shichuan, and walked up to Tang Qiu. She slightly straightened her back, deliberately showing her gold necklace around her neck, then raised her pinky finger to reveal her gold ring. Well, considering your current situation, it's understandable if you can't give more. Qiu. I thought Tang Qiu would be very jealous of her, but Tang Qiu's calm look made Zhou Jia feel powerless, like hitting cotton. Old Deng also said that it doesn't matter how much everyone contributes, as long as everyone is happy. He has plenty of money. Zhou Jia waved her gold bracelet happily, feeling very proud. Wang Kaiwan looked on with admiration and quickly said, Jia, you're doing so well. Don't forget to help your younger brothers and sisters. My pinger says you're lucky, and she's right. Of course, after showing off, Zhou Jia reminded everyone, I've changed my name now. I'm called Zhou Hongying. When she first met General Deng, the people around him looked down on her name, Zhou Jia. Now, Zhou Hongying felt like she was on top of the world. The villagers looked at her as if she were a simple country girl. Jia, some people don't know their place. Don't get angry. Tang Ping tried to flatter her and stood in front of Zhou Hongying. She suddenly realized that maybe in her past life, Tang Qiu and Zhou Jian had helped their sister Jia. She knew she had to hold onto this golden opportunity. Wife, I'm hungry, Gu Shichuan suddenly spoke. Tang Qiu pushed his wheelchair forward. Let's go. The feast is about to start. We can't waste this 5 cents, Zhou Hongying. She was speechless. Then she thought, Tang Qiu must be very poor, so he wouldn't even spend 5 cents. Thinking this way, Zhou Hongying felt balanced inside. She deliberately took off a gold ring and showed it to Tang Ping in front of everyone. Little sister-in-law, even though I couldn't come back for your wedding, this is a gift from your sister and brother-in-law. Thank you, Sister Jia. Tang Ping happily took the gold ring and glanced proudly at Tang Qiu. From now on, she believed her luxurious life was assured. The villagers of Jinchong village were shocked by Zhou Hongying's generosity. Her 8 older sisters were also very envious. It looks like Jia has really become successful. She just gives away gold rings like it's nothing. Who would have thought Tang Ping would be so lucky? And look at Tang Qiu. If she married Zhou Jian, she'd have such good fortune too. This woman should marry a good family, or her face will be wasted. These flattering words made Zhou Hongying and Tang Ping very happy. They wanted to see Tang Qiu lose her temper, but Tang Qiu had already found a seat with Gu Shichuan and was ready to eat. Zhou Hongying and Tang Ping. Wife, Gu Shichuan suddenly spoke, pulling out a small wooden box from his pocket with gentle eyes. When we got married, I left in a hurry. This is a wedding gift I want to give you to make up for it. Tang Qiu was truly stunned. She didn't expect Gu Shichuan to suddenly do something like this. After all, only the four of them knew the true story of their marriage. Thank you. Once she realized what was happening, Tang Qiu took the small wooden box from Gu Shichuan, guessing he wanted to help her regain her dignity. Tang Ping and Zhou Hongying both widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the box in Tang Qiu's hands, especially Tang Ping. She was furious. In her previous life, when she married Gu Shichuan, he didn't give her anything, not even a glance, and left quickly after a brief look. Later, she never saw him again. Now it's Tang Qiu's turn. She's pregnant, he's alive, and he's even prepared a gift for her?
Impossible.
She twisted her face with anger. Xiao Qiu, what did brother-in-law give you? Can you let us see? She was sure Gu Shichuan had just grabbed something random to fool everyone, so she had to restore her dignity. This is a gift from my husband. There's no need to show it off, right? Tang Qiu was also nervous. Their marriage was so rushed, and when she saw him, he was lying in bed, probably didn't have time to prepare a proper gift. Tang Qiu, are you perhaps afraid? Zhou Hongying watched as everyone's eyes focused on Tang Qiu. With her bright and confident face, she showed a faint smile that made people feel happy. Zhou Hongying secretly clenched her fists. Today was her wedding, yet Tang Qiu stole the spotlight. Jiu Jia, Xiao Qiu isn't the type to be low-key. Maybe the gift she brought isn't very impressive. Tang Ping understood Tang Qiu well. She was a bold person, so she was even more convinced that Gu Shichuan was just pretending to be nice to her. Not everyone can afford gold bracelets and necklaces. For a moment, everyone's gaze on Tang Qiu was complicated. The man was disabled and indifferent. Probably no woman could accept that, right? Gu Shichuan looked at Tang Qiu gently, holding her hand softly. Wife, since everyone is curious, let's show them. Okay. Tang Qiu looked into Gu Shichuan's encouraging eyes, and her nervousness eased. She slowly opened the wooden box. In the next second, her pupils shrank. What is it? Tang Qiu leaned in to see the blood-red jade bracelet inside the box, and she was also stunned, her mouth opening wide in surprise. How could this be? Oh my god, it's a bracelet. It looks very valuable. Gu Shuang'er is in the army, right? With all these years of allowance, he should have saved quite a bit of money. Even though he's disabled, Tang Qiu shouldn't be starving. Look at Tang Ping, her eyes are so wide. She must be so worried, she's upset inside. Zhou Jian instinctively looked at Tang Ping and saw her frustration in her eyes, which made him feel very angry. It looks nice. Tang Qiu didn't know where the bracelet came from, but since Gu Shichuan gave her a respectful gesture, she decided to wear it openly. The bright red bracelet hung on Tang Qiu's delicate white wrist, making her hand look pretty and fair. Tang Ping and Zhou Hongying both misjudged the situation and looked unhappy. Is everyone ready to eat? Deng, who had been resting in the room, came out to help ease the awkward atmosphere. Zhou Hongying quickly went over and held his arm. Old Deng, we've been waiting for you. Once you come out, we'll start the meal. Then let's begin. Deng didn't seem very interested in this so-called celebration dinner. He supported his slightly protruding belly and casually sat down in a main seat. Zhou Hongying was hoping he would say some polite words, but Deng didn't seem to understand her meaning. In the end, Zhou Jian awkwardly said a few polite words. Finally, he invited everyone to eat, saying, "Today is my 9th sister and her husband's special day. Everyone, enjoy your meal. Look at this man, he looks decent, but it seems he's not very attentive to 9th sister." He wasn't seen before the meal started. He's the host, but he seems more like a guest coming to eat. It looks like 9th sister's life isn't as good as she said. Listening to the villagers' gossip, Tang Qiu gently shook her head and lowered her voice to ask Gu Shichuan, "Where did you get this bracelet?" "I saw it during a mission. It looked nice, so I ordered it when I had time. It was sent to my comrade. That day, my older brother went to deliver a message and also picked it up for me." Gu Shichuan had been wanting to find a good time to give her this gift, and now was just right. It's a good quality. Actually, Tang Qiu didn't know much about jade, but wearing it felt very comfortable, and she was happy. Since the man was willing to spend time on her, she thought he wouldn't be a bad father for their future children. Soon, Tang Qiu stopped thinking about other things because the celebration officially began. The Zhou family wasn't wealthy, but Deng probably paid a lot. There were 6 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes at the banquet. Some of the meat dishes only had minced meat, but for villagers it was a good meal. When the food was served, everyone quickly took out their bags, making Tang Qiu surprised. "What's this?" Gu Shichuan hadn't been home for many years. He was also stunned, but the young girl sitting with them reminded him, "We're taking some food home." The villagers were not wealthy, so during feasts, guests would pack some of their own food to take home, so their families could enjoy some meat and fish. Watching everyone quickly fill their bags with food, Tang Qiu swiftly took the portions belonging to her and Gu Shichuan and placed them into their bowls. "We'll eat here." "Okay." Gu Shichuan smiled warmly, gently watching her and the group of older women quickly serve themselves, full of lively atmosphere. Within 10 minutes, the dishes were cleared, and everyone had packed up their portions. Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan's bowls were filled with food. "Eat quickly."
Okay.
Gu Shichuan no longer needed to restrict his diet much, especially now that survival was more important than etiquette. After resting for so many days, his external injuries had mostly healed, mainly the internal ones. They ate slowly, causing those sitting nearby to glance at them often. Granny Qiao couldn't stand how delicious Tang Qiu looked while eating. "Xiao Qiu, I must say, you can't be so selfish. You and your husband only care about yourselves, and you don't think about your parents at home." Tang Qiu looked up inexplicably at Granny Qiao, who was quite tall and seemed a bit harsh. Gu Shichuan already responded, "Don't worry about our family affairs, Granny. You should eat fewer radishes," implying that people who eat radishes are less concerned with others. Tang Qiu happily flaunted her chicken leg, even waving it in front of them. Granny Qiao couldn't stand how Gu Shichuan doted on Tang Qiu. "Gulair, I thought you were a soldier who knew how to respect your parents. Turns out you're also someone who forgets his parents after marrying. We've already separated the family, and our parents will take care of themselves. No need for outsiders to teach us." Gu Shichuan couldn't imagine how someone would criticize his wife if he weren't around. Luckily, he had come today. Yes, families should look after their own. "Granny Qiao, if you have time to worry about this, maybe you should focus on your son, who's still unmarried at 30. Tang Qiu snorted, "With you as a mother, it's a miracle if he ever gets married." "What do you mean?" Granny Qiao was furious. Gu Shichuan kindly reminded her, "If you want to be a grandmother, mind your own business, especially when it comes to younger people." Granny Qiao. The others at the table were glad they didn't speak up. No one could argue with this couple. The couple silently ate their food. Soon, Zhou Hongying came alone to toast. Yes, Deng Zong didn't bother with these social niceties and was sitting calmly at the main seat, drinking and eating as if nothing was happening. Zhou Jian accompanied Sister Nine, Zhou Hongying, as they toasted everyone around, making it seem like they were a married couple. The celebration felt strange. "Tang Qiu," Zhou Hongying said proudly in front of her. "Even though you can't become my sister-in-law, we were classmates, so if you need anything in the future, just come to me." "No need," Tang Qiu replied directly. She thought Zhou Hongying had some clever scheme, but it turned out to be just normal showing off. After the meal, Tang Qiu left with Gu Shichuan, feeling there was no point wasting more time here. Watching her back, Wang Saijuan's eyes were full of resentment. "You have a good daughter, but you never really considered us." "Dad, if she hadn't taken the money, my leg wouldn't be hurt," Tang Mingbao, now no longer chubby, said. He was still a child but looked gloomy and scary because of his leg injury. "Why did our family end up like this?" "She's still living happily," Wang Kaiwan said openly, no longer hiding her feelings in front of Tang Weiya. She said fiercely, if it weren't for her, Mingbao wouldn't be crippled. Who knows if he'll find a wife in the future? Don't worry, I won't let her go. She will pay the price, Tang Weiya said with a fierce look, staring at Tang Qiu's back. Tang Qiu sensed his gaze and looked back, meeting his quickly withdrawn eyes. What's wrong? Gu Shichuan also sensed something was off but could only see Tang Qiu, as the people behind her were blocked by her figure. It's nothing, Tang Qiu said with a slight smile. Maybe some people who dislike us are trying to scheme against us. I'll have Xiao Jun watch out more, Gu Shichuan said with a warning look, knowing that even a little malice could be deadly. He would never let Xiu'er be in danger. As they entered the house, Aunt Zhang Xiufan came over with a basket, looking at Gu Shichuan sitting in a wheelchair with concern and pity in her eyes. Xiu'er, Shichuan, she said. Aunt. Gu Shichuan was very polite in front of Zhang Xiufan. She was worried and sad for Tang Qiu but had no opinion of Gu Shichuan himself. Hey, how is your health now? She asked. Aunt, don't worry. His recovery is just a matter of time, Tang Qiu said, not wanting Zhang Xiufan to worry. She gave son Xiao Jun a look, and he stepped forward to push Gu Shichuan. Grandma, I'll take brother Gu out to help him digest, son Xiao Jun said. Okay, Zhang Xiufan nodded. After they walked away, she held Tang Qiu's hand with concern. Xiu'er, tell me honestly, can Gu Shichuan really recover? My uncle, and I just hope you stay healthy and have someone to care for you. If he has to spend his whole life in a wheelchair, it will be very hard for him. This shows how much her family truly cares. Tang Qiuchai smiled and said, Auntie, don't worry. If he really recovers, do you think I would let myself suffer? Zhang Xiufan suddenly remembered Tang Qiuchai's life in the Tang family. She was willing to cause trouble and disturb the family, but she would never let her master be wronged. She smiled happily and said, I believe you. If anything happens, come home right away. Your uncle and I will take care of it. As she spoke, she opened the basket. I heard pregnant women like to eat sour radishes, spicy peppers, and sour beans. I've pickled some. You and Yuexia each take one and see if you like them. Sounds good. Tang Qiuchai carefully tasted with chopsticks. Delicious. Auntie, your cooking is really good. You could sell pickles in the city. Oh, only you kid would say that. I know my own skills. Zhang Xiufan chuckled cheerfully, but Tang Qiuchai wasn't joking. Auntie, there are many small food stalls in the city's market now. You could set up a small stand and sell some pickles. It's all homemade, so the cost is low. Really? Can I do it? Zhang Xiufan's eyes sparkled. Although she hadn't seen the money Tang Qiuchai earned, she had seen the money brought home by her husband and sons. Hearing this, she became very eager. Of course, you can. Tang Qiuchai took another bite of sour beans, her cheeks puffed out from how tasty it was. It's not just sour radishes and sour beans. There are also cucumbers, young, and garlic. We can try all of them. Then I'll go home and start pickling some to try. Zhang Xiufan patted her thigh. If they couldn't sell it, she would give it to relatives and friends to eat. It's all homemade, so no need to buy ingredients. Perfect. I also have a cart and benches for selling at my clothing shop. I've been pregnant lately and couldn't set up a stall, but you can use my tools first. Tang Qiuchai naturally was generous with her caring family. It was just a word. She wasn't stingy at all. Okay. When Auntie makes money, she can buy you some candy. Zhang Xiufan still treated Tang Qiuchai like a child, making her smile happily. I'll wait for the candy you buy. And my baby in the belly can't miss out on this. Don't worry, I won't forget. Zhang Xiufan happily smiled. Then she remembered something important. Oh, talking to you, I almost forgot the main thing. Your second brother is already quite grown up. He has been living at the furniture factory every day and doesn't come home. The matchmaker found a girl for him, and they're having a blind date tomorrow. I want you to come with me and help judge her. Really? Tang Qiu politely said, Auntie, if my cousin is on a blind date, isn't it inappropriate for me, as his cousin, to go? Oh, what's wrong with that? Zhang Xiufan chuckled. We won't eat with them. We can just watch from nearby. It's common for families to quietly check on their children during such meetings. Dangu. Qiu, I know you have good taste. Please help Auntie. Zhang Xiufan sighed. If you marry someone like Zhou Danny from your husband's family, I might get so angry I could fall ill.
All right.
Tang Qiu pouted. We will just watch from afar and not interfere. Zhang Xiufan happily left. That evening, Tang Qiu told Gu Shirtuan about this, and he had no objections. You're only comfortable if you accompany Auntie. Just go and watch, but don't say anything. I understand. Marriage is a big thing, and it depends on whether they like each other. Tang Qiu knew this well. The next day, she and Auntie went to the state-run restaurant in town. They found the only remaining empty seat. Just as they sat down, a woman with a braided hairstyle stood in front of them. Comrade, I have something very important to discuss, but there are no seats left. Could you please give me this seat? Tang Qiu and Zhang Xiufan looked at each other. The woman in front was dressed neatly, but her tone was unpleasant, almost like she was giving orders. Comrade, don't you understand the rule of first come, first served? Zhang Xiufan's face darkened. Her good mood from earlier was ruined. Afraid her future daughter-in-law would see her angry, she tried to hold back her temper. However, Lu Rolan frowned and took out a 1 yuan coin from her pocket. Here, I'll give you 1 yuan as compensation. I really have something important. Please let me go quickly. Tang Qiu.
No.
Zhang Xiufan firmly said, I also have something important. You can't stop us. Wait a little longer. Someone will leave soon. Why are you so stubborn, lady? Lu Rolan's tone was not very nice. You haven't even ordered food yet. Why not change places to eat? Why don't you change places instead? Zhang Xiufan sighed in frustration. My niece is pregnant. Do you feel okay taking her spot? I'm not the one who caused her to get pregnant. And I already said I'd give you money. Lu Rolan does not think she is wrong. She speaks confidently. Zhang Xiufan looks unhappy. Then go ask someone else. Anyway, we won't let you. Seeing both sides stubbornly refuse to back down, a father and son who had just finished eating leave nearby. An employee from the state-run restaurant greets Lu Rolan. Comrade, there's a seat over here. Please sit here. Humph, so stingy. Lu Rolan snorts coldly and turns to leave, making Zhang Xiufan and Tang Qiu complain. If a family marries a wife like this who causes trouble, their whole family will be unlucky. Dangu. She has a feeling she shouldn't say this, but she suspects this person might be her second brother's blind date. Sure enough, just as their dishes are served, Du Erqiang walks in looking lively in new clothes. When he spots Tang Qiu, he instinctively wants to say hello. Zhang Xiufan and Tang Qiu shake their heads at the same time, then they see Lu Rolan step forward, speaking softly and sweetly. Are you Comrade Du Erqiang? Zhang Xiufan. Her eyes widen like bells, and she tightly holds Tang Qiu's hand. Qiu, am I seeing things? That arrogant woman just now is actually your second brother's blind date? Yes, Auntie. Tang Qiu also feels deep sympathy. The proud and domineering Lu Rolan just now shows a gentle side in front of Du Erqiang. It's me. Du Erqiang feels very nervous when facing such a gentle and beautiful comrade. His hands and feet don't know where to put themselves like a young boy. Lu Rolan chuckles softly. I don't even know what you like, so I just ordered 2 dishes. You can pick what you like later. Okay, I'll order now. Du Erqiang nervously takes out the meat ticket he prepared earlier and quickly orders dishes, making Zhang Xiufan nearby almost lose her mind. I didn't expect that matchmaker Wang would be so unreliable, introducing such a two-faced woman to my second son. No way. I can't agree to this marriage. Auntie, you introduced her. Let's see how it goes. Tang Qiu also finds it ridiculous. The two of them eat while observing the blind date couple from afar. In front of Du Erqiang, Lu Rolan is both gentle and generous, understanding and considerate. She covers her mouth and laughs softly. I heard you work as a leader at the furniture factory? Not exactly. I just help check the factory and learn what I can. Du Erqiang scratches his head awkwardly, not foolishly revealing everything, only saying, It's just luck. You're not really a leader then? Lu Rulan felt a bit disappointed, but didn't show it. She simply said, "It's okay, you're still young. There will be many chances in the future." The matchmaker clearly said he held a good position at the factory, so she decided to find out more later.
Yes.
Du Erqiang didn't notice her discomfort and agreed, "Business at the furniture factory is good now. If we get together, I can definitely support you." Nonsense. Lu Rulan's face turned red. "I think women should have their own jobs. The chairman said women can hold up half the sky, and I don't want to rely on you." "You're right." Du Erqiang grinned widely. "I have an older brother, a younger brother, and a sister at home." He already considered Tang Qiu as a younger sister. "I'm the eldest at home, with 2 younger sisters and a brother." Lu Rulan, who was pretty and looked gentle when she smiled, made Du Erqiang scratch his head awkwardly. "If you're happy to be with me, then let's be together. Can we meet a few more times first?"
We just met today.
Lu Rulan spoke softly, in a gentle, polite tone. Tang Qiu shook his head lightly. His second brother was probably too naive to handle this. Sure enough, Du Erqiang wasn't surprised at all.
Okay.
They chatted and laughed, making Zhang Xiufan so angry she almost spat blood. She covered her chest and said, "I regret listening to the matchmaker now." "Auntie, don't worry. After spending more time together, second brother will see her true personality." Tang Qiu ate his meal slowly. Soon, he saw Du Erqiang happily sending Lu Rulan away. Tang Qiu and Zhang Xiufan sat for a while longer before leaving. As they did, they saw Du Erqiang come back with a big smile. "Mom, you have good taste. I want to get along well with Rulan." He was waiting for Zhang Xiufan to be pleased with his words, but she looked angry. "Second son, maybe I was wrong this time. I believed that matchmaker's words. Next time, I'll find a better girl for you." "What do you mean?" Du Erqiang looked at Tang Qiu with confusion. Tang Qiu said nothing. He knew that talking more would only make things worse. Zhang Xiufan then told Du Erqiang what had just happened.
Du Erqiang smile froze.
He hesitated and said, "Mom, you just met her for the first time. Maybe she was a little anxious." "Second son, do you think your mother would harm you?" Zhang Xiufan was furious and deeply regretted her actions. She shouldn't have done something so exhausting and unhelpful. "Auntie, don't be angry for now." Tang Qiunan comforted the somewhat irritable Zhang Xiufan, then softly said to Du Erqiang, "Brother Erqiang, don't blame Auntie. She's just worried you might be tricked. You two haven't interacted much, so maybe you don't know each other well yet. But I just heard her ask about the furniture factory and mention wanting to find a job. Maybe you should pay more attention." She spoke politely, but Zhang Xiufan almost lost her temper when she heard this. She sternly told Du Erqiang, "If you want to be with her, I can't stop you, but I warn you, don't harm the furniture factory. That's your sister's thing."
Mom, you understand. Du Erqiang nodded firmly.
He's not stupid. Hearing Tang Qiunan's words, he recalled Lu Rulan's attitude earlier and felt nervous. Just then, a female voice called out, "Brother Erqiang, Sister Tang." The three looked up and saw Zhou Yanfang smiling warmly. She was wearing a new coat and a scarf around her neck, looking very friendly. Tang Qiunan immediately remembered her shy expression when Zhou Yanfang mentioned her second brother a few days ago. She quickly looked at Du Erqiang, but she found that Du Erqiang showed no unusual signs. He greeted her cheerfully. "Yanfang, you don't have to work at the shop today?" It seemed her second brother didn't know Zhou Yanfang's feelings. "My mom is watching the shop for me," Zhou Yanfang said openly, looking at Zhang Xiufan. "That's my aunt, right? She looks just like Brother Erqiang. If you don't look carefully, you'd think she's his older sister." "You're quite the talker." Zhang Xiufan was very pleased to be praised. She felt a special closeness to Zhou Yanfang. Tang Qiunan quickly said, "Auntie, Yanfang opened a clothing store on Qingshui Street and often gets supplies from me. She also had her shop decorated by Uncle and Brother Erqiang." "Yanfang is so impressive." Zhang Xiufan's expression changed instantly. This girl not only has a sweet tongue but is also quite capable. It's a pity her own son doesn't match her. "I'm just lucky to have met Sister Tang. Her goods always sell well, and the styles are nice. Zhou Yanfang said gracefully, making everyone happy. Du Erqiang proudly said, "Of course. My sister has good taste." Everyone could see that the furniture factory's business was booming and making a lot of money. "Mom, you all chat first. I'll go pack some food." Feng Feng didn't dare ask more. She entered the state-run restaurant, and Tang Qiu said to Zhang Xiufan, "Auntie, I need to make a phone call to place an order and also to settle the payment." "Mother, it's rare for us to come to the city. I'll accompany you shopping." Du Erqiang volunteered, so Zhang Xiufan went with him. Tang Qiu saw a familiar figure from afar, seemingly her third brother, Gu Xiyuan. He was with a female colleague she had seen before at the machinery factory. They were talking and laughing as they went to the state-run restaurant to eat. Tang Qiu wasn't interested in their private matters. She called Duan Imin and ordered a portable radio. Duan Imin was used to it and cheerfully took the order. Shueli also ordered a batch of new clothes. Shueli suddenly said happily, "Qiu, I just got a new batch of goods. The prices are a bit high, but the quality is excellent. It's down jackets. Do you want to buy some?" Down jackets had become popular in recent years. They were warmer than coats but expensive. Many shops didn't wholesale them because they were hard to sell. Shueli was testing the waters since Tang Qiu was willing to spend. Tang Qiu immediately agreed happily, "Of course. Sister Xue, just give me one size for each style. I'll try selling them for a few days to see if they sell well." If they sold well, she could sell more through Zhou Yanfang later. There were always wealthy customers, and Tang Qiu believed someone would buy. "Good, I'll give you the latest styles."
Shueli Januinelli Likatankyu.
Not only was she pretty, but she was also good at business. Now she was one of her big clients. "Then I'll wait to receive the down jackets." Although it wasn't the coldest season yet, Tang Qiu felt it was better to be prepared and sell gradually. When she finished her call and came out, she saw Zhou Yanfang standing nearby, seemingly waiting for her. As she came out, Zhou Yanfang hurried over. "Qiangjia." Seeing her hesitant and seeming to have something to say, Tang Qiu was a bit puzzled. "Yanfang, we've worked together so many times. We're like family. Just say what you want to say." Zhou Yanfang pursed her lips slightly. "I just want to ask, was the female colleague you ate with just now your girlfriend?" Actually, she had passed by the state-run restaurant earlier and saw Du Erqiang eating with a female colleague. She felt uncomfortable and left, then found an excuse to return and accidentally meet them again. "It's someone my matchmaker introduced to Erqiang." Tang Qiu remembered how Zhou Yanfang had looked at Erqiang with shining eyes earlier and suddenly understood. "Yanfang, why are you asking this?" The girl has a delicate face, and Tang Qiu is concerned about her reputation. Moreover, she will be handling supplies for her side later, so she can't embarrass the girl. "It's okay, just asking." Zhou Yanfang shook her head sadly. "Sister Tang, my mother is waiting for me to watch the shop. I'll go back first." After saying this, she seemed eager to leave quickly. Tang Qiu gently shook her head. If her second brother really could marry Zhou Yanfang, it would be his good fortune. She just wasn't sure if her simple-minded second brother could seize such a good opportunity. Considering there are many people at home, Tang Qiu bought some pork belly and a rack of ribs, then returned to Jiaming village. Sun Xiaojun pushed Gu Shichuan in the yard, looking out eagerly, as if waiting for her for a long time. "Sister-in-law, you finally came back. It's very windy outside. I told Brother Gu to come in, but he wouldn't. I know my body well, and will be careful." Gu Shichuan was worried Tang Qiu might be angry, so he hurried to explain.
"Thank Gu sự my helper."
"You're still quite fragile now. You need to be careful." "I understand, wife." Gu Shichuan was obedient like a big dog. Tang Qiu carried the meat to the kitchen, where Huang Yumiao was also present. She handed the meat to her. "Big sister-in-law, please help me stew some radish and pork rib soup and make some braised pork." She also took some rice from her cabinet and showed Huang Yumiao how to cook it. "Okay." Huang Yumiao nodded efficiently. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the kitchen. She was quite skilled at cooking, so Tang Qiu didn't need to do it herself. Tang Qiu especially disliked cutting meat because it was greasy and sticky. She preferred ready-made dishes. When the meal was served, Tang Qiu, Gu Shichuan and son Xiaojun ate at a separate table. Huang Yumiao still didn't hold back and carefully brought out the meat dishes Tang Qiu had bought. "Qiu'er, I've kept some pork belly and ribs for you. I'll cook them again tomorrow." "Thanks, big sister-in-law."
Tang cư nốt đét polytili.
This time, she didn't serve Huang Yumiao any more dishes, but instead gave Gu Shichuan a bowl of soup. "Eat what you need."
Thank you, wife.
Gu Shichuan never doubted Tang Qiu's decisions. Even though his older brother also needed to recover, each family has its own life after splitting up. The smell is so good. Son Xiaojun took small bites of rice. Now every household is having a hard time, so he didn't dare to eat much. He didn't add more rice or eat many ribs, instead focusing on radishes and chili. It was clear he was very considerate, not wanting to burden Tang Qiu with too much food. "Don't hold back for me. Gu Ge is about to start rehabilitation training. From now on, you need to practice with him for over an hour every day. You'll need strength." When Tang Qiu returned, she observed Gu Shichuan's complexion. It seemed today's practice was effective. He looked tired but happy. "You're right, sister-in-law. This really is a physical job." Gu Shichuan nodded hard. He couldn't use much strength now, as most of his energy was focused on Su Xiaojun, which was like moving bricks. "Thanks, brother Gu and sister-in-law." Son Xiaojun was very touched. He added a little more rice and finally ate some pork belly and ribs, but didn't eat much. The smell of meat was everywhere. They were eating happily when Zhou Danny came back from outside. She looked very tired, as if she had been hurt, with red eyes. Seeing Tang Qiu living so well made her even more upset and close to tears. Tang Qiu and the others were eating in the yard. Gu's mother and father's meals weren't ready yet. When Zhou Danny returned, Tang Qiu ignored her. But Zhou Danny started talking to herself, Dad, and Mom.
What do you want?
Gu's mother steamed some wild vegetable cakes and came out of the kitchen annoyed. "If you want to eat, make your own food. I went to the city to find third brother." Zhou Danny wasn't in a good mood. Thinking about Gu Shichuan's distant attitude made her heart ache. Tang Qiu, who was drinking soup, paused and looked sharply at Zhou Danny.
Could it be?
She saw Gu Shichuan eating with another woman? "If I found him, so what? What does it have to do with me?" Gu's mother also looked confused. She was very disappointed in third brother and his wife, and didn't want to know about their affairs. Zhou Danny felt very sad. "I want to move to the factory dormitory, but he said he hasn't applied for a house yet. Is that all?" Tang Qiu stopped her entertainment and continued to focus on her soup. Poor woman, she probably didn't even know why Gu Shichuan didn't want her to go to the city. If it were someone else, Tang Qiu might kindly remind her, but Zhou Danny? Forget it. She might end up blaming her for slandering Gu Shichuan. Third brother hasn't been working long, so it's indeed hard to apply for a house. Gu's mother knew this well. She turned to go into the kitchen, but Zhou Danny suddenly said, "Mom, I might be pregnant." She deliberately glanced at Tang Qiu with a proud look. Now, the family's hero wasn't just Tang Qiu, she was also carrying Gu's child. Huang Yumiao, who was eating at her own door, looked at her enviously. Unfortunately, due to family planning policies, she had no chance to have a baby even if she wanted to.
Oh.
Although Gu's mother was a bit surprised, she only gave her a faint glance before going inside to prepare her wild vegetable steamed buns. "Mom, I said I'm pregnant?" Zhou Danny was shocked by Gu's mother's reaction. Shouldn't her mother-in-law be excited and happy, then offer her an egg to eat? When Tang Qiu was pregnant before, she was treated very well. "I didn't hear wrong." Gu's mother rolled her eyes at her. She would have been happy if she had known earlier, since her third son and his wife had been married for a long time and hadn't gotten pregnant. But now she was disappointed in her third son and couldn't be happy. "Where are my eggs?" Zhou Danny looked at Tang Qiu happily eating and drinking rib soup. She felt very unfair. Surely her mother-in-law was giving her extra. That old woman was so biased. "Since we've divided the household, if you want eggs, make them yourself," Gu's mother said coldly. Zhou Danny's eyes widened as she pointed at Tang Qiu and said, "Mom, how can you be so biased?" Second sister-in-law is pregnant, and she's eating ribs and pork belly. I can't even have an egg? She's eating ribs and eggs with her own money. What does that have to do with me? Gu's mother was speechless. She hadn't expected such stubborn behavior. Tang Qiu also glanced coldly at Zhou Danny, took a small sip of soup, and deliberately said to Gu Shichuan, "Gu Shichuan, if you like it, I'll buy more tomorrow." She liked how others got so frustrated they almost exploded. Gu Shichuan obediently cooperated. "Yes, this rib soup is very tasty. Thank you, wife, for always thinking of me." "Of course I think of you. I don't know how many people wish you'd never stand up again." Tang Qiu snorted softly and deliberately said, "Be more ambitious and get up earlier to take me out to enjoy good food." "Okay, I'll try my best." Gu Shichuan was sincere. He drank 2 more bowls of rib soup, making Zhou Danny so angry she slammed the door and went inside, looking furious. Always causing trouble every day. Gu's mother knew her temper and didn't bother arguing. She went inside and took out a few steamed wild vegetable buns for son Xiaojun. "Little son, I steamed some buns. Try one." She saw the boy had only eaten 1.5 bowls of rice, at an age when he had a big appetite. He wasn't full yet. She didn't want to waste food on him, so she gave him some coarse grains instead. Sure enough, son Xiaojun grinned happily. "Thank you, Auntie." Then he ate 3 buns in one go. "Thank you." He really was honest and saved her some trouble. After dinner, Tang Qiu went to wash up. When she came out, she saw son Xiaojun helping Gu Shichuan, and the two were struggling to practice in the yard. Gu Shichuan's entire body weight pressed down on son Xiaojun. Even so, he was still panting heavily, able to stand for only 2 or 3 minutes at a time. Tang Qiu walked over, looking at Gu Shichuan with admiration. His ability to endure for so long, despite trembling all over, was truly impressive. That night, she secretly added a drop of spiritual spring water to his drinking water. She also hoped he would recover quickly. The next day, Huang Yumiao indeed used the pork rib she brought back yesterday to make soup and pork rib noodles. Tang Qiu finished eating with lingering satisfaction and once again praised Huang Yumiao's cooking skills, thinking she could bring her to work at the shop. "Older sister-in-law, come to my room later. I have something to discuss with you." "Okay." Huang Yumiao was eating very thin porridge. She had been very busy these days, even inviting uncles and aunts for lunch, and Mother Gu was helping with chopping vegetables. Even Gu Shirlan, the lazy little sister-in-law, was learning to help, busying herself with Gu Damei and Gu Ermei. Gu Shifei went to Uncle's house to borrow tables, chairs, and dishes, while Zhou Danny and Tang Qiu stayed out of it. Sun Xiaojun was still helping Gu Shichuan exercise. Tang Qiu went to her room to tidy up some things. Soon, Huang Yumiao knocked on her door. "Older sister-in-law, come in quickly." Tang Qiu's belly was now quite obvious, and she looked a little worried. Huang Yumiao, feeling a bit shy, whispered, "Qiu, your belly is too big. When I was pregnant with Damei, my belly only got that big right before giving birth. Every pregnancy is different. I might be showing more." Tang Qiu, who was a doctor, had already checked her own pulse. She was carrying more than one baby, so it was naturally more noticeable. She hadn't told Gu Shichuan yet. She planned to surprise him later. That's true. Huang Yumiao didn't dwell on it and took out a stack of money from her pocket, handing it to Tang Qiu. "Qiu, this is the remaining money we owe. My eldest brother told me to give it to you. You can use it to treat his injuries. This is for the medicine." Tang Qiu looked closely and saw there was about 400 or 500 yuan. It was clear that the couple was very frugal and grateful. "No need for so much." Tang Qiu took out 200 yuan. "This is for your family. Older sister-in-law, don't be so polite. Damei and Ermei still rely on you to support them." Tang Qiu wasn't lying. Her traditional medicine was from her earlier treatment of Gu Shichuan. She had collected a lot, and the army reimbursed her, so she didn't spend a penny. This few hundred yuan was still earned from her brother's family. No, that's not right. Huang Yumiao thought her husband's leg was worth that much money. Seeing Tang Qiu almost get angry, she didn't insist further. "I want the children to always remember her second aunt's kindness. Don't be so polite." Tang Qiu smiled and said, I plan to go back to the city after you finish hosting the guests this afternoon. Sister-in-law, you should also get ready. Come with me to the clothing store. All right, I'll pack up later. Huang Yumiao had no objections, which surprised Tang Qiu. She kindly said, as for Big Brother, I already told my mother that I won't be home. She will help take care of the kids and their father. I will give her half of my salary. Huang Yumiao knew Tang Qiu was helping her family. She couldn't refuse her kindness and was determined to help her make the shop the best it could be. Since sister-in-law has everything arranged, we'll leave together later. As for Big Brother's leg, I will come back every few days to check and give him treatment. Tang Qiu was pleased. Talking to smart people doesn't require much thinking. She preferred obedient employees. After Huang Yumiao left, Gu Shilan knocked on Tang Qiu's door.
Come in.
Gu Shilan entered carefully, with a flattering look on her face. Second sister-in-law, I baked a sweet potato for you. Just say what you mean. No need to beat around the bush. Tang Qiu's eyes seemed to see through people. Gu Shilan awkwardly placed the sweet potato on the table. Big sister-in-law, I heard from Xiaoge that you're taking big sister-in-law to the city to look at the shop.
Yes.
Tang Qiu didn't deny it. Sooner or later, the whole family would know, and there was no point hiding it. Gu Shilan hesitated and said, Big sister-in-law, can I go with you? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Tang Qiu was a bit surprised and didn't expect this request. Gu Shilan lowered her head and spoke softly. Our family has split, and our parents are getting old. It's hard for me and Xiaoge to afford both of us studying. If I could start working and earning money sooner, our parents wouldn't have to work so hard. Also, my grades aren't good, but Xiaoge is smart. I want to support him through school. It's not easy. This simple-minded little sister-in-law has grown up and even learned to care for her parents. Tang Qiu felt comforted, but firmly refused. No, you came to me secretly, which means your mother didn't agree to you dropping out. Second sister-in-law, please. I really want to earn money quickly. Gu Shilan probably didn't expect that when her second sister-in-law married in, she worried that her older brother wouldn't support her education. Now, she's begging her to take her to the city to make money. I can't help you with this. Take your sweet potato back. Tang Qiu gently waved her hand and didn't look at her again, clearly firm in her decision and unwilling to change her mind. All right, second sister-in-law, I specially roasted the sweet potato for you. Gu Shilan knew Tang Qiu wouldn't change her mind, so she had no choice but to step back sadly. Once she left, Tang Qiu looked at Gu Shichuan, who was pushed in by Sun Xiaojun. He brushed past Gu Shilan, but didn't misunderstand Tang Qiu because of it. Honey, is little sister upset with you? He didn't doubt Tang Qiu, and even suspected that his little sister had bullied her. He knows his family's character well.
How could that be?
Tang Qiu chuckled softly, picked up the sweet potato, and began peeling it slowly, explaining Gu Shilan's situation. Your little sister doesn't want to go to school. She wants to work with us at the shop, but I refused. She wants to study, but hasn't had the chance. If she has this chance, she should cherish it. Gu Shichuan was very angry. He turned his wheelchair to go confront Gu Shilan, but Tang Qiu helped explain. She said, your parents are old, and she's worried they can't support her. She wants to support your younger brother's education. But that's not okay either. Gu Shichuan was angry, but didn't suggest using his family's money to support his siblings' education. Instead, he really went to find Gu Shilan. Tang Qiu didn't take this matter to heart. She left the family affairs to Gu Shichuan and didn't want to bother about her in-laws' issues. Outside, everyone was busy. Zhou Danny was afraid of being scolded by the elders and couldn't stay in a room, so she pretended to come out and help but was actually lazy. They had nearly 4 tables for lunch, mostly Gu Fu's brothers and cousins. Tang Qiu didn't want to join the crowd, so Huang Yumiao brought her food to her room. These men are drinking and smoking. You're pregnant, so just stay in your room and eat.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Tang Qiu praised Huang Yumiao for her thoughtfulness. She also didn't want to deal with Gu Shichuan's aunties and sisters-in-law, preferring to stay in her room for peace. Outside, Gu Shishu and Gu Shichuan didn't drink either. They politely thanked the uncles and aunts. It had to be said, Gu Fu's brothers were very united. The meal lasted until after 3 p.m. before they finished. Gu Shichuan looked a bit exhausted from the socializing. Sun Xiaojun pushed him in, and Tang Qiu frowned slightly. I want to check your wound. It's not serious. I'm just a bit tired. Gu Shichuan didn't insist. After Sun Xiaojun helped him onto the bed, he left. Tang Qiu carefully examined his wound by removing his clothes. Seeing her anxious look, Gu Shichuan smiled slightly. Fortunately, the wound is healing well. Tang Qiu looked at the scab on his wound and softly asked, it might leave a scar. Do you want me to get some scar removal ointment for you? She is capable of doing it, but she needs to gather some medicinal herbs, which are not as complete in the space. No need. A man having some scars is nothing. Gu Shichuan just finished speaking and immediately regretted it. Looking at his wife's bright and beautiful face, he nervously asked, Wife, do you dislike the scars on me? If she doesn't like the scars, then he will remove them. It's your own body. Whether I like it or not isn't important. Tang Qiu secretly glanced at his abs. Maybe he had started exercising again recently, so his abs were very noticeable. One look made her blush and her heart race. No, your liking it is very important. Gu Shichuan stared at her intently, and his gaze somehow made Tang Qiu feel he had her in his heart. Scars are okay. Tang Qiu's fingertips brushed over his scars. For soldiers like you, every scar is a badge of honor. Wife. Gu Shichuan looked at her with affectionate eyes. Her words always touched his heart deeply. He felt very lucky that he married her. I'll go tidy up. Unable to resist his passionate gaze, Tang Qiu turned and left the room. Her heart was like a lively horse, constantly pounding. Outside, a few women helped clean up the dishes, and Gu Shifei and Sun Xiaojun helped move the tables and chairs back. The house was soon cleaned. Huang Yumiao also packed her belongings, reminding Dama and Ermiai to listen carefully to Gu Mu at home. Zhou Danny heard the noise and was a bit surprised. Big sister-in-law, are you moving out? After asking, she thought about her brother's situation and said disapprovingly, Big sister-in-law, although spouses are like birds in the same forest, when trouble comes, they fly apart. But our Gu family isn't bad to you. You can't abandon your brother and remarry. She thought Huang Yumiao was going to abandon Gu Shirshu. Tang Qiu just happened to come out and almost laughed when she heard this. She really tends to judge others by herself. Third aunt nonsense. My mother is going to work in the city. Gu Damei, who protected her mother, angrily stood in front of Zhou Danny. Zhou Danny also frowned. Third sister-in-law, our parents aren't worried about these things. You worry too much. What? Zhou Danny quickly looked at Gu Fu, who was quietly repairing the tables and benches in the yard. Father, you can't be so biased. You found a job for big sister-in-law, and you should find one for me too. If she had a job, she could go to the city and live with her husband. What does that have to do with us? Stop thinking nonsense every day. Gumu didn't even want to talk to this crazy person. Huang Yumiao was dissatisfied and said, It's not our parents who found me the job. Big sister-in-law went to work at my clothing shop. It has nothing to do with my parents. Tang Qiu adjusted her waist and casually peeled an orange. Zhou Danny was surprised, thinking of Tang Qiu's beautifully decorated clothing store, and quickly forced a smile. Second sister-in-law, you're right. You should help out your family more. My older sister-in-law, and I would never steal from your shop. Otherwise, you can bring me along and send your cousin-in-law back home. She's just a cousin, not as close as our real sisters-in-law. Stop dreaming. Tang Qiu rolled her eyes and said impatiently, I'm not that close to you. Instead of wasting effort on me, you should care more about your husband. She had already warned her, but unfortunately, Zhou Danny didn't understand. Hey, Tang Qiu, you can't favor one over the other. You usually favor the older sister-in-law, and now you're only siding with the main family over such a big matter. Zhou Danny was unhappy, but no one in the yard paid attention to her. Everyone was busy with their own things. Tang Qiu was eating her sweet orange and didn't respond. At this moment, Gu Shirlan, who had been scolded earlier, overheard Zhou Danny's words and sarcastically said, Third sister-in-law, you really have courage. Why didn't you think about these things when you scolded the second sister-in-law? Your face is thicker than a city wall. Gu Shirlan, why do you have the right to talk about me? Zhou Danny was furious, but after Gu Shirlan finished speaking, she ignored her and casually handed a roasted sweet potato to Tang Qiu. Second sister-in-law, I just baked this sweet potato.
Try it.
Okay, thank you. Tang Qiu liked sweet potatoes and enjoyed watching Zhou Danny get so angry. Ha, it's just your family. I'm the only outsider here. After saying that, she slammed the door and went inside, her movements swift. Gu Shirlan rolled her eyes. She still had the nerve to criticize us. Whatever good things there are, she always takes them back to her family. My mother never took anything from her. Inside, Zhou Danny was smashing things in anger, probably very upset. Tang Qiu happily ate her sweet potato and looked up to see Tang Weiya's family walking straight toward her. Tang Qiu frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Wang Kaiwan warmly spoke first. Qiu, it's so rare to come home. Why don't you visit your mother's house? Your dad is stubborn, but he misses you a lot. You're pretending to be a good wife in Tang Weiya's house won't work. I won't fall for that. Tang Qiu put down her sweet potato, wiped her lips with a tissue, and saw Tang's family approaching. Gu Mu, Huang Yumiao, and Gu Shirlan came over, all protecting Tang Qiu behind them. Tang Ping saw this scene and clenched her fists in jealousy. In her previous life, how could these people she disliked be so kind to Tang Qiu? Why was that? Is it just because Tang Ping looks better than her? Qiu, it's okay if you don't like me. Your father is still your real dad. Wang Kaiwan wipes away imaginary tears and advises Tang Weiya, Brother Weiya, Xiao Qiu is your real daughter. There's no grudge between parent and child. Didn't you just miss her a few days ago? Humph. Tang Weiya snorts coldly, as if agreeing with Wang Kaiwan. She quickly continues, we're all family. All right, just tell me your real purpose. Tang Qiu lazily stretches, her relaxed and beautiful look stunning Tang Ping. She eagerly states her goal. You don't acknowledge me and my mother, but you have to acknowledge your daughter. Now that you're older and not in good health because of you and we need to eat, you should give your father living expenses. That's right, if you don't acknowledge me, you still need to pay living expenses. Tang Weiya overheard Tang Ping say Tang Qiu opened a clothing store and must be earning a lot. He's been jealous for a while. He wrinkles his nose and says, I think as a girl, why are you out doing business? We'll watch over your shop and in the future. Brother Weiya, Wang Kaiwan quickly interrupts him, noticing Tang Qiu's worsening expression. She gently pulls his sleeve. I know you're doing this for Qiu, but she's already married now. The shop belongs to the family. I'm not greedy. Kaiwan, you're just too kind. Tang Weiya looks at Wang Kaiwan with love, which is almost too much to bear. Tang Qiu can't stand it. Stop daydreaming and get lost. Exactly. This shop was opened by my daughter-in-law. What are you all doing meddling? They don't love their own daughter enough, but they treat others' daughters like treasures. I think the in-laws have a head full of nonsense. Mother Gu can't stand Tang Weiya's foolishness anymore. Other people's children are never as good as your own. Qiu is such a good girl, but unfortunately, she didn't meet responsible parents. In-laws, you shouldn't say that, Tang Weiya says excitedly. Tang Qiu is my daughter. When she earns money, she should respect me, her father. Tell me, how much living expense do you want? Tang Qiu wants to see how shameless this family can get. She looks at Tang Weiya, who is smiling strangely, and raises her hand. 500. Wang Kaiwan shouts before Tang Weiya can, afraid he will ask for less. This family really has no memory. They forget how Tang Qiu and the Gu family beat people before. Why don't you go and fight for it? Gu Shirlan screamed out loud. 500 yuan was enough for a family's living expenses in the countryside, and it was also more than half a year's salary for a worker. I am her father. Tang Weiya kept repeating the sentence. Suddenly, Tang Qiu pushed aside Gu's mother and Huang Yumiao who were blocking her, and walked straight to Tang Ping. Did you encourage them to come here? Before Tang Ping could react, Tang Qiu grabbed her hair and wildly slammed her onto the table. Everyone, Pinger. Wang Kaiwan screamed in alarm, trying to help, but Gu's mother quickly pushed her away. What are you doing? How dare you cause trouble at our Gu family's house? Tang Qiu, you ungrateful person, stop right now. Tang Weiya shouted in frustration, but didn't step forward to stop her. He was cowardly, useless, and annoying. Tang Qiu, let go of my daughter. Wang Kaiwan truly loved Tang Ping, but unfortunately, Tang Qiu didn't care about her feelings. They were the ones who started the trouble first. She was just defending herself, always meddling in other people's affairs, just eyeing my little land. Tang Ping, why don't you learn your lesson? It's okay, I'll show you who you shouldn't mess with. Tang Qiu didn't hold back, grabbing and scratching her. Gu Sherlan helped by grabbing Tang Ping's hand, preventing her from resisting. The Gu family's commotion was loud enough to be heard by everyone in Jiming village. The relatives and aunts who had just finished eating at Gu's house also came over. Sister-in-law, what's going on? How dare you bully my pregnant niece-in-law? Watch me. Huh, the people from Jinshan village actually dare to come and bully us from Jiming village. Sister-in-law, niece-in-law, I'm here to help you. With some help, Tang Qiu retreated a few steps under Gu Sherlan's protection. She also wanted to protect her belly and handed the battlefield over to them.
Soon,
Tang Weiya and the others were beaten until their noses and faces were swollen, especially Tang Ping. She was lying on the ground, barely able to get up, feeling even a little pain while breathing. Mother.
Pingya.
Wang Kaiwan crawled to Tang Qiu. She usually appeared fragile in front of others, but today she almost lost her mind. Tang Weiya was in the best condition, only scratched and beaten by a few women, his face nearly swollen. Mother, boo-hoo. Tang Ping was furious. In her past life, these people bullied her, and in this life, they even helped Tang Qiu bully her.
Why?
She was reborn and should be the main character of this world. Why does Tang Qiu have to oppress her? Call the police. I want to report to the police. Tang Ping almost shouted these words through clenched teeth. Wang Kaiwan held her hand, glaring at Tang Qiu with anger, but she had to pretend otherwise. Qiu, what did I do wrong? Since I married your father, I've always kept the best food and drinks for you. Even Pinger didn't get to eat them. I worked hard to raise you, treated you like my own daughter, but you treat my Pinger like this. Boo-hoo.
Kaiwan.
Tang Weiya was moved and looked angrily at Tang Qiu. You unfilial wolf, your mother is so good to you. And you. Shut up. Tang Qiu suddenly shouted, coldly looking at Wang Kaiwan. Since I ate the bitterbean powder during my middle school entrance exam, I knew what you were up to. In that house, I worked so hard but only got a bad reputation. Why should I believe what you say? And I didn't grow up relying on you. If it weren't for my uncle and aunt helping me often, I would have starved to death. Don't think I don't know every time you make me drink porridge, you hide in the house eating plain flour. She revealed everything Wang Kaiwan had done. Why not? Why should someone like Wang Kaiwan have a good reputation? She doesn't deserve it. You're talking nonsense. Wang Kaiwan didn't expect the usually silent and shy Tang Qiu to become so eloquent. She desperately wanted to explain. But suddenly, she saw everyone's eyes full of disgust. I knew it. There's no such thing as a stepmother truly raising someone else's child as her own. This Wang Kaiwan really knows how to pretend. When I went to their Jinshan village before, I saw her calling Tang Qiu to eat chicken drumsticks. That's just words. Did you see Tang Qiu eating? Maybe as soon as she entered the house, the chicken drumstick went into her own kid's stomach. If she were a good person, she wouldn't scheme about her own daughter's marriage with her stepdaughter. Not only the onlookers, but even Tang Weiya looked at Wang Kaiwan with suspicion. Wang Saijuan's heart raced. Brother Weiya, I know little Qiu hates me. Being a stepmother isn't easy. I do everything she's not satisfied with. I even gave Pinger the good marriage opportunity. What more do I need to do for her to be happy? Enough. Stop pretending, or I'll keep hitting you. Mother Gu's ears hurt from her scolding. Loving your daughter isn't just words, it's actions. If you truly love Qiu, stop bothering her. Our Tang family doesn't welcome you. Gu Sherlan, being younger, wasn't afraid to offend. Wang Kaiwan was so angry she cried, looking aggrieved at Tang Weiya. Tang Weiya was about to speak when Gu Shichuan was pushed out by Sun Xiaojun. He looked at Tang Weiya with cold eyes. Qiu'er is now part of our Gu family. If you want to bully her, you need to ask if I agree. He had been on the battlefield, and his fierce aura was intimidating. Tang Weiya turned pale with fear and nervously said, "Son-in-law, Tang Qiu is still my daughter. No matter what, you should support her in old age. You're not even old yet, and you have the nerve to ask for support money?" Mother Gu was so angry she laughed, but she also felt more sorry for Tang Qiu. How did her daughter-in-law end up with such an old-fashioned father? No money. Tang Qiu sneered. "Since you ignored my mother and her relationship with you, you should have expected this day." Tang Qiu, don't be arrogant. If you don't support your own father, I can report you. Tang Weiya's eyes widened slightly. He didn't expect Tang Qiu to be so bold. "Then go ahead and report me." Tang Qiu snorted softly. "You go report me now, and I'll break Tang Mingbao's leg."
He's a now.
"If you want him to stay disabled in the future."
How dare you?
Tang Weiya gasped heavily, staring at Tang Qiu with unfamiliar eyes. He felt like he no longer knew his daughter. "Do you think I won't dare?" Tang Qiu ran back to her room quickly, took out a pre-written letter of disownment, and threw it at him. "Better early than late. Here's the letter of disownment. From now on, don't come looking for me. If you do, I'll hit you every time." Although the disownment letter had no legal power, it clearly showed her stance and made it known to everyone that she had cut ties with Tang Weiya. If they did any crazy things in the future, it wouldn't be her problem. Tang Qiu, no matter how high the sky is, it can't overshadow the sun. No matter how old a child is, they can't overshadow their parents. You'll be struck by lightning for this. Tang Weiya was so angry he almost lost his mind, speaking more and more nastily. Gu Shichuan's face darkened. "When the sky falls, the tallest will hold it up. Qiu'er did nothing wrong. It's you who failed to support her from birth. Get out of here. Don't dirty my family's land." Gu's father couldn't take it anymore and pushed Tang Weiya away with a bad tone. "If you have the ability, don't come begging my daughter-in-law later. Get lost." Mother Gu and Huang Yumiao also chased Wang Kaiwan and Tang Ping out of the yard. The matriarchs of the Gu family stepped in, and Wang Kaiwan could only sheepishly carry Tang Ping away in shame. It was truly a case of biting off more than they could chew, and the whole family suffered. "Thank you, aunties." Tang Qiu knew the Gu family was united and was truly grateful. The aunties waved their hands. "Don't mention it, we're family. Daughter-in-law, you don't need to be polite. Now that the second child is seriously injured, you, child, don't dislike him at all. It's a blessing for our Gu family." Everyone is talking kindly, clearly very pleased with Tang Qiu. Gu Shichuan happily says, "Yes, marrying Qiu'er is my good fortune." "You're such a chatterbox." Tang Qiu gives her a playful glare. After the older women leave, Tang Qiu and Huang Yumiao and a few others get into a rented ox cart. Gu's father and Gu Shifei personally see them off to the town, then they take a bus back to the city to their clothing shop. Looking at the large clothing store, Huang Yumiao feels a bit overwhelmed, especially since Lin Yuexia just sold a coat, a wool coat paired with winter bell-bottom pants, earning over 100 yuan.
This is such a big spend.
Huang Yumiao is practically stunned. She finally understands why Qiu'er looks down on the few hundred yuan she sent. She earns much more in a day. "Is this the eldest sister-in-law? I often hear Qiu'er mention you. You really look kind." Lin Yuexia warmly pours water for Huang Yumiao and the others. Sun Xiaojun, familiar with everything, first carries Gu Shichuan upstairs. Huang Yumiao slightly opens her mouth and nods in shock. "Yes, I am. Sister Yuexia, I still need you to teach me more in the future." "Of course." Lin Yuexia is busy trying on clothes with customers and doesn't have much time to chat with Huang Yumiao. Tang Qiu then takes her upstairs. "Big sister-in-law, my sister-in-law Yuexia bought a house nearby. They've already moved in, so you can sleep in this room." Lin Yuexia is neat and efficient. Her room is spotless. The bedding Tang Chiu brought has been washed and is ready for her to move in with just her bag.
Okay, Kia. Don't worry about me.
I can manage on my own. You go rest. Huang Yumiao can't sit still. As soon as Tang Chiu arranges her accommodation, she goes downstairs to help sell clothes. Although she still has much to learn, she starts by counting inventory and following Lin Yuexia's instructions, doing well and not being lazy. That evening, she even cooked 2 dishes and a soup using ingredients from Tang Chiu's kitchen. Chiuer, tell sister-in-law what you like to eat. I'll cook it for you every day. Her mother had told her when she arrived that her sister-in-law, who is pregnant, must take good care of her diet and not just focus on work. I like to eat meat. Tang Chiu looks at the meatball soup on the table. Her sister-in-law's cooking skills are good, but today there aren't many dishes in the kitchen, so there's not much to choose from. She takes out 100 yuan and hands it to Huang Yumiao. This is for living expenses. Sister-in-law, just use it to buy groceries. Sichuan's body is still in recovery. If there's enough time, it's best to make some soup, whether chicken, pork rib, or old duck soup. Don't save money on this. Nourishing the body is the most important thing. On the surface, it's to help Gu Sichuan recover, but Tang Chiu also really wants to eat meat. She can't handle eating vegetarian every day.
Okay, I understand, she said.
Huang Yumiao thinks her second brother is really lucky to marry such a caring wife. But she can't spend money recklessly. She has to keep track of every expense. Gu Sichuan also thinks so. Looking at Tang Chiu, he feels very touched. Thank you, wife. Hurry up and eat. Tang Chiu generously drinks a bowl of egg soup. Her relaxed manner amazes Gu Sichuan. Sun Xiaojun is very jealous of Gugo. His sister-in-law is truly the most caring wife. From now on, he wants to find a wife who meets his sister-in-law's standards. During the meal, the 4 of them each have different thoughts. Since arriving, Huang Yumiao hasn't stopped working. After Lin Yuexia went home in the evening, Huang Yumiao cleaned up and did chores happily. Sun Xiaojun is responsible for taking care of Gu Sichuan. Tang Chiu boils hot water and happily washes up in the space. Then she checks Gu Sichuan's recovery. His external injuries are almost healed, and Gu Sichuan's physical condition is good. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Gu Sichuan sincerely thanks her. He wants to say more but notices that his wife has already fallen asleep. Thinking about how busy she is every day, Gu Sichuan feels a bit sad. He quietly moves his legs, hoping to recover sooner. When he's tired, he tries to turn over gently and then carefully holds Tang Chiu in his arms. As the months pass, Tang Chiu no longer sleeps flat on her back. Usually, she lies on her side, worried that the baby inside might lack oxygen. Gu Sichuan can hold her close, so when Tang Chiu wakes up in the morning and turns over, she sees his handsome, tanned face close to hers. Honestly, Gu Sichuan is quite good-looking, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and well-defined features, fitting the aesthetic of this era and also Tang Chiu's taste.
She
actually prefers men who are more masculine. Tang Chiu's fingertips brush over Gu Sichuan's high nose bridge. She notices his eyelashes flutter lightly, probably already awake. Thank you. Especially when she notices the changes in his brother, she blushes deeply. She quietly gets up because her belly is quite big, so she moves carefully. Gu Sichuan quickly opens his eyes to help her. It's okay, I can do it myself. Tang Chiu gets off the bed herself. Gu Sichuan reaches out but feels his body too weak to exert any strength. He is very frustrated. At this moment, he couldn't even help her stand. Once you're better, you must help me share the load, Tang Chiu said. Gu Sichuan was energized by her words and nodded vigorously. Yes, of course, I will share the burden with you. For breakfast, Huang Yumiao generously steamed meat buns, and the fragrant smell made Tang Chiu eat 2 in one go. With Sun Xiaojun taking care of Gu Sichuan, Tang Chiu felt no burden. She planned to visit the furniture factory today. But before she left, Grandpa Chun came over holding a bunch of keys. Little Tang, I've been watching over everyone moving out. Here are the keys to the 8 apartments. Keep them safe. Since she had benefited from Grandpa Chun, He was very careful and made sure the original owners couldn't stay. He even took the spare keys. Tang Qiu was a bit surprised by how careful Grandpa Chen was. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. This person seemed quite clever. Oh, by the way, there are 2 more apartments for sale in the next neighborhood. Do you want to take a look? Grandpa Chen asked casually, but Tang Qiu eagerly agreed. Sure. Grandpa Chen, are you retired now? Looking at Grandpa Chen's age, he seemed to be around 50, not someone who went to work every day. Grandpa Chen chuckled. I've retired long ago.
Otherwise, how would my son have a job?
I can't work forever.
I have to think about my grandchildren.
He said this without any reluctance, showing he cared a lot for his family. Tang Qiu suddenly had an idea, but didn't say anything. Instead, she happily said, let's go see the houses. Before leaving, she took 10,000 yuan in cash from the clothing store, planning to buy a house immediately if she liked it. Okay. Grandpa Chen appreciated the money she gave him. He hadn't earned that much in a year, so he paid close attention to this information. They went to the neighboring community across the street, not far from the market. The houses there were a bit newer, but the prices were similar. They bought one for 7,200 yuan. Grandpa Chen accompanied Tang Qiu through the transfer and got the property deed, and she gave him 200 yuan as a thank you gift. Grandpa Chen, keep this. No need, no need. I already took so much last time. I feel a bit embarrassed. Grandpa Chen was honest and straightforward. He knew making money was hard for young people and didn't want to take advantage of Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu smiled politely. Grandpa, don't be so polite. Keep this money for now. Also, I want to ask you to help manage these 10 apartments. What do you think? Grandpa Chen is clearly capable and very familiar with nearby properties. Tang Qiu, who is pregnant, and Gu Shichuan, who hasn't fully recovered yet, needed someone to help manage rental and move-out issues. Really? Grandpa Chen, as if dreaming, pointed at himself and said in disbelief, Little Tang, you really want me to help you with this? Of course it's true. Tang Qiu thought carefully before saying, but you need to sign an employment contract with me. I will pay you 50 yuan a month. Also, if I buy a suitable house and you introduce it, I will give you 50 yuan for each one. Nowadays, few people are willing to sell houses, and Tang Qiu's future house buying standards will get higher since she already owns 10 properties. Okay, I'll sign. Grandpa Chen was so happy he almost lost his mind. This job paid more than his son's official salary. If he introduced a few properties each month, he could save a lot of money in a year. Come back to my shop first. Tang Qiu didn't mention Grandpa Chen's thoughts outright. Managing rental properties involves many daily tasks, so she wasn't really free. Back at her shop, Tang Qiu drafted 2 copies of the employment contract. Seeing this, Huang Youmiao and Lin Yuexia were both surprised. When Grandpa Chen took the keys and posted rental ads as Tang Qiu requested, Huang Youmiao gave her a thumbs up. Qiuer, your handwriting is really good, and this contract looks so formal. Knowing people but not knowing their hearts. The contract can both restrict him and myself, which makes me feel secure. Tang Qiu smiled as she put away the contracts. Huang Youmiao immediately said, I don't think I've signed a contract yet. Sister-in-law, we're family. Of course, I trust you. As soon as Tang Qiu finished speaking, Lin Yuexia seriously added, Qiu, because we're family, we should make special arrangements. If we sign a contract, we'll feel more at ease. All right, I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Tang Qiu wrote 2 more employment contracts, clearly stating the base salary and profit-sharing methods, transparent and fair, like brothers settling accounts. Huang Youmiao and Lin Yuexia happily signed their names, looking as if they were signing a property purchase agreement. At noon, Huang Youmiao indeed cooked a free-range chicken stew. Lin Yuexia's meal was served on the first floor, and Tang Qiu waved her property ownership certificate in front of Gu Shichuan. I bought 2 more houses for your children. Wife, you're amazing. Gu Shichuan's praise was heartfelt, and Du Sanqiang, who had just returned, overheard it. Really? I was about to share with you that I bought a house, but Autumn, you bought 2 more? Du Sanqiang casually carried a black plastic bag, filled with the earnings from recent days. The batch of portable radios wasn't selling as fast as last time, but he still made a good profit. His smile never left his face. With your current savings, you could buy several more. Tang Qiuyan cheerfully put away her property deed. Du Sanqiang immediately grinned widely. Thanks to my sister, these are the recent earnings. Autumn, count and save them. I trust you. In front of so many people, Tang Qiuyan didn't bother to count. She just carried a full bag, and from the weight, she knew it was worth several thousand yuan. She took the stuff back to her room. After putting it in her space, she came out again, and Huang Yumiao had already prepared a bowl of soup for Du Sanqiang. Du Sanqiang's face was rough and dry, but his eyes were bright. Autumn, I heard that Director Xiao from the coal mine has been investigated. He's been sent to the Northwest Farm. It looks like he'll never turn his life around. Really? Huang Yumiao was even happier than Tang Qiuyan. She hadn't forgotten how arrogant Director Xiao used to be. Serves him right. Of course it's true. When I passed by the coal mine, the family members were still celebrating. Du Sanqiang took a sip of hot soup. Sister-in-law, your soup is really good. It tastes great. Then you should drink more. Huang Yumiao was so happy, she quickly added another bowl of soup for Du Sanqiang. Gu Shichuan, knowing about his selling the portable radios to Tang Qiuyan, couldn't help but say, Third brother, the road outside is quite dangerous. You need to be careful. He had some understanding from previous missions. Yes, third brother, if you encounter reckless people, it's okay to give up some money. Your life is the most important. With Gu Shichuan's reminder, Tang Qiuyan remembered that surveillance wasn't advanced in this era, and there were many robberies. It was indeed very dangerous. Autumn, brother-in-law, don't worry. I now have experience and know how to protect myself. Du Sanqiang didn't take this seriously. After happily finishing his meal, he hurried to sell the portable radios, not expecting Gu Shichuan's words to come true. After dinner, Du Erqiang also came by. He hesitated awkwardly. Lin Yuexia couldn't stand his awkwardness and said, Erqiang, your family. Just say what you mean. Why are you so shy? Autumn, everything at the furniture factory is normal. I couldn't find third brother. I want to get a portable radio from you to give as a gift. He heard that portable radios were high-end, so Du Erqiang wanted to give one to his girlfriend, Lu Rulin. Second brother, are you really dating Lu Rulin? Tang Qiuyan was surprised. She didn't expect Du Erqiang to really like Lu Rulin. She was a bit taken aback. Du Erqiang explained simply, Ruolan has no bad intentions. She's used to taking care of her younger brothers and sisters at home, so she's a bit bold outside.
Oh.
Tang Qiu didn't comment on his feelings, but Lin Yuexia, who had heard about Luo Ruolan from her mother-in-law, looked displeased. Third brother just came by and said he's going to the neighboring county. He probably won't be back for a few days. I don't have my portable radio anymore either. I sold it. Tang Qiu wasn't lying. She gave one to Gu Shichuan, but he listened to it every day at home and was probably too attached to part with it. Sure enough, Gu Shichuan chose to stay silent, and Du Erqiang didn't suspect anything. All right, I'll wait for third brother to come back before buying one. Tang Qiu remembered Luo Ruolan's ambitions and warned Du Erqiang, second brother, you can date someone. But before you get married, my furniture factory won't allow her or her family to work there. Erqiang, Qiuer's furniture factory isn't easy to run. Since she's asked you to manage it, you can't lose your head. Lin Yuexia also reminded Du Erqiang, who nodded seriously, okay, I understand. After he left, Lin Yuexia couldn't help but complain, I think second brother is really serious about this. Qiuer, have you seen that girl? Is she really as the mother-in-law said? What does she look like? She's okay in appearance. Tang Qiu didn't say much, only adding, some fates can't be avoided. Just go with the flow. Otherwise, it might backfire. If she really married second brother and he was fooled by her, Tang Qiu wouldn't mind changing the manager of the furniture factory. For now, she planned to give second brother some chances, since he had always been very caring toward her. I also hope second brother picks someone with a good personality. Her second sister-in-law was her sister-in-law, and Lin Yuexia naturally didn't want him to marry someone strange. Tang Qiu couldn't respond to that. Just then, a familiar figure entered the clothing store. Tang Qiu was surprised to see who it was. Sister Lu, what are you doing here? It was Lu Manfeng, the wife of Director Xiao. She still wore elegant clothes and her hair was neatly styled, but her smile was less bright, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Comrade Tang, thank you for your earlier advice. Lu Manfeng was holding some fruit and snacks this time, here to thank her. If Tang Qiu hadn't warned her, she would have been too focused on Xiao Lao and might have asked her family to help him, which could have led to more mistakes and made her do things for others' benefit. Big Sister Lu, don't be polite. I just happened to know about it and mention it casually. Tang Qiu could tell that Lu Manfeng was a careful person, but unfortunately, her judgment was not very good, as she had chosen someone like Director Xiao, who was untrustworthy. If it weren't for you, I might still be kept in the dark. Lu Manfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm not naturally unable to have children. It was my former mother-in-law. When I was 8 months pregnant, she pushed me to the ground. I couldn't carry the next baby, a boy with very good features, but unfortunately, I was unlucky. Tears filled Lu Manfeng's eyes as she spoke. Since then, I couldn't have more children. At that time, Xiao promised me he would stay with me for life. But men's promises are worthless. In the end, he looked outside for a woman because of the child. Tang Qiu didn't know how to respond to this. She gently comforted Lu Manfeng with a smile. It's all in the past. You've left the bad man behind. Your future will be bright. Yes. Lu Manfeng wiped her tears. That woman and Xiao were involved in an affair and have been sent to a farm for reform. As for their child, I left him at his rural grandparents' home. She wasn't usually so generous, but she was raising her enemy's child. After speaking, she took out something wrapped in a handkerchief. I'm here in Wucheng because of him. My feelings are already so complicated. I can't stay in this sad place anymore, so I'm going back to Xingqing. I probably won't come back here. Comrade Tang Qiu, you've helped me a lot. This is my token of gratitude. Please accept it. Lin Yuexia and Huang Yumiao looked at each other in confusion, then saw Lu Manfeng open the handkerchief, revealing 2 shiny gold bars. The 2 women. They almost gasped in shock. Are rich people really so outrageous? Giving away gold bars directly? Oh my, they really are so lucky. Tang Qiu was also surprised. Thinking about how she had taken Xiao Director's unjust gains, she suspected some might have involved her. She smiled and politely declined. Big Sister Lu, I can't accept this. You must accept it. Lu Manfeng smiled. Otherwise, I won't feel at peace for the rest of my life. Besides, I have no children or descendants. Leaving these things is just leaving them. Lin Yuexia and Huang Yumiao. Although they were surprised and envious, they didn't feel jealous or interfere with Tang Qiu's decision. They just poured her a cup of tea and treated her like an ordinary guest. I really can't take this. Tang Qiu just refused when Lu Manfeng shoved the gold bars and handkerchief into her hands. She quickly ran away. Tang Qiu, take care of it. She is very elegant and charming, but she suddenly acted very casually and ran very fast, which surprised Tang Qiu. Thank you. Miss Lu. She was pregnant and couldn't run fast, so she quickly handed something to Huang Yumiao. Sister-in-law, you chase after her and return it to her. Oh, okay. Huang Yumiao didn't have any ill intentions. She took it and ran. Soon after, she came back and said, Qiu'er, I just went out and saw her get into a car. I couldn't catch up with the car either. I think Sister Lu is really giving this to you sincerely. You should keep it. Lin Yuexia kindly advised Tang Qiu. Hearing this, Tang Qiu held the gold bar in her hand and smiled brightly. Even when I stay at home, people still send me money. It shows that the baby in your belly is lucky and will bring good fortune. Huang Yumiao believed in these things and whispered mysteriously, some children are born to enjoy good luck. Even if the family is poor, when the child arrives, their life will improve. There is such a saying, but Qiu'er is capable herself and has already laid a good foundation for her child. Lin Yuexia looked proud, and Huang Yumiao nodded in agreement. Yes, Yes, yes. Chior is the luckiest. Your two sisters-in-law are so sweet-tongued. This month, each of you gets a bonus of 100. Tang Qiu felt wonderful and didn't mind making her two sisters-in-law happy too. Sure enough, they were very pleased. Just then, a guest entered, and they hurried to greet him. Comrade, these are new styles from Yangcheng. If you like them, you can try them on. Someone was working for her. Tang Qiu poured herself a glass of honey water and sipped it leisurely. Customers kept coming in one after another. Tang Qiu adjusted her coat as the weather grew colder. Autumn was slowly turning into winter, and she believed that the down jackets would sell well. She thought for a moment and called Shueli. This time, it wasn't wholesale women's clothing but buying a batch of down jackets for the men at home. Her uncle and several brothers from her family had their share, as did her husband's side, Gu Fu, Gu Shichuan, her eldest brother, and her younger brother. As for the third brother, who didn't get along with them, Tang Qiu never even considered giving him anything. Business was now on the right track. These days, Tang Qiu decided to rest in the shop. Grandpa Chun was diligent and ran around to rent out two of her houses. A 3-bedroom for 10 yuan a month, a 2-bedroom for 8 yuan a month. They rented well. Now, more and more people were moving into the city, but Grandpa Chun still wasn't satisfied. Bought for thousands and only renting for a few yuan a month. Isn't that a loss?
It's not, Grandpa. Tan Quy An so mai gen li.
A 3-bedroom apartment costs over 100 yuan a year. Maybe in the future, property prices will go up. She wasn't just counting on the rent, but was more hopeful about redevelopment. Don't worry, I won't let anyone skip paying rent. I will keep a close eye on it for you. Grandpa Chun was uncertain about future developments and felt a bit worried. He regretted introducing so many property options to Tang Qiuyan. I heard there's a shop for sale across the street, but since you already have a shop, Boss Tang, you probably won't buy it. He was just speaking casually. Since working for Tang Qiuyan, he had started calling her boss. Tang Qiuyan's eyes lit up. Grandpa, which shop is for sale? Right across from your clothing store. Are you planning to buy it? Grandpa Chun felt more regretful. He wished he hadn't spoken up, but Tang Qiuyan was very excited. Of course, I want to buy it.
Tan Quy An not dead for me li.
Grandpa Chun, please ask around. If it's really for sale, help me negotiate the price. Sure, don't worry. I'll get the best deal. Seeing her determination, Grandpa Chun secretly decided to save money for his boss. The old man hurried off quickly.
Tan Quy An so mai helper.
Just as she was about to return to her clothing store, she met Zhou Hongying and Mr. Deng at the door. Zhou Hongying was arm in arm with Mr. Deng, smiling charmingly. When her gaze fell on Tang Qiuyan, she was momentarily stunned. Tang Qiuyan, you're here to buy clothes too? The clothes in this high-end store aren't cheap. She pointed at the clothing shop, Linger Pavilion. She had heard that the clothes there were luxurious and beautiful, so she dragged Mr. Deng over. She didn't expect Tang Qiuyan to go in too. Did she realize these clothes were beyond her means? None of your business? Tang Qiuyan rolled her eyes impatiently and strode into the store. It was almost lunchtime. Huang Yumiao was cooking on the second floor, and Lin Yuexia was introducing clothes to customers in the shop. When she married in, Zhou Hongying had already gone into business, so she didn't know her. Bring me that wool coat. Zhou Hongying hurried in, pointing at a pink wool coat, looking proud as she glanced at Tang Qiuyan, as if showing off something.
Tan Quy An.
Comrade, pack this one for me. When Tang Qiuyan understood Zhou Hongying's meaning, her eyes lit up. She deliberately called Lin Yuexia comrade. Lin Yuexia paused for a second but quickly realized that Tang Qiuyan and the person coming in didn't get along, so she nodded in cooperation. Okay, comrade. Please wait a moment. She first took down the wool coat that Zhou Hongying mentioned, then handed it to Tang Qiu. Zhou Hongying was furious. What right does Tang Qiu have? Just because her husband is almost disabled, does she think she can wear such expensive clothes? So she didn't try on anything and pointed to a few more pieces, confidently saying, this one, and that one, take my size. I'll try them on first, and then pay. Comrade, are you sure? Lin Yuexia secretly felt happy and quietly glanced at Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu also felt pleased inside but pretended to be calm as she said, "Looks like ninth sister has really become successful, but I'm not poor either. I told you, my name is Zhou Hongying." Zhou Hongying, looking fierce, then said to Lin Yuexia, "Make sure you know who the main customer is. Don't get the order mixed up." "Yes, yes, yes. Comrade, please wait a moment. I'll find some clothes for this lady." Lin Yuexia gave Tang Qiu a quick look, then held Zhou Hongying, who was feeling proud and satisfied. "You shouldn't do that. Who are you looking down on? They might not even be able to pay." Tang Qiu looked humiliated, which made Zhou Hongying smile happily. "I'm sure I can pay. Right, old Deng? This won't last long here. Why are you buying so many clothes?" Mr. Deng wasn't short of money, but thought this kind of stubborn behavior was childish. Zhou Hongying felt embarrassed for a moment. Seeing Tang Qiu smile, she felt like the other person was mocking her, so she forced herself to act coquettishly. "She likes it. You just promised me I could pick whatever I want." The dominant attitude of a man was at play. In the end, Mr. Deng didn't say much, looking helpless. "Do as you like." He took a stack of money from his briefcase and asked Lin Yuexia, "Is this enough?" This generous gesture made Zhou Hongying very proud. She looked at Tang Qiu with satisfaction. "Tang Qiu, if you want to buy, you'll have to wait a bit longer." "All right." Tang Qiu found a stool to sit on and watched Zhou Hongying happily take clothes into the fitting room. She had a wheat-colored skin, slightly dark, and wearing a pink wool coat made her look darker. She still shyly asked Mr. Deng, "Old Deng, do I look good?" "Thank you." She watched Zhou Hongying patiently, but unfortunately, Mr. Deng was impatient and waved dismissively. "Looks good, looks good. Then take everything." When Zhou Hongying was in school, she often saw various boys chasing after Tang Qiu, feeling very jealous at the time. Now she had finally beaten her once, proudly lifting her chin like a peacock. "Thank you." She just wondered whether she could still smile when she found out later that this was her shop. All right then. Lin Yuexia happily packed the 6 sets of clothes she had chosen. "Comrade, that will be 680 yuan in total. Winter clothes are more expensive, since a coat can last several years." Zhou Hongying suddenly felt a bit distressed, but didn't want to be looked down upon by Tang Qiu. She clenched her teeth and said, "I'll buy it." "Comrade, here is your change." Lin Yuexia was afraid Zhou Hongying might change her mind, so she quickly packed the clothes and collected the money swiftly. Zhou Hongying. Suddenly, she felt something was strange. At this moment, Tang Qiu meaningfully pointed at her wool coat and softly said, "This fabric is very good. Then you should buy one too." Zhou Jia felt a little proud, thinking Tang Qiu was jealous, and felt very happy inside. But when she saw Deng Zong showing a look of concern, she casually picked up the scissors on the table and cut off the tags with a snip, snip. "Thank you." Wow, that saved her a lot of trouble. Since someone was eager to give her money, she naturally felt happy. Just then, someone came down from the second floor. Surprisingly, it was Huang Yumiao, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family, carrying a tray of food. "Yuexia, I brought your meal down. Sure, let's go upstairs to eat. Second brother is waiting for you." Zhou Hongying. "Madam Gu, why are you here?" She suddenly had a bad feeling. From her tone, was Gu Shichuan also here? "Why can't I be here?" Huang Yumiao found it strange. When she saw Tang Qiu's amused look, she suddenly understood and deliberately said sarcastically, "Zhou Jia, you probably still don't know. This is my brother-in-law Tang Qiu's clothing shop."
"What?"
Zhou Hongying's eyes widened slightly, almost dropping her jaw. She stood like a statue. "Jia, thank you for supporting my shop's business." Tang Qiu smiled gently, her bright smile dazzling, especially when Zhou Hongying saw Deng Zong staring blankly. She was even more furious and spat blood. She knew things wouldn't go so smoothly. Tang Qiu was still as annoying as ever. "Then why did you pretend to want to buy clothes just now? You made me buy so many things." "What do you mean I was pretending to buy clothes?" Tang Qiu sighed helplessly. "I did ask my sister-in-law to pick out a few clothes because I want to give them as gifts. It's almost New Year." Tang Qiu wanted to keep a few coats to give as presents. If she had no stock, she would place an order immediately. Zhou Hongying. Feeling like she had been tricked by Tang Qiu, Zhou Hongying was furious. No, I don't want these clothes anymore. I want to return them. Since Hongying doesn't like them, I'm sorry, but I'll refund your money. Mr. Deng is indeed wealthy, but he doesn't like Zhou Hongying to waste her money out of anger. However, Tang Qiu pointed at the tag on the ground and said impatiently, "The tag is torn off, so it can't be returned." Yes, comrade. If the tag isn't torn and the item isn't wet, you can get a refund within 7 days. Lin Yuexia felt a little proud. Only their shop on this street offers the service, so customers like to come to their store. Zhou Hongying. Her face twisted slightly with anger. She wanted to tear Tang Qiu's face apart, but when she saw Lin Yuexia and Huang Yumiao standing behind her, she understood she couldn't act rashly. Tang Qiu, you're forcing sales and being unethical. I hope your shop closes soon. Hey, what's wrong with you? Before Tang Qiu could speak, Huang Yumiao glared angrily. You wanted to buy the clothes yourself and you tore the tag. If you're unhappy, go sue us. Why are you talking nonsense here? Zhou Jia. Forget it, let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Mr. Deng is a decent person. He couldn't stand Zhou Hongying's loudmouth behavior and suddenly regretted following her home. I won't leave. Zhou Hongying refused to give up. Her eyes reddened with anger, but Tang Qiu didn't insist. All right, since you can't accept losing, just return it.
Kia.
Lin Yuexia raised her voice slightly, about to speak, when Tang Qiu said, Forget it. We're all old classmates. I'll give her a little face. After all, everyone is not well off. Let's go. Mr. Deng looked at Tang Qiu's mocking expression and felt ashamed. He grabbed Zhou Hongying and said, I don't need this money. I know you don't need money, but I don't want her to earn it. Zhou Hongying and Tang Qiu are sworn enemies. The fact that her enemy earned her money hurts her more than if she had been hurt herself. If you won't leave, I will. Mr. Deng looked at Zhou Hongying with deep disappointment in his eyes. That look made Zhou Hongying's heart skip a beat, fearing she would lose her main supporter. Old Deng, wait for me. She didn't care about Tang Qiu earning money anymore. She quickly grabbed the clothes and chased after him. Lin Yuexia chuckled softly. Qiuer, you're really something. Next time someone I dislike comes to buy clothes, I'll trick her too. Sis-in-law, don't learn from me. Tang Qiu said with a smile. Not everyone can have a man like Zhou Hongying. That's true. Lin Yuexia clicked her tongue. That man looks several years older than her. She really has no shame. Exactly. Huang Yumiao gently shook her head. Everyone in the village seems to envy her on the surface, but in reality, people say she will do anything for money. Let's not talk about her. Let's eat first. Tang Qiu supported herself as she went upstairs. Gu Shichuan and Sun Xiaojun sat at the dining table waiting for her. Did you hear that? Tang Qiu winked playfully at Gu Shichuan. Do you think I went too far? No, the first to flirt is usually at a disadvantage. Gu Shichuan, though full of justice, was also smart and aware that everything depended on the situation.
I think the same way.
Tang Qiu picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Gu Shichuan's bowl. This is your reward.
Thank you, wife.
Gu Shichuan bit into the chicken leg, feeling the meat was sweet, and his heart was filled with happiness. After eating, Sun Xiaojun started helping Gu Shichuan practice. He watched him struggle to move with difficulty, sweat on his forehead, looking like he had just been pulled out of water, but his face was full of determination. Gu Shichuan, if you're tired, take a break. Wife, I can still hold on. Gu Shichuan gave Tang Qiu a smile. That smile somehow made her feel a bit sad inside. If the doctors at the military hospital saw how fast you're recovering, they'd be shocked. You should take it easy. Tang Qiu kept advising him. Only then did Gu Shichuan slow down his steps. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiaojun supervised him. No more practice this afternoon. I need to buy some Chinese medicine and soak your feet tonight. Tang Qiu finished instructing Sun Xiaojun and left. As soon as she stepped out, Gu Shichuan handed Sun Xiaojun a serious look. Help me walk again. Brother Gu, Your wife doesn't want you overdoing it. Sun Xiaojun looked serious, as if taking Tang Qiu's words as an order. Gu Shichuan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. If I remember correctly, I was your former company commander, right? But Brother Gu, your wife lent me money to save my mother, and she's the one who asked me to take care of you. Sun Xiaojun spoke seriously, leaving Gu Shichuan momentarily speechless.
So, my wife told you to supervise me.
If you don't behave and do things recklessly, I won't hide it from her. Gu Shichuan. All right, it seems everyone in this family supports my wife. She's truly amazing, winning everyone over. Meanwhile, Tang Qiu, after finishing packing a few bags of Chinese medicine, went to the dumpling shop opposite the clothing store as planned. Old man Chen was already waiting there. When he saw her, he enthusiastically waved. Boss, come over. Are you really going to sell it? Tang Qiu looked at the shop in front of her. The layout was the same as her clothing store, with 2 floors, a ground floor shop and a second floor residence. Because she had previously run a breakfast shop, the storefront had more of a lively, bustling feel, unlike her more elegant clothing store. Of course I want to sell, but, boss, I don't recommend you buy this shop, Grandpa Chen said seriously. There are some disputes with this property, and it could cause trouble if you're not careful. What kind of dispute? Tang Qiu was not afraid of trouble. Hearing about disputes made her eyes light up. A shop with conflicts might even sell for a lower price. Sure enough, Grandpa Chen sighed and shook his head gently. The owner of this house has passed away. He left the house to his daughter, not his son. If you buy the daughter's part, the son might cause problems. Now, both families are fighting over the house, and others are afraid to buy it, worried about getting stuck with a troublemaker. They're afraid, but I dare to buy. Tang Qiu smiled slyly, like a clever fox. Whoever owns the property certificate is the owner. I only recognize the ownership document. Grandpa Chen. He wanted to advise her, but when he saw her determined look, he didn't dare say more. Then I'll go knock on the door. Grandpa Chen patted the door, and soon a tired-looking woman in her 50s came downstairs. She looked at Tang Qiu with suspicion and asked, Are you here to buy my shop? Yes. Tang Qiu nodded slightly. The woman, Luo Xiaoman, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Grandpa Chen. Did you tell her about the issues with my shop? Yes, Grandpa Chen felt awkward too. He hadn't expected that after knowing the situation, Tang Qiu still insisted on buying. This shop was given to me by my father, but my brother has always been interested in it. If you buy it, there could be some trouble. Is the shop currently in your name on the property deed? Tang Qiu smiled gently, somehow calming Luo Xiaoman's anxious mood. She nodded firmly. Of course. I took care of my mother for 10 years, and only after she finally agreed did she transfer the shop to me. The name has already been changed. In the past, her mother only cared about her brother, but unfortunately, her brother and sister-in-law were unfilial. Tang Qiu took care of her mother daily, which was her sincere effort to repay her. As long as the transfer can be done, Tang Qiu's smile was mischievous. But your house situation is special, and the price. Street-facing shops plus the second floor can sell for 7,000 or 8,000. My family needs to sell quickly. 6,000 is fine. Luo Xiaoman thought to herself, if she weren't running her own business and her brother kept causing trouble, she would definitely keep running the shop. Now, pressured by her brother, she can only sell the property quickly. Okay, I'll buy it. Tang Qiu's heart blossomed with happiness. Buying the shop would be a huge profit. Even if she didn't run a business, she could still get a big payout if it was demolished later. Bring the documents, I'll bring the money. We'll transfer ownership, exchanging money and the deed at the same time.
All right.
Dealing with this important matter made Luo Xiaoman very happy. Only Uncle Chen looked stunned as the two quickly finished the transaction. On the way back, Luo Xiaoman said, Xiao Tang, I'll pack my things now. Tomorrow, you can come to pick up the house. I'll give you the keys then.
Great.
Tang Qiu was so happy, she couldn't hide her smile. She also gave Uncle Chen a share, leaving him almost speechless. Boss, aren't you worried Luo Xiaoman's brother will come after you? No, I'm not worried.
但cứ chúc cờ happily.
Uncle Chun, don't worry, this shop is a big profit for me. Uncle Chun didn't understand, but respected Tang Chio's decision. Just as Tang Chio carried the freshly issued property deed back to the shop, Zhang Xiufeng came over. Chioer, what are you holding? It looks familiar. It looked just like the property deed her third son brought home a few days ago. Auntie, I bought another shop, right across the street. Tang Chio's eyes curved happily as she spoke, shocking Zhang Xiufeng. Her niece bought another shop again? The casual way she said it was like buying a chicken or duck. Zhang Xiufeng felt her heart almost stop. Boss, I have something to do. I'll go now. Uncle Chun, being considerate, saw Tang Chio was busy and quickly left. Zhang Xiufeng closed her mouth with her hand, blinking in surprise. Chio, you bought another shop?
Yes.
Tang Chio put the property deed into her cloth bag and looked at the basket Zhang Xiufeng was holding. Auntie, what did you bring? It looks heavy. Pickled vegetables. Zhang Xiufeng finally remembered her purpose and said excitedly, I made pickled radish, tender and spicy cucumbers. I made some to try in the city. I want to ask where it's best to set up a stall. You can try setting up at the shop I just bought. It used to be a breakfast place anyway. Tang Chio finished speaking, but Zhang Xiufeng quickly waved her hands. No, I just want to try. I can't afford the rent. I'll let you try and I won't charge rent. Tang Chio hadn't decided what to sell in her shop yet, but Zhang Xiufeng said, keep that shop for yourself. Whether to rent it out or open a store is up to you. But now I can go to the shop's entrance and set up a stall to try. That row was full of food vendors. Zhang Xiufeng only heard Tang Chio praise herself and felt a bit unsure. Then Annie, you try it first. Tang Chio suddenly felt a bit hungry. Next time, I can make some fermented bean curd. It goes really well with rice. Smack. Zhang Xiufeng slapped her thigh and said excitedly, you just reminded me. I should make some. Many people like my fermented bean curd and chili sauce. Auntie, I have a cart in my shop. You can pull it over and try it, Tang Chio said confidently, leading Zhang Xiufeng into the shop. Zhang Xiufeng first filled a few bowls with pickles for Tang Chio and Lin Yuexia, then pushed the cart to test the water nearby. Lin Yuexia looked surprised. Chioer, your cooking skills are really good. If you can make money from it, you'd be so happy. It's your quick thinking. Why didn't we think of this before? That's because Auntie's skills are excellent, Tang Chio said. Having tasted Zhang Xiufeng's cooking, she thought the flavor was good. Even if it didn't make a lot of money, it could earn some small income. Sure enough, after just 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon, Zhang Xiufeng happily pushed the cart back. Chioer, Auntie made money. What do you want to eat? Auntie will buy it for you. Mom, only buy for Chioer. Won't you buy me something? Lin Yuexia teased with a smile, and Zhang Xiufeng couldn't stop smiling. How could I forget you? I'll buy for everyone. Auntie, as long as there's food, I'm fine. I don't mind, Tang Chio said. She wasn't short of food, but since Annie was happy to share her joy, she was happy to join in. However, Lin Yuexia said, I want to eat bananas. Since she got pregnant, she felt she was becoming more greedy, wanting to eat this and that and feeling itchy when she couldn't get it. Okay, I'll buy for you. Zhang Xiufeng looked at Huang Yumiao and said, Sister-in-law, what do you want to eat? It's my treat. No need. I'm not pregnant, so I'm not hungry. Huang Yumiao quickly waved her hand. Chioer is Zhang Xiufeng's niece, and Huang Yumiao is her daughter-in-law. She isn't related by blood, so she felt shy about asking for anything. It's a treat, and I'm happy to do it, Zhang Xiufeng said mysteriously, lowering her voice. Guess how much money I made? 5 yuan? Lin Yuexia cooperated by giving a number, but Zhang Xiufeng shook her head and looked at Tang Chio. Chioer, guess? 10 yuan? Tang Chio estimated that Zhang Xiufeng's pickles wouldn't sell for too much, and since many people could make them, the business wouldn't be very busy. But she was sure some people would want to try. 13 yuan. Zhang Xiufeng proudly pointed her finger and said, This is 13 yuan, enough for half a month's wages for a worker in the city. I never thought setting up a small stall could make so much money. 13 yuan a day, that adds up to 390 in a month. Oh my, I can't even imagine. Mom, stay calm. Lin Yuexia couldn't help but laugh and cry. If it had been before, she would have been surprised and envious. But now, with her monthly basic salary plus bonuses, it was more than that, so she genuinely felt happy for her mother-in-law. How can I stay calm? I'm going to buy food for you all. Zhang Xiufan ran off quickly, and Tang Qiu wanted to call her back but couldn't. Everyone started smiling.
Look at how happy Mom is.
When she gets back, she'll definitely make lots of pickled vegetables. Lin Yuexia was genuinely happy for Zhang Xiufan. They chatted and laughed, and soon she saw Zhang Xiufan buy pears and apples, muttering to herself. Yuexia, there are no bananas this season. You can eat some apples. When there are bananas, Mom will buy some for you.
Thank you, Mom.
Lin Yuexia had no reason to refuse, so she left the apples and pears at the shop for everyone to eat freely. Zhang Xiufan was in a hurry to return to the village. These things should stay in the shop for now. I'll make more pickles at home and bring them over later. Auntie, ride slowly. Tang Qiu saw Zhang Xiufan jump onto her bicycle and couldn't help but remind her. Since their family situation improved, her uncle's family also bought a few bicycles, which were very convenient. I know. Zhang Xiufan smiled happily but then sighed. If I had planted more tender this year, the ones at home wouldn't sell out so quickly. If it's not enough, Auntie can buy some from the villagers. There's still profit to be made. Tang Qiu casually said this, making Zhang Xiufan laugh so hard her teeth showed. You're so clever, Qiu'er. I just didn't think of it earlier. I'll go back first. She was eager to expand her business and earn more money. Tang Qiu hummed a tune happily as she went upstairs. Gu Shichuan had just finished practicing. Now he could barely walk from his room to the bathroom, sweating profusely from the practice. Gu Shichuan, look at this. Tang Qiu waved the property deed in her hand, smiling so happily her teeth showed, and Gu Shichuan was stunned. It's a shop. Tang Qiu chuckled softly, feeling very happy, and kept sharing her good news excitedly. It's right across from our clothing store, the one that used to sell dumplings. Hearing her say our home, Gu Shichuan felt so happy he almost floated, and he let son Xiaojun help him sit down. Wife, congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. Tang Qiuxuan's smile grew brighter, and her eyes curved beautifully, shining even more. Son Xiaojun looked at Tang Qiuxuan with admiration. Sister-in-law, you're so amazing. Just SOSO. I was just lucky and went with the flow of the times, Tang Qiuxuan modestly replied, but a slight smile played on her lips, clearly pleased by the compliment. Gu Shichuan chuckled helplessly but liked her cheerful attitude very much. I'll go make some medicine for you and prepare a foot soak later. Tang Qiuxuan took 2 portions of herbs, and another was sent back earlier by Zhang Xiufan to Gu Shushu in Jingming village for a foot soak. Okay, thank you, wife. Gu Shichuan watched her go into the kitchen. After boiling the herbal soup, Tang Qiuxuan poured it into a basin. Son Xiaojun quickly ran over. Sister-in-law, let me do it. Be careful not to burn yourself. Gu Shichuan was very pleased with son Xiaojun's enthusiasm. Otherwise, seeing Qiu'er pregnant and carrying things made his heart ache. All right, take care of him. Let Gu Gus soak his feet more. Tang Qiuxuan reminded son Xiaojun, then handed Gu Shichuan a cloth and went to the bathroom to wash up in her space. He thought there would be a warm scene, but Gu Shichuan. He sighed, waited for the water to cool a bit, then soaked his feet actively, not wanting to disappoint his wife's kindness. When Tang Qiuxuan came out of the bathroom, Gu Shichuan had finished soaking his feet and washing up, and son Xiaojun had already rested. Here's honey water. Tang Qiuxuan went to the kitchen and poured some honey water for Gu Shichuan, secretly mixed with a drop of spiritual spring water, then handed it to him. Thanks, wife. Gu Shichuan looked at her affectionately, then drank the honey water in one gulp. Everything his wife gave was good. Tang Qiuxuan. She was about to call him out for being over the top when suddenly, loud knocking came from downstairs. Qiu'er, Qiu'er. It sounded like Du Sanyang was knocking. Sister-in-law, I'll go see. Son Xiaojun was already awakened and hurried downstairs in his coat. Tang Qiuxuan also put on a coat. After a while, son Xiaojun came back up. When Tang Qiushuan saw Du Sanyang behind him, she was so surprised she stood up quickly. Third brother, what's going on? No wonder Tang Qiushuan was surprised. Du Sanyang looked very distressed. His clothes were torn, his face was bruised, and he looked like he had been beaten badly, with blood on his hand. Du Sanyang was about to curse, but swallowed his words when he saw his sister's worried eyes. Third brother, no rush. Take your time to explain. Gu Shichuan was worried he might scare his wife, so he softly reminded him. Only then did Du Sanqiang suppress his anger and look at Tang Qiu's belly with frustration. It's not a big deal. I'm not as fragile as you think, third brother. What's really going on? Tang Qiu frowned and glared at Gu Shichuan irritably. She wasn't as easily broken as he imagined. Gu Shichuan sheepishly touched his nose and didn't argue back. Then Du Sanqiang finally spoke honestly. I still have over 1,000 units of goods left, plus more than 10,000 in payments, all stolen completely. If I find out who took my stuff, I will definitely kill him. Du Sanqiang was furious and wanted to fight, but there were many people involved, so he couldn't do anything. He remembered what Xiaoer said about the importance of life. If he hadn't been smart and handed over money and goods, the other side wouldn't have let him go easily. Where exactly was it robbed? Gu Shichuan frowned, clearly angry. He didn't expect these people to be so brazen, so excessive and hateful. It wasn't far, just the road from Dongqing to Wuqing. There are many trucks and buses there. Now everyone is afraid to travel that night route because of frequent roadblocks and robberies. Du Sanqiang spoke through gritted teeth. He should have listened to his brother-in-law and not taken it lightly. This was a big loss. Xiaoer, this time I wasn't careful enough, so I lost so much. The loss is mine. Du Sanqiang was responsible and didn't try to shift blame. Tang Qiu saw him clearly. She comforted him, saying, Third brother, it wasn't intentional. You just had bad luck running into those people. You did well. Even though some goods and money are gone, it's not the end of the world. At worst, we just won't make a profit on this batch. My sister bought a shop, so this small loss isn't a big deal. Even though Tang Qiu said she didn't mind, Du Sanqiang still remembered this lesson deeply. Xiaoer, I'm glad you're not angry. I still have some goods in my house that can be sold for a few more days. We need to buy new stock. Du Sanqiang secretly decided that the loss was his responsibility and he wouldn't let Xiaoer suffer. Okay, I'll make a call tomorrow. Are you hurt anywhere? Let me check. Tang Qiu looked at Du Sanqiang with concern. Fortunately, he protected his vital parts.
I'm fine.
I just got beaten up. Xiao Jun, apply some ointment to third brother and check if he's seriously hurt. Tang Qiu handed Sun Xiaojun some ointment. Sun Xiaojun obeyed, without question. Du Sanqiang had no choice but to accept. Tonight, he rested with Sun Xiaojun. Gu Shichuan noticed Tang Qiu looked worried and softly comforted her. Xiaoer, as long as the mountain remains, there's always firewood. Brother San is so clever. I believe he can earn back the money soon. I believe Brother San can earn it back quickly, but I'm still a bit unhappy. Tang Qiu snorted softly, annoyed that someone had robbed her. She really felt fed up. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll ask Xiaojun to send a message to my comrade. Then, those people who robbed us can be found, and if possible, we can catch them all at once. Gu Shichuan narrowed his eyes. These people are just troublemakers in society, harmful and must be punished. Okay. Tang Qiu nodded absent-mindedly, then closed her eyes and drifted into sleep. In the middle of the night, after Gu Shichuan was asleep, she quietly got up. Just as she was about to put on her coat, Gu Shichuan suddenly spoke. Wife, where are you going? I'm a bit restless. You rest first. I'll go downstairs for a bit. Tang Qiu made an excuse, and, before Gu Shichuan could say anything, quickly went downstairs. Gu Shichuan wanted to follow but was unable to move easily, so he just watched her leave. At this moment, Tang Qiu quietly opened the shop door and rode her bike quickly toward the place described by Du Sanqiang. It wasn't far, otherwise, Du Sanqiang wouldn't have walked there so fast. Sure enough, not long after leaving the city, Tang Qiu saw faint lights in that direction. Tang Qiu hurriedly left her bike in her space. Maybe because she drank the spiritual spring water from the space, her vision was especially sharp. She moved quietly along the trees lining the road toward the lights, unnoticed by the people there. Big brother, I have no money left.
Please.
Let me go. From a distance, she heard pleading voices and the sounds of fists and kicks, scary and unsettling late at night. Isn't that a sports car? Why do you only have so little money on you? Luckily, I have some goods. Otherwise, all this effort would be wasted. Brother Dong, should we leave him behind? Forget it. Just leave the stuff. The leader, Brother Dong, spoke in a rough, harsh voice. Tang Qiu recognized him as the boss of this gang. Soon, a shadow staggered away, running for his life, not daring to leave behind his goods and money. He even abandoned his car. Bah, a poor loser. Someone spat on the ground in disgust, while another said, lucky today. We just took a fat sheep earlier. Time to wrap up. At the command of Brother Dong, everyone hurriedly gathered around him and headed back. They drove their car to the side of the road nearby. Tang Qiu guessed their base was not far away, otherwise it would be inconvenient to come and go. But since there were 7 or 8 of them, Tang Qiu didn't dare to be careless. She kept her distance behind them, ready to hide in her space at any moment. Fortunately, Brother Dong and the others were very confident and didn't bother to be cautious. They chatted and laughed as they returned to a large cave not far away. This was their usual hideout, and after working during the day, everyone went home. Tonight's work was late, so everyone should rest well. Tomorrow, we'll exchange the goods for money and take a few days off, Brother Dong said. He was also cautious and didn't want to commit crimes repeatedly. After one job, they would change locations or times. Tang Qiu thought to herself that she was lucky she came in time. Otherwise, it would be hard to find them. She stood at the cave entrance, listening to the people inside laughing and chatting. Her mind raced quickly, thinking about how to make them pay the price. Suddenly, 2 people came out of the cave. Tang Qiu quickly slipped into her space. Things are a bit tense lately. Brothers, take a break for now. Mouse, tomorrow we'll take the goods and split the money. You go dig up the valuables I buried on Huaihua Street, one said. Okay, Brother Dong. Is it at number 10 Huaihua Street? The other asked. Yeah, I hid some stuff in that well. Later, you can take it to your wife, Brother Dong replied. He and a younger brother whispered, and Tang Qiu overheard everything. Her eyes sparkled. As soon as they went inside, she took out some herbs and made a calming incense. When she reappeared from her space, she heard snoring inside the cave. Everyone had worked hard all night and was exhausted. Tang Qiu lit a stick of incense and sat at the cave entrance, waiting for a while. When she went back in, even the guards on duty had already fallen asleep. She clicked her tongue and stepped inside, seeing the pile of valuables at the back of the cave. There were scattered money in sacks, plenty of goods, including a portable radio belonging to Du Sanqiang, cigarettes, white wine, and some fruit. No wonder she thought their luck was good recently. Tang Qiu didn't take anything. These were evidence for their conviction. She quickly left the cave, then wrote a note, rode her bike back to Wuqing. She went straight to the Wuqing police station, threw the note into the duty room, then pressed the alarm. Almost everyone in the station was awakened.
Buzz.
When everyone rushed to the door, Tang Qiu had already hidden in her space. Fortunately, surveillance wasn't advanced in this era, or she wouldn't dare do this. What's going on? Someone asked. Who dares cause trouble at the police station at night? I'll smash his head. Boss, there's a note saying a group of robbers is at the Wuqing Highway intersection. Boss, it's late at night. Who knows who is playing tricks on us? Anyway, I can't sleep. Let's go take a look. If there's really something, we might make a big contribution. This team leader had just taken office. As a new official eager to prove himself, he didn't want to miss this chance to earn credit. He decisively led his men out of the city. Tang Qiu came out of her space, rode her bike to number 10 Huaihua Street, and carefully carried her belly into the small yard after bringing a ladder from her space. She took out an iron hook and started digging under the tree as instructed by Brother Dong. Huffing and puffing, Tang Qiu dug, with sweat pouring down her face. She didn't want to reveal her space. She had to do this alone. Plus, she didn't have time to move the items. Once the police catch Brother Dong and his group, they would come to dig up the stolen goods. So Tang Qiu had to act quickly. Finally, she dug up a large box. Without a key, she smashed it open with a hammer. When she looked inside, she was stunned. Wow, Brother Dong is really good at hiding things. Inside, there was a row of gold bars, about 10, and jewelry. It looked like he had stolen them during the chaos a few years ago. There were also some small antique watches and bundles of cash, estimated to be around 100,000 yuan. That's not a small amount in this era. She's made money again. Tang Qiu rubbed her hands quickly and threw the items into her space. She covered the hole with soil and restored the ground. Then she went to the well in the yard. It was dark and hard to see clearly, but she shook the water bucket next to it, turning the handle. Soon, she pulled up a wooden bucket. She opened the oil paper covering it and found several bundles of cash and gold necklaces inside, probably prepared by Brother Dong for his wife. Someone as cautious as Brother Dong, Tang Qiu didn't believe he would tell his men everything. So she carried her iron hook and searched around the small yard. Sure enough, she found more packages on the beams, in the clay jars, and in the cellar. Especially in the cellar, there was a wooden box with 40 gold bars. She's rich now. Tang Qiu even found a diary in the box, recording his daily loot from robberies. Dangu. This was the first time she saw her crimes recorded so completely. She put the diary back and waited for the police from the police station to find her. There was also a lot of money, gold jewelry, and precious stones. Tang Qiu put everything into her space, cleaned up her traces, and then rode her bike home. The deeper dew made Tang Qiu ride slowly. After working so hard all day, she was a bit hungry, so she took out some strawberries and spiritual spring water from her space to eat. The strawberries she grew in her space were sweet and juicy. She ate half a bowl, then drank some spiritual spring water, and suddenly felt refreshed and free of fatigue. After making sure she had no other lingering aura on her, Tang Qiu returned to the shop. It was dark inside, and she guessed everyone had already gone to rest. She tiptoed upstairs quietly and then sneaked back to her room. She carefully approached her bed, just about to get in when she saw Gu Shichuan's wide-open eyes. He had been staring at her, seemingly awake, with a look of longing. "Wife, where did you go?" His eyes were bright, and Tang Qiu was startled in the dark, breaking out in a cold sweat. For a moment, she thought he knew what she had done tonight. "I just wandered around a bit." Tang Qiu looked guilty, her eyes flickering. Luckily, it was dark, so he couldn't see her expression clearly. "Don't go out at night in the future. It's dangerous," Gu Shichuan said carefully, almost biting his tongue. He spoke softly. "When I'm better, I'll walk with you." "Okay, you rest early." "I'm so sleepy." Tang Qiu saw he wasn't angry, so she lay back on the bed. Gu Shichuan wanted to say more but realized she had already fallen asleep, and gentle snoring sounded beside him. Gu Shichuan. The next morning, Huang Yumiao had already prepared breakfast. Sun Xiaojun and Du Sanqiang were eating. Du Sanqiang's dark circles were very obvious, probably because he didn't sleep much last night. After Lin Yuexiao arrived, sighs and complaints increased. "Third brother, if mom knew about your situation, she would definitely worry." "Sister-in-law, don't tell mom about this. I can handle the loss." If Du Sanqiang had been completely broke before, he might not have been able to accept it. But after doing business with Tang Qiu, he now had some savings. Although it hurt, it wouldn't affect his foundation. But if mom found out, the family would be in chaos. The old lady had worked her whole life and still couldn't earn 10,000 yuan. Better not let Annie know. Tang Qiu also agreed with Du Sanqiang. But just then, Zhang Xiufeng overheard. "What's something I can't know?" She was eager to do business in the city and had come early on her bicycle. She heard them discussing hiding something from her. "Auntie, what could it be?" "It's just third brother." Xiuling had a sudden idea. third brother has someone he likes. He hasn't asked her out yet, so he doesn't want you to know. Otherwise, if you found out, you might get so excited that you'd want to meet her. Du Sanqiang caught the hint in Tang Qiu's eyes and quickly nodded. Yes, mother, I heard you introduced a match for second brother. Please don't introduce anyone for me. I really can't do such troublesome things now. When talking about Du Erqiang's matchmaking, Zhang Xiufin's attention shifted. She weakly said if he really marries Lu Ruolin, I can only blame myself for not recognizing people. Mom, don't say that. Lin Yuexia smiled and asked, have you eaten breakfast? We're just eating now. You should have some too. I've already eaten. You all eat. Zhang Xiufin smiled proudly at Du Sanqiang. Now, the whole family is earning money, not just you. Earlier, when Du Sanqiang was earning money at home, Zhang Xiufin deliberately showed off. Du Sanqiang forced a small smile. Mom, congratulations. What's wrong with you? You look so tired. Zhang Xiufin couldn't help but pat her son, and Du Sanqiang smiled helplessly. Oh, my dear mother, yesterday I went to Dongqing to sell portable music players. I didn't get back here until after 1 a.m. I had no energy. And this afternoon, I have to go to Longqing to sell more, so I might not be able to help with the stall. Can't be helped. Zhang Xiufin smiled confidently. I can handle it myself. You focus on your work. Qiu'er, you all eat first. I'll go set up my stall. She was full of energy, walking briskly with more vitality than the young people like Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu was amazed. After she left, Tang Qiu reminded Du Sanqiang, don't say anything that might upset Auntie. Qiu'er, don't worry. I won't say a word. Du Sanqiang frowned, looking quite troubled, and Lin Yuexia softly reminded him, Sanqiang, maybe you should report it to the police. They might find the stolen items. Many people have been robbed there, but no one has been caught. Du Sanqiang didn't hold much hope, and Huang Yumiao also said, but it's worth a try, right? What if? Yeah, I'll go report to the police, and then sell the music players. Fearing he might become more discouraged, Du Sanqiang finished breakfast and slipped away. Staying busy helped him forget his worries. After breakfast, everyone went about their own tasks. Tang Qiu picked up her long-unused paintbrush and started drawing a home design. A beautiful, comfortable, and soft bed was created by her skillful hands. Gu Shichuan looked at her with gentle eyes, full of tenderness. Years later, such a lovely scene remained fixed in Gu Shichuan's heart. No matter what difficulties he faced, he could get through them. Qiu'er, eat some apples. Huang Yumiao washed an apple and cut it into small pieces before going downstairs to help. Thank you, sister-in-law. Tang Qiu shared half of her apple with Gu Shichuan. Let's eat together. After finishing the apple, Tang Qiu continued to draw her design plans. When she completed a full set of furniture, she put away her pen and sketchpad. Qiu'er, let me give you a massage. Now, Gu Shichuan's upper body was more flexible, so he gently massaged Tang Qiu's shoulders and neck. Yes, a little firmer. Tang Qiu closed her eyes, enjoying his massage, completely unaware of her role as a patient. Zhang Xiufin excitedly came over and, upon seeing the scene, nodded secretly in approval. Qiu'er, business is so good. I only worked half a morning, and all the pickled vegetables I brought yesterday are sold out. Congratulations, Auntie. Tang Qiu finally opened her eyes and chatted briefly with Zhang Xiufin. She was in a hurry to go home and make more pickles, so she didn't stay long. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Yesterday, your mother-in-law asked me to bring some vegetables for you. They're downstairs. She also bought you a jar of local honey. Okay, Auntie. Ride slowly. Normally, Zhang Xiufin would notice something was wrong, but since she was busy with her business, she didn't pay attention to Du Sanqiang and Tang Qiu's interactions. After she left, Tang Qiu grabbed Gu Shichuan's hand. All right, you're still a patient. Rest well. I'll go make an order. She needed to have some tapes and a portable radio sent from Shenzhen. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to sell. Based on her understanding of Du Sanqiang, he would definitely work hard to earn money during this time. Gu Shichuan reluctantly let go, only able to remind her, Wife, walk a little slower. Tang Qiu returned his big smile and went downstairs. Then she made a phone call. When she returned, she saw someone selling crispy sugar candies and couldn't resist buying a small bag. Since she was pregnant, she often took walks and practiced yoga. When she returned, Grandpa Chen was there. Seeing Tang Qiu, he hurriedly said, "Boss, here are the keys to the shop. Luo Xiaoman has moved out all her things. You can open the store anytime. If needed, I can also help rent out the shop." "All right, I won't rent it out for now. I'll think about opening a store later." Before, Tang Qiu would have rented it out without hesitation. But now, since her aunt was selling food and the business was good, it might be better to let her use it to start her own shop. Okay. Hearing this, Grandpa Chen no longer tried to persuade her. Having followed Tang Qiu for a while, he understood her temper and knew she wouldn't change her decision easily. Tang Qiu put away the keys and saw Du Skiang wildly pedaling his bike, as if he could spin out sparks, with a big smile on his face. Lin Yuexia couldn't help but tease him. "Third brother, why are you smiling like that? Found some money?" Even happier than finding money, Du Skiang fell off his bike and quickly rushed into the clothing store, grabbing a glass of water and gulping it down. "Let's go upstairs to talk." Okay. Tang Qiu guessed roughly what was happening. She stayed downstairs with Huang Yumiao to watch the shop, while the others went upstairs. Sure enough, Du Skiang first jumped excitedly, then crossed his arms in front of Gu Shichuan, speaking sincerely. "Brother-in-law, no need to thank me for the great favor. I'll remember this." "What?" Gu Shichuan looked confused, as if he didn't understand what was said. Tang Qiu awkwardly and nervously touched her nose. Hearing Du Skiang happily say, "I just reported to the police and found out that the group that robbed us last night has been caught. Goodness, they didn't take any money or goods, and once the investigation is clear, all this can be returned to me. I have to thank brother-in-law for helping me deal with it." Only Qiu'er and her brother-in-law knew about this, so Du Skiang naturally thought Gu Shichuan helped him. Gu Shichuan suddenly looked at Tang Qiu. She didn't dare meet his gaze, lowering her head. Gu Shichuan understood and took the blame himself. Good that the items can be recovered. He neither confirmed nor denied, casually changing the subject. Lin Yuexia was also surprised. She clapped her hands and said, "That's really lucky. It was over 10,000 yuan. Not many people are now millionaires."
Yes.
Du Skiang grinned so widely his teeth showed. "Those people deserve to die. I heard they even caused a death before. They hide well, and the police haven't found evidence yet, but everything they've done will leave traces. They'll be caught sooner or later." "Thank you." She felt like they were implying something about her. But with Gu Shichuan covering for her, Du Skiang didn't suspect anything, and Tang Qiu quietly relaxed. "Third brother, cooperate well with the police for your report. When the time comes, you'll get everything back. Don't worry, I know what to do."
Du Skiang chuckled. "Over 10,000 yuan.
"I can buy 2 houses with that. I won't let those animals get away with it," he said angrily and reluctantly. "It's just been beaten up by someone, but I'm glad they get their comeuppance. If they go to jail, they'll definitely get beaten." Tang Qiu's lips curled up slightly. She was very protective of her family. People who bullied her had to pay a price. A few people talked and laughed, but Gu Shichuan didn't join in. He only glanced at Tang Qiu from time to time, making her feel strangely guilty. She couldn't help but wonder, does Gu Shichuan know that this is related to her? Until Du Skiang left and Lin Yuexia also went downstairs. Even Sun Xiaojun went down to help Gu Shichuan buy things. "Tang Qiu, why does it seem like he deliberately sent everyone away? Wife, was it you?" Gu Shichuan's tone this time was very sure, leaving no room for Tang Qiu to argue. He straightforwardly said, "When third brother talked about this earlier, everyone was happy and excited, except you, who seemed to have expected it all along." "Of course I was surprised too," Tang Qiu defended herself. "I just didn't have time to be happy for him." "Gu Shichuan, don't slander me." She planned to deny it no matter what. Since Gu Shichuan had no proof, she thought this was a good strategy. She snorted softly. "You don't believe me?" Seeing her aggrieved expression, her eyes shimmered with tears, making him feel unexpectedly heartbroken. Gu Shichuan's heart softened at the same time. Wife, I do not believe you. It's just that you're pregnant, and going out late at night isn't safe. It's not me. Tang Qiu stubbornly refused to admit it. Gu Shichuan could only compromise. Fine, I'll pretend it wasn't you. But wife, try to go out less at night in the future. And if you do go out, don't go alone, okay? Tang Qiu wanted to continue arguing, but seeing his caring and worried eyes, she finally softened. Don't worry, I love myself more than anyone else does. She would never let herself fall into danger. Gu Shichuan's mood was complicated. He was very curious about how Tang Qiu managed to do it. But he knew his wife had secrets and probably didn't plan to tell him for now, so he chose to stay silent. I'm going to the furniture factory. I'll ask Sun Xiaojun to stay at home with you. Tang Qiu couldn't sit still at home and was afraid Gu Shichuan would ask more questions, so she rode her bike to the furniture factory. Before she entered, she saw from afar that Lu Rulin was talking to Du Erqiang. Tang Qiu stopped her bike and kept a distance from them, neither too close nor too far. They seemed so absorbed in their conversation that they didn't notice her. Lu Rulin looked upset as she wiped her eyes with a tissue. Brother Erqiang, I am a woman who cares little about work, but my younger brother is different. He will marry, have children, and support the family in the future. If he can't find a job, our whole family will be in trouble. I understand, Ruolan. Don't worry, I will keep an eye out for you. Du Erqiang is genuinely sincere and truly cares about Lu Ruolan, but unfortunately, he doesn't give her the answer she wants. Lu Ruolan covers her eyes with silence and lowers her gaze. So, how long will you keep an eye out? My brother is about to graduate from high school, and he still can't find a job. My parents are worried all night and can't sleep. As his sister, I feel bad too. Boalan, you know that although there are a few foreign companies in the city now, they are not many. Jobs in the city are limited. Everyone is reluctant to give up their positions. That's why it's hard to find work. Isn't your furniture factory still hiring? Lu Ruolan can't help but share her thoughts. My brother is tall and strong. He should be able to do that kind of work. Brother Erqiang, you're a leader too. Please help arrange something. No, I can't. Du Erqiang remembers what Tang Qiu said earlier and instinctively refuses Lu Ruolan. She immediately reddens her eyes. After we are together, you promise to treat my brother like your own brother. Is that how you treat your own brother? Ruolan, I didn't mean it that way. Du Erqiang feels helpless and scratches his head. This is not something I can decide. Not something you can decide? You're the cousin of Director Tang. It's just a word, so why make it so difficult? It seems Lu Ruolan has already investigated Tang Qiu's identity, so she dares to speak so directly to Du Erqiang.
Du Erqiang is stunned.
He opens his mouth slightly. How do you know my relationship with Director Tang? I think everyone in the factory knows. Besides, you two do look somewhat alike. Lu Ruolan casually makes up an excuse and pleads with Du Erqiang. Brother Erqiang, just agree with me. If my brother can succeed in the future, it will reduce our burden. Our mother will have a better life, and our small family won't have worries or pressure. Otherwise, I can't just watch my mother and brother live a hard life, right? Ruolan, I can agree to other things, but not this. Although Du Erqiang likes Lu Ruolan very much, he still has his own bottom line. He cannot be controlled by her in everything, especially since Qiu'er previously warned him not to let her family enter the furniture factory. But this is the only thing I want her help with. Lu Rulin was a bit impatient. It's just a matter of one sentence. What are you really worried about? Lu Rulin, Du Erqiang said anxiously. Don't be angry. I really want to help you with this. Our furniture factory will be hiring normally. When the time comes, have your brother apply through the proper channels. It will be much easier. Then why do I still need you, my family member? I just hope you can help my brother. Lu Rulin lost her temper. In the past, she was gentle, calm, and confident in front of Du Erqiang. But being provoked by Du Erqiang, a straightforward man, she almost said something inappropriate. As long as they are hiring, I will remind your brother.
Du Erqiang tirade.
Other matters might be considered, but he definitely wouldn't risk his new shop for Qiu'er. Is it because Director Tang doesn't allow it? Why is Director Tang so petty? We're family. Can't she support you a little? It must be said that Lu Rulin's words were quite harsh. At least Tang Qiu had a rebellious attitude, thinking that even if she went, she didn't want to go. Lu Rulin, you say I can, but I can't say the same for Qiu'er. Without Qiu'er, none of us would be here today. Lu Rulin didn't expect to lose so badly to a woman who knew nothing. She stomped her feet in anger. Du Erqiang, are you sure you want to stick to your current idea? Not helping my family? Although she had never met Du Erqiang's cousin, her instincts told her that this person was definitely difficult to get along with. If you want to talk to me about dating properly, I accept. Du Sanqiang gradually realized what was going on. But if you want me to help with other things, don't even think about it. There was a traitor in our furniture factory before. Even if I am related to the factory director by blood, I can't just do whatever I want. How can it be because of that? Lu Rulin was so angry she bit her lip and finally stomped her foot. Du Erqiang, you deserve to be single. We're finished. After saying that, she turned around and ran, only to meet Tang Qiu's half-smiling eyes. What are you looking at? She didn't realize that Tang Qiu was the factory director. She angrily said to Du Erqiang, fine, no wonder you treat me like this. Turns out you already have a new lover. Do you think that's fair to me? In her panic, she even ignored Tang Qiu's growing belly. Du Erqiang was already feeling sad inside. When she said that, he felt even more disappointed in her. Look carefully, this is my sister Tang Qiu. She is pregnant. Don't spread dirty rumors about us.
What?
Lu Rulin was stunned and speechless. She remembered the woman she had dined with at the state-run restaurant that day, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. She blurted out, who was the woman you ate with that day? Oh, that was my aunt. Tang Qiu smiled gently and explained kindly, she is also Brother Erqiang's mother. Lu Rulin. It's over. She originally wanted to cause some trouble to control Du Erqiang, but now she found out that the woman was Du Erqiang's mother? Thinking about Zhang Xiufan's displeased look that day, Lu Rulin knew she and Du Erqiang would soon be finished. Lu Rulin, apologized to my sister. Du Erqiang felt wronged, but didn't mind. He couldn't stand seeing others treat his sister badly. I'm not doing it on purpose. Lu Rulin bit her lip hard. She didn't know how to respond at first, then she ran away.
Du Erqiang looked apologetic.
Qiu'er, sorry, Brother Erqiang was blind. It's okay, Brother Erqiang. It's better to see someone clearly early than to be deceived for a lifetime. Tang Qiu comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, and Du Erqiang cheered up. Nothing's wrong, Brother Erqiang. Let's go to the factory. Recently, Deputy Factory Director Yang has been watching the new furniture closely. You'll see the results soon. Tang Qiu saw that he quickly cheered up and trusted her more. The two of them went into the furniture factory. Deputy Factory Director Yang was in the workshop. After a while, he hurried overexcitedly. He took off his gloves and said enthusiastically, Director Tang, you're just in time. Let's go see the new furniture?
Sure.
Tang Qiu put on the work clothes handed to her by Deputy Director Yang and wore a mask. Then she followed him into the workshop. The workers were busy and looked very spirited. When they saw Tang Qiu, they all shouted loudly, Hello, Director Tang. Hello, Deputy Director Yang. Hello, Director Tang. I'm just here to look around casually. You all do your own work. Don't mind me. Tang Qiu waved kindly, giving the impression she was inspecting. The workers smiled warmly at her. Soon, Tang Qiu saw the new furniture supervised by Deputy Director Yang. This time, it was a set of exquisitely crafted classical furniture. There were patterns carved on it, specially designed by Tang Qiu. The carvings were vivid and realistic, testing the carpentry skills of the workers. All these patterns follow your design drawings, Director. If you're not satisfied with anything, just tell us and we'll improve it. Vice Factory Director Yang's eyes shone brightly. But I think these are already very perfect. When we show them, they will surely be more popular than the previous set. Besides the beautiful patterns, the factory director's designs are also very clever and easy to use, making the sofa very comfortable. Okay, I'll take a look first, Tang Qiu said carefully, then picked out a few areas that needed improvement. After she finished speaking, the workers looked at her with even greater admiration. Oh my, the factory director really understands this. I thought someone else might have helped with the design. This is something only a master can see. With Director Tang here, our furniture factory will definitely get better and better. We're lucky to have such a director. Working with him, we won't have to worry about earning money. Not only the workers, but Vice Factory Director Yang also felt very confident. After inspecting the furniture, they returned to the office, where Tang Qiu presented new drawings. If possible, we should hire more workers. This new set of furniture I designed is simple and suitable for ordinary people. Vice Director Yang examined the drawings carefully, and his admiration for Tang Qiu grew like a never-ending river. Wow, this looks good and practical. It will definitely sell well. I suddenly think the set we saw earlier might be better for wealthier families. Yes, Tang Qiu smiled gently. You need to have a clear idea of the product's target market, so you can introduce it to the right customers. The profits from the furniture don't need to come back to me first. Let's expand production. Our furniture is unique, and in the future, there will be many buyers from other places. Okay, I understand. Young Vice Factory Director nodded and took notes, treating Tang Qiu's words as an important order. After finishing work, he then whispered mysteriously to Tang Qiu, Director Tang, do you remember Boss Zhou? I heard something happened to his factory. Tang Qiu was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Young Vice Director said, it's the Boss Zhou who tried to copy our furniture before. What's wrong with his factory? Tang Qiu thought about his less than honest methods and frowned instinctively, feeling a bit uneasy about him. Young Vice Director shook his head and sighed. After the last incident, his factory ran out of cash. He borrowed money from many friends and relatives, but now people are chasing him for debts. Does that mean the factory will close down? Du Erqiang was very surprised. Although he didn't like Zhou, he felt it was a pity if the factory shut down. I don't think it will last much longer. Young Vice Director, who had managed factories before, had a rough idea. Tang Qiu listened but didn't think much more about it. Just as she was about to leave, Boss Zhou approached her. Director Tang, I have something I want to discuss with you. Sorry, I'm about to go home and don't have time. Tang Qiu didn't want to talk much with him. She leaned on her waist. I'm pregnant now. My husband hopes I don't stay out often because it's unsafe. Director Tang, just a few minutes. Please help me save my factory. Boss Zhou clasped his hands together, looking very sincere, no longer the arrogant and scheming look from before.
Du Erqiang froned.
Can't you see my sister's busy? If you have something to say it to me. You can't make that decision. Boss Zhou knew that, but he still wanted to fight for his factory one more time. The person in charge of the factory was Tang Qiu, so he could only find her. Tell me, I will report to Director Tang. Vice Director Yang desperately signaled to Boss Zhou, hoping he would be sensible and not bother Director Tang. But Boss Zhou was determined. Director Tang, just 2 minutes. Can you give me 2 minutes? Go ahead. Tang Qiu couldn't leave, so she sat back on the stool she had just been on, holding her belly and pretending to listen carefully. In her heart, she already had some guesses. Sure enough, Boss Zhou wiped his slightly balding head. Director Tang, we're all in Wucheng. You should know the current situation of my factory. The factory is short on funds. Old furniture is piled up in the warehouse. I can't pay wages, and workers don't want to keep working. Now, the entire factory is paralyzed. I understand.
So?
Tang Qiu looked at him, her eyes seeming to see through Boss Zhou's thoughts. He nervously fiddled with his fingers and awkwardly said, so I want to borrow some money from Director Tang.
No.
Tang Qiu refused quickly and decisively. Du Erqiang and Vice Director Yang weren't surprised at all. If it were them, they wouldn't agree either. Boss Zhou was not embarrassed by the rejection. He had expected it and then explained his next plan. If Director Tang has enough funds, she could invest in my factory and I will give her shares. Now, the only person who could help him was Tang Qiu. He had already asked everyone around him who might be able to help. Tang Qiu's gaze fell on Boss Zhou. When he returned from the provincial city, he was full of confidence, but now he looked very different. Today, he was wearing a dull gray outfit. His hair seemed unkempt, his eyebrows and eyes were full of worry, and he had serious dark circles. Probably hadn't slept well for a long time. Seeing she hadn't responded, Boss Zhou hurriedly said, "Just 20,000 yuan, and I'll give you 10% of the shares." "Sorry, I already own a furniture factory, and am not interested in this for now." Tang Qiu prefers to work with honest people, and clearly, Boss Zhou's character doesn't meet her standards. So even if he has the money, Tang Qiu doesn't want to get involved in this mess, especially since she had a good harvest last night. Factory Director Tang, please think about it again. Boss Zhou was anxious. My factory still has a lot of stock. Once I clear the warehouse, I can sell for 1 or 2,000. With the raw materials for new furniture, I only need 20,000 yuan to keep the factory running normally. Look for someone else. Tang Qiu pointed at her big belly. Given my current condition, I'm not suitable for this kind of work. Boss Zhou, there are many people in Wuqing who can invest this money. You should ask others. Qiu'er has a special health condition. Du Erqiang firmly supported Tang Qiu. Vice Factory Director Yang didn't comment, so Boss Zhou's efforts were in vain. He was still unwilling. Factory Director Tang, 15%, no more. Giving away too much of the shares. Can this factory still be considered his own? Tang Qiu still shook her head lightly. Boss Zhou couldn't accept it. He sighed heavily and left feeling disappointed. After he left, Vice Factory Director Yang couldn't help but say, "Director, if you invest in shares, we can directly use workers and materials from that workshop. We are short-staffed and might not produce enough goods." That's true, but it's obvious Boss Zhou can't accept giving away too many shares. Tang Qiu saw through Zhou's plan. He just wants me to invest, but the factory still belongs to him. I might even be able to share my own design drawings and he could make big money. I don't want him to get that advantage. Exactly. If Qiu'er puts in the money and his furniture doesn't sell, she'd have to give him our designs to reduce losses. That would be terrible. Du Erqiang and Tang Qiu shared the same enemy. Vice Factory Director Yang shook his head in frustration. "Sorry, Director. I only saw the small profit and didn't think much. I didn't expect old Zhou to play such tricks at this time. Let him keep that broken factory for the rest of his life. It's not your fault, old Yang. You two know each other, so it's easy to be confused." Tang Qiu knew Yang's heart was also for the good of the factory, so she didn't blame him. She gently smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, Boss Zhou will come back again." "So, Qiu'er, what are your plans?" Du Erqiang angrily said, "He previously copied our furniture. I think it's better to let his furniture factory fend for itself. There are so many workers in the factory. If it closes down, those workers will need to find new jobs. Maybe they could come work for us instead?" Deputy Factory Director Yang quickly thought this over, but unfortunately, their factory was a bit smaller and might not be able to hold so many people. "Don't worry, both of you. We won't suffer any loss." Tang Qiu smiled faintly, already having a plan in mind. This matter probably won't go as Boss Zhou wishes. In the past few days, Boss Zhou had been running around trying to raise money. He even borrowed from the credit union. Sadly, because he owed too much money, the factory's collateral was limited. Now he's desperately bald from worry. As Tang Qiu predicted, today she arrived at the furniture factory to find Boss Zhou again. Tang Qiu looked at him coldly and said, "Boss Zhou, I think I made myself clear last time. I can't accept your idea of investing." Boss Zhou suddenly looked 10 years older. He forced a smile and said, "Chief Tang, someone as smart as you probably already see through my tricks. But I really have no other way now. If I say I want to sell the factory to you, would you accept it? You finally bought this factory. Are you really willing to sell it?" Tang Qiu finally looked at him seriously. Boss Zhou's smile was bitter. "Of course I don't want to sell. But now I owe over 10,000 outside and can't pay the workers. The workers are on strike. If I don't sell the factory, my whole family won't be able to live peacefully. I can't stay in Wuqing anymore." But now, those willing to buy his factory are taking advantage of the situation and lowering the price. After thinking it over, he felt Tang Qiu wasn't such a person. "This factory isn't as big as our Shuangxi furniture factory. How much do you want for it?" Tang Chio's hand holding the cup tightened slightly, and Deputy Factory Director Yang gave a helpful reminder. Old Joe, we know each other well. Don't ask for too much. Given the current situation, just give a fair price. Maybe our factory director will consider it. Otherwise, you can go look elsewhere. Boss Joe's heart felt bitter, like soaking in bitter melon water. He held up both palms. 10,000? Deputy Factory Director Yang was so angry he laughed. Your factory isn't big. I remember you bought it for only 6,000 when you bought it. Now you want to sell it for 10,000? That's a pretty optimistic idea. I've also invested in some machinery and raw materials, with several thousand in stock. It's worth that much. Boss Joe thought to himself, if he truly couldn't hold on any longer, he wouldn't be willing to sell his factory. Since you're not genuinely interested in selling, let's forget about it. Tang Chio waved her hand and asked Deputy Factory Director Yang to see the guest out. After all, she wasn't in a hurry. As she started to chase him away, Boss Joe quickly said, Director Tang, give me a price first, and I'll see if it's acceptable. Then we can talk. Boss Zhou knew well that besides Tang Chio, he couldn't find anyone else willing to fill this gap. 60,000. Tang Chio made a hand gesture, which was the price Boss Zhou paid when he bought the furniture factory during a time of crisis. Boss Zhou's face changed and he looked distressed as he said, Director Tang, you're really not willing to give me even a little more? You know, our Shuangxi furniture factory now has many orders and is very busy. If you really don't want to sell your factory, that's okay. Tang Chio spoke calmly, not intentionally, but because she genuinely thought so. Her Shuangxi furniture factory had already made a lot of money. Hearing this, Boss Zhou felt even more bitter and begged, Director Tang, can you raise the price a bit? I've bought a lot of raw materials, which are part of the costs. You could sell quite a bit for them. 65,000. If you're not willing to leave now. Tang Chio was firm. She knew that Boss Zhou's words were somewhat empty, especially since he had already cleared out a large amount of stock and made a lot of money. Not to mention, he had sold quite a few pieces of furniture recently. Although it wasn't as much as their Shuangxi furniture factory, it was still considerable. Hearing this, Boss Zhou looked heavily at Deputy Factory Director Yang, wanting to see his expression, but Yang remained calm, showing no hint of his thoughts. Boss Zhou closed his eyes in pain and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine, 65,000. I want cash, not a penny less. That's fine. Tang Chio nodded happily and said to Deputy Factory Director Yang, You stay at the factory first. We'll go transfer ownership. When the time comes, Boss Zhao's factory will directly merge into our Shuangxi furniture factory. Second brother Chang, you're responsible for managing the second factory of Shuangxi furniture. If you have questions, ask Deputy Factory Director Yang. Seeing how she quickly arranged everything, Boss Zhou suddenly suspected that Tang Chio had planned this all along. Maybe she had foreseen this day. But he didn't dare say anything, afraid Tang Chio might change her mind. Du Chong happily agreed, Chioer, don't worry. I'll make sure to manage the second factory well for you. Let's go. Tang Chio looked at the stunned Boss Zhou, suppressing her smile to avoid making him angry. Chioer, I'll go with you. Du Chiang wanted Chioer to withdraw a large sum of money, but he was worried about being robbed. Also, Chioer was pregnant and not very mobile. So, Du Chiang took Tang Chio to get the money, while Boss Zhou went home to get the necessary documents and materials. An hour later, they met at the housing authority. Tang Chio handed a bag of money to Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou, carrying the bag of money, quickly left, worried about being robbed. Meanwhile, Tang Chio, holding her new certificates, smiled happily. When they left, they faintly heard someone calling Du Erqiang. He turned and saw Lu Ruolin, a familiar figure. She saw him first, her eyes brightening, then she saw Tang Chio and her expression changed. Second brother Chiang. This time, she spoke softly to Tang Chio, saying, Sister Chio, I've heard second brother Chiang talk about you a lot. I like you. It's a pity there was a misunderstanding last time. I'm really sorry. She seemed to forget their previous argument. Du Erqiang was stunned and didn't quite understand her meaning. Are we really that close? Tang Qiu kept her distance from Lu Rulin and gave Du Erqiang a look. Second brother, you handle this first. I'll wait outside. Since she was in a good mood, she didn't argue with Lu Rulin. After Tang Qiu left, Du Erqiang looked angry and asked, Lu Rulin, what do you mean? You said we were over before. Second brother, didn't you see I was upset with you? Lu Rulin smiled sweetly and linked her arm with his. I was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Women get upset, and men need to comfort them. I even apologized first. What more do you want? Du Erqiang was confused and didn't understand her way of thinking. He simply said honestly, but I took what you said seriously. We're not together anymore. From now on, let's pretend we don't know each other. A few days ago, he carefully thought about his mother's words. He realized that he and Lu Rulin were indeed not suitable for each other. Lu Rulin became anxious and said, Second brother, I was too eager last time. I shouldn't have pressured you into doing something you don't like. I promise I will change in the future. As for my family, if you don't want to help, that's fine. But if you are willing, I will appreciate it. Maybe you should find someone who is willing to help you. Du Erqiang used to like Lu Rulin very much, thinking she was gentle and kind. But after seeing her true nature last time, he felt very uncomfortable. Du Erqiang, your heart is smaller than a woman's. Lu Rulin was so angry, she stomped her foot. If she hadn't seen Tang Qiu buy another furniture factory and give it to Du Erqiang to manage, she wouldn't have hurried over. Yes, I have a small heart, smaller than a needle's eye. It's better if you stay away from me. Du Erqiang was worried that Tang Qiu might be waiting too long, so his tone was a bit impatient. He thought Lu Rulin might get angry or leave quietly, but she still forced a smile. Second brother, I know you're not like that. I was just angry and spoke without thinking. Lu Rulin forced a smile and said, My mother saw you once before and spoke highly of you. If things are suitable, can our parents meet? This was a polite way of asking to meet the parents.
Du Erqiang war stund.
Lu Rulin, do you have no shame? What do you mean? Lu Rulin's smile froze on her face when she heard Du Erqiang say, A woman like you, actively asking to meet your ex's parents, is too outrageous. He turned and left quickly, leaving Lu Rulin furious and pounding her fist against the wall. Rulin, who is that man? Lu Rulin's cousin looked at her with confusion. Lu Rulin quickly said proudly, That's my boyfriend. He's just upset with me. I'm so angry I could die. There are many men in the world. Why are you so fixated on one? He's different. Lu Rulin lowered her voice. My boyfriend's sister owns 2 furniture factories, and he manages one of them. Capable people tend to have tempers. As long as he truly cares for me, that's enough. When Du Erqiang came out, he saw Tang Qiu slowly eating a cotton candy, her face showing a smile, and looking in a good mood. Is everything settled? Qiu, don't worry. I listened to my mother. I won't have any more trouble with her. Du Erqiang was very determined and wouldn't change his mind once he made a decision. Tang Qiu didn't ask much about his feelings. Du Erqiang took her back to the clothing store. Tang Qiu carried a cloth bag upstairs and immediately saw Gu Shichuan standing at the staircase entrance. To Tang Qiu's surprise, this time Sun Xiaojun was not supporting him. Instead, he was standing alone confidently. He actually stood up. Brother-in-law, are you feeling better? Du Erqiang was even more shocked than Tang Qiu. He quickly rushed over to Gu Shichuan and examined him carefully. Hearing the noise, Sun Xiaojun came out from the inner room. He happily said, Sister-in-law, Brother Gu practiced a few times today. I didn't expect him to be able to walk a few steps. Qiu, your medical skills are so good. I have even more confidence that your older brother will get better. Huang Yumiao was also very excited. The fact that the second brother could recover meant her husband could recover too. Qiu, when did you learn medical skills? Until now, her relatives from her maternal family still didn't know how she learned medicine. Tang Qiu shyly touched her nose and explained awkwardly, Well, I learned secretly when you guys were playing before. Anyway, my medical skills are pretty good. Tang Qiu saw Gu Shichuan swaying slightly and quickly went over to support him. Just recovered. Don't push yourself. Thank you, wife. Gu Shichuan looked at Tang Qiu with deep affection in his eyes. Tang Qiu didn't dare to meet his gaze directly and just took out her new certificate. Look what I bought.
What?
Gu Shichuan was helped to sit down by Sun Xiaojun and was mentally prepared. Unexpectedly, Du Erqiang said, Qiu'er bought a furniture factory again. From now on, it will be our double happiness factory too. Gu Shichuan. He simply couldn't stay calm. He had just been home resting for a short time, and his wife's business was growing every day. If this continued, he really couldn't keep up with her speed of making money and expanding industries. Oh my sister-in-law, you're amazing. Sun Xiaojun admired Tang Qiu very much.
Tan cư mô đét ly sở mày.
It's a pity that the money in the bank account is running out. That was true. The daily cash flow was decreasing, but her fixed assets kept increasing. Everyone chatted and laughed. Du Sanqiang happily walked over, carrying a sack on his back. Qiu'er, we got the money back. This is your bonus. He smiled happily, but Du Erqiang still didn't know about his brother being robbed and looked a bit confused. Sanqiang, what do you mean by that? It's nothing. I just settled the payment for the goods I bought. Du Sanqiang instinctively didn't want more people to know about such embarrassing things. Tang Qiu and the others tacitly didn't mention it, leaving him some face. Once the two brothers left, Tang Qiu weighed the burlap bag and estimated there were several 10,000 yuan inside. Her mood became even happier. Gu Shichuan. Every day, he watched his wife earn money, and he almost thought that money was really that easy to make. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. Gu Shichuan hesitated before speaking. Tang Qiu was busy counting money and instinctively responded. Go ahead. This afternoon, Xiaojun pushed me out to make a call. The boss's idea is that if I can recover, they still hope I can return to the team. Gu Shichuan's tone was a bit excited. At first, the boss thought he wouldn't recover and was prepared to replace his position. Now that Gu Shichuan might go back, they were very happy. Gu Shichuan's only worry was that his wife might get angry. Unexpectedly, Tang Qiu said generously, okay, if you want to go back to the army, that's good. Just go. Anyway, she felt there wasn't much difference between having a man or not. Even if Gu Shichuan only handed over his allowance and didn't come back, it was fine. Gu Shichuan. His wife's indifferent attitude made Gu Shichuan feel alarmed. Maybe. He still didn't have a strong position in her heart. I want to take you with me to follow the army. Gu Shichuan quickly finished sharing his idea. Tang Qiu wasn't surprised. She looked down at her belly. I'm pregnant now. Is it suitable for me to follow the army?
Not now.
After I fully recover. Gu Shichuan knew Tang Qiu was right, so he ended the topic. As long as you're willing to go with me, you can go anytime. Tang Qiu carefully considered. She had thought about moving to Shin City to develop, but because Gu Shichuan hadn't recovered yet, she didn't rush to go. But if Gu Shichuan said so, she might consider registering the child's household in that place. So she quickly agreed. When you return to the team, I will go with you. With the furniture factory bringing in research personnel, Tang Qiu thought it wasn't a big deal. She didn't expect to agree so quickly. Gu Shichuan was both surprised and happy. Really? Qiu'er. Of course, it's true. Tang Qiu gave him a look. Tomorrow, let's go back together and see how your brother's leg is recovering. Okay. Gu Shichuan happily agreed. After lunch, Huang Yumiao hurriedly ran over. Qiu'er, your aunt seems to have been bullied.
Huh?
Tang Qiu was first stunned, then angrily said, Sister-in-law, what happened? Grandma was selling pickles over there when a man told her to leave, claiming it was his shop. This led to a fight between them. Huang Yumiao heard about it from others and hurried over to tell Tang Qiu. Next to them, Gu Shichuan reminded her, when you bought the shop before, didn't Luo Xiaoman say her brother might cause trouble? Her aunt wasn't even selling anything in the shop. Tang Qiu was very angry. She quickly went downstairs, walking swiftly and confidently. Gu Shichuan was scared and quickly said to Sun Xiaojun, hurry, help me go see what's happening. Okay. Tang Qiu moved fast. When she reached the shop entrance, she saw a crowd of people surrounding it. Zhang Xiufan's voice was loud and sharp. Nonsense. Just because you say it's your shop doesn't make it yours. This is my niece's shop, and I wasn't even selling anything there. Are you bothering me? You're the one talking nonsense. This shop was left to me by my mother, and you're blocking my way to make money. They argued loudly, shouting and gesturing wildly, making passers-by stare in shock. Thank you. She had underestimated her aunt's fighting spirit. Luo Xiaoman, come out now. Luo Dazhuang suddenly shouted loudly upstairs, as if ready to fight. Lin Yuexia helped Tang Qiu and said, Qiuer, let's go together. Okay. Tang Qiu stepped forward and interrupted Luo Dazhuang, saying, Sir, Luo Xiaoman has already moved out. When did she move out? How do you know? Luo Dazhuang had been sick for days because of his mother's behavior. He had just recovered and returned home to find someone had set up a stall outside the shop his mother left him. That shop belonged to him, and he wouldn't let outsiders take advantage. She moved out a few days ago. Tang Qiu gave Zhang Xiufen a look and then said, As for the shop in front of you, she has already sold it to me. Here's the property deed. You can take a look. From now on, if you come here to cause trouble again, don't blame me for calling the police.
What?
Luo Dazhuang almost lost his temper. His eyes were blazing. This is my shop. Why can she sell my shop?
Bah.
Zhang Xiufen didn't like this old woman and snapped back. Does it say your name on it? It's not your shop. If Luo Xiaoman's name isn't on it, how could she transfer ownership to our Qiuer? Old fool. This was left by my mother, so it's mine. Lu Dazhuang, furious and out of control, shouted at Tang Qiu, I don't care. This shop is mine. You better return it to me, or I'll make sure you can't do business here. He is a tough guy, otherwise Luo Xiaoman wouldn't have been forced to sell the shop to Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu smiled faintly. All right, you want to cause trouble? I'll report you to the police each time you do. I'm still young, so let's see who gives up first. Yeah, come on, old man. Zhang Xiufen, with her hands on her hips, bared her teeth and made a fierce gesture. This is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. Does this shop have anything to do with you? If you're smart, just stay away and don't make trouble. Hey, everyone, give me your opinion. Lu Dazhuang was quite angry. This shop belongs to my mother. She just passed away. I was at home grieving and resting for a few days. And now the shop has been taken over. Of course I'm angry and upset. His words moved many neighbors, especially since Tang Qiu's business was booming more and more, unique on the whole street, which made some people jealous. This old man is right. If my mother's shop was taken away for no reason, I'd be angry too. How does Boss Tang have so much money? I heard she also owns Shuangxi Furniture Factory. This woman is quite capable. If you're angry and upset, go deal with the people selling shops. I'm just doing normal business. Tang Qiu interrupted coldly. If you just bought a shop and someone wants to take it away with a few words, would you agree? Of course not, I paid for it.
Exactly.
Old man, go find the shop seller if you're upset. Maybe they're your relatives. Probably did something wrong to his mother, or she wouldn't have thought of him.
I know about this.
The person selling the shop is his sister, and she was forced to do it. Everyone chattered about the story, and although Lu Dazhuang felt ashamed, he didn't want to give up easily. This property has disputes. Since you bought it, you have to take some responsibility. I don't care how much money you gave Luo Xiaoman. You still owe me some money.
Dream on.
Huang Yumiao, usually honest, couldn't help but curse. At this moment, Sun Xiaojun pushed Gu Shichuan over. Gu Shichuan's voice was cold. Old master, come with me to the police station to clarify everything. Otherwise, staying here will only delay everyone's affairs. It's better to clear things up. Yes, my sister-in-law still needs that bit of money from you. Sun Xiaojun felt speechless inside. He had seen how fast his sister-in-law earned money. It's just a small shop, and she can make that amount in a few days. Luo Dazhuang really has some twisted ideas. Why go to the police station? Just pay the money directly. Luo Dazhuang looked at Gu Shichuan. You're a good-looking kid, but unfortunately, you're not in good health. Otherwise, with his build, he would have to think twice against Gu Shichuan. But since Gu is physically weak, Luo isn't afraid. Gu Shichuan. He gave Sun Xiaojun a look. Sun stepped in front of Gu and said to Tang Qiu, Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. Leave this to me. The police will handle it. He tried to grab Luo Dazhuang, but Luo was a bit too slow to dodge. Let go. Let go. You're bullying an old person. He loudly shouted at everyone. His shameless attitude was really annoying, but it worked. Sure enough, many people looked at Tang Qiu's family with strange eyes. Zhang Xiufan was furious. She suddenly shouted, "Everyone move aside." When Sun Xiaojun didn't understand and stepped back, Zhang Xiufan suddenly rushed toward Luo Dazhuang. In shock, Luo stared at her, but she directly bumped into him, and they both fell to the ground. Help! Someone's bullying an old person. Look at my leg, I can't move it. Zhang Xiufan mimicked the scene, shouting even louder than Luo Dazhuang, leaving everyone stunned. Thank you. If her auntie had been in modern times, she would be a great actress instead of just acting in movies. Luo Dazhuang was stunned. Usually, he was the one scamming others, never thought someone would almost scam him. He yelled fiercely, "Stop pretending. You were lively just now. If you keep doing this, I'll call the police." "Go ahead. I'm not afraid. What are you worried about?" Zhang Xiufan said confidently, "I'm just selling some pickles. Let's see if the police will arrest me." Shrew. Luo Dazhuang was helpless. He pointed at Zhang Xiufan angrily. "I won't talk to you. Anyway, I want my shop back." "Fine." Tang Qiu's generous attitude confused everyone, but she said, "I bought the shop with my money. Whatever you paid, I'll sell it to you for that amount. This is my shop. Why should I pay you?" Luo Dazhuang wanted to act tough, but the police who Gu Shichuan called had arrived. "Who's causing trouble here?" Luo Dazhuang was stunned. He truly didn't expect them to report to the police. He thought they were just trying to scare him. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, the police didn't listen to him at all and directly said, "Come with us to the police station for questioning." "Comrade, please listen to my explanation." Luo Dazhuang turned to look at Tang Qiu again. "Can I stop causing trouble now? You can't do this. It seems you understand very well the cost of causing trouble." Tang Qiu sneered, then said to the police officer, "Comrade, my request is simple. He must promise not to cause trouble at my shop in the future. Otherwise, my shop, which I bought with my money, will remain empty and I will suffer a big loss. Don't worry, comrade. We will talk to him properly." The police officer took Luo Dazhuang away. Tang Qiu told the onlookers, Tang Qiu, run my business honestly. I don't cause trouble, and I'm not afraid of trouble. From now on, anyone who dares to bother my shop can first take a walk around the police station." Because she was so firm, no one with bad intentions dared to act recklessly. Gu Shichuan looked at his shining wife with admiration, a faint smile on his face. "Let's go." Tang Qiu pushed Gu Shichuan back to the clothing store. Huang Yumiao and Lin Yuexia gave Tang Qiu a thumbs up. "Qiuer, it's all because of you. If it were me, I'd probably be panicked if I faced this." Huang Yumiao was usually quiet and couldn't win arguments easily, let alone deal with such a stubborn old man. Lin Yuexia also said, "Qiuer is amazing, so she dares to buy it. If I had that money, I wouldn't dare to act so freely." The three of them chatted and laughed. Sun Xiaojun helped Gu Shichuan upstairs, now full of admiration for Tang Qiu. "Brother Gu, sister-in-law, is so impressive. Does she have sisters?" He just wanted to find a wife as capable as his sister-in-law. Gu Shichuan gave him a cool look, instinctively thinking of Tang Ping, and kindly reminded her, "Your sister-in-law's mother only had her. As for other unworthy ones, you wouldn't even look at them." He was again glad he married someone like Tang Ping. But that's true. Not everyone has the luck to marry someone like sister-in-law. Sun Xiaojun didn't notice anything wrong with Gu Shichuan's tone and said somewhat enviously, "Brother Gu, you're so lucky." Gu Shichuan. Downstairs, Zhang Xiufan had finished selling her pickled vegetables and returned, in a very good mood, laughing happily. "Qiuer, you don't know. Once Luo Dazhuang was taken away, those watching the fun were curious about whether my pickled vegetables were good. Each bought some, and I have to thank him for bringing me this business. Auntie, the weather is getting colder, and you've been outside selling for a long time. That's not good." Tang Qiu saw that Zhang Xiufan's fingers and face were red from the cold. Although it's not winter yet, the weather is getting colder. Being outside in the wind easily causes colds. Zhang Xiufan didn't think it was a big deal. She chuckled and said, "Silly Qiuer, as long as I can make money, a little cold doesn't matter. When we were in the collective farm, we worked outside even in the middle of winter, and it was fine." Mom, Qiuer is right. Now we all can earn money, so you shouldn't freeze yourself. Lin Yuexia used to lack confidence when saying such things. Since Tang Qiu paid her a salary, she now feels more confident. Zhang Xiufan was shocked. What's this? No one is stopping me from making money. Since experiencing the joy of earning money from selling goods, Zhang Xiufan hated that she only had 2 hands and couldn't do more to make pickled vegetables. Hearing this, Tang Qiu smiled and said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'm not stopping you from doing business. I just worry about the cold weather. Since my shop hasn't been rented out yet, you can use it to open a pickled vegetable shop. That would be good. Renting a shop now is too expensive. I'll just keep selling on the street." Zhang Xiufan wasn't foolish. She saw that she was earning a lot because she didn't have to pay rent. If she did, her profits would be cut in half. "I don't need you to pay rent for my shop, Annie," Tang Qiu said. She had many businesses now, so she didn't mind a small expense. But Zhang Xiufan cared a lot. She shook her head and said, "That's not right. You bought the shop with your own money. I can't use it for free. You should rent it out. When you rent out the shop, I can push my cart around and go places." She was proud when talking about this. "I've only been selling for a short time, but I've already made a lot of money. Tomorrow, I'll buy a small cart so I won't have to use yours anymore." "Auntie, if you keep being so distant, I'll be upset," Tang Qiu said with a serious face. "Look at my situation now. The cart is empty anyway. You can use it," she continued after a pause. "And if I go with Gu Shichuan to serve in the army, can I take the cart with me? Then I'll buy the cart myself." Zhang Xiufan waved her hand boldly and started taking out money, acting like a wealthy old lady. Tang Qiu was amused. She took half of the money for the cart and continued to persuade her. "Auntie, you saw today's situation. With Luo Dazhuang here, if I rent my shop to someone else, they probably won't be able to keep it going. Only Auntie, someone as capable as you, can manage him. That's why I feel at ease leaving the shop in your hands." "Oh, I'm not that impressive." Zhang Xiufan modestly waved her hand, but the corners of her mouth turned up happily. The young lady was delighted to be praised. "My aunt is truly amazing." That's enough praise. In Tang Qiu's memory, her uncle's family always took good care of her, and that was all because she had a kind aunt. If her aunt hadn't also cared for him, her life wouldn't be so easy. "All right, I'll use your shop." Zhang Xiufan agreed quickly this time. "But I want to make it clear, I can't use your place for free. I'll pay rent. Whatever rent you pay each month, I'll pay the same. As an elder, I won't take advantage of you, a younger family member." After saying this, she told Lin Yuexia, "Yuexia, when you have free time, ask around on this street how much rent a shop like this usually costs each month."
Don't worry, Mom.
"I'll ask when I have time. I definitely won't let Qiuer lose money." Lin Yuexia was also ambitious and had a good character. If it were someone else, they'd probably hope Tang Qiu wouldn't charge her mother-in-law rent and might try to take advantage. "Good, sister-in-law, you go ask around." Tang Qiu wasn't surprised that her aunt would say this. She smiled and said, "But since you've helped me so much, we're relatives, not strangers. So I'll give you a discount. How about an 80% rate for you?" At this moment, she leaned on Zhang Xiufan's arm, acting cute and soft, making Zhang Xiufan feel warm inside. She happily agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you. When I make big money, I'll definitely make up for this discount. I knew my auntie is the best. If I rent to others, I'd worry they might run away, but I'm not worried about renting to you." This was sincere. She might even go with Gu Shichuan to join the army, and her business here might be beyond her control. So she had to entrust everything to someone she trusted. You're about to become a mother, but you're still like a child." Zhang Xiufan affectionately pinched her nose. The two looked like mother and daughter, which made Huang Yumiao feel a bit envious. But Zhang Xiufan didn't stay long. She gave Tang Qiu 50 yuan for the cart fare and hurried home. I still need to go back and harvest radishes and shallots, or there won't be enough to sell later. Tang Qiu knew her aunt was eager to make money, so she didn't rush her. Now, her uncle's family was busy earning money, and even if Tang Qiu didn't do anything, she still earned daily income. When she went to the second floor, she saw Gu Shichuan walking slowly, without Sun Xiaojuan's help. Although his steps were a bit unsteady, he was improving very quickly. It shouldn't be long before he fully recovers. Suddenly, Gu Shichuan, who had been making good progress, fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, his external injuries were mostly healed. Tang Qiu quickly stepped forward. Gu Shichuan, are you okay? Brother Gu. Sun Xiaojun hurried over to help him up. Gu Shichuan looked a bit embarrassed, with sweat on his forehead. He didn't want Tang Qiu to see him in such a weak state and forced himself to say, Qiu, I just twisted my ankle a little by accident. I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Tang Qiu didn't expose him and said to Sun Xiaojun, I'm going to the kitchen to make some herbal soup. You help him rest for a while. Okay. After Tang Qiu left, Sun Xiaojun quietly said to Gu Shichuan, Brother Gu, I think sister-in-law is worried about you. You should recover slowly and carefully. There are others in the army, and the leaders should understand if you return later. Do you think I want to recover quickly, just because of that? Gu Shichuan shot him a slightly annoyed look and proudly said, You haven't married yet, so you don't understand. Sun Xiaojun. He felt that Brother Gu's tone sounded a bit boastful, but he still asked humbly then, Brother Gu, why do you want to recover so fast? It can't just be because of sister-in-law. She has never looked down on Brother Gu. But it was true. Gu Shichuan sighed softly and told the truth. Haven't you noticed that your sister-in-law's belly is getting bigger? I just want her to recover after giving birth. I want to be with her and help share some of her burdens. No wonder sister-in-law married you. Brother Gu, you are worthy. Sun Xiaojun felt inferior. He didn't have Brother Gu's perseverance. Just look at Gu Shichuan's leg, still trembling a little. What do you mean I'm worthy? Tang Qiu just came out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of sliced oranges. To supplement some vitamins. Thank you, wife. Gu Shichuan quickly responded, Xiaojun says you're worth the best. Of course. Tang Qiu slightly lifted her chin proudly, using a toothpick to pick a piece of orange and eat it gracefully, like a young lady from a wealthy family. Sun Xiaojun was once again stunned. His sister-in-law was so particular, she even cut the orange before eating. He usually just peeled it and ate half at a time. Probably because of overtraining, Gu Shichuan felt a bit guilty. After washing up and soaking his feet, he went to lie down early to rest. Tang Qiu had already seen through his thoughts, but didn't mind. She finished her yoga at her own pace. When she was about to rest, Gu Shichuan was already asleep. Tang Qiu didn't pay attention to him and quickly fell asleep. Naturally, she didn't notice Gu Shichuan carefully observing her after she was asleep. The more he looked at her, the gentler his gaze became. When she woke up again, Zhang Xiufan had already arrived at the shop. She had caught 2 big hens and brought over more than 100 farm eggs. Qiuer, if you and Yuexia don't have enough to eat, you must tell me. Auntie, there are so many. How can we eat them all? Tang Qiu had never found eggs so hard to eat before. During her pregnancy, Gu's mother often asked Zhang Xiufan to bring eggs. She was almost tired of eating them. Now, everything she ate tasted like eggs. How can you not finish them? 1 in the morning and 1 at night. You too will finish them quickly. Zhang Xiufan spoke very seriously. You're pregnant, Qiuer. Be good, and make sure to get enough nutrition. Mom, I'll eat. Lin Yuexia smiled so broadly her eyes disappeared. When she was young, she never had eggs to eat, and now she was finally free to enjoy them. Auntie, here are the keys to the shop. You go prepare first. Tang Qiu quickly changed the subject and took out the keys she had prepared earlier. About how to decorate the shop, you can discuss it with Uncle. He's now focused on renovations. I'm just selling pickles. No need to renovate. Zhang Xiufan's idea was simple. She planned to set up 2 tables and some benches for everyone to rest. Auntie, that's not right. The storefront should look fresh and clean so people feel comfortable eating there. If the decor is a bit special, it will leave a deeper impression. Mom, Choer is right. Lin Yuexia, after observing the shop for a long time, gained some experience. Many customers of our clothing store say they've never seen such a beautifully decorated shop before. Some even come from neighboring counties by bus just to buy clothes here. So there are so many tricks to doing business, Zhang Xiufan suddenly realized. Although she was older than Choer, in terms of business, Choa was actually her teacher. Of course. Before, when you set up a stall, you didn't have a fixed spot, and many sales were one time. But opening a shop is different. We need to keep regular customers. Tang Qiu quickly gave her some ideas, and if we only sell pickles, the limit is too low. Auntie, you could sell porridge, plain, pumpkin, century egg, or steamed buns, and serve them with pickles. Many people would come here for breakfast. Wow, selling breakfast? Zhang Xiufan was excited. I live in the countryside. Coming here every day would be too late. My shop's second floor can be a living space. Auntie, you can stay upstairs. Tang Qiu sincerely hopes that everyone in her family is well, which is why she puts her heart into helping Zhang Xiufan run her business. Zhang Xiufan patted her thigh. All right, I'll listen to you. When the time comes, I'll find someone to help me harvest the radishes and beans. As long as I pay, I'm not worried about finding help. I didn't expect Zhang Xiufan to be so perceptive. Tang Qiu showed a gentle, teachable smile. Auntie, you might think you're naturally good at business. Tang Qiu praised her, and the little old lady Zhang Xiufan almost floated with happiness. She took the keys with a determined look. Okay, I'll go back and discuss with your uncle. We'll do simple renovations, nothing too fancy. Her husband was taking on more and more renovation projects now, and Zhang Xiufan didn't want to delay his earning opportunities. Just as she ran out, Tang Qiu hadn't finished her breakfast, and Zhang Xiufan came back with a slightly exaggerated expression. Oh my goodness, Qiuer, something big has happened. What's wrong? Tang Qiu was surprised, thinking Luo Dazhuang was causing trouble again. Is it Luo Dazhuang? Xiao Jun, let's go report to the police. No, it's not related to him. He just took a quick look and asked where Luo Xiaoman was. I don't know where he was looking, but he didn't say much and left quickly. Zhang Xiufan felt a bit proud, thinking Qiu was right. Only she could handle someone like Luo Dazhuang. What's going on? Lin Yuexia, Huang Yumiao, and even Gu Shichuan looked at her curiously. Zhang Xiufan spat in frustration. It's that scheming girl Tang Ping. She actually opened a clothing store nearby. That's why Zhang Xiufan was so angry. Her own business wasn't doing well, and she came over to tell Tang Qiu about it. What? Lin Yuexia was furious. How dare Tang Ping be so shameless? She threw her unwanted man at Qiuer, and now. She paused, feeling awkward, and looked at Gu Shichuan. Brother-in-law, I didn't mean to say you're bad. I just think Tang Ping is too unkind. I know, sister-in-law. I'm not angry, Gu Shichuan said openly, showing he didn't mind. If Tang Ping and Zhou Jian hadn't been so reckless, I wouldn't have met such a good wife like Qiuer. I should thank her for that. Qiuer, what should we do? Lin Yuexia was so anxious she was about to jump. Zhang Xiufan quickly grabbed her. Why are you so worried? You just got your pregnancy stabilized. Qiuer is so smart. She definitely isn't afraid of Tang Ping. Qiuer, maybe we should go take a look? Yellow young seedling was also angry, but her reasons still held firm, while Tang Qiu remained very calm. All right. Seeing Sun Xiaojun also about to go downstairs secretly carrying Gu Shichuan, Tang Qiu quickly stopped him. I'll just go check. If she sees you, she'll freak out again. Okay. Gu Shichuan obediently listened, but after Tang Qiu and the others left, he said to Sun Xiaojun, Go take a look. If Tang Ping bullies Qiuer, you must protect her. Don't worry, Brother Gu. With me here, no one can bully my sister-in-law. Sun Xiaojun regarded Tang Qiu as a great benefactor and hurried to catch up with them. Zhang Xiufan led the way. Tang Ping's shop was about 100 meters from Tang Qiu's store, separated by just a few storefronts, and was currently under renovation. Chior, look, I feel like her decorating style looks very familiar. Mom, of course it looks familiar. Isn't it based on our shop style? Lin Yuexia was so angry her head was practically smoking. If she weren't pregnant, she would have already rolled up her sleeves to fight. Yuexia, don't get so upset. Huang Yumiao grabbed Lin Yuexia. If we're going to do something, I should be the one to start. It's more convenient for me now. They discussed how to deal with Tang Ping. Just then, Tang Ping came out of her shop and saw them. Her smile froze on her face. Tang Ping, what do you mean? You open a clothing store, and yet your shop's decoration is modeled after Chiao's store? Lin Yuexia was honest and straightforward, not bothering to beat around the bush, directly questioning Tang Ping. Tang Ping looked into Tang Chiao's eyes and suddenly felt guilty, trying to defend herself. Don't talk nonsense. They're both clothing stores, so some similarity is normal. I personally saw in Xingqing that not only Tang Chiao's shop was decorated like this. Really? Tang Chiao smiled gently, noticing the guilt in her eyes. I designed my shop's decor myself. Some patterns I even trademarked. You can imitate if you want, but if you copy the trademark, don't blame me if we end up in legal trouble. Stop scaring me. Tang Ping didn't believe that similar patterns could cause legal issues. Behind her, Deng Zong's expression changed, and he then said to Zhou Hongying, if your sister-in-law changes her shop's decor style, we can't take the risk. Old Deng, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhou Hongying also thought it wasn't necessary. All the food shops on this street looked the same style. Would everyone get sued? If you don't listen, then just do your own business. Deng Zong spoke bluntly, leaving them behind and walking away with a flick of his sleeve. Zhou Hongying shot a fierce glare at Tang Ping. Why is it so hard for you to do something? Tang Chiao can think for herself. You only seem to do one thing. Eat. After scolding Tang Ping, Zhou Hongying hurried to comfort Deng Zong, worried that the boss might not take care of her shop. Tang Ping's face turned pale and looked very upset. Tang Chiao and the others saw this clearly. Lin Yuexia clicked her tongue. Oh, I really thought you had some talent. Turns out you rely on others. You even want to compare yourself to Chiao? Dream on. Since the renovation isn't finished yet, better change the style soon. Tang Chiao gave her a cold look. In fact, as long as you want to do good business, making money isn't hard. But Tang Ping always wants shortcuts and doesn't want to work hard, which leads her to take many wrong paths. If I don't change, what can you do to me? Tang Ping was almost furious. She still pointed at her clothing store, thinking she would make big money and then overpower Tang Chiao. Unexpectedly, her third sister's man was so unreliable, already leaning away from her. Do as you like. Just don't end up losing everything, Tang Chiao said with a shrug. She told Zhang Xiaofan and others worriedly, let's go back. She won't amount to much. Even if she could earn a little, she might not keep it. Hearing herself described like that, Tang Ping almost went crazy with anger. But since she hadn't earned money yet, she couldn't really argue. Chiao, since you said that, I'm less worried. I almost lost my business. Zhang Xiaofan ran quickly, and Lin Yuexia and Huang Yumiao hurried back to the clothing store. Gu Shichuan was waiting eagerly upstairs. Tang Chiao told Tang Ping about what had just happened. Running a business with partners is complicated, especially when they're not united. There's nothing to worry about. You're so calm, Tang Ping said. Gu Shichuan suddenly admired his wife. It seemed nothing could defeat her. I'm not just confident because of that. Even if her shop does well, my goods are one of a kind. And I don't rely on that alone to make money. I believe in you, Gu Shichuan said confidently. While they were talking, Huang Yumiao came upstairs. Chiao, the third sister-in-law, is here. She's crying loudly and talking unclearly. It doesn't look good. It seems there's a problem on her side. Fortunately, Gu Shichuan is a reasonable person. However, Tang Chiao suddenly remembered seeing Gu Mingyuan walking very close with a female colleague earlier. She isn't usually a gossip, but since Zhou Danny came to her, she decided to be honest with Gu Shichuan. In the end, she said, I think I can only pretend I didn't see this. I warned her several times, but she didn't believe me. If I had told her directly, she would have thought I was trying to cause trouble. If I act like I didn't see anything, she would say I knew and didn't tell. Neither of us is a good person, so it's better to say nothing. You did the right thing. Gu Shichuan firmly stood on his wife's side. As soon as he left, Tang Qiu also went downstairs together. At this moment, Zhou Danny was crying while holding Huang Yumiao. She begged, "Big sister-in-law, you should help me judge this. I worked hard in the countryside to have children for him, but he found someone at the factory and won't admit it. I saw everything. Who can accept this? Big sister-in-law, you must decide for me." Huang Yumiao was also confused. She looked at Tang Qiu helplessly and softly asked, "Danny, have you told your parents? They were just her sister-in-law, not her real family. Could they force Gu Mingyuan to change his mind?" "No, I haven't." Zhou Danny's face was covered with tears and snot, making her look messy. She hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe her face and continued crying. "I just came from the factory and was so upset. I haven't even gone home, so I wanted to tell you about this. Tell your parents. Let them decide." Huang Yumiao thought about Zhou Danny's temper and didn't dare speak recklessly. Zhou Danny then looked at Tang Qiu again. "Second sister-in-law, please help me. I'm pregnant now. If I say something to him, he will call me unreasonable and want to divorce me. I can't be without my baby. What do you want me to do?" Tang Qiu looked at her with a strange expression that made Zhou Danny feel guilty. She opened her mouth and said, "I just want you to help persuade him to cut ties with that woman." And then, Tang Qiu knew Zhou Danny well. "We act as the bad guys and you go in front of him pretending to be innocent? Second sister-in-law, you're being too harsh." Zhou Danny didn't want to admit that Tang Qiu guessed her plan. She turned to look at Gu Shichuan. "Second brother, you're his real brother. He will listen to you. Please help me talk to him. If he listened to me, he wouldn't let you keep stepping on my wife." Gu Shichuan's voice was very cold. "If I see him, I will definitely tell him off because he was really in the wrong about this. But I can't change his mind. Whether you divorce or keep going, that's something you two should decide yourselves." He is an honest person and naturally knew that his brother was at fault. Zhou Danny looked at everyone present and angrily scolded, Okay. You are all from the Gu family. Am I the only outsider here? If I get really angry, I might report Gu Shiwan to the factory. Then he could lose his job. Let's see if that still wants to be with him. Go ahead. It won't affect me anyway," Tang Qiu gently reminded. "But if he loses his money and job, he might resent you. And the baby in your belly might not get enough support either. I can't even take care of myself, so why should I worry about him?" Zhou Danny snorted coldly and shot a fierce glare at everyone present before angrily leaving. It was clear she was furious with everyone. Lin Yuexia felt a bit confused. "I have nothing to do with her. She's really just acting out of desperation and biting everyone. Don't mind her. Let her make trouble." Huang Yumiao also felt helpless. If you want help, you should ask politely. With someone like Zhou Danny, even if she's at fault, no one wants to get involved in this mess. "Are we going back tomorrow?" Huang Yumiao had been in the city for a few days. She was worried about her man and her 2 daughters. "Yes," Tang Qiu agreed. "We shouldn't let her affect our plans. Besides, we can't pretend we don't know about this. Let's go back." Gu Shichuan also sighed softly. He couldn't understand his third brother. Zhou Danny was the one he wanted to marry, but now he's the one who's wronged her. "Is everyone here?" Du Sanqiang happily came over. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, he felt a bit confused. What happened? Why so serious? "Nothing. We're just planning to visit home," Tang Qiu said. She didn't mention Zhou Danny's situation because it had nothing to do with the Du family, and there was no need to make Du Sanqiang worried. Hearing this, Du Sanqiang didn't ask further. He smiled and said, "Qiu'er, guess what I saw just now?"
"What?"
Tang Qiu was a bit speechless and shrugged. She didn't know what was going on, but her third cousin was acting so mysteriously. "Today, I went to sell a portable radio and saw second brother. He was having a meal with a woman at the state-run restaurant. Could it be Lu Ruolin?" Lin Yuexia didn't know about the falling out between Du Erqiang and Lu Ruolin. She automatically thought it was her. But Tang Qiu shook her head. It probably isn't her. They had a falling out some time ago.
No.
Du Sanqiang once visited his second brother at the furniture factory and met Lu Ruolin. He secretly lowered his voice and said, "There's another woman. It seems she opened a clothing store on Qingshui Street." That Gu. No wonder she was shocked. She already knew Zhou Yanfang was interested in her second brother, but she didn't expect their relationship to develop so quickly. Third brother, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Lin Yuexia was a bit surprised. Even if the second brother and his blind date broke up, they wouldn't start seeing someone new so fast. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. Second brother was smiling so brightly. I've never seen him smile like that before. But you guys must not tell anyone I said this, or he will definitely hit me. Du Sanqiang was aware of his limits. His words made everyone laugh and cry. All right, we won't say anything. Before he gets married, he probably won't talk about it. Tang Qiu promised with a smile, and Lin Yuexia was very happy. If mother finds out he has a new girlfriend, she'll probably buy fireworks to celebrate. As long as it's not Lu Ruolin, mother will be happy. I'm not worse looking than second brother. Why does he keep changing girlfriends? No one has ever liked me. Du Sanqiang scratched his head foolishly, dark-skinned, making Tang Qiu giggle. Should I introduce you to a sister-in-law? Lin Yuexia's eyes lit up. Her younger sister from her maternal family is not married yet, and she's a bit younger than Sanqiang. Maybe she's a good match. In the past, her mother looked down on Sanqiang for being irresponsible, but now, with his current conditions, probably any girl would be eager to marry him. Maybe I should forget it. I don't have time to date. Du Sanqiang joked, as he was now focused on earning money. He then handed Tang Qiu the dividends from the past 2 days. "Qiu, I made a ledger. Take a look." Their business was growing more and more. As cousins, they kept clear accounts, and Du Sanqiang decided to keep better track. Tang Qiu glanced at the ledger. It matched her expectations, except for one extra amount. "What's this?" "The money from the last robbery, of course, I divided it with you," Du Sanqiang said confidently. Tang Qiu couldn't help but laugh and cry. "You have to bear the risks yourself, but I won't miss out on my share. Because I'm your brother." Du Sanqiang looked helpless, but had a smile in his eyes, clearly joking. After Tang Qiu finished counting the money, he threw his backpack over his shoulder. "Sisters-in-law, Qiuer, brother-in-law, I'm leaving now. I've been very tired lately, so I need to go back and rest for a few days." "All right, I will order some goods and sell them after you rest." Tang Qiu supports balancing work and rest, but Lin Yuexia feels a bit worried and doesn't say much. The next day, Tang Qiu packs the clothes for her family, and everyone boards a bus back to the village. Lin Yuexia stays at the shop, hoping that Zhang Xiufan can come help after she finishes her work. The bus doesn't go directly to Jiming Village, so they have to walk a bit. Sun Xiaojun helps Tang Qiu carry bags, while Tang Qiu pushes Gu Shichuan. Although he has recovered quite a bit and can walk, his leg still needs rest. When they arrive at Jiming Village, everyone is surprised to see the glamorous Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan. Wow, is that Gu Er's wife? Why does she look so good? She's pregnant, but she doesn't look any different. Just a bigger belly. The clothes she's wearing look expensive. Their family must have made some money outside. As long as they have money, I'd happily marry a disabled person too. Wait, isn't that Huang Yumiao? She's the eldest daughter-in-law of that family. Why is she dressed so well? Looks like they're really making money now. Everyone's changed. Earlier, these people criticized Tang Qiu for her marriage, but now they're envying her. Some even rush over to the Gu family, pulling Gu Mu, who is feeding chickens, and asking, "Girl, your second sister-in-law is back. Tell me honestly, what are they doing in the city? Making so much money. I have no idea." Gu Mu, who is in a bad mood, now smiles and says, "We don't interfere with young people's affairs." "Oh, really? If you cared about young people's affairs, your third son and his wife wouldn't be arguing about divorce."
Bah.
He Chunhua, get out of here. This is my family's business. Gu Mu shoos away the visitors, glowering at her third son's room, then quickly leaves the yard to meet Tang Qiu and the others. Meanwhile, the villagers crowd around Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu, I heard you're doing business in the city. What kind of business is it? Yo Miao, we used to be best friends. Now that you're making money, help out your sisters too. And me, Tang Qiu, we're elementary school classmates. Sorry, everyone, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first. Gu Shichuan interrupts, forcing everyone to step aside, and Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan leave the crowd. Oh my, these people are so scary. Sun Xiaojun pats his chest, relieved he's safe, while Huang Yumiao isn't surprised. Village people work hard in the fields every year and naturally want to compete for better opportunities. Second child. At that moment, Mother Gu hurried over to greet them and quickly said to Tang Qiu, Qiu, you're pregnant. Let me help push the second child. Gu Shichuan thought Tang Qiu would be polite, but she simply let go and said, okay. Gu Shichuan. How did your belly get so big? Mother Gu, who had several children, naturally noticed that Tang Qiu's belly looked different from usual. Huang Yumiao worried Tang Qiu might be upset, so she explained, Mom, I heard from my mother that some women show earlier when they're pregnant. That must be it. Fortunately, Mother Gu didn't think much of it and pushed Gu Shichuan towards home. However, someone with a keen ear overheard their conversation. When they got home, rumors spread through the village that Tang Qiu wasn't carrying Gu Shichuan's child. After all, Gu Shichuan and Tang Qiu only spent their wedding night together, and with such a big belly, it didn't add up. Mom, how is the father of the child? Huang Yumiao was worried about the man. The child hadn't finished school yet, so she hurried back to her room. Don't worry, the eldest is recovering well. Mother Gu's eyes softened as she said this. A few days ago, I even helped the eldest walk a few steps. Tang Qiu's medical skills are really good. Big sister, Brother Gu can walk now too. Sun Xiaojun eagerly reported the good news, almost crying with happiness. Great, great, great. This is such good news. I'll go kill a chicken now. Mom, we're family. No need to be so formal. Tang Qiu also wanted to see her patient. I'll check on the eldest leg. All right, go ahead. Mother Gu didn't argue with Tang Qiu. When she entered her older brother's room, she caught a chicken from the coop and quickly slaughtered it, leaving Sun Xiaojun stunned. In the room, Huang Yumiao held Gu Shichu's hand with concern. You've lost weight. Wife, don't worry about me. I've recovered a lot. I've been trying to walk a few steps these days. Every night, Damei and Ermei bring me water to soak my feet. Just follow your second sister-in-law and don't worry about the house. The two children are very sensible. Tang Qiu stood at the door, overhearing their conversation, and couldn't help but hold her belly and ask Gu Shichuan, I actually want a caring little daughter's jacket too. Our child will definitely be caring, Gu Shichuan said confidently, unaware of how funny he looked, full of youthful bravado. Many years later, every time he got angry at his children, he wished he could be reborn just to take back those words. In the room, Huang Yumiao wiped her eyes. Of course I have to follow Qiu closely. Sister-in-law, older brother, I came to see your leg. Tang Qiu was holding a foot-soak medicinal pack and a silver needle as she entered the room. Huang Yumiao quickly wiped her eyes, and Gu Shichu also sat up slightly. Brother-in-law, second brother, how is your recovery? About the same as yours. Gu Shichuan's condition was different from his older brother. His wife took good care of him every day, and now he could walk. Thanks to my sister-in-law. Gu Shichu looked at Tang Qiu with gratitude. She carefully examined his leg, checked his pulse, and frowned. Huang Yumiao felt nervous. Qiu, what's going on? She had a bad feeling. Older brother's leg is recovering a bit slowly. Tang Qiu looked helpless. Brother, you can now recover gradually. If you don't exercise, your calf will shrink.
Huh?
Gu Shichu was confused. Just then, Gu's mother, who had just entered, was stunned. Qiu, I asked you to let your older brother stand less. Isn't it true that injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal? I just wanted him to rest properly. She was holding a cleaned chicken, originally planning to ask Qiu how she wanted to cook it. Thank you. Her mother-in-law was well-meaning, and she couldn't scold her, so she could only say, "Brother's situation is different now. I want him to practice slowly. As long as he doesn't do heavy work, it's fine. It's all my fault. I don't understand and give wrong orders." "Chior, is it serious?" Gu's mother's eyes were red with guilt. She just wanted her son to be well, but it backfired. "Mom, it's okay. I'm just lazy. If you told me earlier, I could practice secretly." Gu Shirshu was very filial and couldn't bear to see her mother upset, so she quickly took the blame herself. "It does have some impact, but it's not a big problem. Luckily, I just got back, so recovery will be a bit slower." Tang Qiu hurriedly explained to ease Gu's mother's guilt, and she finally relaxed. "That's good. I'll watch the older brother practice from now on."
"Thank you, Mom."
Huang Yumiao was also grateful. Without her mother, she wouldn't be able to work peacefully in the city. "Our family has thanked each other so much. It feels a bit awkward." Gu's mother finally smiled again, holding the chicken and asking Tang Qiu, "Chior, how do you want to cook it? Half braised, half soup?" Since she was pregnant, Tang Qiu had eaten countless chicken and eggs, but didn't crave them much. Upon hearing this, Mother Gu took the chicken to the kitchen. Tang Qiu gave Gu Shirshu acupuncture again and advised him, "Big brother, you need to practice at least 2 hours every day, divided into 4 sessions of half an hour each." "Okay, I understand," Gu Shirshu nodded firmly. Huang Yumiao beside him kept saying, "You must not forget. If mother is busy, you can ask Da Mei and Air Mei to help. I just hope you get better soon." "All right," Gu Shirshu agreed. Then he said to Gu Shichuan, "Third brother, let's talk alone for a bit." "Okay." Gu Shichuan looked up gently at Tang Qiu. "Chior, you go out first. I want to talk with big brother." Tang Qiu didn't mind what they were talking about. She sat at the kitchen door, eating roasted sweet potatoes. At this moment, Gu Shirlan bounced in happily with Gu Damei and Gu Ermei. Gu Shirfei kept his head down, reading a book. "Second aunt, hello. Second aunt." Damei and Ermei liked Tang Qiu very much. Tang Qiu casually took out a pack of white rabbit candies from her pocket. "Here, take some to eat." "Thank you, second aunt." "Second aunt, you're the best." The children liked such a kind second aunt very much. Damei and Ermei put down their school bags, one massaging Tang Qiu's back, the other pouring her water. "Second sister-in-law." Gu Shirlan's eyes sparkled as she eagerly ran toward Tang Qiu. "I miss you so much." Recently, she had been very active. Of course, she was tired, but she was also very happy because she could help share the family's burdens.
"Stop it."
"I don't even know you." Tang Qiu gently tapped her forehead. At this moment, Mother Gu called out from the kitchen, "Dinner is ready. Come and serve the dishes." "Okay." Gu Shirlan went to wash her hands and serve the food. Gu Shifei, however, nodded politely to Tang Qiu. "Second sister-in-law. Do you have any questions?" Tang Qiu noticed that Gu Shifei, after experiencing the outside world, had started studying very hard. He believed that reading could change his fate, and that was the right path. "It's okay. If I don't understand something, I've taken notes and will ask the teacher at school later." Gu Shifei was very respectful in front of Tang Qiu. She didn't insist on helping him, but just nodded slightly. Just as the dishes were served, the door of the room that had been tightly shut finally opened. Zhou Danny looked at the lively family having dinner and almost threw a fit. She held back her anger and looked at Gu father and Gu mother at the main seat. "Dad, Mom, what do you really think about what happened yesterday?" "What can we think?" Gu mother rolled her eyes in frustration. "I already asked someone to tell third brother to come back. If he doesn't come, what can I do? This is third brother's fault. If he comes back, I will discipline him." Mr. Gu was feeling upset when he thought about Gu Shiyuan. He had always been honest and straightforward, but he never expected his third son to be full of tricks and schemes. The 2 elders spoke, but the other younger family members stayed silent. Zhou Danny was very unhappy. "Mom, can't you go to the factory to find him? Some family matters shouldn't be made public." "Do you really want everyone to know?" Gu's mother was also thinking of Zhou Danny. Although Zhou wasn't a very good person, her son's mistake was the real issue. She believed in helping her family, not outsiders. You're just showing favoritism and can't bear to blame your own son. Zhou Danny was so angry she spoke without thinking. Everyone understood she was a victim, and no one scolded her. But she thought they were just tolerating her, and her words became even more harsh. Your Gu family is teaming up to bully me, an outsider. You're just a bunch of snakes and rats. If you don't give me justice today, I will sue you. Everyone was silent. Go ahead and sue. Gu's mother was furious. Her second son and his wife had just come home, and she was happy about it. But someone was always trying to ruin her happiness. Danny, stop causing trouble. Huang Yumiao kindly advised her, I know you're upset, but fighting with us won't help. If your third brother comes back, you can talk to him face to face. Whatever happens, we won't interfere with your decisions. That sounds nice, but you just want me to divorce him. Zhou Danny cried with red eyes. I know you don't like me, and you want me to leave the Gu family quickly. But I won't. If Gu's third son wants a divorce, he can go ahead. If he keeps messing around with that woman, I will sue him for misconduct. Everyone was silent again. Go ahead, we won't stop you. Tang Qiu was holding a bowl of chicken soup, sipping it carefully. When she heard Gu Shichuan say that, she almost spat out her soup. Zhou Danny was acting like a madwoman, but everyone was calm and watching her. At that moment, Tang Qiu actually felt a bit sorry for her. Second brother, don't think I'm joking. Zhou Danny was so angry, she clenched her teeth. Just then, she suddenly heard her husband's voice. Gu Shiwan was standing at the door, looking at everyone in the yard with determination. Father, mother, brothers, sisters-in-law, I want to divorce Zhou Danny. I won't divorce. Seeing Gu Shiwan almost lose his mind, Zhou Danny rushed at him, grabbing him wildly. The Gu family members didn't step in to help. They just watched her scratch his face until it was bloody. Gu Shiwan couldn't escape and shouted, Father, mother, please help me. Zhou Danny has gone crazy. Not only is she crazy, I'm going crazy too. Mrs. Gu glared fiercely at Gu Shiwan, her tone very harsh. How could she have raised such a beast? Still talking about divorce? I've been humiliated enough already. Mrs. Gu turned to Tang Qiushi, her expression softening as she said gently, Qiuer, have a chicken drumstick to boost your energy. Thank you, mother. Tang Qiu ate her soup and watched the drama like she was watching a TV series. Gu Shiwan was still shocked that his mother didn't care, while Zhou Danny had already left several bloody marks on his face.
Dad.
Gu Shiwan looked at his father. Gu Fu took a sip of white wine, his voice heavy. You hurt your wife. As a father, I can't control what you do. You'll have to bear it yourself. Although he wasn't very happy with his daughter-in-law, his son's actions were also wrong. Gu Shiwan. He looked in shock at his two brothers. Gu Shirshu was quietly drinking soup, and Gu Shichuan looked cold and distant. Don't look at me. If you do, my wife might think I'm the same as you. Gu Shichuan avoided him, worried that Tang Qiu might misunderstand. If you dare to find another woman outside, I'll make you regret coming into this world, Tang Qiu said jokingly, and Gu Shichuan hurriedly promised. Don't worry, wife. Our army also has rules. We can't mess around. Gu Shiwan. Second brother, is this the right time for this kind of talk? Zhou Danny finally showed a satisfied smile. She proudly crossed her arms and threatened, Gu Shiwan, as long as you cut ties with that woman, let me stay in your factory dormitory and hand over your salary. I won't hold this against you anymore. Though she was furious, she dared not divorce. She knew her family's situation well. Gu Shiwan frowned with disgust. No, I can't do that now. My rank isn't high enough to apply for a staff dorm. If you want to stay, stay in the village. If not, we'll divorce. It was clear that Gu Shiwan didn't care much about Zhou Danny. He was a typical scumbag. Zhou Danny was unwilling. If I stay at home, will you be happy with other women outside? She didn't lower her voice on purpose. It was mealtime, and neighbors overheard the argument and came to watch the scene. Oh, third brother has become a worker now, looking down on his own wife. I think Zhou Danny needs to change her temper. She's always fighting and arguing at home, and she's so petty. If I were a man, I wouldn't want her. Without comparison, there is no harm. The eldest wife of the Gu family is kind, honest, and has a good temper. The second wife, though lazy, can earn money and is making the family better. As for Zhou Danny, she has a bad temper and is a bit petty. It's embarrassing to take her out. Tang Qiu is surprised that her reputation in the village has actually improved. She owes her good image to Zhou Danny's support. Gu Shiwan's face darkened like a pot, and his expression was gloomy. His disgusted look made Zhou Danny tremble and quickly hold her belly, saying, I am carrying your child. Then she looked at Gu's mother. Mom, the baby in my belly is your grandson. Third son, you chose your wife yourself. What are you trying to do now? Gu's father spoke seriously, clearly not approving of Gu Shiwan's divorce. Divorce now would damage the family's reputation. Gu Shiwan angrily held his head, saying, I was tricked before. When we were not married, she spoke softly, gently, and smiled. Who knew that after marriage, I married a tiger? Dad, if it weren't for her, we wouldn't have split the family. It's all her fault.
Don't blame me.
You disliked your older and second brothers as burdens. I took the blame, and you hide away happily. Zhou Danny almost exploded. Her eyes fell on Tang Qiu, whose delicate, white face reflected light. Tang Qiu doesn't like chicken skin, so Gu Shichuan carefully peeled it off and then put the chicken meat into her bowl, showing kindness and care. Looking at Gu Shiwan's face, which closely resembled Gu Shichuan's, Zhou Danny felt her liver hurt with anger. Why didn't she think of marrying Gu Shichuan back then? Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just trying to stir trouble and split the family. Gu Shiwan threw the pot at Zhou Danny and softly said, When I divorce her, I will marry someone more understanding. Shut up, you dog. Zhou Danny was so angry at Gu Shiwan's words she jumped and grabbed the broom in the yard, swinging it at him. Gu's mother glared fiercely at Gu Shiwan. How did I give birth to such a beast? Mom, don't be angry. It's their marriage problem.
Let them handle it themselves.
Tang Qiu also handed a piece of chicken to Gu's mother. She could tell that Zhou Danny was angry but never thought of leaving Gu Shiwan. Now she looked angry, but maybe later, when they went back to their room, they would make up again. Hearing this, Gu's mother patted her chest and sighed, Children's debts are children's debts. I owe him for my past life. Everyone ate quietly, ignoring the couple's issues. Zhou Danny felt bored and decided to make a firm statement. Gu Shiwan, if you don't cut ties with that woman and come to the city with me, I will make you go back to the countryside to farm. I mean what I say. She finished scolding and left angrily, clearly returning to her parents' house. Who doesn't want a divorce? They're all dogs. Gu Shiwan also made a harsh remark. After Zhou Danny left, he waved to dismiss the onlookers. Is your family bored? Why are you all crowded here? We're about to eat. Ha, do you really want to watch? That flirtatious man. Someone spat in disdain and left, clearly not liking Gu Shiwan's behavior. Gu Shiwan slammed the door shut angrily. Turning around, he saw everyone eating, and no one even asked if he was hurt. Mom, you haven't met Manhwa. She's not only beautiful but also a formal worker at the machinery factory. She's very sensible and gentle. Gu Shiwan sat next to his mother, but she ignored him. His father quickly finished his meal and went to the backyard to feed the pigs. Little sister, didn't you say Sister Danyu has a bad temper and often bullies you? Third brother should find you a gentle third sister-in-law. You don't like her, so why marry her? Gu Shiwan's sister, Gu Shilan, though naive and simple, wasn't stupid. Clearly, her third brother's actions were immoral. Gu Shiwan looked at Gu Shifei, who hurriedly waved his hands. Third brother, I'm still a student and not married. I don't know about your affairs. He quickly ran away, afraid of being involved. The two younger ones also slipped away quickly. Gu Shiwan looked at Gu Shichuan, who calmly served some soup to Tang Qiu.
Drink slowly.
Tang Qiu didn't even look at Gu Shiwan, but Gu Shiwan, shameless, said to Tang Qiu and Huang Yumiao, second and third sisters-in-law. Aren't you both tired of Dainyu? Help me persuade Mom. I really can't live with Zhou Dainyu anymore. Third brother, better to tear down 10 temples than destroy one marriage. Huang Yumiao, surprisingly serious, said, even if Dainyu isn't perfect anymore, she hasn't been unfaithful outside. If you don't want to be with her, at least get a divorce first. It must be said that Huang Yumiao's values are quite correct. Gu Shiwan looked at Tang Qiu, who had finished her soup and put down her bowl, her eyes cold. Third brother, I dislike Zhou Dainyu, but I also dislike you being so fickle. Don't show off in front of me. Later, I might not be able to hold back and tell your second brother to cut ties with you. Xiao Tang spoke softly, but her words made Gu Shiwan stumble in anger. He clenched his teeth and said, second sister-in-law, you underestimate our brotherly love. Second brother definitely won't cut ties with me because of you. Gu Shiwan was very confident, but he was quickly proven wrong because Gu Shichuan nodded seriously. I will. So you should treat your second sister-in-law with more respect. Gu Shiwan. He looked at his second brother in disbelief, almost thinking his brother had been replaced. Second brother, is it because your leg is disabled that you're afraid second sister-in-law will leave? Get lost. Gu Shichuan's face darkened. He really hit a nerve. His wife was not that kind of person. You all. Gu Shiwan looked at his family in disbelief. None of them sided with him. He couldn't help but say, Mei comes from a working-class family and earns her own money. Mother, why don't you want me to do well? I want you to do well, not to lose your morals. Mother Gu spat and turned to go inside, ignoring him, treating him like air. Gu Shiwan was so angry he laughed. Looking at his brothers, he suddenly had an insight. I know now. Big brother and second brother, you must be jealous of me. Jealous that Meihui admires such a good woman.
Haha.
Sure enough, Meihui was right. Brothers might not always wish you well. Don't regret it later. Gu Shiwan rode off angrily on his bike, unaware that others might think his family was bullying him. Everyone. Let him live in his own world. Tang Qiu sighed silently. Although she didn't like Zhou Danny, if the Gu family blindly sided with Gu Shiwan, she would also feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Gu Shichuan was a good person. Xiaoer, it's rare for you to come back. Don't let the quarrels between the third brother and his wife ruin your mood. I've already aired the blankets in your room, so you can rest assured. Thank you, Mother. It's getting cold. I've prepared some clothes for the family. Take them and share. Tang Qiu generously took out big and small bags from inside. When she saw they were down jackets, Gu Shilan cheered happily, jumping 3 feet high. Oh my, down jackets. Second sister-in-law, are you really giving these to me? She had never worn such nice clothes before and couldn't wait to wear them to school to show off. Gu Shifei also looked up from her book, surprised. Gu Damei and Gu Ermei, the 2 little kids, happily ran around in the yard. Mother Gu was shocked. I heard these down jackets are very expensive. Qiu, you should take them back. There is a large pile on the table. It looks like each family member has one item, including the eldest son and his wife. Mother Gu was surprised and refused politely, saying it was too extravagant for Qiuer. Second sister-in-law, I have a warm coat that I can still wear. Gu Shifei was the first to respond. He had grown up and knew his second brother had a small family, and his sister-in-law was pregnant, so the second brother and sister-in-law would need to support the children later. Gu Shilan reluctantly put down her down jacket. Second sister-in-law, I also have clothes to wear. Qiuer, I bought these for our family, said Tang Qiu. Huang Yumiao already knew Tang Qiu wanted to give the down jackets, and since the 2 children had never worn such nice clothes before, she decided to pay for them herself. Don't be so formal. I bought them at wholesale price, Tang Qiu said, noticing Huang Yumiao's insistence. If you insist, I'll just give you the wholesale price. Huang Yumiao agreed happily, handing the jackets to her daughters. Quickly thank your second aunt. Thank you, second aunt. Thank you, second aunt. Gu Damei and Gu Ermei excitedly ran back to their rooms to change into the new clothes, then quickly left the house. They wanted their friends in the village to see the kind of down jackets city people could wear. I also paid for my own and your dad's, Mother Gu said, moved by Tang Qiu's kindness, but understanding her children's difficulties. Looking at Gu Shirlan's eager eyes, she added, I also paid for my younger siblings. All right, Tang Qiu had no objections. She originally intended to give the jackets to them, but since they felt guilty about accepting, she wouldn't force it. She then took out another bag and handed it to Gu Shifei. Little brother, please help me deliver this to my uncle's house. This was the down jacket she prepared for her uncle, aunt, brother, and sister-in-law. Gu Shifei had no reluctance at all. Okay, second sister-in-law, he said, riding Tang Qiu's bicycle to Jingshan village. As soon as he entered the village, he saw Wang Kaiwan showing off a new outfit. My daughter specifically bought this from Xingqing Wholesale. It's a cotton-padded coat only city folks can afford, and it's very warm. Kaiwan, you're so lucky. Even though your stepdaughter isn't filial, your biological daughter still cares about you. Wang Kaiwan looked displeased by the comment and gently nudged Tang Weiye beside her. That's right. Pinger not only bought me clothes but also bought some for her stepfather. Yes, unlike Tang Qiu, who's unfilial. I've wasted so many years raising her. What's the use of her doing well? I haven't seen a penny from her. Gu Shifei happened to hear these words. He deliberately slowed down, revealing the down jacket inside his large bag. Hey, young man, you look familiar. Are you from the Gu family? I am the youngest from the Gu family. Tang Qiu is my second sister-in-law. I'm here to help her deliver some things. Gu Shifei intentionally raised his voice, straightening his back to show off his down jacket. This is a down jacket, worth several times more than those cotton ones. Nowadays, city folks all wear this. Oh, I've heard of down jackets. They're light and warm. This is my first time seeing one. It's really nice. A kind lady blocked Gu Shifei, curious, wanting to touch his jacket. Gu Shifei subtly avoided her. My second sister-in-law says her uncle and aunt have always loved her most since she was young. This is to show respect to her uncle's family. The jacket I'm wearing was also a gift from my second sister-in-law. She's very kind. She remembers everyone who treats her well. As for some people, they treat others' daughters better than their own, and still expect their own daughters to be filial. That's just wishful thinking. After finishing his words, Gu Shifei rode his bike quickly away, angry. Tang Weiye cursed loudly. Stinky kid, who are you mocking? Just you. Gu Shifei deliberately turned his head and replied, almost causing his bike to fall into the ditch. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Even so, Tang Weiye was so angry, he almost vomited blood. Villagers looked at him with strange eyes. Come to think of it, Weiye is also a fool. His daughter isn't as good as ours. Xiu'er carries her blood. This kid is filial to her uncle and aunt. If her biological father treated her well, how could he ignore her? She's always been criticized by her stepmother, saying Tang Qiu is lazy. I think she's just deliberately ruining her stepdaughter's reputation. Now the girl doesn't acknowledge him anymore. Serves him right. If it were me, I wouldn't acknowledge him either. Everyone took turns speaking, making Tang Weiye blush with shame. He couldn't stand it anymore and left angrily. None of your business. Wang Kaiwan was very frightened and hurried after him. Weiye, don't blame Xiu'er. Maybe she still blames me. But this girl is really something. She's more filial to her uncle and aunt than to her own father. Don't expect Mingbao to support her in the future. Alright, I know you. Tang Weiye's anger eased a bit. You treat her well, but that ungrateful girl is blind. From now on, I only care about Mingbao and Pinger. Don't mention her. Brother Weiye, I hope you're not misunderstanding me. Wang Kaiwan forced a smile through her tears. The couple made up again, leaving the villagers stunned. Oh my, no wonder Tang Qiu didn't come back. If I had a father like that, I might be even more over the top than she is. Tang Qiu didn't know that Gu Shifei had gone back to the village and also improved her reputation. When she returned to her room, Gu Shichuan kept reassuring her. Don't worry, wife. I won't be like the third brother and have other interests. I doubt you dare. Tang Qiu hummed softly and lay on the bed. Now her belly was very big, her legs were swelling, and she felt sore and uncomfortable. Gu Shichuan gently massaged her calves with his delicate fingers. Are you feeling better, wife?
Focus on that.
Tang Qiu closed her eyes comfortably. Suddenly, Gu Shichuan asked, Aren't you curious about what Big Brother told me?
No.
Tang Qiu lazily opened her eyes, seeming sleepy. Gu Shichuan smiled helplessly, always feeling that Qiu'er wasn't very interested in his matters. He softly said, Big Brother said that marrying you is my good fortune. Our brothers owe you a lot in this life, so I should treat you better. Yes, you should treat me better. Tang Qiu mumbled in reply, too tired to stay awake, and soon fell asleep. In the middle of her pregnancy, her sleep increased. Gu Shichuan watched her with concern and gently covered her with a blanket. She slept so deeply that she woke up the next day. She patted her head in annoyance and glared at Gu Shichuan beside her. Why didn't you wake me? I didn't wash up last night. I saw you were really tired, so I didn't call you. Gu Shichuan looked at her with a caring expression. Tang Qiu was speechless. I'm going to wash up. She shooed Gu Shichuan out. Gu Shifei brought her a bucket of hot water. Second sister-in-law, I left the local snacks your uncle and others brought you on the table in your room. Thanks, I appreciate it. Tang Qiu closed her door quickly and washed up in her space. She felt much fresher afterward. When she came out, she saw many things on the table, prepared by her aunt. There were even clothes, socks, shoes, and hats for the baby, showing she put a lot of thought into it. No wonder she was kind to her uncle and aunt. They deserved it. Feeling happy, Tang Qiu left her room. Huang Yumiao had made small wontons for her, specially wrapped early in the morning, and fried an egg. Gu's mother had also set up a fire basin in the hall, worried she might catch cold.
Kia, 헐리 salt water bottle.
I've filled it with hot water. Gu's mother specifically found a saltwater bottle, warm in her hands, making Tang Qiu feel warm inside too. Thank you, mother and eldest sister-in-law. Tang Qiu smiled with her eyes curved, while Gu Shichuan looked a bit surprised. His wife truly is charm, the whole family is captivated by her, but he is happy about it. After finishing a bowl of hot wontons, Tang Qiu felt warm all over. Gu Shilan kindly brought her a bag of dried sweet potatoes. Second sister-in-law, just treat it as a snack. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll get more for you. This was specially saved by Gu Shilan because she knew Tang Qiu liked sweet potatoes. Tang Qiu happily accepted. Okay, thank you, little sister. The family was happily together when suddenly the front door was pushed open. Everyone looked over in confusion, and they saw Gu Shiwan with a big smile on his face, extending his hand politely. Mei Hui, coming quickly. Everyone was shocked to see Gu Shiwan bring in a woman they recognized from before. Gu Shiwan seemed unaware of the surprised and confused expressions on everyone's faces and naturally introduced her. Dad, Mom, brothers, and sisters-in-law, this is Mei Hui. She's very kind. I brought her here to meet you all. Once the family saw how good Mei Hui was, they would surely support his divorce from the troublemaker Zhou Danny. Everyone. They couldn't understand what Gu Shiwan was thinking. He wasn't divorced yet he boldly brought his mistress home? Was he out of his mind? Tang Qiu sighed silently, noticing the increasingly displeased looks on her in-laws' faces. Gu Shiwan pretended not to notice and enthusiastically introduced Mei Hui. Mei Hui, the oldest among us, is my dad and mom. The one sitting on the chair is my eldest brother. Next to him is my sister-in-law. The one in the wheelchair is my second brother. The pregnant woman is my second sister-in-law, and beside her are my younger brother and sister, along with 2 nieces. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Mei Hui's smile was gentle, but Tang Qiu noticed her smile was slightly forced. Especially when she saw the dusty floor of the main hall and the 2 brothers who seemed disabled, her expression changed. Hello, brothers and sisters-in-law. Don't call me brother. Gu Shichuan almost had a reflex reaction and felt that the third brother was completely unreasonable. Our family doesn't welcome you, Gu's mother said directly, not giving them any face. You should know that the third brother is already married, right?
I know, Auntie.
Mei Hui smiled and said, but wasn't his wife forced upon him?
Auntie, arranged marriages are not good. When Mingyuan came to the factory and met me, he realized what love is. The one who isn't loved is the one who interferes. Everyone, get out. Gu Mingyuan, take her and get out. Mrs. Gu was about to explode with anger. She started doubting her life, wondering how she could have raised such a foolish person who doesn't understand right from wrong. And he brought along such a shameless woman. His taste must be terrible. Mom, don't be angry. Let's talk calmly. Gu Mingyuan noticed that Mei Hui looked upset and stepped forward to explain, but Mrs. Gu had already grabbed a big broom. I don't want to have a son like you. Let's go. Huang Yumiao stepped forward to open the yard gate and looked at Mei Hui. You, a woman coming with a married man to meet the family. Aren't you ashamed? What's there to be ashamed of? Mei Hui snorted softly. The one who should be ashamed is that mean old woman and his family. If it weren't for her blocking us, Mingyuan and I might have already gotten married. Third brother, you're too late now. Gu Shichuan rarely got involved in family matters. He used to just send his monthly allowance, but Gu Shiwan's actions still made him very upset. Second brother, second sister-in-law is so kind and loyal to you. How can you not understand me? Gu Shiwan looked full of grievance. You all know what Zhou Danny is like. She's rude and unreasonable, and she has a greedy family. You don't know, but I gave her most of my salary before, and she mostly sent it to her family. With a family like hers, I can't see myself spending my life with her. But she's pregnant with your child. Huang Yumiao, also a woman, understood Zhou Danny's feelings at this moment, not to help her, but because she felt sorry for the child. If you want a grandson, I can have one too. Yu Mei Hui, who is slim and stylish, looked much better than Zhou Danny, mainly because she had a job and could dress well. You're shameless. Mrs. Gu, though not fond of Zhou Danny, disliked Yu Mei Hui's shamelessness even more. This third brother really had a problem. He liked troublemakers. Third brother, our village isn't far from Zhou Danny's family. If you openly bring this woman here, they might accuse you of having an affair. Are you sure you want to do that? Tang Qiu rarely spoke, but with Gu Shiwan in jail, her children would have an uncle who was in prison. That wouldn't sound good. Hearing this, Gu Shiwan and Yu Mei Hui both looked surprised. Yu Mei Hui immediately said, "Finish your family matters first, then come find me." Then she turned and ran off. If Gu Shiwan hadn't been trying to comfort her, she wouldn't have come to this place. Father, mother, brothers, please don't go out and talk nonsense. Just let mother and father meet Mei Hui and change their minds. Gu Shiwan just met someone in the village who said they were distant relatives coming to see his parents. He chased after Mei Hui to send her off on the bus. At home, Father Gu looked angry, banging his pipe on the ground, saying, unlucky family, unlucky family. Your father and I have been honest and hardworking all our lives. We raised you all well, but why is the third child like this? Mother Gu was confused and even doubted if Gu Shiwan was her real son. 9 sons born from a dragon, each one different. Gu Shichuan gently advised, Mom, don't blame yourself. Just be more careful in the future, so no one can find fault with you. I know, many people in the village don't want us to do well. Mother Gu grabbed a broom and carefully swept the spot where Mei Hui had stepped, muttering to herself, Get rid of bad luck. Get rid of bad luck. Mom, I'll clean up. Huang Yumiao was busy tidying up the dishes on the table, and Tang Qiu stood up, holding her belly to digest. The family had decided to forget about Gu Shiwan's interruption, but unexpectedly, this crazy guy sent Mei Hui on the bus and then came back. Dad, Mom, what do you think of Mei Hui? He was confident his parents would agree, smiling brightly. Mei Hui's parents are workers too, unlike Zhou Danny. Her conditions are so good. Why would she like you? Tang Qiu tooted and said straightforwardly, You're remarried and still live in the countryside, or maybe it's because you don't earn as much as she does. Gu Shiwan. Second sister-in-law, do you really think that about me? Gu Shiwan looked at Gu Shichuan unhappily, expecting his second brother to defend him, but Gu Shichuan just nodded. You're right, second sister-in-law. If you get divorced, it's a second marriage.
If she's really so good, why can't you find someone better? Go take a leak and look at yourself. Since you asked, I'll tell you straight. Mother Gu looked serious and expressed her opinion. Even if you divorce Zhou Danny, don't think she'll ever come into our Gu family. Mom, how can you be so unreasonable? Gu Shiwan couldn't believe it. His excellent daughter-in-law, Mei Hui, his mother looked down on her? Why does his mother always look down on the women he likes? He tried to find allies at home, but no one paid attention to him. Even his father silently carried his, ready to go work in the fields. Fine, you do the first day of the month. Don't blame me for the 15th. Gu Shiwan loudly declared, if you don't accept Mei Hui, I'll never come back to this home. Whether I love to come or not, I won't. Mrs. Gu shook her head in disappointment, and everyone watched Gu Shiwan jump around like a clown. At this moment, loud noises came from outside. The door was suddenly pushed open by Su Zhaodi, Zhou Danny's mother, who looked angry and was holding a brick. Gu family, how dare you bully my daughter? Do you think we have no one to stand up for us? Tang Qiu's eyes twitched as she saw a group of people behind her, probably Zhou Danny's siblings and relatives. Our Zhou family's girl married into your family, and she's hardworking and honest. Don't push your luck too far. Gu Shiwan, you good for nothing, come out here. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll beat you up. Wife, go back to your room first. Gu Shichuan saw things weren't right and quickly signaled Tang Qiu to step back, worried about her because she was pregnant. Mrs. Gu also gave Huang Yumiao a look, and Huang Yumiao hurriedly pulled Tang Qiu back into the room. Qiu'er, leave the outside to us. Stay inside, and don't open the door no matter what. Okay, tan Gu ziplit obedini. She thought Gu Shiwan's problems weren't worth risking her child over, and she trusted her in-laws to handle it. After Huang Yumiao left, Tang Qiu decided to go to her space. The fruit trees she planted earlier had borne fruit, and her mouth was dry and tasteless, so she picked a few plums to eat. They were sour and just right for her stomach. She ate 7 or 8, worried about her teeth, and then ate a few strawberries. Later, she studied some new medicines in her space, where she was isolated from all outside noise and arguments. When she came out, the noise outside hadn't stopped. Curious, Tang Qiu opened the window to look. It seemed there had been a big fight. Gu's relatives had come, and both sides looked injured. The village chief was trying to keep order. Zhou Danny refused to divorce, but Gu Shiwan insisted she do so. They couldn't agree on the terms. Tang Qiu went back to her room, brewed a pot of fruit tea, and slowly ate some peach cookies she had bought earlier in Shin City. Suddenly, she heard a scream outside. Zhou Danny's voice, full of fear. My baby, my baby. Danny, what's wrong? There's so much blood. Hurry, call the barefoot doctor. The outside was chaotic. Tang Qiu frowned in confusion. Just then, Huang Yumiao pushed open the door, looking anxious. Qiu'er, during the argument, Danny bumped into me and fell to the ground. She's bleeding. Can you go check on her? If Zhou Danny really lost the baby, she would be the main culprit. Huang Yumiao is a person with a strong sense of morality, and she would hate herself forever. Okay, I will go check. Tang Qiu couldn't stand her like this and reluctantly agreed, feeling helpless and resigned to fate. At this moment, Zhou Danny had already been carried back to the third room. Gu Shiwan was also frightened and worried. If something really happened, the Zhou family definitely wouldn't forgive him. Get out! Such a disgraceful Gu family, such a disgraceful Gu Shiwan. I want you to pay until there's nothing left. Su Zhaodi stayed by Zhou Danny's bed, and Tang Qiu inexplicably saw excitement in her eyes. This mother didn't seem to care much about her daughter. Mother, what are you talking about? Hurry and call the doctor. We must save my child. Zhou Danny knew this baby was her last hope. If she lost this child, she wouldn't be able to pay the debts, and she would have nothing left. Your younger brother has gone to call the doctor. You must stay calm. Mother Gu glared fiercely at Gu Shiwan, regretting not strangling this reckless man earlier. If something really happened to the baby in Zhou Danny's belly, the Gu family couldn't escape responsibility. Mother, I want my second sister-in-law to come and see my third sister-in-law. Huang Yumiao pushed through the crowd and took Tang Qiu inside. Su Zhaodi immediately became angry. What are you doing? Don't come near my daughter. Mother, let second sister-in-law help me check. Zhou Danny knew Tang Qiu was treating Gu Xiu's leg. Her older brother seemed to be recovering quite well recently. No matter how good her medical skills were, only she could see the situation now. She really didn't want to lose the baby inside her. No, silly girl. She's not a doctor. What if she makes things worse? Su Zhaodi's eyes darted around. It's just a baby. If she lost it, she could get pregnant again. She couldn't miss this good opportunity to make trouble. If you really care about her, then don't stop Qiu'er. Mother Gu spoke up, pushing Su Zhaodi aside and saying to Zhou Danny, Qiu'er is skilled in medicine. At least let her check your belly. I am still bleeding. Zhou Danny felt scared and pale, clutching Tang Qiu's hand and pleading, second sister-in-law, please help me. We must save the baby inside my belly. Silly Danny, don't be fooled. Listen to mother. Don't let her examine you. Su Zhaodi pushed forward again, but was eventually pushed aside by Mother Gu. Furious, she shouted. Danny, don't be foolish. Mother, I want to keep this baby. Actually, Zhou Danny knows deep down that in her mother's heart, her younger brother will always come first. At such times, she wants to be selfish for once. Madam, do you not want my wife to see your younger siblings? Is it because you feel sorry for them, or do you have other thoughts? Gu Shichuan couldn't hold back and gave Tang Qiu a meaningful look. Wife, just go ahead. The Gu siblings worked together to block the people from the Zhou family, giving Tang Qiu space to approach Zhou Danny. Tang Qiu's fingertips touch her wrist to check her pulse. At first, she is very serious, but soon her expression changes strangely, and her gaze at Zhou Danny becomes subtle. Qiu'er, is it serious? Can the baby be saved? Huang Yumiao is also very worried. If she goes to jail, what will happen to the men and children at home? Tang Qiu hesitates and looks at Zhou Danny. Zhou Danny is also anxious. Second sister-in-law, just tell me directly. I want to know about the baby's condition. Don't worry, your health is fine. Tang Qiu releases her hand and steps back 2 paces, leaving everyone confused. Suddenly, Su Zhaodi jumps and mocks. See? I told you she's not capable. You all refuse to believe it. She can't see anything special. If something happens to the baby in my daughter's belly, she's also responsible. Second sister-in-law. Zhou Danny feels something is wrong. She looks at Gu Shiwan, who is panicking. Yuanji, this is our child. I know. Why do you have to cause trouble? Gu Shiwan's tone is impatient because Zhou Danny's actions could cause the baby to be lost, and he would be laughed at by the villagers. Zhou Danny is surprised by Gu Shiwan's expression. She is stunned. Am I trying to cause trouble? Zhou Danny is overwhelmed. Tears come suddenly, and she cries loudly, making everyone feel moved. Move aside. The doctor is here. Fortunately, at this moment, Gu Shifei has already called a doctor. He runs in, panting heavily. The doctor is okay, brought here by Gu Shifei on a bicycle. Hurry, take a look. Zhou Danny speaks urgently, not noticing that she feels very well. Normally, if she had a miscarriage, she wouldn't be so quick to recover. The doctor. Gu's mother finally notices something is wrong. She looks at Tang Qiu, who awkwardly pulls her lips. Qiu'er, what's going on? Huang Yumiao is so anxious her mouth is foaming. Tang Qiu lowers her voice and whispers a few words in Huang Yumiao's ear. Huang Yumiao. Her expression is hard to describe, which makes Gu Shichuan and others even more curious. Why do Tang Qiu and Huang Yumiao look like that? Soon, the doctor showed an odd expression similar to Tang Qiu's, leaving Zhou Danny confused. Doctor, how is my baby? You're not pregnant, so where did the baby come from? The doctor's mouth twitched as he revealed a shocking truth that stunned everyone. Everyone. Zhou Danny instantly froze, disbelief written all over her face. I am pregnant. How could I not be? Well, it must be that your family is plotting together to avoid responsibility.
Danny, don't be fooled by them.
Su Xiaodi finally found a reason and confidently accused everyone, making Zhou Danny lean toward her. Zhou Danny believed her. Mother, how can you treat me like this? Zhou Danny looked at her mother-in-law with disappointment. In this family, she knew her parents-in-law were fair. But she never expected them to join forces with Gu Shiyuan to hurt her. After all, she was the only outsider. Wow, I'm just sitting at home, and the sky is falling on me. Gu's mother was stunned. She finally understood Tang Qiu's earlier expression. If she told the truth, Zhou Danny definitely wouldn't believe her. If I weren't pregnant, how could I be bleeding? Zhou Danny swore confidently, and I'm also having stomach pain now, which is a sign of miscarriage. You all just don't want to take responsibility. Are you afraid I'll report Huang Yumiao? Parents, you're too biased. Gu Shiyuan, do you even want children? Look at how your wife and kids are being bullied. Gu Shiyuan. He was still in shock, hurriedly looking at the doctor, who was speechless. Could the bleeding be because of your period? The stomach pain might be due to coldness in your...
Sudanni.
Her eyes widened slightly as she shook her head wildly. She refused to believe it. How is that possible? My daughter is definitely pregnant. Your Gu family is too cruel. Su Xiaodi was so excited she was spitting, and Tang Qiu instinctively took a few steps back, afraid of getting splashed. She kindly explained, "Don't keep mentioning the Gu family. We haven't wronged you. It's her husband who's at fault." Gu Shiyuan looked confused at Zhou Danny, frowning impatiently. Are you really pregnant or not? I am pregnant. Zhou Danny still firmly believed it. I haven't had my period for 2 months, and I'm also experiencing morning sickness. I like sour foods. That's a sign of pregnancy, isn't it? It might just be psychological because you think you're pregnant. The doctor almost said outright that Zhou Danny was imagining things. He shook his head gently. Pregnancy isn't something you can rush. It's best to let nature take its course. Shut up. Don't try to fool me.
Sudanni spoke firmly.
You just want to hurt my child. Gu Shiyuan, hurry and take me to the hospital. I don't believe you. Enough. The village chief didn't expect things to turn out like this. He looked at Zhou Danny in disbelief. Are you still not done causing trouble? They have brought shame to Chitcrow village. The village chief simply turned and left. I don't care about your Gu family matters. You handle it yourselves. Zhou Danny was stunned. She didn't expect the person she called to seek justice would leave. Tears welled up on her face, looking quite pitiful. Third brother, take her to the hospital. Gu's father, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. With the family in such chaos, he felt ashamed. Go to the hospital if you want. You caused the death of my precious grandson. You must pay the price. Su Xiaodi felt confident and ordered her son. What are you standing there for? Your sister-in-law is not acting right. You and your sister should take her to the hospital. Zhou Danny was moved to tears. It was true, only her family truly cared for her. At this moment, only her mother could be trusted. She cast a disappointed look at Gu Shiyuan, then let her brother carry her away. The Zhou family members hurriedly followed. Gu's mother, annoyed, patted Gu Shiyuan's shoulder. What are you standing there for? Your wife, you go take care of her. Mother. Gu Shiyuan was reluctant, but his mother, with a stern face, said, if you don't go, I'll discipline you myself. Third brother, you should go check on your sister-in-law. Huang Yumiao wasn't really concerned about Zhou Danny. She just felt heartbroken earlier. She had cared for her, after all. But she had to send the third brother. Otherwise, how could she prove she was not responsible? She didn't want Zhou Danny to keep accusing her of causing her miscarriage.
Go.
Gu Shichuan looked coldly at Gu Shiyuan, scaring him into running away. All right, I'll go see her. He was afraid of his second brother, even though the second brother was now sitting up. Everyone's sorry for the trouble. This is a family scandal. Sorry to make you laugh at us. Please go back. Gu's father, exhausted, waved his hand. The brothers understood he cared about his reputation and didn't say much, only reminding. If anything happens, speak up. Brothers will definitely not stand by and watch your family suffer. Your third brother is really no good, Sai. The relatives tactfully left, and soon only the family was in the yard. Gu's mother finally had a chance to carefully ask about Tang Qiu. "Qiu, how is Danny's condition?" She never doubted that Tang Qiu was lying to her. The second daughter-in-law's medical skills were recognized even by traditional Chinese medicine doctors. She couldn't have been mistaken. She might have caught a cold when she was young, which caused irregular periods. It's also hard for her to get pregnant.
Tang Gu sai sop ti.
Seeing Su Zhaodi's expression, she was sure she wouldn't treat young Zhou Danny well. As the eldest daughter, she must have suffered quite a bit in her childhood. Poor people often have their own faults, and those who are hateful usually have their own sad hardships. She can't get pregnant? Madame Gu was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Her thoughts of stopping the third son from divorcing decreased a little. "It's not impossible, just difficult," Tang Qiu replied cautiously. "If she takes good care of herself, maybe it will happen." But she and Zhou Danny didn't get along well, so Tang Qiu wouldn't take the initiative to help her, and Zhou Danny might not trust her either. Sigh. Madame Gu shook her head worriedly. Mr. Gu also looked upset. "Forget it. Children will have their own luck. The less we interfere, the longer we might live." The couple helped each other back to their room, clearly shaken. In just one day, they looked several years older. Tang Qiu shrugged helplessly and looked at Gu Shichuan. "Did I speak too bluntly?" "No." Gu Shichuan smiled gently at her. "You didn't say anything wrong. Mom and Dad are just a bit tired." Although Mom doesn't like Zhou Danny, she still hopes for the baby in her belly. After all, it's the Gu family's blood. Huang Yumiao knew her mother-in-law was a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She felt quite helpless too. Now things are so complicated. Without a divorce, it might be hard to settle. If the third son really marries Yu Meihui, there will be even more trouble at home. They won't succeed. Gu Shichuan's words surprised Tang Qiu. She looked at him curiously. "How do you know?" "My intuition is usually accurate," Gu Shichuan smiled without saying more. He had already asked Sun Xiaojun to investigate Yu Meihui. This person wasn't as simple as she seemed on the surface. Qiu was right earlier. If she really had such good conditions, why would she be interested in the third son? Huang Yumiao suddenly had a bright idea. Tang Qiu understood and smiled. They didn't discuss Gu Shichuan anymore. No matter what the outcome was, it was his own choice. Back in the room, Tang Qiu handed Gu Shichuan a piece of peach pastry. "Eat something and rest well. This isn't over yet. They will still cause trouble." "I'm sorry, wife. Because of me, you had to go through all this while pregnant." Gu Shichuan felt guilty. If he hadn't married her, she wouldn't have to experience these hardships. "It's okay. I just see it as watching a show." Tang Qiu wasn't paying much attention. After all, she wasn't really familiar with the couple. Maybe she was preoccupied with something. Tonight, Gu Shichuan didn't sleep well, but Tang Qiu slept peacefully. These trivial matters didn't affect her mood at all. However, she didn't expect that early in the morning, Zhou Danny was once again sent back by her family. Gu Shichuan didn't see her. Gu's mother looked at them and instinctively wanted to close the courtyard door, her face looking very unhappy. "What are you doing? My daughter hasn't divorced your son yet, and you're not allowed to come in?"
Shusaodi spoke confidently.
Tang Qiu, who was having breakfast, felt a bit confused. Normally, knowing Zhou Danny wasn't pregnant, they wouldn't look like that, since their plans had failed. But Su Zhaodi's expression clearly suggested she was trying to make another trouble for the Gu family. Something was off. "You know very well what you've done." Gu's mother sneered and looked at Zhou Danny, who was pale. "You clearly aren't pregnant, yet you're always eating and drinking at home. Do you even have some shame?" "Mom, I didn't lie." Zhou Danny, with red eyes, searched the yard and couldn't find Gu Shichuan. She suddenly felt very sad and started crying, no longer acting proud. At this moment, Su Zhaodi suddenly said, "Who said my daughter isn't pregnant? She was forced to have a miscarriage by your family. The proof from the hospital is right here." "How does the Gu family plan to compensate?" "Proof?" Tang Qiu was surprised and looked over, noticing Zhou Danny lowering her head and not daring to meet their gaze. But Su Zhaodi was quite confident, acting as if everything was justified. If Tang Qiu weren't a doctor and hadn't personally checked Zhou Danny's pulse, she might have believed her nonsense. What? Huang Yumiao was indeed stunned, but she quickly calmed down and firmly said, "No way. A doctor wouldn't give you a fake proof." Su Zhaodi, do you know it's illegal to get a doctor to issue a fake certificate? Gu's mother didn't expect Su Zhaodi to be so daring. She sternly told Zhou Danny, "Don't you know whether you're pregnant or not? Don't mess around with your mother." "I'm not messing around." Zhou Danny, unable to find Gu Shiwan at the Gu house, felt extremely cold inside. She let her mother threaten others and stood helplessly behind Su Zhaodi. "Tell me, what do you want?" Tang Qiu's straightforward words made Zhou Danny feel embarrassed, as if Tang Qiu was mocking her. Since Tang Qiu entered, her days had only gotten worse. Now she was about to be kicked out completely. "Your third brother, isn't he planning to get a divorce?" "All right, divorce." Su Zhaodi ignored Zhou Danny's reddened eyes and firmly said, "I am a good daughter. After marrying into your family, I suffered a lot. Since you don't value us, there are others who do. As long as you agree to our conditions, I will take Danny home immediately." "What are the conditions?" Mother Gu instinctively felt uneasy. Su Zhaodi was not easy to deal with. She gently reminded her, "Our Gu family has already split, and it's the third child who wants a divorce. If you have conditions, go talk to him. It's no use coming to me." Compensation. Su Zhaodi didn't care who she was asking for money. She raised her voice slightly and said, "Our Danny is a pure girl. She has been with your third child for several years. If the amount is less than this, we will not agree to the divorce." Su Zhaodi held up her hand to show 5 fingers, and Mother Gu nervously raised her voice. 500?
No.
Su Zhaodi shook her head and looked at Tang Qiu. "It's 5,000. If you can't pay 5,000 yuan, we will accuse your family of harming Danny's unborn baby. We will also accuse Gu Shiwan of having inappropriate relationships. You should know the consequences. Why don't you go and fight? If you want to sue, go ahead. We don't have money, and I'm not afraid of you." Huang Yumiao wasn't stupid. She guessed that Su Zhaodi was targeting Tang Qiu. Why should her family's mess be paid for by Qiu? "If she has no money, let Tang Qiu pay," she said. "Isn't she running a clothing store?" Sure enough, Su Zhaodi's plan was to target Tang Qiu. She stared at Tang Qiu as if she was eyeing a pile of cash. Tang Qiu was amused and said, "It's none of my business that your daughter and son-in-law are arguing about divorce. It's not right for Tang Qiu to pay this money either." Huang Yumiao had never seen such shameless people. She stepped in front of Tang Qiu, worried Su Zhaodi might suddenly lose her temper. "Huang Yumiao, you killed my child and are still so arrogant. You will face retribution." Zhou Danny stared at Huang Yumiao fiercely, as if she was looking at an enemy, making Huang Yumiao feel very uncomfortable. "You didn't even get pregnant. Stop accusing me falsely. If you want to sue, go ahead. I'm not afraid." Tang Qiu remained silent. She looked at Mother Gu and the Gu family members, wanting to see their attitude. Mother Gu sneered coldly, "Don't look at my second daughter-in-law. I told you we've already split. If you want money, go find Gu Shiwan." "Father." Zhou Danny looked at her father with pleading eyes. She knew that the one with the most say in this family was her father-in-law. As long as he spoke, Gu Shiwan might not go through with the divorce. Gu father gently shook his head. "Your third family's affairs are for your family to handle. Don't involve your older brother and sister-in-law." "Did you hear that?" Tang Qiu, in a good mood, raised her eyebrows and pointed at Gu Shiwan, who had just returned from outside. "Please handle your own matters. Don't disturb us. Recently, the weather has been very hot." Tang Qiu was too lazy to move and had no time to argue with them. Zhou Danny suddenly turned around and saw Gu Shiwan rushing back from outside, looking very tired and with a grim face. "Zhou Danny, let's part peacefully. The doctor made it very clear yesterday you are not pregnant. This is proof. Danny had a miscarriage." Su Zhaodi quickly took out the proof. Tang Qiu leaned her head to glance at it and almost laughed out of anger.
Ha!
Not only she, but everyone else, after seeing the proof clearly, couldn't help but laugh. Because the writing on it looked like chicken claws, crooked and messy, and the word proof was even misspelled as correctly clear, which clearly wasn't written by a doctor. Gu Shichuan's mouth twitched, and Tang Qiu couldn't help but say, "Please, if you're going to fake something, can you at least use decent handwriting? With such scribbles, do you really believe anyone will buy it?" Su Zhaodi and Zhou Danny. Doctor's handwriting is always like that. Don't change the subject. Su Zhaodi looked a bit guilty and then glanced at Gu Shiwan. If you want a divorce, that's fine. 5,000 yuan, no less. Gu Shiwan, if you don't want a divorce, then we won't divorce. Zhou Danny still couldn't bear to part with Gu Shiwan, but unfortunately, Gu Shiwan had made up his mind. Divorce. It must happen. But I don't have that much money. If you don't pay, we'll report you for harassment. Think about it. Su Zhaodi looked fearless, like a pig not afraid of boiling water. Gu Shiwan felt very headache and quickly said to Zhou Danny, "Marriage is marriage. Do you really want to go this far? It's my mother's idea. I listened to my mother." Although Zhou Danny was very reluctant to part with Gu Shiwan, if they really divorced, she wanted to remarry and needed to ask for more money. "Fine. When you give the money, I'll take our daughter home."
Su Zhaodi gently patted Su Danny's shoulder.
"Danny, stay here for now. Once the money is ready, my mother will bring your brothers to pick you up." "Okay." Zhou Danny watched Su Zhaodi leave with mixed feelings, feeling very emotional. Gu Shiwan looked at his parents. "Mom and Dad. Old lady, you said the bench was broken earlier. Where is it? I'll get some tools and fix it." Gu's father interrupted Gu Shiwan's words. The couple left smoothly, and Tang Qiu also helped Gu Shichuan in his wheelchair. "Oh, it's time for medication. We can't delay." Tang Qiu pushed Gu Shichuan's wheelchair quickly. Gu Shilan and Gu Shifei needed to go to school, so they hurriedly took their two nieces and ran off. For a moment, only the couple was left in the yard. Zhou Danny pulled on Gu Shiwan's sleeve and said, "Third brother, let's talk inside. I can't afford to be associated with this person, so you won't say you're pregnant again." Gu Shiwan was now very scared. He left the village immediately, trying to borrow some money. In the room, Tang Qiu lazily yawned. "Let's rest for a while. We should go back to the city early." "Okay." Gu Shiwan was also annoyed by all these things. At this moment, Sun Xiaojun, sent by Gu Chuan, returned. He looked unhappy. "Brother Gu, sister-in-law, I'm back. How did the investigation go?" Gu Chuan asked him to look into Yu Meihui's background. Seeing how crazy the third brother was acting, he was sure the third brother would marry Yu Meihui. They couldn't let a woman cause the whole family to be upset. Hearing this, Sun Xiaojun clicked his tongue. "I told you, they look down on formal workers in the city. They only want Gu Shiwan, a divorced man from the countryside. That's because Yu Meihui's family has no sons. They have 4 sisters. Yu Meihui is the oldest. She's pretty, so many young men proposed to her, but her family refused. They only had one request." "What's the request?" Tang Qiu instinctively felt it wasn't a good condition, or else Gu Shiwan wouldn't be involved. Sure enough, Sun Xiaojun made a teasing face. "The man has to move into her family, and the child must carry her family's surname. No way, such a good thing doesn't happen every day. Your third brother probably thinks he's lucky to find such a treasure." Tang Qiu watched the scene with interest. Gu Chuan smiled helplessly. "Do you think the third brother will agree?" "I don't know. You're a man. You should understand men's thoughts best." Tang Qiu clicked her tongue and didn't say more. Anyway, the Gu family would handle this. Huang Yumiao was worried about the shop, so she didn't stay at home long. She went to the clothing store in the morning. Tang Qiu and Gu Chuan also tidied up and prepared to go back to the shop in the afternoon. Gu Mu packed a bunch of dried goods and told Tang Qiu, "Qiu'er, if you want to eat anything, ask your auntie to come to the house to get it. Don't hold back. You're eating for 2 now, so you can't be short on nutrition. It will be hard to recover later." "I know, Mom." Tang Qiu had always had shallow family ties, both in her past and present life. Her mother's concern made her uncomfortable, but she still accepted it with a smile. Walking along the village path, she attracted many people's attention. The villagers looked at her with complicated feelings, envy mixed with jealousy. But when they saw Gu Chuan looking pale and sickly, Their moods seemed to balance out a lot. Tang Qiu could earn money, but her man was still a. Autumn. Are you both going back to the city? Tang Ping, like an unstoppable little bug, walks over arm in arm with Zhou Jian. Thinking about how Tang Qiu's wealthy husband from her past life became her man, she can't help but smile happily.
Yes.
Tang Qiu's expression is calm, not intending to respond to them. Zhou Jian looks at Gu Shichuan sitting in a wheelchair, and I can't help but think that if Tang Qiu married him, she would be very happy. Suddenly, he has an idea and says to Tang Qiu, Autumn, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you married Gu Shichuan. He's not mobile easily. If you need help with anything, just tell me. Hearing Zhou Jian's words, Tang Ping's face changes instantly. She nervously looks at Zhou Jian, afraid he might rekindle old feelings for Tang Qiu. But before Tang Qiu can reply, someone acts faster. It's Gu Shichuan. He supports himself and stands up from the wheelchair. Zhou Jian, do you think I'm dead? His tone is a bit cold and dark, but no one notices his gloomy face. They are all stunned, staring at him standing up. Tang Ping's mouth drops open in shock, and she screams, How is this possible? How can you stand up? Her expression is like when she saw Gu Shichuan return safely, like she saw a ghost. Villagers also look at Gu Shichuan in surprise. Oh, Tang Qiu is really lucky. It looks like old second Gu is also about to recover. Yeah. Why don't I have such good luck? Look at old lady Gu. She's full of wrinkles from smiling. Tang Ping even said he's a disaster star. I think he's a lucky star. Old second, can you really stand up? Gu's mother is so excited her face almost blooms like a chrysanthemum, and her eyes look at Tang Qiu with more love. Gu Shichuan, to prove his ability, nods and says, Yes, Mom. I'm still in recovery, but with some exercise, I'll get better. He then looks at Zhou Jian and says, No need for some people to always worry about my wife. I can take care of her myself. Zhou Jian feels guilty and doesn't want to admit he had some thoughts earlier. But Tang Ping is about to be furious. How can this be? This life is completely different from her past life. Gu Shichuan not only didn't die, but is also recovering? Can Zhou Jian still become a wealthy man? Tang Ping begins to doubt her choices, but she doesn't want to believe she made a mistake. She keeps comforting herself internally. It can't be. Maybe Gu Shichuan just changed a little. After all, she was reborn. Zhou Jian will definitely become a rich man. Tang Qiu seems to see through Tang Ping's thoughts. She smiles softly and says, Mom, don't worry. When the baby in my belly is born, Gu Shichuan, as the father, will definitely help out. She doesn't want to rely on herself for everything. Hearing this, Mother Gu smiled even more happily. All right, I'll wait for good news from you. Mom, we're going back to the shop first, Gu Shichuan said as he sat back into his wheelchair. Luckily, they had already reached the village entrance, where the usual bus to the city stopped. Sun Xiaojun helped Gu Shichuan onto the bus and then placed his wheelchair inside. Tang Ping and Zhou Jian also got on the bus at the same time. Inside the bus, the smell was still not very pleasant, but Sun Xiaojun reacted quickly and gave Tang Qiuzhan a seat by the window so she could get some fresh air. Seeing how everyone around was spoiling Tang Qiu, Tang Ping looked at her with a sneaky, unfriendly gaze. After getting off the bus, Gu Shichuan warned Tang Qiu, Qiu'er, Zhou Ping's eyes look strange when she looks at you. Be careful when you meet her in the future. I know. She must regret swapping the engagement with me now, Tang Qiu said with a gentle smile, jokingly. Gu Shichuan, if we hadn't swapped, she would be your wife. Honestly, I'm glad she suddenly went crazy and swapped the engagement. Sorry, it's unlucky for you, but I think it's the luckiest thing for me. Gu Shichuan openly shared his true feelings, and Tang Qiu wasn't angry. It must be because you burned incense for 8 generations to marry me, she joked, but Gu Shichuan took it seriously. Yes, I will do good deeds in the future. I hope you can still be my wife in the next life. His eyes looked at her with anger, and Tang Qiu shyly avoided his gaze. She already guessed that Gu Shichuan had feelings for her, but she kept avoiding the topic. Luckily, they arrived at the shop, where they saw Lin Yuexia bringing back new goods from the post office. Zhou Yanfang also came to help with the loading, and Du Erqiang was running around helping carry things. Lin Yuexia's smile was meaningful, and Du Erqiang happily said, "Qiu, you're back. Our shop is full of women, so we need the men to help with the loading." "It's okay, I can carry it," Tang Qiu said. Huang Yumiao ran very fast. In the past, women acted like men in the production team, and men were like livestock. She didn't feel tired at all. "I'll think about it later," she said. Tang Qiu glanced at Zhou Yanfang, whose face was red, knowing that Du Erqiang's intentions weren't just about helping. "Qiu, I made some egg yolk pastries for you and Yuexia. You can have them as snacks," Zhang Xiufan said as she carried a big bag. Just after speaking, she saw how eager Du Erqiang was and couldn't help but praise him. "Young man, you still know to care for your sister-in-law and younger sister. Not bad."
Du Erqiang.
Zhou Yanfang blushed shyly and greeted softly.
Mom.
"Who are you?" It's not surprising that Zhang Xiufan doesn't remember well. She's been busy running her business lately, always thinking about her regular customers, so her memory isn't very sharp. Tang Qiu glanced at the awkward Du Erqiang and smiled, saying, "Annie, this is Zhou Yanfang, who came to my shop to pick up some goods. We met last time at the state-run restaurant." "Oh, was that the time Erqiang went on a blind date?" Zhang Xiufan slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing. "Oh, I forgot. Sorry about that, young lady." "No worries, ma'am." Yanfang didn't mind at all. She was just a bit nervous in front of her, but Zhang Xiufan didn't notice at first and kept smiling. "That time Erqiang went on a blind date, I was in a bad mood. Luckily, he didn't get along with his date, or I would have had a tough time." "Mom, why do you keep bringing that up?" Du Erqiang looked embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. But his mother kept talking in front of Yanfang. "There's nothing to worry about. You're not too young to get married. It's normal to go on blind dates. Next time, I'll help you find someone." "Mom, I don't need to find anyone." Du Erqiang hurriedly shook his head, and Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan almost burst out laughing at his nervousness. Yanfang's face turned red from the tension, and the young couple's nervous expressions made Tang Qiu feel young again herself. "Child, when you're of age, marriage is natural. There's nothing to be worried about." Zhang Xiufan still found her son's behavior strange. She turned to Huang Yumiao and Lin Yuexia and said, "You too, since you work in the shop regularly, you probably meet many young women. If you find anyone suitable, you can introduce them to Erqiang." "Mom, I already have someone." Du Erqiang shot a quick glance at Yanfang. Seeing her face was not looking good, he quickly shouted loudly. Tang Qiu was almost frightened, but seeing Yanfang looking embarrassed and wanting to leave, she couldn't help but laugh.
"What?"
Zhang Xiufan looked suspicious. "Could it be that it's that Lu Rulin?" "I don't agree with that." Ever since her second son and Lu Rulin broke up, Zhang Xiufan had been dreaming happily, afraid that a nightmare might happen again. "Uncle, it's obviously not her," Tang Qiu teased, glancing at Yanfang. Zhang Xiufan's mind was blown. She was shocked and looked at Du Erqiang for confirmation. "Erqiang, is that Yanfang?" "Yes."
Du Erqiang en souhaite Ludli.
Yanfang blushed shyly. "Du Erqiang, didn't we agree to talk about this later? So, if my mom introduces me to another blind date, do you really want me to go?" Du Erqiang was a straightforward guy, and his words made Yanfang feel even more embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. "Oh, dear." Zhang Xiufan was very happy. She held Zhou Yanfang's hand and gave Du Erqiang a disapproving look. "You're lucky to find such a good partner." "Qiu, did you all know about this already?" "No, I just found out myself," replied Tang Qiu happily. She didn't mention last time Zhou Yanfang asked her second brother about his girlfriend, as women are shy about such topics. "Come in first and sit," Zhang Xiufan said cheerfully, leading Zhou Yanfang into the clothing store. Tang Qiu and Lin Yuexia exchanged smiles. Sun Xiaojun and Gu Shichuan went upstairs without disturbing the women catching up. Du Erqiang was busy moving goods, acting like a proud peacock. Zhang Xiufan chatted with Zhou Yanfang for a while, asking about her family, and grew more pleased. When Du Erqiang finished arranging the goods, Zhang Xiufan smiled and said, "Help Xiao Zhou deliver the goods, but don't rush back. Help her organize the stock. It's hard for a girl to run a shop. You should help out more often," she added. "I know, Mom," Du Erqiang replied, riding Zhou Yanfang's tricycle quickly, making everyone laugh and shake their heads. Zhang Xiufan held Tang Qiu's hand gratefully. "Qiu'er, if it weren't for you, your second brother wouldn't have met such a good partner. If they get together, your auntie's matchmaking gift won't be small." "Auntie, this isn't really my business. It's their own choice," Tang Qiu chuckled. "It's their fate. I don't dare take credit. If Xiao Zhou hadn't bought from you, Erqiang wouldn't have met her. You really helped." Zhang Xiufan liked Tang Qiu even more, feeling grateful for her kindness in childhood. Good people are rewarded. "Auntie," Tang Qiu wanted to act cute, but Zhang Xiufan said, "All right, listen to your auntie. I need to go set up my stall. It's cold, so go inside and rest." Tang Qiu couldn't argue, but she was happy inside. She even hummed a song as she went upstairs. After sending Zhou Yanfang back, Du Erqiang came to report. "Qiu'er, I've paid the wages for the workers at Factory 2. Luckily, everyone knows that Shuangxi Furniture bought their factory. No one resigned, but the old furniture still needs clearing. I want to ask your opinion. Clear out at cost price and prepare to make new styles," Tang Qiu replied without hesitation. "There's no need to waste time on outdated furniture." Vice Factory Director Yang also suggested this, but Du Erqiang felt it was a pity. Coming from a poor background, he was reluctant to sell such good furniture cheaply, so he asked Tang Qiu for advice. Qiu guessed his thoughts and smiled. "Second brother, the factory workers have other tasks. If you can get people outside to sell at the original price, the extra will be your commission." "Really?" Du Erqiang was surprised and happy. He immediately thought of his little friends in the village, who all admired his capable sister and had subtly asked him to help. "Of course it's true." Qiu smiled warmly and said, "But second brother, I remind you not to trust people too easily, to avoid trouble. Her cousins are kind-hearted, which is good, but they can also be taken advantage of." "Don't worry, Qiu'er, I know what I'm doing," Du assured her, patting his chest. "I won't delay the new furniture schedule. I'll clear out these items quickly."
Okay.
Qiu nodded slightly. After Du left, Gu Shichuan looked puzzled and asked, "Wife, you clearly didn't agree with him doing that, so why did you agree?" "Second brother has never done business before. If I oppose him, it might cause trouble. Even if we lose some, I can afford it." Qiu smiled, realizing that sometimes making mistakes helps you learn not to repeat them. Gu Shichuan gazed at Qiu with admiration. His wife is truly a treasure, and he couldn't look away. A couple of days later, Qiu was busy with a furniture factory when Gu Shiwan came again, this time asking to borrow money. "Second brother, sister-in-law, I want a divorce. I don't have enough money. Please help me." "Boss." Old man Chen also happened to come by, carrying a cloth bag, unsure if he was bothering them. "Qiu'er, you busy with your work? I'll handle this." Gu Shichuan didn't want her to be troubled by family matters, so Qiu nodded. "All right, let's go inside to talk." She took old man Chen into the house. Gu Shiwan was anxious. "Second brother, let's talk outside." Gu Shichuan stood up and took Gu Shiwan aside. Gu Shiwan was stunned. He just realized his second brother's leg had already healed, and the bruises from the past fight seemed to hurt again. Inside, Old man Chen placed the cloth bag on the table. "The account book and this month's rent are all here." "All rented out?"
Qiu was a bit surprised.
In this era, renting was still rare, so she didn't expect all units to be rented. She hadn't expected Old man Chen to be so capable. "Yes, they are rented out." Grandpa Chen proudly stroked his short beard and said, "Although my current place is a bit far from the house I want to see, I often ride my bike to check on things." "Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Chen." Tang Qiu took the account book and money. The 10 houses rented for over 300 yuan, and she would earn rent even while lying down in the future. Feeling happy, Tang Qiu also paid Grandpa Chen his salary. "Grandpa Chen, you did a good job." "Thank you, boss. I will keep working hard." Grandpa Chen happily left with his salary. Just then, Gu Shichuan also came back. Seeing her happy, he knew she must have earned a lot again. Did you send him away? Tang Qiu hummed a song and didn't care much about Gu Shichuan's arrival. Anyway, she wouldn't give him her money. As for Gu Shichuan, he didn't have much money to give his brother.
Yes.
Gu Shichuan shook his head, feeling helpless and disappointed. Third brother doesn't listen. He'll suffer sooner or later. Did you tell him what you found out? Tang Qiu clicked her tongue. It's hard to persuade a stubborn person. Maybe for Gu Shichuan, it's better to marry into the Gu family than stay in their house. I mentioned it, but he doesn't believe. Gu Shichuan was very disappointed with his third brother and didn't want to talk about him anymore. He said, let them handle their own marriage. Okay. Tang Qiu didn't want to get involved and didn't ask further. She carried a cloth bag back to her room and soon placed all the cash she had received from various sources during this time. I'll go to the credit union to deposit the money. I'll ask Xiao Jun to take you. Gu Shichuan was worried about her safety. She was pregnant and carrying so much money, so he was afraid she might be targeted. That's good. Tang Qiu didn't refuse this time. Since he was at home, she kept the money in the house. It would be much better to take it out and use it when needed. So, Sun Xiaojun accompanied Tang Qiu to the credit union. Recently, she was buying a factory, a house, and managing cash flow, so her bank book only had about 10,000 yuan. After depositing the money, Tang Qiu went home. The factory was managed by Deputy Director Yang and Doer Qiang, the houses by Grandpa Chen, and the shops by her two sisters-in-law. For now, Tang Qiu could act as a hands-off manager. As the weather grew colder, her belly seemed to swell like a balloon, making movement much harder than before. However, Gu Shichuan's legs were improving day by day, and he was able to stand longer each day. That day, Tang Qiu was knitting a sweater. When she asked Lin Yuexia to buy some yarn, she also bought a few herself. They were chatting casually when Huang Yumiao came back carrying a bag of dried mushrooms. Mom asked me to bring these for you. Later, I'll cook chicken with them. Huang Yumiao had just returned from the village. She occasionally visited home to see her children and husband. With winter vacation approaching, she bought some pens and ink to give to the children. Mother keeps thinking about it. Tang Qiu has gradually learned to accept Mother Gu's kindness. Her hands kept busy, knitting without pause, when suddenly Huang Yumiao said, "Third brother and Zhou Danny have really divorced." Really divorced? Lin Yuexia was very surprised. Wasn't it about 5,000 yuan? That's not a small amount. Third brother can't pay it. He's borrowing money everywhere, only about 1,000 yuan. Yu Meihui gave Zhou Danny another 1,000. Huang Yumiao looked shocked. 2,000 is better than nothing. The Zhou family agreed to the divorce. When I went back yesterday, Zhou Danny had already moved out. I heard her family is asking around, trying to find someone for her to remarry. Already so fast? Tang Qiu, not from this era, didn't understand why people got married so eagerly. Yu Meihui really likes your third brother. She just gave him so much money. Lin Yuexia shook her head in amazement. She couldn't understand Yu Meihui's thoughts. With that much money, why worry about finding a man? Because third brother agreed to become a son-in-law at their home. My parents are very angry, saying they never had a son like him. Huang Yumiao also didn't understand third brother's thoughts. Their family was mocked a lot in the village. Recently, her parents rarely went out, worried about others asking about third brother becoming a son-in-law. Lin Yuexia. No wonder she was shocked. People in this era see becoming a son-in-law as shameful. Their family wasn't poor enough to starve, so how could they accept this? He's quite open-minded. Tang Qiu hadn't mentioned this before, so Huang Yumiao and the others were surprised. She, however, had already prepared herself mentally. Mother is so angry she's sick. Huang Yumiao felt a little sorry for her mother-in-law. Lin Yuexia pouted. How could she not be angry? The children are so useless. Tang Qiu thought about Gu Shichuan's previous words, where he confidently said they wouldn't succeed, and she deliberately went upstairs to ask him. Gu Shichuan, you said before they wouldn't make it. Did your third brother really become a son-in-law?
What?
Gu Shichuan, who was exercising, suddenly stopped. He was surprised and a bit shocked. Did he really become a son-in-law? Of course. My sister-in-law just came back and told me. Tang Qiu crossed her arms. Surprised, right? Honestly, I didn't expect it either. After all, it's not easy to accept a soft rice life. Useless guy. Gu Shichuan snorted coldly, feeling upset, and continued exercising. Tang Qiu guessed he was in a bad mood and didn't tease him further. However, Gu Shichuan wanted to avoid some people, but Gu Shiwan kept coming closer. He was holding a bright red invitation letter. Big sister-in-law, second brother and second sister-in-law, I am getting married the day after tomorrow. I invite you to attend the wedding. Mother won't go, and I won't either. Huang Yumiao is very stubborn, especially since she is also quite unhappy with the behavior of the third brother. Gu Shichuan's face darkened as he told them to leave. We don't welcome you here. We won't attend the wedding. Tang Qiu didn't speak, clearly siding with Gu Shichuan. Gu Shiwan wanted to show off in front of his second brother, but saw everyone look down on him even more. Yu Meihui, holding Gu Shiwan's arm, looked upset. I knew they wouldn't come. You insisted on inviting them, but they just ignore us. Let's just invite colleagues from the machinery factory to celebrate. Your poor relatives don't need to come. She still didn't know that the clothing store was opened by Tang Qiu, thinking they were showing the shop to another boss, and her tone was full of arrogance. I just want our wedding to have the blessing of family. Gu Shiwan looked sad and pitiful, as if Tang Qiu and the others were being unreasonable. But your own family needs to care about you too. Yu Meihui curled her lips and looked at Gu Shiwan pleading, Second brother, take second sister-in-law with you. My wedding, if no family members come, how will people see me? It's so embarrassing. His second brother was a military officer, and if he attended the wedding, the Gu family would give him some face. We going or not, it won't stop you from being embarrassed. Gu Shichuan's words were sharp and unkind, giving no face to his brother. Tang Qiu almost gave him a thumbs up. Gu Shiwan, a grown man, was almost brought to tears by Gu Shichuan's words. Yu Meihui, angry, pulled Gu Shiwan away. Let's go. There's no need to waste time with them. Our parents will treat you like their own son. Second brother, I hope you won't regret this in the future. Gu Shiwan left feeling full of resentment. He didn't understand how things turned out this way, feeling completely abandoned. Look at how upset he is. You'd think we did something wrong. Huang Yumiao, thinking about her mother-in-law falling ill from anger, was still very angry. Tang Qiu softly advised her, no need to get angry over someone unworthy. It's his choice. No matter what the future holds, keep going forward. Second sister-in-law, I tell you, with Yu Meihui's arrogant attitude, it's no wonder the Gu family isn't good to third brother. He'll regret it someday. Huang Yumiao saw clearly as an outsider, but Gu Shiwan couldn't see the situation clearly himself. Let him go. Otherwise, people will always romanticize the road he hasn't traveled and blame us for stopping him. Gu Shichuan saw through this clearly. The others laughed and changed the subject, not paying attention to this small incident. As the new year approached, Gu Shichuan was now able to move freely and no longer needed care. Tang Qiu told son Xiaojun to go home. Xiaojun, thank you very much for taking care of him these days. Brother Gu has recovered quite a bit and can take care of himself. The new year is coming soon. Go home and celebrate with your family. Tang Qiu took out 80 yuan. He had taken care of Gu Shichuan for a month and a half, which was a little more than the market price. Son Xiaojun quickly refused. Sis-in-law, Brother Gu used to be my biggest idol. I can't accept this money.
Keep it.
You still have elders to support. How could we let you work for nothing? Tang Qiu pushed the money toward him. Son Xiaojun didn't take it, and Gu Shichuan looked serious. If your sister-in-law gives you money, you should take it. Otherwise, next time she needs your help, it might be hard to ask. Yes, take it. If there's trouble after the new year, come to me. You know I need help here. Tang Qiu's business was expanding, but she didn't trust many people. After spending some time with son Xiaojun, she found him to be a good person. Then I'll only take 20 yuan. The rest will go toward paying back my sister-in-law. Sun Xiaojun still remembered the money he borrowed from Tang Qiu before.
Tan cư sợ mày.
Take this money home for the new year. You can pay back the money you owe gradually. Sun Xiaojun no longer refused. He bowed deeply to Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan. Thank you, Brother Gu and sister-in-law, for your support. It's your sister-in-law's kindness. Gu Shichuan smirked proudly, feeling proud of his wife. After Sun Xiaojun left, Tang Qiu said to Gu Shichuan, "Your leg doesn't affect your life anymore. Come with me to buy meat for the New Year preparations." Okay. Gu Shichuan agreed readily. When he heard about buying New Year supplies, Lin Yuexia and Huang Yumiao also became interested, but considering Gu Shichuan's health, they didn't ask Tang Qiu for help. Going to the supply store at this time probably wouldn't get meat, so Tang Qiu, familiar with the area, took Gu Shichuan to their old underground market. With economic growth, the underground market was no longer secretive. People were much bolder. Near the New Year, the market was full of people buying supplies. Especially at the pork stall, long lines formed. Gu Shichuan felt sorry for Tang Qiu and hurriedly said, "Sweetheart, wait for me nearby. I'll stand in line." "Okay, just tell me when you get there." Tang Qiu carried a small stool from the tricycle and sat comfortably on one side. Her relaxed attitude made passers-by envious. This couple is truly loving, and the husband is also very caring towards his wife. After waiting for about half an hour, it was finally Gu Shichuan's turn. He waved to Tang Qiu, who calmly walked over. "How much?" The vendor, sharpening his knife, saw that the couple was well off and prepared to cut about 10 pounds of meat. But Tang Qiu surprisingly pointed at half a pig's shoulder and said, "Just this half, please." "How much?" The vendor thought he heard wrong and looked at Gu Shichuan for confirmation, thinking Tang Qiu was joking. Gu Shichuan was also surprised but nodded confidently when he saw his wife's serious look. "If my wife wants half, then half it is. Please weigh it." He didn't even ask why Tang Qiu wanted so much meat. The vendor and the people in line were speechless. They hadn't seen such a big purchase in a long time. The vendor happily said, "All right, these pig offal and parts are on us. Try them out. Thanks. Also, could you give me some sausage casings? I want to make some dried sausage for the New Year." Tang Qiu was very straightforward. The people in line were stunned. Whose wife is she? Such extravagance. She'll definitely be scolded by her mother-in-law when she gets home. Half a shoulder weighs 132 pounds. The vendor smiled happily. Then Tang Qiu pointed at a pig's head on the side. "I'll take the pig's head too." She suddenly craved braised pig's head and couldn't help but drool at the sight of so much meat. "All right, that will be 155 yuan altogether." The vendor eagerly took his knife. "Comrade, do you want me to help chop it up?" "No need. Please put it on the tricycle. My husband can't do heavy lifting." Tang Qiu was concerned about Gu Shichuan. The men in line looked at Gu Shichuan with envy. Men should have a good-looking face, and look how much his wife spoils him. Gu Shichuan. After Tang Qiu paid quickly, the vendor placed the meat on their tricycle. The two of them wandered around for a while longer. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, sugarcane, oranges. Tang Qiu spent money without hesitation. In this era where wealthy families are rare, she spent about 500 or 600 yuan in a day. When the tricycle was pushed back to the clothing shop by Gu Shichuan, Huang Yumiao and Lin Yuexia were truly stunned. "Oh my god, Qiu, why did you buy so much meat? I want to make some cured meat and sausages for the New Year." Big sister-in-law, Gu Shichuan still hasn't fully recovered. Please help us get home today. Tang Qiu craved the smoked flavor of cured meat and sausages from the firewood stove, so they had to go back to Jiming village to prepare. "It's okay. You go back first. I'll watch the shop alone. When my mother finishes selling the pickled vegetables, she can come help me too." Lin Yuexia waved her hand generously, so Huang Yumiao rode her tricycle and left first. Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan packed a few things and took the bus. When they got off, they just happened to meet Huang Yumiao. They entered the village together. The people of Jiming village were stunned to see their load of goods. "Old Gu's wife, why did you buy so many things?" Madame Wang eagerly stepped forward, wanting to touch the nice meat. Huang Yumiao quickly moved to the side. This isn't mine. Autumn bought the New Year supplies. Oh my goodness. Old Gu's third daughter-in-law has made a fortune. This must be worth hundreds of yuan. Wow, Gu Shichuan, that pervert, can really walk now. Last time I told you, you didn't believe it. Old Gu's wife. Old San's wife, you're back. At first, Gu's mother carried a basket on her back, bending over, afraid someone would stop her and ask about her third son. But when the two daughters-in-law returned to the village looking proud, no one remembered old San's trouble. Everyone admired her so much. Mom, I bought some pork. Big sister-in-law said your cooking is good, so we can make some cured meat and sausages for the new year. Tang Qiu smiled happily, making the village women envy her greatly. Oh, old Gu's family, you're so lucky. Your daughter-in-law is so filial. If my daughter-in-law could buy so much meat, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Since the family split, I'm just helping old San's wife make cured meat and sausages. I wouldn't take so much meat for my own little family. Gu's mother was cheerful. She didn't really want the meat. She just wanted to show off today. Who would dare say she doesn't know how to raise children? Didn't her rivals roll their eyes in envy? Old Gu's wife, let me help you. Autumn, take it slow. Gu's mother had been working for years. Even at nearly 60, she was still full of energy. The three of them talked and laughed. Following behind them was Gu Shichuan. For a moment, he didn't know who was really his mother. School had started again after the winter break. When he saw all that meat, Gu Shichuan jumped excitedly. Oh my God, big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, you've made a fortune? Go away. My second sister-in-law bought this to make cured meat and sausages. Wash your hands and help out. Gu's mother brushed her daughter's hand away and naturally arranged for the family to help with the curing process. Young wife, have a cup of hot water first. Gu Shichuan eagerly poured hot water for Tang Qiu. Only then did Gu's mother notice him and size him up. You seem to be recovering well. When will you return to the army? Gu Shichuan. Where did the mother who used to say she missed him every day go? After the new year. Gu Shichuan warned them, after the holiday, I want to take Qiu'er to Shin City. No way. Gu's mother was frightened and changed her expression, poking Gu Shichuan's shoulder. If it were normal times, I would support Qiu'er going with you to serve in the army. A husband and wife shouldn't be separated. But now Qiu'er is pregnant, and if you go on a mission, who'll take care of her? What if she goes into labor? Mom, I don't feel safe leaving her at home. Gu Shichuan's words made Gu's mother laugh in anger. When you go on a mission, I definitely won't feel safe leaving her with you. I can walk naturally now, but I can't do intense training. I won't be going on missions soon, Gu Shichuan explained, knowing his own body well. Even if he rejoined the team, he would focus on recovering for a while. What if Qiu'er has the baby and needs to rest? Huang Yumiao also couldn't help but speak up. Sitting postpartum is very important. If not done properly, it can cause serious health issues. Mom, sister-in-law, I promised to go with them, Tang Qiu quickly explained. There are caregivers at the hospital, and after the baby is born, I will hire a caregiver to help. Do you really want to go? Gu's mother looked seriously at Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu nodded firmly. Yes, I really want to go. Their business at home was mostly stable now. Tang Qiu wanted to go there to improve her education and see if there were any business opportunities. Their hometown's development was slower than Shin City, so Tang Qiu naturally wanted a more developed city. All right. Gu's mother no longer stopped Tang Qiu. Huang Yumiao was surprised. Mom, postpartum care is very important. It's nothing. When Qiu'er has the baby, I will go to take care of her. Gu's mother was determined. I understand you and your husband don't want to be apart, but you lack experience. I will go so I can rest assured. Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan. Gu Shichuan didn't answer but looked at Tang Qiu. Wife, what do you think?
Sure.
Tang Qiu thought about taking care of 2 children, which was quite tiring. It would be great if there was a postpartum center. She wasn't willing to suffer herself. Hearing this, Gu's mother had no worries and happily called everyone to make cured meat. She used a large knife to cut the meat into strips. Gu Shirlan was responsible for washing the intestines, Damii and Ermii helped prepare seasonings, Gu Shifei put down her textbooks and helped chop meat, and Huang Yumiao marinated pig's head. Only Tang Qiu lazily sat by the fire, while Gu Shichuan roasted rice cakes for her. "Wife, do you like yours a little crispy?" "Yes, a little burnt is good." Tang Qiu took another sip of red date tea and soon ate some warm, sticky rice cakes. "Gu Shichuan, you should go help too, so we can finish early tonight."
Okay.
Gu Shichuan went to get some chestnuts to roast for Tang Qiu, giving her a feeling like a cozy family gathering around a fire. The family was busy and lively, while Tang Qiu lazily ate until her stomach felt full. "I'll go for a walk outside," she said, stretching and getting up. Gu Shichuan quickly put down the half-finished meat. "I'll go with you." Tang Qiu didn't refuse. She had brought back so much meat earlier, and she knew some people might be jealous. Being pregnant, she was very careful. Sure enough, as soon as she stepped outside, she saw Tang Ping and Zhou Jian coming back. Seeing Gu Shichuan helping Tang Qiu walk, Tang Ping looked at her with resentment. "Go home." Zhou Jian thought Tang Ping was worried about Gu Shichuan and quickly pulled her away, his face dark. Tang Ping instinctively covered her arm where she was hurt and quietly went home with Zhou Jian. "It seems Zhou Jian hit Tang Ping," Tang Qiu muttered, surprised that Zhou Jian, who looked so thin, could be violent. "They're a bad couple. Leaving you here, I wouldn't feel safe," Gu Shichuan thought to himself. He was grateful many times that the person Tang Qiu married was him. As they walked, Tang Qiu saw a familiar figure in the distance. Turns out it was Zhou Danny. Although the third sister-in-law and Yu Meihui gave Zhou's family 2,000 yuan, Zhou Danny clearly didn't get a penny. She was dressed poorly and looked very thin, almost like a skeleton. "Why are you just standing there? Being remarried is your luck," Su Zhaodi scolded sharply, slapping Zhou Danny. Zhou Danny had already cried herself out and closed her eyes in pain. "Mom, I'm only 22. He's already 40. You can't have children, so it's good he doesn't mind you," Su Zhaodi said confidently. "Luckily, his ex-wife gave him a son. If you marry him, raise that child as your own, and he'll be respectful to you."
I don't want to.
Zhou Danny looked deeply at Tang Qiu, then suddenly pushed Su Zhaodi away and ran toward the small river nearby. She jumped in with a splash, causing everyone to scream in shock. "Oh my," someone jumped into the river. It looks like Zhou Danny, the third sister-in-law. "Gu Shichuan, hurry and go save your sister-in-law. My husband isn't fully recovered yet, so he probably can't swim." Tang Qiu's tone was cold as she watched Zhou Danny flail in the water. Su Zhaodi was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. "You're such a cruel woman. Do you just watch my Danny drown? Stop fussing. If you hadn't forced your daughter to marry, she wouldn't be jumping into the river. If you want to save her, jump in yourself." It's not that Tang Qiu is heartless. Gu Shichuan's body hasn't fully recovered yet. If he went in to save her, Zhou Danny might cling to him out of instinct for survival. If something happened to Gu Shichuan, her child would lose his father. Gu Shichuan was indeed a bit anxious. He's a soldier and can't ignore what's happening. But he also knew his wife's good intentions. He shouted to the villagers, "Is there anyone who can swim? Or bring a bamboo pole. My body isn't fully healed, and I don't have enough strength." He was indirectly explaining to Tang Qiu that his wife isn't unkind, just limited by his health. "I have a big stick here." Someone brought a stick, but Zhou Danny was struggling in the water and couldn't hold on. At that moment, someone suddenly jumped in with a splash. To everyone's shock, he grabbed Zhou Danny and pulled her toward the shore. Tang Qiu quietly relaxed, relieved that Zhou Danny was safe. As long as she was okay, she thought others might criticize Gu Shichuan for not saving her. Gu Shichuan seemed to guess her thoughts. He gently took her hand and whispered soothing words. "It's okay, Qiu." Tang Qiu stepped back a little. Only then did everyone notice that the man who saved Zhou Danny was a bit older, famous widower Su Taizhu in their village. "Taizhu, thank goodness it's you." Su Zhaodi was very excited as she stepped forward. Su Taizhu laid the unconscious Zhou Danny on the ground.
Danny, Danny.
Su Zhaodi called out anxiously. The onlookers were about to go over, but Tang Qiu softly said, "They're trying to save her. Let's not block the air." "How do we save her?" Su Taizhu looked at Tang Qiu in confusion. He only knew to pull someone ashore. Just then, someone led a horse over. Tang Qiu said, "Lay her upside down on the horse. Let her spit out the water from her stomach." She wanted to give her artificial respiration, but she couldn't do it herself. If Su Taizhu did it, Zhou Danny might wake up and be angry. Hearing this, Su Taizhu borrowed a horse and, following Tang Qiu's instructions, laid Zhou Danny face down on the horse's back, then led the horse in circles. Fortunately, Zhou Danny hadn't been in the water long, and she quickly spit out a lot of water. Wow, impressive. Who knew Gu Lao Er's wife knew all this? This is a simple method I heard from my elders before, but I don't know how to do it. If Zhou Danny wakes up and sees Su Taizhu saving her, she might get very angry. While everyone was chatting, Su Taizhu put the wildly spitting Zhou Danny back on the ground, and Su Zhaodi started crying. "Duanai, my good girl, wake up quickly." Zhou Danny coughed again, spitting out more water, and slowly opened her eyes. She saw a face full of beard, and her pupils shrank. Isn't this the widower Su Taizhu her mother found for her? Isn't it Gu Shichuan who saved her?
Ah!
Zhou Danny almost screamed out loud. At that moment, she heard Su Zhaodi kindly say, "Duanai, you're awake. Thanks to Taizhu today. I always said you two are a match made in heaven. From now on, don't cause trouble anymore."
Sudanni.
She looked in horror at Su Taizhu, who was smiling with yellow teeth, then quickly turned her head to Tang Qiu nearby. Gu Shichuan was gently holding her, his hand on her shoulder, softly saying, "Qiu'er, don't scare the child. Let's go home." "Okay." Tang Qiu lazily leaned on him. "I just finished eating, and mother should have finished making the cured meat. Let's go back and see." The two ignored the villagers of Jidong village, chatting and laughing as they headed home, making Zhou Danny so angry she wished she could jump into the river again. Her mother kept whispering in her ear, "Taizhu saved you, so follow him home. He's your lifesaver. You should treat him well. Duanai, don't worry. As long as you treat me and my son well, I will definitely treat you well."
Su Tairu sa mai fulitsli.
Zhou Danny surprisingly saw some sincerity in his eyes, but looking at his old face, she just couldn't feel happy. She had wanted to scheme against Gu Shichuan but ended up losing out. When Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan entered the small courtyard, Gu's mother was stringing cured sausages with everyone, using a very simple traditional method with chopsticks. "Second sister-in-law, what's going on outside? It sounds so lively." Gu Shichuan looked curious. If her mother hadn't stopped her, she would have gone out to see the fun already. "I vaguely heard the voice of San." "Oh no, Zhou Danny." Huang Yumiao was applying seasoning to the cured meat while looking up, clearly curious too. Even Gu's father and mother looked over. Tang Qiu sighed softly. "It's her." She jumped into the river.
What?
Gu's mother was so surprised that she dropped the cured meat into the basin. "Is she okay?" She is a kind person. She always feels guilty, thinking that if Zhou Danny couldn't get over the divorce and jumped into the river, she would feel responsible. She was saved by Su Taizhu. Gu Shichuan's words were like a drop of oil falling into a pot, shocking everyone into silence. How could it be him? Gu's mother mumbled, clearly knowing that Su Taizhu had been living alone with his child for many years and had never married. Coincidentally, her mother introduced her to someone. "I guess he has already been taken to Su Tieju's house." Tang Qiu feels sad for women of this era. They only seem to know how to end their own lives instead of fighting back. How old is Su Taizhu? Gu Shichuan, a young girl, couldn't understand these things. She was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out and suddenly stood up. "Mom, I want to go see her." "Go ahead, but keep your distance. She's no longer part of our Gu family, so we can't interfere too much." Gu's mother feels complicated. Although she doesn't like Zhou Danny, she genuinely treated her as a daughter-in-law and doesn't want her to have such a tragic ending. So Gu Shichuan quickly ran over to join the crowd. Gu Shichuan brought some roasted chestnuts. "Sweetheart, have some more. I can't eat anymore. I'm a bit sleepy. I want to rest. Tang Qiu wasn't in the mood to eat either, so she simply went back to her room. Gu Shichuan thoughtfully heated a pot of hot water with a saltwater bottle to warm her feet. He only came out after she fell asleep. Tang Qiu slept until after 6 in the evening. When she woke up, the sun was almost setting, and outside there was only a faint light. She supported her belly and got out of bed. Seeing her come out, Gu Shichuan hurried over. Are you hungry? I'll bring you some food.
Yes.
Tang Qiu yawned and saw Gu Shichuan hanging her head, not as lively as usual. Did someone bully my little sister? No one bullied me. Gu Shichuan, a child, was straightforward. Second sister-in-law, you don't know. I saw Su Taiju carrying Zhou Danny home. I saw her secretly wiping tears. Although she didn't like Zhou Danny, she felt that she was pitiful for being sold by her own family. Your third brother paid her a lot of money. If she were smart, she should use that money to leave, instead of letting her family control her. Tang Qiu's words made Gu Shichuan think deeply. She stared blankly at Gu's mother. So, we can't listen to everything our parents say? Do you know what kind of person I am to you? Do you understand what kind of person Su Zhaodi is to Zhou Danny? Gu's mother spoke in a cool tone, which made Gu Shichuan shrink her neck in fear. She quickly acted cute. That must be different. My mom is much better than Su Zhaodi. My mom would never sell me to an old man. Stop talking nonsense. Help your second brother serve the food and eat. Gu's mother gently tapped Gu Shichuan's head. Tang Qiu also went to the kitchen and immediately saw the shelves filled with cured meats and sausages, which looked very impressive. The meat has been smoked for you. You can eat it in a few days. Gu's mother spoke kindly, making Gu Shichuan feel very envious. Mom, when can you speak softly to me like that?
Get lost.
Gu's mother playfully patted her shoulder. The whole family sat at the table. Only then did Tang Qiu notice a big bowl of braised pig's head on the table. Huang Yumiao smiled happily and said, I also made some chili oil. If you like dipping, you can try it.
Thanks, sister-in-law.
Tang Qiu naturally took the chopsticks handed to her by Gu Shichuan and eagerly tasted the braised meat. It was delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she ate. When she looked up and saw everyone watching her, she quickly said, Sister-in-law's braised meat is so tasty. Why are you all looking at me? Hurry up and eat. She then used her chopsticks to serve a big piece of meat to her parents. She also softly said to Damei and Ermei, eat quickly. Thank you, second aunt. Second aunt is the prettiest and most beautiful. The two little ones knew they could eat meat because of their second aunt, so they were very sweet in their praise, making Tang Qiu feel very happy. If only I could have a sister as obedient as you two. I'll help second aunt take care of the sister. Gu Ermei loudly declared her loyalty, and Huang Yumiao playfully patted her. Eat your food. She carefully glanced at Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan, worried that their family was old-fashioned and that her words might upset the second couple. But Tang Qiu was very happy. She smiled brightly. Sure, when the time comes, you can play with the sister. I like having a daughter too. Gu Shichuan smiled contentedly. Gu's father and mother didn't say anything. Of course, they hoped that what was in Tang Qiu's belly was a boy, since Gu Shichuan was an active soldier, and they could only have one child due to family planning.
But
they also worried that Tang Qiu might be unhappy, so they kept quiet. After dinner, they returned to their room. Tang Qiu rolled her eyes at Gu Shichuan. Your parents definitely want us to have a son. I like both sons and daughters. Gu Shichuan looked serious. Your parents have old-fashioned ideas. You don't need to worry about them. Tang Qiu felt a bit upset inside. She didn't say anything, turned her side, and lay with her back to him. Gu Shichuan felt confused and helpless. He didn't know how to comfort his wife. Wife, are you angry? Gu Shichuan softly comforted her. If you're unhappy, don't let mom come when you have the baby. I'll find a sister-in-law in the courtyard to help take care of you. Let's talk about it later. To be honest, Gu Shichuan's attitude made Tang Qiu feel quite at ease. Pregnant women tend to have quick mood swings, and Gu Shichuan was completely confused. Soon, the day of Gu Shichuan's wedding arrived. Tang Qiu could tell that Gu's parents weren't in a good mood today, but they still smiled happily when they saw her. Gu Shirlan quietly asked Tang Qiu, second sister-in-law, "Are we really not going to third brother's wedding? Are you stupid? If dad and mom aren't going, why would you go?" This was overheard by Gu Shifei, who couldn't help poking Gu Shirlan's head. Besides, third brother chose to marry into another family, and dad and mom are almost furious. Don't mention this in front of them. Your older brother is right. You're the best at comforting people. Let's try to make mom and dad happy today. Tang Qiu glanced at Gu's mother not far away. She was clearly hanging laundry, but seemed a bit distracted and absent-minded.
Mom.
Gu Shirlan pulled Gu's mother back into the room. Today, Huang Yumiao had returned to the shop, and Tang Qiu decided to rest instead of going back with her. Gu Shichuan had gone to the city for some errands. Since his leg had healed, he kept disappearing now and then, and Tang Qiu was used to it. She asked Gu Shifei to accompany her to Gu Shishu's room. Big brother was already able to walk steadily, though a bit unsteady. "Brother-in-law, I really thank you so much. Big brother, we're family. No need to be so polite." Tang Qiu did a checkup on Gu Shishu. His leg was almost fully recovered. As long as he didn't do heavy work and took good care of himself, he'd be fine. Gu Shishu came out of the yard and was seen by the villagers. Some even screamed, "Oh my, the eldest son of the Gu family has recovered." Did they secretly invite a doctor? Wasn't it said his leg had no hope? How did he suddenly stand up? Old Mrs. Gu, you probably just wanted to trick the coal mine into paying compensation, right? Your children are perfectly fine. Everyone knew the coal mine had paid compensation, and now they looked at the Gu family with envy and jealousy. Gu's mother spat and said, "You're talking nonsense. The reason our eldest and second sons recovered is because of Qiu. Our second son's wife is good at medicine." She proudly looked at Tang Qiu, feeling very proud. Tang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. The old lady was quite adorable. What? Tang Qiu, such a lazy person, actually knows medicine? Everyone looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. "Mrs. Gu, don't fool me. How can such a young girl cure a disease that even doctors can't treat?" Mrs. Gu snorted softly, giving a look that said, "You wouldn't understand." The crowd seemed drunk, while she remained clear-headed, saying, "My daughter's grandmother is a very good healer. If her father hadn't married a stepmother, my daughter-in-law would be even more amazing. Never mind, I won't tell you, you wouldn't understand anyway." She then said to Gu Shishu, "Go back quickly, don't show off, or someone might talk nonsense." "Okay." Gu Shishu stared blankly at the villagers. "My leg was healed by my sister-in-law. I wasn't pretending to be sick. The hospital proof is still with me." After saying this, he returned to his small courtyard. Mrs. Gu gently asked Tang Qiu, "Qiu, what would you like to eat for lunch today? I'll cook for you." "Mrs. Gu, don't set this example. In the future, our mothers-in-law might get scolded by our daughters-in-law." Some people couldn't stand Mrs. Gu spoiling Tang Qiu, but Mrs. Gu didn't care. She sneered, "Your daughter-in-law is unhappy because you didn't treat her like your own daughter. I treat Qiu like my own daughter. Qiu, let's go home."
All right, Mom.
Tang Qiu obediently followed Mrs. Gu home, acting as if she didn't notice her mother-in-law's intentions. The bond between them looked like that of a real mother and daughter, making others envious. Not far away, Wang Kaiwan and Tang Ping stood in a corner. Tang Ping was full of resentment and complaints towards Wang Kaiwan. "Mom, when did Tang Qiu learn medicine? Why didn't you watch her more closely? How can she be better than me? In her past life, she never heard that Tang Qiu knew medicine. Why are so many things different this time?
Could it be
that Tang Qiu was really reborn? It must be from that old woman. Your grandma knows some healing skills. When you had a cold or fever as a child, she went to the mountain to gather herbs and gave you some. It worked better than the doctor's medicine." Wang Kaiwan angrily said to Tang Ping, "I'm going to find your dad and settle the score." How can that old woman teach Tang Qiu and not tell him? Wang Kaiwan left angrily. Tang Ping squinted slightly, staring at the Gu family's courtyard. In her past life, she had suffered greatly living in that small house. Why are they spoiling Tang Qiu so much? Tang Qiu didn't know anyone was secretly scheming against her. As soon as she returned home, Mrs. Gu had prepared a lot of delicious food, enough to make her stomach full. In the late afternoon, Gu Shichuan returned and told Tang Qiu, Director Wang from the Army Hospital in Xin City contacted the school and asked when you'll be coming back. Director Wang is eager to recruit Tang Qiu and has sent people to the military several times to find him. Director Wang is really kind. Tang Qiu sincerely sighed, and Gu Shichuan looked at her deeply. His wife probably doesn't realize how much Director Wang admires her medical skills. I told him that after the new year, we will return to the military family housing. Since you're pregnant, and it's not convenient, you can stay at home to review. Gu Shichuan considered everything for Tang Qiu and didn't expect her to firmly say, "Why can't I attend classes while pregnant?" It won't interfere. The distance from the military family housing to the school is a bit far. Gu Shichuan looked at his delicate wife and small figure, feeling very sorry for her. Tang Qiu rolled her eyes at him. Let's decide later. Pregnancy makes her emotional, and she feels bored staying at home all the time. So Gu Shichuan didn't argue further. Time flew by, and soon Tang Qiu's cured meats and sausages would be ready to eat, and the new year was approaching. Without her mother's reminder, Huang Yumiao bought 34 jin of meat from the city to make fried meatballs and pig blood balls. Her mother also prepared a lot of soybeans and made plenty of tofu. The Gu family was busy all day. Tang Ping passed by her house and saw Tang Qiu being cherished every time. One day, she couldn't hold back. When Tang Qiu went out to digest her food, she quickly rushed over. Tang Qiu, are you also reborn? She asked directly, wanting to see Tang Qiu's expression. Otherwise, she couldn't explain the changes in the Gu family. Tang Qiu looked confused and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Stop pretending. How else can you explain that Gu Shichuan didn't die and Gu Shushu is fine?" Tang Ping's tone grew more confident, sure that Tang Qiu knew these things in advance and helped them avoid disaster. Are you saying you're reborn, so you know what will happen in the future? And you deliberately swapped me and you in marriage? Tang Qiu's sharp gaze made Tang Ping nervous. She hurriedly said no. Are you still not fully awake? Tang Qiu glared at her and then quietly took a few steps back, afraid Tang Ping might suddenly lose her temper and hurt her unborn child. Tang Ping didn't notice Tang Qiu's small movements and angrily said, "Then how do you explain your medical skills?" Clearly, Tang Qiu from the previous life didn't know these skills at all. "My grandmother taught me. But I also have to thank your mother. If your mother hadn't refused to take me in, my grandmother wouldn't have taken me in and raised me alone." Tang Qiu snorted. She hopes I become useless. I can only act lazy and greedy in front of you all, so your mother can rest assured. You're so scheming, pretending all along. Tang Ping's pupils shrank. She didn't expect the young Tang Qiu to be so clever, fooling even her. You're ruthless. Since Tang Ping learned that Tang Qiu was not reborn, she felt a bit more at ease. She knew how things would develop in the future and didn't believe she could win against Tang Qiu. TSK. Tang Qiu shook her head lightly. Turning around, she saw Gu Shichuan standing behind her, looking at her with deep eyes. No wonder Tang Ping ran so quickly earlier. I'm not eavesdropping on purpose, just worried about you. When Gu Shichuan spoke to her, he naturally softened his voice. Tang Qiu responded with an "oh" and asked cautiously, "Did you hear everything?" Yes. Gu Shichuan believed in science, but what Tang Ping just said made him think. At first, the Tang family really wanted to give Tang Ping to him. But during the wedding, the strange act of making his wife change her family name only made sense with the reason Tang Ping mentioned. So, he was supposed to be a short-lived person. Was it his wife who changed their family's fate? Tang Qiu looked innocent. I don't know how she suddenly came to me and started talking nonsense, claiming I was reborn too. It's so confusing. Do you believe in rebirth? Gu Shichuan's tone was very gentle and trembling slightly.
Tang cư sợ mai can ly.
I even believe in monsters. Tang Ping probably isn't quite right in her head. Let's go back. Yes. Whether she's telling the truth or not. Thank you, wife. Thank you for marrying me. Gu Shichuan knew she had secrets. Since she didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't force her. The two of them held hands and went home together. Xiaoer, the cured meat is ready to eat. I cooked some dried bamboo shoots with it.
Try it.
Gumu cheerfully brought a big bowl of stir-fried dried bamboo shoots with cured meat, along with a small bowl of rice, as a snack for Tang Qiu. Smells so good. Tang Qiu immediately forgot everything else and happily started eating. Mom, your cooking skills are so good, you could sell cured meat. Like your Auntie Zhang's? Gumu looked a bit envious. Zhang Xiufin's pickled vegetable shop just opened. Because she added porridge and breakfast items, her business is booming. She's so busy, she doesn't have time to prepare New Year's goods in the village. Sure, I can do that. Tang Qiu thought for a moment. Since the cured meat keeps well and New Year's is coming soon, Mom, you should make some to try at the market. Okay, I'll ask your dad. Gumu hurriedly left the kitchen without cooking anything else and went to the backyard to find Gu Fu, who was working the fields, to talk about it. Gu Shichuan chuckled and shook his head. Our whole family has become obsessed with money. Having money isn't everything, but without it, you can't do much. Money can solve most problems. Tang Qiu looked serious, her eyes shining brightly, making Gu Shichuan's heart feel warm. Xiaoer, something bad has happened. Du Erqiang suddenly ran over, looking anxious and out of breath. Tang Qiu's premonition had come true. Second brother, take it slow when you talk. Tang Qiu remained calm, roughly understanding the situation, but Du Erqiang was upset, with a worried face. Xiaoer, I told you not to get angry.
Speak.
Tang Qiu leisurely ate a honey date, which surprisingly eased Du Erqiang's nerves. He scratched his head in frustration. It's those from Jinshan village. I kindly helped them make money by selling furniture, but they dare to cheat me out of the money. Didn't they say it differently? Tang Qiu smiled, knowing her brother was considering her feelings. Seeing she wasn't angry, Du Erqiang was a bit surprised and felt ashamed. They asked me to share the profit from making furniture. Xiaoer, I was blind to their true nature. I'll deduct these losses from my salary. Of course, you should bear it yourself. This was a lesson Tang Qiu gave Du Erqiang. Her expression was serious. Second brother, people's hearts are easy to change. You've grown up together, and everyone used to be the same. No one should laugh at others for being poor. Now that you've entered the factory and your salary is higher, others might feel uneasy. I thought
Du Erqiang nous quitte disappointed.
I thought they wouldn't change. I even wanted to work with them to make money. If they are grateful and honest, pulling them along isn't a problem. But time reveals people's true hearts. Although Tang Qiu was just a sister, her words sounded like those of an elder. Du Erqiang would remember this forever. He nodded strongly. Xiaoer, don't worry. I won't trust people easily anymore. Tang Qiu gently asked, how much did we lose in total? Over 800 yuan. I noticed something was wrong and, personally, went to sell the furniture. Du Erqiang was glad he found out early. Otherwise, the loss would have been greater. Even so, 800 yuan was enough for an ordinary family to live on for a year or two. Next time, don't make the same mistake. Perhaps because her cousins had always taken good care of her since childhood, Tang Qiu was very patient in front of them. Du Erqiang left behind some pickled vegetables that Zhang Xiufin had prepared and then left feeling disappointed, maybe to find Zhou Yanfang for comfort. Tang Qiu sent her to the door and was about to go home when an unfamiliar older woman approached her. Mrs. Gu, I heard you're good at medicine. My husband has a stomach ache. Please come with me to see him. Mrs. Su spoke confidently, leaving Tang Qiu stunned. She was about to refuse, but suddenly, Gu Shichuan's voice came from behind. Sorry, Mrs. Su, my wife is pregnant. If she catches a cold, you should find a barefoot doctor. Then why aren't you and your older brother catching colds? Mrs. Su pursed her lips, clearly unhappy with Gu Shichuan's words. Gu Shichuan's face darkened. My older brother and I are not the same. You're a soldier, but so heartless. No wonder your wife is carrying someone else's child in her belly. Mrs. Su spoke without thinking, making Gu Shichuan so angry his head seemed to smoke. Before he could get mad, a figure rushed over. It was Gu's mother. Sue, stop cursing. I'll tear your mouth apart. Knowing her son's condition, Gu's mother naturally took charge of such matters. Did I say something wrong? I didn't lie. Mrs. Sue pointed at Tang Chiu confidently. Who says a woman pregnant for 6 months is the same as one pregnant for 8 months? It's obvious she was pregnant before she married in. Everyone in the village knows, but your Gu family is just blindly spoiling her. Tang Chiu remained calm, standing still. She looked up at Gu Shichuan, trying to see his reaction. Gu Shichuan clenched his fists tightly. Nonsense. I'll sue you for slander. Does she not know what kind of wife she has? Worried about upsetting Tang Chiu, Gu Shichuan hurriedly comforted her. Honey, this person is not speaking nicely. Let your mother handle it. Go inside. No need. If I hide, people will think I'm guilty, Tang Chiu said coldly. Seeing Gu's mother and Mrs. Sue fighting, she asked sharply, Mrs. Sue, who told you that the baby in my belly isn't Gu Shichuan's? She almost spit out the words, not caring what others said about her, but she didn't want her child to be talked about. Gu's mother pinched Mrs. Sue's waist hard. Tell me, who said that? Wang Posey, Mrs. Sue reluctantly answered, unable to resist being pressed down. Let's go find Wang Posey, Gu's mother said, grabbing Mrs. Sue and heading to Wang Posey's house. Tang Chiu and Gu Shichuan followed. Seeing Mrs. Sue beaten so badly, Wang Posey honestly admitted, I only heard it from Sun's wife. So they went to the Sun family again. Sun's wife hesitated and said, it was Tang Ping who told us. She's your sister, so we thought what she said must be true. Huh, it's her again. Mother Gu was furious and called her family over. Today, Tang Ping was at home, and Tang Chiu and Gu Shichuan were walking behind. When they arrived, Mother Gu was already hitting Tang Ping fiercely, scaring Mother Zhou so much she didn't dare intervene. Zhou Juya and Deng Zong were stunned and didn't dare stop Mother Gu's anger. Young girl, how can you be so rude? All you do is slander my daughter-in-law every day. I'll beat you to death. Mother Gu didn't hold back and started hitting, while Gu Shichuan stepped in to help, causing Tang Ping to scream loudly. Help! Help! She felt like she was back in her previous life. After Gu Shichuan sacrificed himself, she couldn't stand it and found a man. At that time, Mother Gu and Gu Shichuan beat her like this. It hurt so much. That's why she never wanted to be involved with the Gu family again. But why were they protecting Tang Chiu so much? Was it because she was pregnant?
Stop it, stop it.
Mother Zhou waved her hands urgently and asked Tang Chiu, what's wrong with your mother-in-law and sister-in-law? Why are they beating my sister-in-law without even knowing the facts? Although she didn't like Tang Ping, she was still part of the Zhou family and couldn't just watch her be bullied like this. Ask your sister-in-law what she did wrong. Gu Shichuan answered on behalf of Tang Chiu, she's damaging my wife's reputation. Beating her is the least of it. You're a soldier. Zhou Jian gritted his teeth. Although he also hit Tang Ping, he believed others shouldn't hit her. Did I do it? Gu Shichuan sneered, my mother and sister are straightforward people. I can't stop them either. Thank Gu. She didn't expect Gu Shichuan to be so scheming, so cunning. Honestly, seeing how much her family trusted her and even stood up for her, Tang Chiu felt deeply touched. When the village chief finally arrived late, Mother Gu had already finished her revenge. She pulled Gu Shichuan aside to teach her. Xiaolon, look clearly. Spreading rumors like that always ends badly. In the future, don't do such things that make us look bad.
Mom, don't worry.
I'm not that kind of person with a bad mouth. Mother and daughter echoed each other, making the Zhou family members angry enough to almost explode. Tang Ping, with her hair messy, wished she could swallow them whole. What's wrong? Why are your two families always fighting? If others see our village so unruly, it's embarrassing. The village chief was almost furious, waiting to attend a meeting and fearing more ridicule from other village leaders. Chief, this isn't entirely our fault. It was Tang Ping who spread rumors that my sister-in-law's pregnancy wasn't my second brother's. Her actions are really upsetting. Gu Sherlan already held a grudge from when Tang Ping tricked her during their wedding, and she quickly explained the situation. Gu Shirchuan, holding the village chief's arm, said, "Chief, my mother wasn't thinking clearly. I will go home and teach her a lesson. But it's also because Tang Ping behaved badly. She went around the village talking badly about my wife, just like her mother, ruining her reputation. My mother was so angry she lost her temper." Gu Shirchuan had now recovered. He was tall and strong, looking tough to challenge, and since he was a soldier, the village chief naturally had to show some respect. He looked sternly at Zhou Jian and Zhou's mother. "Zhou Jian, control your wife." A single mouse dropping spoiled the whole pot of soup. Ever since Tang Ping married in, their Chicken Crow village had been in chaos. Tang Ping couldn't believe she was the one at fault. She stared in disbelief. "Chief, they started it first." "Shut up." Zhou Jian slapped Tang Ping hard across the face, enough to knock out one of her teeth. Zhou Jian cared about his reputation. Tang Ping's actions had caused the village chief to scold him, and he was furious. Tang Ping. Even her husband hit her. Tang Ping felt it was unfair. She looked over at Tang Qiu, who was being protected and adored by the Gu family, her eyes bloodshot. But no one paid attention to her feelings. After hitting her, Gu's mother confidently told the crowd watching, "Our family believes in my daughter-in-law. Anyone who spreads false rumors in the future, don't blame us for being ruthless. I know very well what kind of person my daughter-in-law is. Please don't spread gossip that could hurt her." Gu Shirchuan also spoke up, and the village chief, though unhappy, could only endure it. "All right, everyone, disperse. All you do is gossip every day. Now you see what you did wrong. From now on, speak less." After the village chief finished scolding everyone, they all left awkwardly, except Tang Ping, who had achieved her goal of getting hurt. As they left, Tang Ping glared at Zhou Jian. "Zhou Jian, Gu Shirchuan protects his wife. Why don't you protect me?" "What do you mean? Do you think my brother is better than Gu Shirchuan?" Zhou Hongying knew how to stir trouble, and Zhou's mother also disdainfully said, "If you hadn't insisted on clinging to Zhou Jian, my son would have married Tang Qiu, who's like a golden egg. The shop in town is also owned by Zhou Jian." Everyone in the family was full of regret. As expected, Zhou Jian was very angry. He grabbed Tang Ping's hair and dragged her into the house. "Tang Ping, tell the truth. Are you regretting it? Regretting not listening to Gu Shirchuan and marrying me back then?"
How dare you say that?
Look at Gu Shirchuan, and then at yourself. What do you have that compares to him? Tang Ping truly regretted it. If she hadn't switched her marriage with Tang Qiu, she would now be the one being pampered by Gu Shirchuan and his family. "Fine. Tang Ping, you unfaithful woman." Zhou Jian tore her shirt in anger and said, "If you hadn't insisted on marrying me, I would be the one marrying Tang Qiu now. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would be a rich man now." Tang Ping was shocked that even Zhou Jian thought this way. She forgot to resist and stared blankly at the ceiling.
Bang, bang, bang.
Zhou Jian suddenly exploded with anger. After 3 minutes, he pushed Tang Ping away. "You're lucky, you little." He disdainfully left the room, leaving Tang Ping to laugh bitterly at herself and curse under her breath. Stupid little mushroom. Thinking she's someone important. Useless. She thought she was better off with the little troublemaker she met in her past life. At least he made her feel like a woman. What right did Zhou Jian have to look down on her? On the way back, Gu's mother was still comforting Tang Qiu. "Qiu'er, don't take it to heart. Our whole family trusts you. Everyone's pregnancy is different. Some women don't show much when they're pregnant, and others do."
Thank you, Mom.
Tang Qiu linked her arm with Gu's mother. "Mom, I have something to tell you." Since everyone trusted her so much, Tang Qiu decided to be honest with Gu's mother about something. "All right, let's go to my room." Gu's mother took Tang Qiu to her room, leaving Gu Shirchuan standing there, confused. "Mom, there's a reason for my big belly." Tang Qiu lovingly looked at her stomach. Gu's mother looked worried. "What's the reason?" "I already checked my pulse," Tang Qiu said happily. "Because I'm carrying twins, my belly shows more." "Really?" Gu's mother was first surprised, then she beamed with joy.
No wonder. No wonder.
How could she not have thought of it? Having 2 babies in her belly, it's no surprise her belly was so big. The old Gu family was truly lucky to have such a good daughter-in-law like Tang Qiu. Thinking about Gu Shichuan's job only allowing him to have 1 child, but Tang Qiu was having twins, Gu's mother couldn't stop smiling with happiness. Okay. I didn't prepare enough clothes for the children, so I need to make double. By the way, does the second child know about this? No, he doesn't. Tang Qiu chuckled softly. I want to surprise him. Mom, don't tell him yet. All right, I'll listen to you. Mother Gu smiled happily, eager to share the good news. But since Qiu'er asked her not to say anything, she could only smile foolishly by herself. Even after Tang Qiu left, she kept sneaking smiles. Father Gu looked confused. What are you smiling about? Are you so happy after hitting someone? He had just found out that his wife and daughter had done something big again, and he hurried back to see if his wife was okay. You wouldn't understand. Mother Gu shot him a quick look, her lips curling up wildly. Father Gu felt puzzled. What don't I understand? I didn't stop you from selling cured meat. What's there to hide? It's not about that. Mother Gu thought to herself that when the old man saw the 2 grandchildren, it would be a big surprise, so she kept quiet. Outside, Gu Shichuan looked at Tang Qiu with a sad face. Wife, is there something I'm not allowed to know? It seemed like his wife was closer to her mother than to him. No, nothing. Mom is just comforting me. Tang Qiu blinked innocently. She even showed me the children's clothes. Her sewing skills are good, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Gu Shichuan. He instinctively felt that his wife wasn't talking about just that, but what could he do? Just spoil her, of course. Just as the situation settled down, someone came begging, "Second aunt, please help my child." A person carried an 8 or 9-year-old child. The child's face was red from holding his breath, and Tang Qiu immediately saw that something was stuck in his throat. Gu Shichuan, quick. Use the Heimlich maneuver. Tang Qiu saw the child was already struggling to breathe, having been choked for at least a minute. Gu Shichuan didn't understand, but he followed her instructions. Tang Qiu said, hold him from behind, make a fist with one hand, place your thumb on the middle of his abdomen, between the navel and the breastbone, and with the other hand, quickly press inward on his stomach. Do this several times. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Shichuan's movements weren't gentle, which made the child's mother cry. But she chose to trust Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan. At this moment, besides trusting them, there seemed to be no other way. Suddenly, the child coughed out a peanut and started crying loudly. Xiaobo, you scared your mom to death. Little Wave's mother tightly hugged Little Wave, then suddenly knelt before Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan with a thud. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you for saving my child, Little Wave. Quickly thank second uncle and second aunt. Second uncle? No wonder Tang Qiu was shocked. She was only 20 years old and had already become a second aunt. She was so busy helping others that she didn't notice Little Wave's mother's way of addressing them. Gu's mother smiled warmly and said to Tang Qiu, your father's generation is higher. Your grandfather, Gu Shichuan's father, is the youngest. These are descendants from the eldest uncle's side. Tang Qiu. Gu Shichuan looked calm and said, don't be so formal. Get up quickly. In the future, you need to watch your children more carefully. If my wife didn't understand these things, this child might have been in serious danger. Yes, 2 years ago, Grandma Pan's granddaughter was choked to death by a plum seed. Gu's mother looked at Tang Qiu with admiration. You still know more, Qiu'er. Feeling unexpectedly admired by the whole family, Tang Qiu thought. Thank you, second grandpa and second grandma.
Thank you, Grandma.
At this moment, Little Wave recovered a bit, coughed a few times, and obediently thanked her mother. Many people in Chicken Crow Village saw this scene and started talking. That second wife of Gu really knows how to diagnose. I thought Little Wave wouldn't make it when I saw him earlier. Tang Qiu, my leg hurts badly in winter. Can you take a look? And me, I have rheumatism and my head hurts. Everyone eagerly wanted Tang Qiu to diagnose them, as if not getting a turn meant missing out. Qiu'er, stand back a bit. Gu's mother protected Tang Qiu behind her, looking proud. Then she loudly said, my daughter-in-law is pregnant, so it's not convenient. Qiu'er, what do you think? After asking for Tang Qiu's opinion, she added, diagnosing is fine, but it's not free. It costs the same as that barefoot doctor over there. If it were free, even healthy people might come to have their pulse checked. Tang Qiu didn't have the time for that. But for those truly sick, she was willing to try. Staying at home was also boring. Still charging money? If there's a fee, I might as well go to the city hospital. At least the big hospital provides reliable treatment. But the big hospital didn't help Gu Laoda stand up either. Tang Qiu can do it. Everyone had their own thoughts. Tang Qiu remained calm and said, everyone, go back first. I'm not feeling well now and can only see 3 patients a day. If you want to see me, go to my sister-in-law to sign up. Did you hear that?
Sign up with my sister-in-law.
I will start officially seeing patients tomorrow. Gu Shirlan felt she was being trusted with important tasks and was very proud. Helping her sister-in-law showed she was trusted. Soon, people gathered in small groups to talk to Gu Shirlan, while Tang Qiu was helped back to her room by Gu Shichuan. Not long after, Xiaobo's mother's voice was heard outside, softly calling. Second aunt, thank you for saving Xiaobo. Please accept this gift as a token of my gratitude. She had heard that a consultation fee was needed for a doctor, so she secretly put some money in her basket. When Tang Qiu came out of her room, she saw 4 or 5 pieces of cured meat and a red envelope in Xiaobo's mother's basket. Keep the things and take the red envelope, she said. Tang Qiu liked to eat cured meat, which was valuable at this time. She didn't refuse. Second aunt, just accept it, Xiaobo's mother said seriously. This little money can save Xiaobo's life. I'll be grateful to you forever. All right, Tang Qiu agreed, without pushing further. She just twitched her mouth and said, don't call me that. I'm not used to it.
Huh.
Xiaobo's mother looked confused at Gu Shichuan, who also felt a bit awkward. He gently smiled. If Qiu'er isn't comfortable, don't call her that. She's young and shy, he said. Okay, second uncle, Dr. Tang. Xiaobo's mother quickly changed how she addressed them.
Tang Gu not that happily.
She's quite clever. Gu Shichuan was speechless. Seeing Gu Shichuan's stiff face, Tang Qiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Shichuan could only let her laugh. As the new year approached, the family was busy preparing for the holiday. Tang Qiu wanted to buy more things, but her mother stopped her, saying others would handle it. So, she didn't go far. Instead, Du Sanqiang came by. Qiu'er, the new year is coming. Many people are giving gifts for weddings. I think we should buy more goods this time and make a good profit before the holiday. Since learning a lesson, Du Sanqiang had become more careful. He would discuss important matters with Tang Qiu, who happily agreed. Good idea. Besides the portable music player, I also need to prepare more clothes for the clothing store. The furniture factory's orders are full. Uncle's business should be doing well too, right? Dad's business is great. He's now doing both shop and house renovations, even hiring a designer. It's very busy, Du Sanqiang said. My mother is busy making pickled vegetables. The couple rarely see each other, almost like they're living apart, he added. As soon as he finished, he noticed a cold, sharp gaze. He turned his head and saw his mother's warning look. Day after day, I can't keep my mouth shut. The new year is coming soon, so I should stop talking nonsense. It's not lucky. All right, it's my fault. Du Sanqiang wisely patted his own mouth as a punishment. Mom, please don't tell Dad, or he'll definitely scold me. His son already wishes for him and his wife to live apart, so of course he should know. Zhang Xiufan slapped him a few times in frustration, not wanting to deal with this mischievous son. Du Sanqiang kept begging for forgiveness and admitting his mistakes, and Zhang Xiufan finally forgave him. Get the money ready. There's a big event at home. What event? Du Sanqiang was confused, as he had been busy earning money and hadn't paid attention to the family matters. However, Tang Qiu had a faint guess and, sure enough, heard Zhang Xiufan happily say with a mysterious smile, It's your second brother's wedding. What's wrong with second brother? Du Sanqiang had been busy earning money lately and hadn't noticed the family affairs, so he looked confused. Your second brother is getting married. Zhang Xiufan's smile was so wide her mouth almost couldn't close. She happily added, thanks to Chio'er, otherwise your second brother wouldn't have met such a good wife. Really? Du Sanqiang was shocked and confused. His voice almost cracked. All of a sudden? What do you mean sudden? Zhang Xiufan couldn't help but slap Du Sanqiang hard. Boy, do you know how to talk? Du Sanqiang was stunned, then awkwardly smiled. I'm just a bit surprised. Don't worry, Mom, I've prepared the gift money. Alright, go to your thing. Seeing you just makes me upset.
Zhang Xiufen shooed Du Sanqiang away.
When she looked at Tang Qiu, her eyes softened a lot. She handed Tang Qiu a big red envelope. Chio'er, your auntie promises this as your matchmaker gift. Auntie, we're family, there's no need to be so formal. Tang Qiu refused to accept it. Zhang Xiufan and Tang Qiu tugged back and forth. With a serious face, she said, if you don't take it, your auntie will be angry. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have such a good life. I finally found a reason to give you this red envelope, so you must accept it. Thank you. Faced with her insistence, Tang Qiu helplessly smiled. All right, I'll take it. Auntie, please don't be angry. That's right. Zhang Xiufan's mouth curved into a big smile. She looked at Gu Shichuan, who was roasting chestnuts for Tang Qiu. Make sure to bring little Gu with you. Auntie, since second brother is getting married, I will definitely come. Gu Shichuan skillfully called her auntie, which softened Zhang Xiufan's heart. The date is set for the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. I need to go to my mother's house to inform her first, so I'll be leaving now. Tang Qiu looked at the red envelope. Her aunt was very generous, giving 100 yuan. At this time, 100 yuan could buy many things. It was clear she was very pleased with Zhou Yanfeng. When Zhang Xiufan happily left, even Mother Gu could see her joy. Seeing your aunt like this, she must have made a good profit. Tomorrow I'll go to the market and try my luck. Mother Gu has been very anxious these days, waiting for the smoked dried meat. Tomorrow she plans to set up a stall and try selling it.
I'll go with you, Mom.
Gu Shilan was very eager, not joking. The next day, she indeed went with her mother to sell the dried meat, and even Gu Shifei went to help. Tang Qiu went to the clothing store first, called the post office to order goods. Before the new year, she wanted to make a big profit. Recently, the clothes in her shop sold very fast. After arranging everything here, she couldn't resist buying some candies and snacks before heading home. As soon as she entered the house, Mother Gu happily came forward. Chio'er, you're back. She was holding tofu pudding. Your great-uncle's family made this tofu pudding.
Try it. Thank you, Mom.
Tang Qiu guessed their business was doing well. Sure enough, Gu Shilan, who was impatient, immediately said, Second sister-in-law, you don't know. Mom's business is really good. All the smoked dried meat we brought today has sold out. I was worried about bringing too much and not being able to carry it back, but not a single piece was left. It's the new year soon, and everyone has saved money all year long, so they're very willing to spend. Mother Gu was both happy and a little regretful because she didn't make many of these dried meats. She gave all her earnings today to Gu Shifei, telling him to buy more meat urgently. Mom, tomorrow you should try a different market, maybe go to the city, Tang Qiu suggested. After all, people in the countryside all make dried meat. If she went to the city, the business might be even better. All right, I'll learn from your aunt and set up a stall at the general market in town. Mother Gu was determined. She decided she would no longer be reluctant to spend a few cents on bus fare. She wanted to earn a lot of money. Seeing her family's sincere smiles, Tang Qiu felt that even the tofu pudding in her mouth tasted sweeter. When the store received the portable music player and clothes, Tang Qiu made several more big profits. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the clothing store closed for the holiday, and the furniture factory also stopped working. Huang Yumiao brought back a big pouch of money and a ledger. Tang Qiu calculated and found she had over 140,000 yuan. Business has been good before the new year. Most of the stock in our shop is sold out. Only a few summer items remain, and Yuexia, and I will clear them out in a big sale. Huang Yumiao had been in the city for less than 2 months, but her confidence had grown greatly, and her eyes reflected self-assurance. Thanks to both of you, sisters-in-law. This is a bonus. Tang Qiu gave each of them a bonus of 2,000 yuan, which frightened Huang Yumiao into quickly refusing. Qiuer, there aren't that many bonuses. I'll just take my salary. This is the year-end bonus, to reward you and Sister Yuexia for working hard at the shop for me. Tang Qiu pushed the money into her hand and asked her to deliver some to Lin Yuexia. However, Du Sanqiang followed Huang Yumiao and arrived together. He also carried a black plastic bag and slammed it onto the table. Qiuer, I cleared out all the stock. This is your share of the profits. You can look at the account book when you have time. Why so urgent? Seeing him rush off in a hurry, Tang Qiu looked at him curiously. Tomorrow, second brother is getting married. Today, we're slaughtering a pig at home. I need to go back and help. Brother-in-law, come with me to get some pig trotters and meat for Qiuer to eat.
Okay.
Gu Shichuan glanced at the money in front of Tang Qiu. Du Erqiang also gave over more than 70,000 yuan. Together, they had nearly 200,000 yuan. He felt numb inside. His wife's earning ability was just too strong. He was gradually getting used to it. In the room, only Tang Qiu was there. She waved her hand and stored all the money in her space, planning to deposit it into her bank account after the new year. Not only did the Du family earn money, but the Gu family did too. Gu Mu had also paid wages to Gu Shilan and Gu Shifei for a few days. So, the whole family was in a joyful mood. Compared to them, the Zhou family was different. Tang Ping worked hard to cook, but Zhou Hongying was still picky. Little sister-in-law, there's not a single bit of meat. Is this still celebrating the new year? Deng Zong had already left, as he was a big boss busy with many business affairs. Zhou Hongying wasn't on his marriage certificate, so she stayed at her hometown for the new year.
Tang Ping pouted.
Ninth sister didn't give me any living expenses. How could I buy meat? I already gave Xiao Jian 50 yuan, didn't I? Zhou Hongying looked suspiciously at Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian, feeling guilty, avoided her gaze. Oh, I forgot to take it out. All right, once you buy the meat, I'll cook some for sister. Tang Ping forced a fake smile. If it weren't for the clothing store, she would have already fallen out with Zhou Hongying. When she returned to her room, Zhou Jian suddenly swung his fist at Tang Ping. Tang Ping, I've given you face, right? How dare you embarrass me in front of ninth sister? I didn't know ninth sister gave you money. Tang Ping painfully endured Zhou Jian's punch. She curled up into a ball, hearing Zhou Jian say coldly, the money is gone. You'll have to find a way to buy meat for ninth sister yourself. What? Tang Ping was shocked. How did you spend 50 yuan so quickly? Just played a few rounds of cards with some childhood friends. I had bad luck. Zhou Jian angrily hit Tang Ping. If you dare to reveal anything in front of my mother and ninth sister, I won't forgive you.
Tang Ping.
Suddenly, she began to doubt whether this man could really become a wealthy person in the future. Villagers occasionally came to see Tang Qiu for medical help, but not many. They thought a fever or a cold would pass, so no one wanted to spend money on a doctor. Soon, the day of Du Erqiang's wedding arrived. Tang Qiu wore a light blue coat, and Gu Shichuan also wore a light gray coat. Gu's mother gave a red envelope, but it was Gu's father who went to sit at the table. These days, Gu's mother was focused on making money. Most celebrations were attended by Gu's father. The whole family dressed up and went to Jingshan village. At the village entrance, they met Tang Weiye and Wang Kaiwan. Seeing their bright and shiny appearance, Wang Kaiwan was so angry her teeth hurt. Thinking about how the Gu family was very protective of their own, she secretly resented Tang Qiu but dared not scold her. Instead, she secretly cursed that Tang Qiu would have a child who would bring trouble. She didn't believe the Gu family would love a child who caused trouble. Thank you, Wang Kaiwan, Tang Qiu said kindly. If you hadn't been pretending to care for me all this time, I wouldn't have learned so much and grown into who I am now. If you hadn't been stirring up trouble between me and my father, encouraging Tang Ping to bully me, I wouldn't have so many relatives in the Gu family. After saying this, she deliberately looked at Tang Weiya. As for you, I originally wanted to get closer to you, but your wife is afraid I'll take you away. Since you already have other children, I guess I'm not needed to show filial piety. Tang Ping will probably buy you lots of wine and meat and buy you clothes, so I'll just show filial piety to my father-in-law to make up for the lack of paternal love. Good daughter-in-law, Dad knows your kindness. Gu's father nodded emotionally. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to wear these hundreds of yuan coats, dozens of yuan leather shoes, or have endless wine and meat. Dan Wei. He was sure that this old man was deliberately showing off in front of him. Was what Tang Qiu said true? He looked suspiciously at Wang Kaiwan. You. Wang Kaiwan was furious, her heart pounding. Just as she was about to speak, she caught Gu Shichuan's warning gaze. Wang Kaiwan. After they walked away, Wang Kaiwan realized her back was soaked. Gu Shichuan was too intimidating. Kaiwan, don't you want me to get closer to Tang Qiu? Tang Weiya thought about Gu's good things and felt eager. He couldn't help but wonder if, back then, if he had been nicer to Tang Qiu, all these things would have belonged to him.
How could that be?
She's your own daughter. I want you to care more for Pinger and Mingbao, but I've never stopped you. Wang Kaiwan couldn't help but secretly complain. Clearly, he himself hasn't been close to Tang Qiu, and now he's trying to blame her? It's because you always say Tang Qiu is unruly, disobedient, lazy, and greedy. That's why I dislike her. Tang Weiya couldn't help but find an excuse for himself. Yes, if it weren't for Wang Kaiwan, Tang Qiu would be the one honoring him. Thinking of this, he felt sick inside and looked at Wang Kaiwan with more resentment. Look at what you're saying. If you truly cared about your daughter, wouldn't you be easily fooled by me? Wang Kaiwan turned her back and ignored him. Recently, both children had been in trouble, and she was in a bad mood, so she didn't want to keep comforting Tang Weiya anymore. Dan Wei. For the first time, Wang Kaiwan treated him this way. He immediately looked angry. Wang Kaiwan, you stop right there. Stop if you want. You useless waste. Your mother is so capable. Why haven't you learned even a little from her? Wang Kaiwan angrily scratched his face. Once they were a loving couple, but now they seemed like a couple of resentful spouses. From afar, Tang Qiu naturally saw this scene. She hummed happily, loving to watch the drama of people fighting. Gu Shichuan's lips curved slightly. His wife. This clever look, so adorable. Because they were preparing to marry a new wife, the Du family was especially lively. Du Erqiang bought a new house in the city, and the rural house was also furnished with new furniture, making the villagers very envious. Tang Qiu just entered when Lin Yuexia came to greet her. Qiu'er, Sister Yumiao brought a bonus yesterday, but I didn't want to accept it. We've been earning so much from following you for a year. Why are you still so polite? Don't give us money just because we're relatives. Sister-in-law, you're saying the wrong thing. This is a proper year-end bonus.
Dan Gu Zhuge.
She admitted that because of their relationship, they were more generous to her, but because she trusted them, she left so much money at the shop every day. If she didn't share some, she would feel guilty. If outsiders saw so much money, they might have other thoughts. My mother told me to treat you well today. You sit inside for a while. There are too many people outside. Lin Yuexia led Tang Qiu to her room, worried that guests might disturb her, especially since Qiu'er was pregnant. Okay. Tang Qiu nodded with a smile. Gu Shichuan was helping outside, and also took the red envelope she gave in the morning to pay respects. Her cousins all treated her well, so Tang Qiu gave a red envelope of 500, a generous gift that made everyone in Jinshan village very envious. This matter was somehow spread to the Tang family by someone nosy. Wang Kaiwan broke bowls and plates in anger, and Tang Weiya was so frustrated he wanted to hit the wall. The yard was full of tables and chairs. Tang Qiu looked out the window and saw the chefs busy working, especially when she saw Du Erqiang carrying Zhou Yanfang back. All the bicycles were decorated with red ribbons, making the scene look very festive. Zhou Yanfang wore a very bright red coat and was brought into their wedding room by Du Erqiang. Qiu'er, let's go see Yanfang. Lin Yuexia and Zhou Yanfang were very familiar with each other. Zhou Yanfang was from the city, and worried she might not adapt well, the two went over to keep her company. Sister-in-law, Chou'er. Zhou Yanfang blushed and had already changed her way of addressing Du Erqiang after they got together. She also handed Tang Qiu a big handful of wedding candies.
Thank you, Chou'er.
Second sister-in-law, from now on we are family. Don't be polite.
Thank you like Du Fan.
The girl was straightforward and honest. It was very lucky for her second brother to marry such a girl. Outside, Zhang Xiufan was entertaining Zhou Yanfang's family. The scene was lively. In the countryside, weddings didn't have many formal rituals. Once the parents from both sides were greeted, the ceremony was considered complete. Soon, it was time for the ceremony. They came out of the new room. The guests outside were already seated. Gu Shichuan waved at Tang Qiu. Second sister-in-law, I'll go sit first. Zhou Yanfang blushed and nodded, then slowly walked to Du Erqiang's side. Her uncle's eldest brother, Du Shuisheng, officiated the ceremony, speaking many formal words loudly. Bride, I've peeled some peanuts for you. Gu Shichuan pushed a bowl of salted peanuts toward Tang Qiu. This caring gesture made the young women envy her very much. Newlyweds, bow to your parents. Du Shuisheng, who had a square face, spoke with authority. Du Erqiang and Zhou Yanfang looked at each other, then turned to face the elders, preparing to kneel. Suddenly, someone screamed. Du Erqiang, I'm here to marry you. You can't marry someone else. Du Erqiang and Zhou Yanfang were both startled and turned around. They saw a woman dressed in a bright red wool coat, wearing a red flower on her head, walking proudly in high heels. It looked like she was here to steal the bride, as if she was the bride herself. When Tang Qiu saw Lu Rulin's outfit, she almost choked on the peanuts in her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Wife, are you okay? Gu Shichuan hurriedly patted her back gently and handed her a large cup of warm water.
Cough.
I'm fine. Tang Qiu coughed a few more times, then caught her breath. She looked at everyone staring at Lu Rulin with surprised expressions, as if they were watching a good show. Only the Gu family and the Zhou family are about to be furious, especially Zhou Yanfang's biological father, Zhou's dad, who looks angrily at Du Erqiang. Erqiang, what's going on? Dear-in-laws, don't be angry yet. We'll handle this. Uncle Du Jun, is also nearly furious, but he must stay calm to deal with the situation. Du Erqiang looks coldly at Lu Rulin. Lu Rulin, stop causing trouble, or don't blame me for being harsh. After saying that, he softly reassures Zhou Yanfang. Yanfang, I really don't know how she suddenly acted crazy. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of it. I believe you. Zhou Yanfang is confident and not angry. If it were someone else, she might feel jealous, but Lu Rulin and Du Erqiang had already told her everything about their relationship. Lu Rulin looks like she has been abandoned by a heartless man. She is sad and crying, looking very pitiful. Erqiang, you promised to marry me. How can you marry someone else? She then points at Zhou Yanfang. She's not better than me.
Did she you?
Shut up. Don't slander my wife. Du Erqiang is very angry. Zhang Xiufan steps forward and slaps Lu Rulin. If you don't want to lose face, get out of here now. Auntie, I know you don't like me, but you can't force Erqiang to marry another woman so quickly. I can change. Lu Rulin silently endures Zhang Xiufan's slap, a 5-finger print on her face, making her look even more pitiful. Everyone. Oh my god, what's going on? Men get greedy when they have money. Is Erqiang to blame for hurting the girl? From what she's saying, it seems Erqiang abandoned her and married a city girl. This girl isn't good either, stealing someone else's man. You guys are just talking nonsense. Du Sanqiang almost lost his temper when he saw how they spoke about his elder brother and sister-in-law. Gu Shichuan gently pulled Du Sanqiang aside and patiently said, "Speak calmly. Comrade Lu, you're quite interesting." Tang Qiu naturally couldn't watch her slander her second brother, especially since she had witnessed their dating and breakup. Indeed, my second brother and you went on a blind date and spent a few days together, but you repeatedly asked my second brother to get your brother into the furniture factory, so he broke up with you. As for my second sister-in-law, she was introduced to my second brother after he broke up with you. She didn't do anything wrong. Tang Qiu knows how important reputation is for women. If she doesn't clarify, everyone will think Zhou Yanfang is a mistress. Seeing her speak up for herself, Zhou Yanfang was deeply moved. Du Erqiang also said, "Neither I nor Yanfang have wronged anyone in our relationship or marriage. If you still have any shame, then leave my wedding." "Nonsense you're talking." Lu Rulin wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "I really want to ask you to help my brother get a job at the furniture factory. After all, I have only one brother among my sisters, but we haven't broken up. Clearly, your mother disliked our financial burden and forced you to marry this woman. Brother Erqiang, you still have feelings for me, right? Let's get married instead." "Don't marry her. My mother never forced me." Du Erqiang, a honest man, blushed from Lu Rulin's pressure. Everyone present finally understood the truth, but their opinions varied. Who knows how they actually broke up? Maybe he earned money, and still, she looked down on him. Yeah, the Du family's ancestors must be blessed. Someone like Du Erqiang still has women fighting to marry him. It's a pity he can't marry two wives, then he could marry both. The men chuckled happily, while the women looked at Lu Rulin with disdain. Bah, why didn't she do this earlier? Now that he's married, she still chases after him. Exactly, a daughter-in-law who still visits her family isn't good. Otherwise, she'd take everything from the house. As everyone's attitude shifted, Lu Rulin was unwilling. She took out a delicate silver bracelet from her pocket. "Brother Erqiang, if you don't like me, how could you give me something so valuable? I've been reluctant to wear it, kept it close, because I also can't bear to lose you." Recently, her parents introduced her to several other suitors. Although many had city household registration, none matched Du Erqiang in other ways. After all, Du Erqiang was now the director of Shuangxi factory. If she married him, she would be the wife of the factory director. She regretted being so young back then, rushing to arrange her brother's work. She should have taken it slow. Once married, everything would fall into place. Everyone looked at the bracelet in her hand and was surprised. Wow, it's still a silver chain. That's worth a lot. The Du family has really prospered. But from what I see, the woman Du Erqiang is marrying now might be the one who truly interfered in their relationship. This girl looks pretty and refined. How could she do such a thing? Zhang Xiufan coldly looked at her useless son.
Du Erqiang nervously glanced at Zhou Yanfang.
"Fiancé, listen to my explanation." "No need to explain. I believe you." Fang Yongfang confidently stepped forward, saying, "Lu Rulin, I know you. You and Erqiang have been together for less than a month. Erqiang has been good to you, but you haven't gone all the way. Yesterday, he and I officially registered our marriage. We are both women, so please don't make a scene. My daughter has been kind to you. Don't push your luck. If you keep acting like this, I will report you to the police." Fang Yongfang's mother glared fiercely at Lu Rulin, clearly very annoyed that she was disrupting her daughter's wedding. "Go ahead and report us." Lu Rulin wiped her tears again, but Tang Qiu sensed she wouldn't fight without preparation. She stood up quietly. As she approached Lu Rulin, she heard her say while wiping tears, "Yes, I can't compare to you. My family isn't as good as yours. You too have registered, but what about the child in my belly? She can't be without a father." Lu Rulin gently supported her waist, deliberately puffing out her stomach. When she looked down, her lips curled slightly. As long as Du Erqiang admits they were together, he has to accept the child in her belly. Getting married doesn't change anything. They can still get a divorce. This factory director's wife, she's determined to keep her.
What?
Everyone was stunned and instinctively looked at Du Erqiang. Du Erqiang himself was confused. Why did she care about her pregnancy when nothing had happened between them?
Du Erqiang, explain yourself clearly.
Fang Yongfang's father, who already didn't think highly of Du Erqiang, a rural boy, now regretted agreeing to their marriage after the scene. "If we can't explain, We'll bring Yongfang back home. There are many who want to marry her. Father. Yongfang was anxious and quickly said, I believe in Erqiang. He's not that kind of person. You say she's pregnant? Just pregnancy? Auntie, go and get a doctor to check her. Tang Qiu stepped forward calmly, seemingly reaching for the silver bracelet in Lu Rulin's hand, but quickly grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? Tang Qiu's words made Lu Rulin panic slightly. She forcefully but nervously said, the child is due Erqiang's. If you want to find a doctor, it's just because you don't want to accept this child. After speaking, she started crying again. Tang Qiu gently shook her head at her uncle and aunt. Zhang Xiufan understood that Lu Rulin was lying. Sanqiang, go call the barefoot doctor.
Got it.
Du Sanqiang ran off quickly. Du Erqiang, with a dark face, said, Comrade Lu, I haven't even held your hand. If this doctor comes over and you are truly pregnant, it shows you are indecisive. If you are not pregnant, it means you are lying. Neither is a good outcome. You are just feeling guilty and trying to drive me away. Lu Rulin suddenly sat on the ground and cried, Du Erqiang, you unfaithful man. Everyone. At this moment, no one knew who to believe. Zhang Xiufan was so angry she jumped up and down. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you weren't a good person. Matchmaker, you introduce all kinds of women to my son, or else this wouldn't happen. Auntie, don't be angry. Let the doctor come and check. Tang Qiufang had already taken her pulse and confirmed she wasn't pregnant. Sure enough, Lu Rulin looked a bit panicked, but she didn't want to leave. She looked at Du Erqiang with a pitiful expression, hoping he would be kind. However, Du Erqiang hated her so much that he wouldn't feel sorry for her. He kept quietly explaining to Zhou Yanfang, Wife, she's very scheming. She's probably trying to make you misunderstand and break us apart. I believe you. Zhou Yanfang repeatedly expressed her support, which eased Du Erqiang's impatience. With over 100 people staring at her, Lu Rulin felt nervous and started to consider leaving. Erqiang, since you don't want to turn back, then forget it. It's my bad luck to love you. Even if she wanted to leave, she still tried to blame Du Erqiang. Tang Qiufang chuckled softly. Comrade Lu, what are you so anxious about? The doctor will be here soon. Don't blame my second brother for being abandoned. If you want an explanation, you have to give it to yourself. Yeah, why are you running? Let the doctor check you. What if you're really carrying our Du family's child? Zhang Xiufan's words sounded sarcastic. Lu Rulin wasn't stupid and naturally understood her meaning. She thought something was wrong. But it was too late because Du Sanqiang had already called a barefoot doctor. The doctor looked confused as he saw the red silk hanging everywhere. Why was he here? Doctor, this woman claims she's pregnant with my son's child. Please check her pulse. Zhang Xiufan's tone was not very nice. The doctor looked puzzled, glancing at Lu Rulin and then at Zhou Yanfang. 2 brides? No need. Lu Rulin wanted to run away, but Zhang Xiufan wouldn't allow it. She grabbed her. Where do you think you're running? You're shameless. I still have some face. Erqiang, brother. Lu Rulin screamed in fear, trying to get Du Erqiang to help her. But he ignored her. The doctor checked her pulse, and his expression changed again. No pregnancy. Recently, there have been many women coming to him for checkups, hoping to get pregnant. Is he secretly helping women who want to conceive? Lu Rulin. She was just pretending. No matter how pretty she looks, I can't stand her. She's just a troublemaker. So, Erqiang is also unlucky. She insists on staying with him. She's not from our village. Let's send her away. It's embarrassing here and might delay her marriage. Girl, go back where you came from. Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave. Zhang Xiufan said fiercely. Lu Rulin looked at Du Erqiang deeply, stomped her foot, covered her face in sadness, and left. She was worried that it would be hard for her to get married now. Just a crazy woman. Don't mind her. Eat well and drink happily. Zhang Xiufan waved her hand. Tang Qiu also told the doctor, Doctor, since you're here, join us for a toast. All right, I won't refuse. Since he could drink for free, Barefoot Doctor was happy to join. Du Sanqiang found him a seat at the table. The ceremony restarted. Du Erchong and Zhou Yanfang bowed to their parents and served tea. Considering she was upset today, her uncle gave her a big red envelope, which made the Zhou family happy. At the banquet, many men were drinking. Someone couldn't help but call out to Gu Shichuan, Xiao Tang, "Your man is tall and strong. Since he's visiting our village for the first time, let's toast him." Tang Qiu looked up calmly. Gu Shichuan smoothly responded, "Sorry, uncle. I got injured on a mission recently and haven't fully recovered. I can't drink alcohol for now. I'll toast everyone with tea." He spoke confidently and appropriately. The elders weren't strict and didn't force him to drink. He also didn't smoke. Someone couldn't help but tease him, "Xiao Qiu, your man is pretty good. No smoking, no drinking, and he's caring for his wife." "Thank you, Aunt," Tang Qiu deliberately said, "but don't say that around Wang Kaiwan and Tang Ping. They'd regret it so much. If they hear, they'd wish they could change back. That stepmother of yours." TSK. Everyone's expressions were complicated. They all knew what kind of person Wang Kaiwan was. Today, the banquet had many dishes. Tang Qiu had stopped feeling nauseous, but she was still careful not to eat too much, worried her baby might get too big. So she didn't eat much. After the meal, Tang Qiu saw her aunt busy greeting her sister-in-law's family. She then said goodbye to Lin Yuexia and took Gu Shichuan home. On the way, she saw Tang Mingbao sitting in a corner, watching the children play in the village with envy. He is now and has no children willing to play with him. After a period of not seeing each other, Tang Qiu feels that his gaze is very scary. Big sister. Tang Mingbao saw Tang Qiu's slightly bulging belly and looked at her with a sinister expression. Gu Shichuan instinctively protected Tang Qiu behind him. "I'm not your big sister. Your sister is Tang Ping." Tang Qiu never thought children had malicious intent, so she kept her distance from him. "Your sister has money and runs a clothing store in the city. Just tell her what you want to eat, and she will definitely buy it for you." "A clothing store?" Tang Mingbao mumbled, clearly unaware of this. His sister has money to open a clothing store, but not to treat his illness? Compared to Tang Qiu, the sister he always looked down on, Tang Mingbao has genuine feelings for Tang Ping. It is because of these true feelings that he feels betrayed, and he suddenly becomes very angry. "Let's go." Tang Qiu saw Tang Mingbao's attention shift to Tang Ping and quickly pulled Gu Shichuan away. The new year is approaching. Gu's mother doesn't set up her stall on New Year's Eve, but earning over 1,000 yuan at the end of the year makes her very happy. On New Year's Eve, she and Huang Yumiao prepared a big meal. Although Tang Qiu said she would restrain herself, she couldn't help but indulge. The next day is the first day of the new year. When Tang Qiu woke up, she found that Gu Shichuan was already awake and handed her a big red envelope. "Happy New Year, wife. I'm not a kid anymore." Tang Qiu said this, but when she took the red envelope from him, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, clearly in a good mood. In her memory, with Wang Kaiwan around, Tang Weiya wouldn't give her a red envelope. Luckily, her uncle and grandmother would give her some.
"Keep it."
Gu Shichuan didn't explain much. The two of them went out to pay New Year visits to Gu's parents, and they both gave Tang Qiu red envelopes. Tang Qiu also gave red envelopes to Gu Damei and Gu Ermei. Although the family had split up, the third family was not there, and they ate together. The dishes were prepared by Huang Yumiao and Gu's mother. Tang Qiu couldn't help but eat a little more. Gu's mother smiled and said, "Since you married into our family, you're like my own daughter. By the way, do you still plan to visit the Tang family for New Year?" Gu's mother prepared New Year gifts for both daughters-in-law. Returning to her maiden home on the second day of the new year is a local tradition. Just like the return visit, "I'll go to my uncle's house." Tang Qiu didn't want to get involved with Tang Weiya and his family, and the Gu family wouldn't force her. After the meal, the neighbors' children came to pay New Year greetings, saying, "Happy New Year, Grandpa and Grandma. Happy New Year, Uncle and Aunt." A group of children rushed over, eagerly staring at Tang Qiu. They thought she had delicious candies because she was dressed nicely. Tang Qiu happily took out a big white rabbit milk candy from the room. Each child grabbed several pieces. Thank you, and Happy New Year to you all. Wow, the big white rabbit from Second Aunt is so sweet. My mom didn't lie to me. She really is generous, and she can earn money. So sweet. Second Aunt looks so pretty. The innocent words of the children made Tang Qiu smile and feel a bit amused. She was unsure whether they were praising her or teasing her. Mother Gu was giving the children winter melon candies. Huang Yumiao took a small handful of mint candies, and Gu Damii and Gu Ermii carried bags as they visited each family to wish New Year greetings. Each family gave the children lucky gifts based on their conditions, no matter how much or how expensive, just for good luck. Tang Qiu also went with Gu Shichuan to visit her uncles and older relatives, since she was the new wife. Each family gave her red envelopes. Although each envelope only had 5 yuan, she returned home with a pocket full of goodies, red envelopes, candies, melon seeds, and peanuts. The relatives on the Gu side were close-knit and warm. The family was lively and happy when suddenly, uninvited guests arrived, causing smiles to fade from everyone's faces. It was Gu Shiwan bringing you Meihui. They carried a red bag with small packages of sorghum candies and some egg cakes. Mother Gu was slaughtering a chicken, and when she saw them, her face darkened. Parents, brothers, sisters-in-law, we're here to visit and wish you a happy new year. Gu Shiwan tried to smile, gently tugging at Yu Meihui's sleeve, and she reluctantly called out, Parents, brothers, sisters-in-law, happy new year. Yes, happy new year. Except for Huang Yumiao, who felt too embarrassed and responded with a simple greeting, the others stayed silent. Yu Meihui felt ashamed, and her face darkened further. Little sister, this is what your third sister-in-law bought for Mom. Put it in Mom's room. Gu Shiwan thought what he brought was decent, but Gu Shilan wrinkled her nose. Don't you have hands of your own? I dare not take your stuff for Mom. Didn't she see how much Mom disliked them? Gu Shilan had learned to be smart now. She knew she couldn't afford to offend her. Gu Shiwan and Yu Meihui.
Gu Shiwan, look at your family.
Yu Meihui pursed her lips. She had never felt such injustice before, and was about to from the frustration. Parents, I admit I had issues before, but I know I was wrong. Meihui didn't do anything wrong. She genuinely wants to come back and show respect. Isn't that enough? Why are you being so unreasonable? Gu Shiwan felt a wave of fear in his heart. In the past, when he did something wrong, his mother would take a broom and hit him. But now, she seemed too lazy to bother with him, which made Gu Shiwan feel uncomfortable. You're now part of the Yu family. You've seen everything, so go back now. This was Gu father's voice. Gu mother didn't pay attention to them but softly said to Tang Qiu, Qiuer, didn't you say you wanted spicy chicken? I'll make it for you. Yes, thank you, Mom. Tang Qiu naturally didn't care about her in-laws' decisions. She happily agreed and cleverly avoided some of their attention to prevent Gu Shiwan from losing his temper. Both are daughters-in-law. If your mother treats one differently, what's the point of staying? Yu Meihui looked at the chicken droppings left by the chickens passing through the small yard with disgust. She frowned and wanted to pull Gu Shiwan away. Mom, take care. Gu Shiwan really didn't stay. Suddenly, he felt a bit resentful toward his parents. His older brothers didn't dislike him or his wife, even though they were a burden. He married such a wonderful wife, but his family looked down on him and her. If Tang Qiu knew what he was thinking, she would definitely scold him. Once he left, Gu mother shook her head and sighed. They came from my belly. Why is there such a big difference? I wonder who they inherited it from. Our family also doesn't have any soft-hearted people. Gu father was also puzzled. Their good mood was ruined. Tang Qiu quietly went back to her room and ate some fruit. Soon, she heard Huang Yumiao shouting, Mom, Zhou Danny and Yu Meihui are fighting.
What?
Gu mother was stunned.
How did these two get involved?
Tang Qiu was also surprised. She wanted to go see the gossip, but was stopped by Gu mother. Qiuer, don't go.
I'll go see what's happening.
Her daughter-in-law was pregnant, and so many people fighting could harm her. Okay. Tang Qiu didn't go out but was very curious. After a while, Gu mother and Huang Yumiao returned with angry faces. Gu Shirlan disdainfully curled her lips. Second sister-in-law, you don't know. Yumei was really humiliated just now. Zhou Danny is a fierce woman. She probably saw you, Meihui, coming to our house early, and was prepared. She dumped a whole bowl of manure on you, Meihui.
What?
You Meihui was splashed with manure? Tang Qiu thought the scene must have been very exciting. If she had known, she would have gone to watch. Zhou Danny's life isn't easy. Her husband is okay with her, but the family is poor. She also has to support her stepson and naturally hates you, Meihui. She even came to our village to make trouble, so Zhou Danny had to retaliate. Huang Yumiao is a kind-hearted person. I also heard about Zhou Danny's situation. I can only say that both of them are paying for their own actions. It's quite sad. Yu Meihui was so angry she almost fainted, and she fought with Zhou Danny. Both of them were covered in dirt. Gu Shirlan laughed. Third brother also got some dirt on him. I could smell it. Is it funny? Gu's mother gave Gu Shirlan a cold look, making her immediately shut up. It's not funny. Gu Shirlan covered her mouth and hurried over to Tang Qiu. Second sister-in-law, I roasted some pumpkin seeds. Try some, they're very tasty. Thank you, little sister. Tang Qiu also held back her laughter, worried that Gu's mother might get upset. They didn't mention Gu Shiwan's bad luck anymore. At noon, guests arrived at the house. Gu's mother and Huang Yumiao, along with Gu Shirlan, managed everything. Tang Qiu, who was pregnant, stayed in her room resting. Most relatives knew about Tang Qiu's good character, so no one dared to complain in front of Gu's mother. Except for Gu Shichuan's cousin, who is Gu's father's niece. Gu Haiyan was already a grandmother, and her daughter-in-law was about to return to her parents' house for the second lunar month, so she visited her brothers a day early to celebrate the new year. When she saw Tang Qiu sitting quietly in her room, she couldn't hold back her words. Second sister-in-law, you shouldn't spoil your daughter-in-law. At home, she doesn't even help when the chores are done. There are so many relatives here and you're busy, but she doesn't lend a hand? That's not right. Gu Haiyan rarely visited her parents' house. Her grandchildren needed her, but she couldn't leave her home, so this was her first time seeing Tang Qiu so lazy.
Thank you.
Haiyan Annie, haven't you seen that my second sister-in-law is pregnant? Gu Shirlan looked helpless and sighed. Why was Haiyan Annie meddling so much in their family affairs? Gu's mother also looked angry. Haiyan, this is our family's matter. Qiu'er is pregnant. With such a big belly, I can't let her do chores. Even if she weren't pregnant, Tang Qiu's personality wasn't suited for housework. Her hands were meant for earning money. It's nothing. When we were young, who wasn't doing farm work while pregnant? Gu Haiyan got excited. When I was pregnant with my third child, I was planting rice. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have gone into labor in the field. Women should do more farm work when pregnant. That's how they have easy births. If not, it's hard to give birth. She kept talking nonstop, but Tang Qiu ignored her. She slowly ate her bowl of meatball soup with a spoon. Shut up. Gu father's angry glare at Gu Haiyan. Haiyan, this is our family matter. You're here as a guest, not to lecture my daughter-in-law. Aunt Haiyan, don't compare yourself to my wife when you were young. My wife is pregnant, and it's hard enough already. I can't bear to see her tired. Gu Shichuan's face also looked unhappy. If it weren't for his father's face, he would have told them off directly. But being so challenged by father and son, Gu Haiyan's face turned pale, and she looked very uncomfortable. She looked at Uncle Gu. Big brother, it's just pregnancy. What's so precious about it? Why are they so protective of this young wife? I'm part of the Gu family. She's just an outsider. Gu Haiyan. Uncle Gu interrupted her angrily. A wife who marries into our family is part of the Gu family. I don't know what your in-laws have taught you. If you meddle too much, you don't need to go back to your maternal home. Hearing that she couldn't go back to her maternal home, Gu Haiyan was startled. Her timid man gently pushed her. Honey, why are you so straightforward?
Gu Haians Mann, Nikae, Aukvatli apologist.
Big brother, second sister-in-law, sorry. Haiyan is just like that. She doesn't mean any harm.
Exactly.
When I was at home, my daughter-in-law was very obedient. Second sister-in-law, you should learn from me. Gu Haiyan was very proud. Every daughter-in-law in her family was obedient under her guidance. Unlike the second sister-in-law's daughter-in-law, who was so arrogant. Then you're pretty unlucky to be my daughter-in-law. Tang Qiu snorted and naturally took the chicken leg Gu Shichuan offered her, not because she was particularly fond of it, but to show that she was luckier than Gu Haiyan's daughter-in-law. Gu Haiyan. She was choked by Tang Qiu's words. She wanted to say more, but her man held her back. All right, don't forget you came here for a reason today. Gu Haiyan finally shut up. Tang Qiu looked relaxed and carefree. Gu Shichuan affectionately helped her with food, deliberately showing off their love in front of Gu Haiyan. Gu Haiyan curled her lips without speaking. During this time, a few uncles and brothers raised their cups and drank. Gu Shichu, as the eldest brother, drank with the elders. Gu Shichuan still didn't drink alcohol. Gu Haiyan couldn't help but feel jealous and said, "Niece, now that you're an officer, do you look down on us poor relatives? You're just wasting your breath." Uncle Gu glared at him bluntly. Shichuan's unit has discipline, and he's only just recovered physically. We didn't ask him to drink. Why are you making a fuss? Gu Haiyan. Big brother, you only favor the children from second brother's family because they are promising. Gu Haiyan realized this truth. Indeed, people need to come from a wealthy family or even relatives look down on you. Old Uncle Gu. It's like trying to teach a cow to sing. Xiaolon, go check the fire and pour some hot water into the saltwater bottle for your second sister-in-law. Our daughter-in-law of the Gu family is very precious. Gu's mother turned to instruct Gu Shirlan, who then ran quickly, clearly showing the whole family adores Tang Qiu. Gu Haiyan was shocked and speechless. Thinking about her own purpose, she endured again and again. Tang Qiu doesn't have a big appetite now. Her belly is so large that her stomach is pressed, so she can only eat small amounts at a time. After eating a little, Tang Qiu put down her chopsticks and politely told the elders, "Uncles, aunts, and elder sisters, take your time eating. I've finished, so I'll go back to my room first." You're just finished? Gu Haiyan couldn't help but speak again. Even chickens eat more than you. Second sister-in-law, if you don't eat, where will the baby in your belly get nutrients? Times are better now, so don't be picky. Even if you pinch your nose, you should eat more. This time it was for Tang Qiu's good. They couldn't criticize her anymore. Everyone. If the baby has no nutrients, why is my belly so big? Tang Qiu couldn't hold back and rolled her eyes. Aunt Haiyan, do you know why my neighbor's grandma lived to 90, but my great-grandmother only lived to 60?
Huh.
Gu Haiyan was a bit confused. She didn't expect Tang Qiu to suddenly change the topic, then heard her say, "Because my neighbor's grandma never meddled in others' affairs. My great-grandmother was very nosy." The implication was that meddling in others' affairs leads to an early death. Gu Haiyan. She was so angry her eyes widened.
You.
Aunt Haiyan, my wife is pregnant. Say less. If you make her upset and something happens, I'll go to your cousin's house and settle the score. Gu Shichuan's slightly threatening words made Gu Haiyan feel nervous. She wanted to stand up and leave, but was pulled back by Nieko.
Don't go yet.
You haven't said the main thing. So Gu Haiyan sat down again. Gu's mother saw her purpose and deliberately said, "Haiyan, girl, things aren't like before. When it comes to mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, you should look at the mother first. I haven't given birth or raised a daughter-in-law. If I don't treat her well now, how can I have the face to ask my daughter-in-law to take care of me when I'm old? Serving the mother-in-law is a duty of a daughter-in-law, isn't it?" Gu Haiyan thought her second sister-in-law might be a bit crazy. With that money and free time, she could save more for her own retirement. Nothing is just given without effort. Tang Qiu lightly lifted her eyelids. After so many years of being a wife, now Aunt Haiyan, how good are you to your mother-in-law? Her casual words made Gu Haiyan's face change. Without her, she hated her mother-in-law who had bullied her when she was young. She no longer wanted to take care of her. Now, only a few daughters-in-law bring her some food. All right, we're all family.
You should speak less.
Nyeko kept reminding Gu Haiyan, and she finally calmed down. She cleared her throat. Second brother, second sister-in-law, right now our Gu family is doing the best because of you too. My sister is jealous. It's not the best, but it's okay. Mother Gu smiled warmly. But my husband and I, we work hard and earn little. It's mainly because the daughters-in-law are capable. The more Gu Haiyan said she couldn't be kind to her daughters-in-law, the more she insisted it was their daughters-in-law's effort. Gu Haiyan originally wanted to say women can't earn much money, that it was all because of men. When she saw her husband's warning look, she finally shut up and lowered her attitude. Brothers and sisters-in-law, our youngest is getting married. We don't have enough money, so I want to borrow from you. Gu Haiyan, are you out of your mind? Mother Gu's face changed. Who borrows money on the first day of the new year? It affects our family's luck for the year. I won't forgive you. She was angry and also gave Gu's father a cold look. Gu's father also looked displeased. Gu Haiyan, it's the first day of the new year. Don't force me to lose my temper. Second brother, the youngest is getting married. That's a happy event. I usually don't have time to come over, so I didn't think much. Gu Haiyan looked into her second brother's eyes and felt a bit guilty. Old Uncle Gu also looked unhappy. During the new year, aren't you just bringing bad luck? Aunt Haiyan, we really do have the money. Tang Qiu didn't want to say she had no money during the new year, as it might affect her business next year. Gu Haiyan was happy. She thought young people are easier to talk to. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have argued with Tang Qiu. But then Tang Qiu said, but I can't spend money during the new year, or it will affect my luck. So you might ask others. Gu Haiyan, are you joking with me? Gu Haiyan finally realized. Tang Qiu shook her head innocently. I'm just telling the truth. If I had money, I wouldn't lend it to you. Mrs. Gu watched Gu Haiyan get upset and felt happy. This person wasn't new to causing trouble. In past years, because of the new year, everyone didn't argue with her and even let her think they had a good temper. Gu Haiyan looked close to crying from anger. Tang Qiu frowned and said, hold it in. Don't cry in my house. Crying during the new year at someone's home is bad luck. Gu Haiyan was so scolded by Tang Qiu that she forgot to cry and stared blankly. Everyone was surprised, especially Huang Yumiao, who secretly gave Tang Qiu a thumbs up. Usually, she disliked her cousin coming to visit for New Year because she always took advantage of her. Since she was an elder, she didn't dare argue back, which made Gu Haiyan benefit more. Today, after being treated unfairly by Tang Qiu, she felt it was deserved. Big brother, second brother, are you just going to let a younger person bully me? Gu Haiyan was about to cry from frustration. Why did her brothers let her be pushed around? It was just Tang Qiu, a daughter-in-law, being petty. Didn't others stay quiet? How can a woman run the household? Sherchuan, are you just going to watch your wife bully your aunt? My wife's words are my words, said Gu Sherchuan with a loving smile. Gu father also said, my daughter-in-law is right. Of course, we listen to her. Haiyan, there's nothing urgent. You should go home first. Was he really asking her to leave? Gu Haiyan stared in disbelief, wide-eyed, looking at her second brother and then at her eldest uncle. Elder brother, me talking won't help. This is your second brother's house, said her eldest uncle, ignoring her. Didn't her biological brothers say nothing from start to finish? I won't borrow money then, Gu Haiyan said eagerly, looking at her mother. Second sister-in-law, Xiaofeng grew up with you.
Call her auntie.
Find her a job, she pleaded. I heard your daughter-in-law runs a good clothing store. Let Xiaofeng help out, take some money. She's quick-witted, she added. Thank you. She looked at the woman in front of her in shock and surprise. She'd never seen such shamelessness. Mrs. Gu didn't seem surprised. She snorted and said, too bad, the clothing store is run by Qiu'er. I don't dare decide. The store doesn't need more staff. Tang Qiu wiped her mouth and stood up, clearly no longer interested in wasting time. Gu Sherchuan hurried to support her. Wife, take it slow. Don't get upset over unworthy people. I'm here. Tang Qiu nodded slightly and followed Gu Sherchuan back to the room. Gu Haiyan, When Gu Shichuan came out, Gu Haiyan lowered her voice and said, Shichuan, I want to tell you something from my heart. Women, you shouldn't be too spoiled. If you spoil her too much, she might start bossing you around. Like your cousins and brothers, their wives listen well and do as they're told. That makes you a very unlucky daughter-in-law. Gu Shichuan directly repeated Tang Qiu's words and added, My wife should be loved and cared for. She married me to live a good life, not to suffer. Gu Haiyan. Everyone in the family is a bit crazy. Tang Qiu naturally heard this. The yard isn't big, and she can hear the voices from the main hall even from her room. Honestly, Gu Shichuan's words made her feel a little pleased. Gu Haiyan didn't get what she wanted, but refused to leave. She hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time, so she quickly picked meat with her chopsticks and put it into her bowl. She also didn't forget to serve Nyako. My brother and sister-in-law are rich, and they often eat good food. You should eat more. Everyone. Father Gu quietly decided that next year, he wouldn't let Gu Haiyan visit, to avoid getting angry. Because Gu Haiyan was there, the atmosphere wasn't as good as usual. Even Father Gu didn't drink with his brothers, and the meal ended early. Everyone left in small groups and went home. Huang Yumiao brought Tang Qiu some rock sugar snow pear soup. Qiu'er, you really stood up to Aunt Haiyan today. It felt so good. In previous years, my mother-in-law and I were often angry because of her. She always bossed around and never learned her lesson. Don't take her too seriously, or she'll get more confident. Tang Qiu now didn't take anything to heart. She was worried that bad moods might affect the baby. Huang Yumiao nodded firmly. But she's a stubborn person. Her youngest son's wedding is coming up, and she'll probably come to borrow money from her parents again. Parents should understand this. Let's not interfere. Tang Qiu could see that her mother-in-law wasn't the kind to suffer losses either.
She didn't want to get involved in this mess.
The first day of the Lunar New Year passed like this. On the second day, Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan rode bikes to visit her parents' house. Gu Shishu and Huang Yumiao also took Damei and Ermei early in the morning to visit her family. From afar, before reaching her uncle's house, Tang Qiu saw Tang Weiya standing at the village entrance, waiting for her. When she saw the Maotai, good cigarettes, snacks, and meat hanging on Gu Shichuan's bike, she felt even more upset. Little Gu, I want to talk to Qiu alone for a moment, is that okay? That's not really possible. Gu Shichuan refused directly. His wife was pregnant now. What if he lost his temper and hurt her? He didn't want to take even a 1 in 1,000 chance.
Tan Gu sa mai.
Gu Shichuan is my husband. What's there that I can't say in front of him? She called me my man, which made Gu Shichuan smile and feel very happy. Tang Weiya's hard-earned smile froze on his face. He had sneaked out without Wang Kaiwan knowing, so he was a bit anxious and didn't care if Gu Shichuan was present. He directly said, Qiu'er, earlier you said I should think carefully about what you told me. I've thought about it now, and you're right. If your stepmother hadn't always stirred trouble and badmouthed you in front of me, our father-daughter relationship wouldn't have become like this. These days, I've realized that blood ties are the most important. What is Tang Ping? Just a stepdaughter brought by Wang Kaiwan. You are my real daughter, my daughter. Can I give you a chance to make up for it? He spoke very sincerely, almost convincing himself that he had changed his mind. Tang Qiu chuckled softly. You didn't say that before. You said Tang Ping was obedient and sensible, just like a proper member of the Tang family. As for me, I'm lazy, greedy, and unkind. I shouldn't even come to ask for food from your house in the future. Gu Shichuan looked at Tang Qiu, who was calm and indifferent, then at Tang Weiya, who looked guilty. Anger rose in his heart. So, his wife had lived like this before? Tang Weiya was truly worse than a beast. No, Qiu'er, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been deceived by Wang Kaiwan. Tang Weiya could only blame Wang Kaiwan for everything. It's my fault. I shouldn't have believed that shameless woman. Who are you calling shameless? Wang Kaiwan suddenly appeared like a ghost, startling Tang Weiya into jumping back reflexively.
Wife.
I don't deserve to be your wife, Wang Kaiwan said sarcastically. Tang Weiya angrily slapped her. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been separated from my daughter. Show her, I'll help you teach her. Don't be mad at me. Come back and see me sometimes. I miss you. Especially the gift she mentioned. He could never afford such a bottle of Matai in his life. Tang Weiya, how dare you hit me? Wang Kaiwan immediately fought back. The two of them fought fiercely. Tang Qiu said to Gu Shichuan beside her, let's go. Okay. Gu Shichuan rode his bike very slowly, afraid of bumping into Tang Qiu. Thinking about what Tang Weiya had just said, he felt very distressed for her. Wife, you still have me. I will treat you well from now on. It's all in the past. I stopped caring about these things a long time ago. Tang Qiu wasn't lying. Right now, her mind was only filled with making money and taking care of her baby. Other things weren't part of her thoughts. The two happily returned to their uncle's house to celebrate the new year. When Tang Qiu and Zhou Jian arrived at Jinshan village, they saw Wang Kaiwan and Tang Weiya fighting. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Tang Ping's tone was full of resentment. While others' parents worked hard to support their children, her parents always seemed to hold her back. Ping, you came at the right time. This father of yours is jealous of Tang Qiu's kindness to Du Jun and keeps scolding me in front of others. What are you scolding me for? Did I say something wrong? If you weren't so mean, Tang Qiu would be respecting me now. Tang Weiya spoke confidently, and the two of them were fighting. Zhou Jian felt embarrassed and turned to leave. Is this really necessary? Forget it, you can go home. I'm going back. Without waiting for Tang Ping to react, Zhou Jian grabbed the New Year's gift she bought and headed home. Tang Ping was so angry she almost lost her mind. She shouted, "Stop fighting, all of you. Why am I so unlucky?" Tang Qiu didn't know about their quarrel. After having lunch at her uncle's house, she and Huang Yumiao returned home. Yumiao also brought back a lot of dried goods, cured meat, and ribs. "Qiu'er, this is what my mother asked me to bring you. You must accept it." Huang Yumiao's family was kind like her own. She was grateful to Tang Qiu for selflessly helping Gu Shirshu and Huang Yumiao. Big Aunt also specially brought this for me. I feel so embarrassed. Even Tang Qiu, who is quite shameless, felt a little shy. She was always ordering others' daughters around to do this and that. "Qiu'er, don't be shy. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what's going on with our little family." Thinking about how her husband might be without Qiu'er made Huang Yumiao feel scared. Gu's mother also said if she gives you something, just accept it. It's a little gesture from her as a relative. Otherwise, they'd feel guilty. Okay. Tang Qiu didn't refuse. Over the next few days, she visited relatives' houses for New Year greetings and ate food. At the Gu family's place, Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan visited several relatives. Everyone liked Tang Qiu, but she didn't go to Gu Haiyan's side. Gu's father sent Gu Shichu as a representative to visit and make an appearance. No one forgot the unpleasantness caused by Gu Haiyan during the New Year. Gu Shichuan didn't go either. He stayed at home with Tang Qiu, packing things. After the New Year, once everything was arranged at the shop and factory, Tang Qiu planned to go to Shin City with him. Gu Shichuan had bought tickets early. He thought Gu Shu was just making a quick visit, but when he returned, he was covered in bruises. "Dad, what happened?" Huang Yumiao became anxious. Her husband's body had not yet fully recovered. Could it be that she fell herself? Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan also heard the noise and came out of the house. Gu's mother looked angry. "You went to your aunt's house to celebrate the New Year, and you came back without even eating? Don't mention it." Gu Shichu spat and said, "Dad, from now on, I won't have anything to do with her family. Don't be mad." What happened exactly? Gu's father, who also loved his son, said if they did something too much, then we just won't associate with them. Our Gu family doesn't need that kind of relative. If it weren't for worrying about your uncle's family making things difficult, I wouldn't have let you go today. Because uncle's children also planned to visit Gu Haiyan's house today. Big brother, who hit you? Gu Shichuan was in the military. He could tell at a glance that the injury on Gu Shichu's face wasn't from falling but from being hit. "Little cousin," Gu Shichu sneered, "he's angry because we didn't lend him money to get married." "That's outrageous." Gu's mother angrily grabbed a broom. How dare he hit my son? Gu, if you try to stop me today, I'll divorce you. She was about to go to Gu Hayan's house to fight, glaring at Gu's father with resentment. If he tried to stop her, she said she wouldn't stay with him. I wouldn't stop you. Gu's father was also very annoyed. So, everyone grabbed their things and headed to Gu Hayan's house. Gu Shichuan asked Gu Shichu, "Where are uncle's brothers?" When I went, they were at another aunt's house. I wish I had known I was going with them. Gu Shichu also felt regretful. He hadn't expected to be beaten when he was alone. Tang Qiu said, "I'll go see too." "Wife, be good, stay at home." Gu Shichuan comforted Tang Qiu. "There might be a fight, so many people. What if you get hurt?"
Tang Gu hestita.
All right. She just wanted to see how badly Gu Hayan's son was behaving. He even hit his cousin, acting lawlessly. With that, she thought their family might help, but it was just wishful thinking. Damei and Ermei stayed home with Tang Qiu, who was leisurely eating sunflower seeds. Soon, Gu Shichuan and the others returned. Gu's mother led the way, looking proud, as if they had won a battle. Gu's father looked angry but silent. Gu Shichu and Gu Shichuan were in good spirits, and even Huang Yumiao was smiling happily. "Mom, are you okay?" Tang Qiu stepped forward politely. Gu's mother felt warmth in her heart.
I'm fine.
"If anyone dares to hit my son, just watch me tear apart Gu Hayan's mouth. When I was young, I was quite skilled in the collective farm, and I made Gu Hayan cry her eyes out." Gu Hayan's aunt was crying on the ground, calling for her parents, but her sons and grandsons saw the second brother and the others and didn't dare to help. Huang Yumiao spat and said that Gu Hayan's character isn't good and her children aren't either. "From now on, we won't have any contact with their family. No one is allowed to visit." Gu's mother made the final decision, and everyone agreed easily. No one wanted to deal with such a strange person as Gu Hayan. Only Gu's father was deep in thought, whispering, "Could it be that the third child didn't inherit from us, but from her? That's possible." Gu's mother nodded seriously, and Tang Qiu almost laughed but held it in. Around the 8th day, after the New Year visit activities, Tang Qiu still had a lot of cured meat and sausages left. Gu's mother kept all of them for her. On the 8th day, the clothing store and furniture factory reopened. Tang Qiu's new spring clothes gradually went on sale, but business was not as good as before the New Year. Huang Yumiao and Lin Yuexiao were worried, but Tang Qiu remained calm. She first deposited the family's cash into the bank account and then arranged the furniture factory's affairs. As the time to leave approached, Tang Qiu suddenly said to Gu Shichuan, "Xiao Jun took good care of you before. When I go to Shin City to open a store, why not bring him and third brother along? Whatever you decide." Gu Shichuan had long known about his wife's ambitions. Moving to another place, the business would continue. So, Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan found son Xiao Jun. "Xiao Jun, my husband and I are returning to Shin City. If you're willing, you can come with us or work at the furniture factory." She didn't seek to repay kindness. After all, son Xiaojun's mother was quite old. Sure enough, son Xiaojun was very grateful to Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan, but feeling guilty for his mother, he said, "Sister-in-law, I really want to go with you, but my sister is pregnant recently. I need to stay and take care of my mother. She hasn't fully recovered yet. Once she's better, I'll come to Shin City to join you. Then go to the furniture factory. I'll ask second brother to arrange it." Tang Qiu wasn't angry. She personally asked Du Erqiang to find a job for son Xiaojun. Son Xiaojun was so grateful, he almost knelt. As for Du Sanqiang, he was thrilled to hear he could go to Shin City. He almost jumped with joy. "Of course I want to go. I've traveled around Wuching already. There's nothing new. Going to Shin City will broaden my horizons. Besides, Autumn is about to give birth, and I want to be there for her. Yes, let him go." Zhang Xiufan nodded in agreement. Now, her pickled vegetable shop also makes good money. The whole family relies on Qiu'er to live such a good life. Since the emperor is far away and the officials are distant, the third brother went with her, so she could rest assured. Otherwise, she worries that Gu Shichuan might bully Qiu'er because people can be tricky. All right, go back and pack up. We'll leave tomorrow. After Tang Qiu agreed, that evening she specially invited Deputy Factory Director Yang, her uncle's family, and the Gu family to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Everything was arranged. The next day, Gu Shichuan took Tang Qiu and Du Sanqiang onto the train. Most of their luggage was carried directly to the post office to be sent. Even Tang Qiu's bicycle was mailed. Thank you. She felt a bit sad about the mailing cost. Although there was enough space to store things, this man was so clever that Tang Qiu didn't dare to reveal her true thoughts. Luckily, on the way, there were two men, Gu Shichuan and Du Sanqiang, carrying many bags, so Tang Qiu easily boarded the train. By the time they arrived in Shanghai, it was already the second night. Su Zhengmao came to pick them up in a military green jeep. Wow, Gu, you really got up? Although he already knew the news, Su Zhengmao was still very surprised when he saw him. The impact in real life was even greater. Thanks to your sister-in-law. Gu Shichuan looked at Tang Qiu with a gentle smile. Su Zhengmao gave her a thumbs up. Your medical skills are truly impressive. The military hospital has inquired about her a few times. Who is this? He suddenly looked at Du Sanqiang. The carefree Du Sanqiang immediately straightened up. I'm my third brother, Du Sanqiang. Gu Shichuan took the initiative to explain. Su Zhengmao politely greeted Du Sanqiang, and then they were all taken to the military guest house. Gu Shichuan apologized to Tang Qiu. Qiu'er, you and third brother will stay at the military guest house for 2 days. I'll handle other procedures. Once the house is approved, you can move to the main family compound. Okay. Tang Qiu nodded with a smile. She gently patted his hand. With third brother taking care of me, you can go ahead and busy yourself. Third brother, please take care of it. Gu Shichuan kept looking back as he left with Su Zhengmao. Su Zhengmao sighed happily that Gu was lucky to marry such a sister-in-law. After they left, Tang Qiu said to Du Sanqiang, Third brother, you don't need to worry about me. Go explore the city first. If you find a suitable house or shop, buy it. We'll do business later. I think the same. I can't just stay in the family guest house with you. Du Sanqiang smiled foolishly. But I'll go look for a house. Can you manage on your own? He now had some savings, and his mother rented out the house in Wuching for him. It was time to buy some property here too. I can do that. Tang Qiu pushed Du Sanqiang outside. Before closing the door, she saw a familiar gaze. Madame Gu.
Yue?
Tang Qiu didn't expect to meet Lu Yue on her first day here. Standing beside her was a gentle-looking man. He curiously looked at Tang Qiu but didn't seem rude. Lu Yue smiled brightly, her eyebrows raised confidently. Madame Gu, it's nice to see you here. I guess Vice Commander Gu has recovered quite well. Congratulations. Thank you. Tang Qiu saw relief in her eyes, realizing she must have come to terms with something. Sure enough, Lu Yue happily introduced herself. This is my husband, Su Xiuqi. Xiuqi, this is our Vice Commander Gu's wife.
He once saved me.
Hello, Madame Gu. When Su Xiuqi heard she was the wife savior, his gaze toward Tang Qiu became more grateful. No need to be polite, we're all comrades. It's what he's supposed to do. Tang Qiu smiled and handed Lu Yue some peanuts from inside, saying, Here, have some. Xiuqi, go to the room and wait for me. Lu Yue, with a strong and heroic look, and Su Xiuqi, elegant and refined, made a good match. Okay. Su Xiuqi obediently went back to the room. Tang Qiu knew she had something to say, so she invited her inside. Come to my room for a glass of water. They returned to the room. Tang Qiu closed the door and saw Lu Yue, who was pregnant, take a thermos to pour her some water. Madam, don't worry about it. We're all family. No need to be so polite.
Thank you.
Tang Qiu took the water and pulled out some local specialties from her bag for Lu Yue to try. Lu Yue also tried some without hesitation and then got to the main point. Sorry, sister-in-law. Now that I'm married, I realize how much I caused you before. I truly apologize. Didn't you already apologize before? It's all in the past. Seeing you so happy now makes me feel glad. When she mentioned Su Xiuqi, Lu Yue blushed shyly. Xiuqi was introduced to me by my parents. I only wanted to meet him out of politeness. But he turned out to be good-looking and liked me at first sight. We kept seeing each other, and eventually we got married. Su Xiuqi and Gu Shichuan weren't really alike. Maybe Lu Yue hadn't realized yet that her feelings for Gu Shichuan weren't romantic. Perhaps it was gratitude for being saved, or maybe she admired his strength. But those times were past. Tang Qiu didn't want to dwell on it anymore, only smiling. He seems very caring and suitable for you. Su Xiuqi listened carefully to Lu Yue, clearly showing he was a strict wife's husband. Yes, he cooks at home. I don't know how to cook. Lu Yue giggled, smiling foolishly. She never cooked before, so Su Xiuqi usually took care of her. Then you're even happier, Tang Qiu said with a smile, covering her mouth. It's a pity I didn't get to drink your wedding wine. Once you're done with your busy days, I'll treat you and Brother Gu to a meal, Lu Yue softly reminded Tang Qiu. Sister-in-law, if you come along, you'll probably have to stay with the troops. There are quite a few nosy women and young wives in our family compound. Be careful not to trust everyone blindly. Thanks for the reminder, Tang Qiu nodded happily. After seeing Lu Yue off and closing the door, she entered her space. Finally, she had a chance to rest alone. She washed some cherry tomatoes to eat and drank some spiritual spring water. It was still early, so she finished her grooming inside the space before coming out. Just then, Gu Shichuan returned. He carried several aluminum lunchboxes, his handsome face full of happiness. It seemed he had a good outcome after meeting the leader. Wife, I'll call third brother over for dinner, he said. No need, he's out for a walk in the city, Tang Qiu said mysteriously. Guess who I met? Who? Gu Shichuan looked a bit confused. In the army, he only knew Lu Yue and Su Jingmao. Su Jingmao had been with him earlier, so who else could she have met? Lu Yue, Tang Qiu clicked her tongue. She cared about you so much before, but you just forgot about her. That's really hurtful. Thinking about what Lu Yue had done before, Gu Shichuan's face darkened. I don't know her well, so it's normal that I didn't remember. Our group has so many people, I don't remember everyone, especially since I returned injured, and the team has changed a lot. Okay, I won't tease you, Tang Qiu said with a gentle smile. Don't treat her like an enemy or a thief. Lu Yue is married now. Married? Gu Shichuan relaxed. It's good she's married. Then she won't bother him and his wife anymore. Yeah, I also saw her husband. He looks pretty good, Tang Qiu said, touching her chin and thinking about Su Xiuqi's appearance. Then she added, from how he looks, he's probably a teacher or a doctor. Better looking than me? Gu Shichuan looked at her with envy.
Tang cư chúc cờ sốc ti.
In Lu Yue's eyes, her own man must be more handsome. And what about in your eyes? Gu Shichuan stared intently at Tang Qiu. His gaze made her cheeks feel hot. Tang Qiu's elegant features showed a mix of helplessness. Fool. Doesn't everyone think their own man is the most handsome? Wife. Gu Shichuan couldn't help but go forward to hug Tang Qiu, but she pushed him away with her fingertips. She opened her aluminum lunchbox. Eat first, I'm starving. Okay, let's eat first. Gu Shichuan quickly handed Tang Qiu a pair of chopsticks. The food in the aluminum box looked good. Potato beef brisket, shredded meat stew, spicy and sour chicken offal, plus pickled radish. Your chef is pretty good. If I live in the family courtyard in the future, I won't want to cook. I'll just eat takeout. Tang Qiu suddenly thought of a big problem. She and Gu Shichuan live in the family courtyard, and no one will cook for her anymore. It felt like the sky was falling, and she felt like she was back at home. At least Huang Yumiao and Lin Yuexia always made delicious food for her. Seeing her worried look, Gu Shichuan chuckled softly. Okay, since you're pregnant now, I'll try to come back and cook for you. If I can't make it, I'll have someone bring food to you. Tang Qiu felt downhearted. She really didn't like doing housework. Maybe, once things settle down, she could ask her mother-in-law to come over? The chief was surprised that I recovered so quickly. He's very happy and even suggested you pursue higher education. The director has been wanting you to go to the military hospital. After you have the baby, maybe you can go there for an internship. Gu Shichuan shared some happy news, and indeed, Tang Chio's mood slightly improved.
Let's see then.
In her past life, she was a doctor for so long, tired and not much money. This time, Tang Chio didn't want to stay at the hospital every day, so she hadn't decided yet. Today I applied for a place in the family courtyard. Now they've built apartments there. If you want to live in a floor apartment, I'll apply for a bigger one. Gu Shichuan just finished speaking, and Tang Chio's eyes lit up. From your tone, it's more than just an apartment? Yes, there's also a small courtyard like in our hometown. It's a standalone house, but it's not new. Gu Shichuan left the choice to her. With my position, I can apply for all these. What kind of place do you want to live in? I want to live in a standalone house. The older, the better. I'm pregnant now, and it's not convenient to climb stairs. Tang Chio just wanted a private space. If it's an apartment, it's small and crowded, and she'd be watched all the time. Living in a small standalone house feels safer. Look at me, forgetting such an important thing, my problem. Gu Shichuan had just returned to the army and was too excited, thinking about it all wrong. He was very annoyed. This afternoon, I'll fill out the form. We'll live in a standalone small house. I'll go tidy up later. Sounds good. Tang Chio nodded with a bright smile. She cared about the result, and she didn't ask much about the process of his application. Considering Du Sanqiang, Gu Shichuan prepared meals for 3 people, so Tang Chio didn't eat much and still had a lot left. Gu Shichuan didn't mind. He poured all the leftover rice from her bowl into his and finished everything in a few bites. Don't force yourself if you can't finish. Tang Chio watched him hiccup happily, and Gu Shichuan smiled brightly. We shouldn't waste food. Wife, if you're bored this afternoon, go take a walk downstairs. I'm going to apply for a house. We can move in by tomorrow at the latest. He planned to call some friends to help clean up a bit later. Since his wife was pregnant, she shouldn't be in dusty places. Okay, you go to your thing. Tang Chio waved her hand casually. After Gu Shichuan left, she took a short nap and did some yoga. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking on the door, Du Sanqiang. He looked very excited.
Ki er, ilistnet to you.
The places I checked out are good, and some shops are for sale, even connected. I plan to buy them all together and transfer the money tomorrow. That's great.
Tang Ku nodded happily.
Her third brother had really grown up. I might move to the staff quarters tomorrow. No worries, I can buy it myself. Du Sanqiang scratched his head awkwardly. Just give me your household register and related documents. We each get a place. Sounds good. Tang Chio trusted Du Sanqiang completely and even handed him her bankbook, but he didn't take it. I still have enough money. I'll cover the costs first, and you can pay me back when you're free. But Chioer, what business do you plan to start here? Du Sanqiang looked a bit defeated. The portable music players here could be wholesaled, and there were shops on the street, but they couldn't sell at high prices like in their area. He was confused and didn't know what kind of business to start. Don't worry. After I move, we'll go out and look around. Tang Chio knew that opportunities were everywhere in this era, so she wasn't afraid. Her words reassured Du Sanqiang. Okay, I'll also go out and explore some ways. Not long after, Gu Shichuan returned. He looked dusty and tired, which made Du Sanqiang chuckle. Brother-in-law, you're covered in dust. Someone might think you went coal mining. The staff quarters are approved. I took Su Jingmao and a few others to help clean up. After we move tomorrow, we can go shopping.
Great.
Tang Chio felt happy seeing the man so eager, while Du Sanqiang felt a bit awkward. I didn't know brother-in-law was so hardworking. Third brother, you chat with Chioer for a bit. I'm going to take a shower. Gu Shichuan also sniffed himself and smelled of sweat. He carried a basin and clean clothes to the bathhouse. Brother-in-law is really a good man. Du Sanqiang gave a thumbs up to Tang Chio. Luckily, Tang Ping is blind. I heard Zhou Jian argues with her every day at home. If you married him, I might have already forced you to divorce. That's all nonsense. Tang Chio felt warm inside. As they talked, Su Jingmao brought food. Sister-in-law, I just got some hot food from the cafeteria. Eat it while it's warm. Now he was very respectful in front of Tang Chio, unlike before. He kept saying how lucky Gu was to marry such a capable wife. Please, run an errand for me. Gu Shirchuan had just finished his shower and came over. He took the food from Su Jingmao, and the three quickly finished eating. Perhaps because they were in a hurry, they all went to sleep right after. Tang Qiu also slept soundly. The next morning, they packed their luggage, and Su Jingmao personally came to pick them up to go to the family compound. He drove a green jeep straight toward the house Gu Shirchuan shared. People in the family compound looked curiously at the car. I heard Deputy Commander Gu has recovered, and his family has come to follow the army. Deputy Commander Gu is really lucky. His rank has risen, so he should get promoted soon. I heard his wife was arranged by her parents back home. That rural girl is really lucky. She became the wife of a commander. Don't underestimate her. I heard from Comrade Su that Deputy Commander Gu's wife is stunning and very capable. Everyone was talking excitedly, and even followed the car to see what was happening. Tang Qiu didn't know any of this. The jeep stopped in front of a small brick house. The yard was very clean, showing that Gu Shirchuan had been busy yesterday. Sweetheart, shall we go in and take a look? Gu Shirchuan helped Tang Qiu as she wore a gray coat and small furry shoes. She had her hair in a princess style, looking very delicate. Everyone in the family compound was stunned. Oh my god. Are you sure this is Deputy Commander Gu's wife? She doesn't look like a rural girl at all. Her temperament and figure, she's even more beautiful than city ladies. She's just a bit chubby. You fool, she's pregnant. She probably won't be able to hold on much longer before giving birth. These comments were heard by Tang Qiu, who smiled at the people outside. Gu Shirchuan then said, Ladies and sisters-in-law, we just moved in. The house isn't tidied up yet. We'll invite everyone in for tea when we're free. Deputy Gu, you go ahead and get busy. Don't mind us. Taking care of the sister-in-law is more important. We're just here to look around. Gu Shirchuan helped Tang Qiu inside, and someone muttered quietly, Well, another fox spirit has come to our big yard. Tang Qiu glanced at the speaker with a cold look, then stepped into the yard. The yard was surrounded by a fence made of trees. Since winter just ended, there wasn't much green inside. Gu Shirchuan cheerfully explained to Tang Qiu, This house hasn't been lived in for a while, so it's a bit dusty. We cleaned it last night. There are 3 rooms. We'll live in one, the kids will live in another when they grow up, and the third can store miscellaneous things. Tang Qiu thought carefully and said, We'll stay in the master bedroom. The room opposite can be for my mother and the one next to it. I want to turn into a walk-in closet. The house has a main hall in the middle, with rooms on both sides. The master bedroom is the largest, bigger than the 2 rooms opposite, but there's a kitchen right in front of it. The opposite rooms are one big and one small. Tang Qiu kept the big room for her mother-in-law, and the small one could be her walk-in closet or a place to store temporarily and used household items. A walk-in closet? Gu Shirchuan, who grew up in the countryside, had never heard of this before. Tang Qiu took out a bag and drew a plan. This room needs more cabinets. We can store our clothes and the babies here. She thought about it and decided that the furniture factory should be moved to Shin City, so she could use it herself. Okay, I'll make a walk-in closet for you. Gu Shirchuan's eyes sparkled. His wife was so clever, she even knew about luxury walk-in closets. They circled the house, and Tang Qiu was pleasantly surprised to find a water well outside the kitchen, with very clean water inside. Behind the house, there was a small piece of land for growing vegetables, which hadn't been cultivated for a long time. The soil looked good, but the land was bare. Tang Qiu was very satisfied. She asked Gu Shirchuan to put the luggage in the master bedroom. Let's go buy some cabinets. Sister-in-law, I'll help too. Su Jingmao, who had become more sensible now, eagerly followed to help. Tang Qiu and Gu Shirchuan didn't refuse. The car was driving out of the residential area when suddenly, a woman carrying a child stepped in front of them. What's going on? Su Jingmao rolled down the window, and Tang Qiu saw a woman with a child on her back, holding another in her arms, and a small child at her feet, holding onto her leg. Deputy Commander Gu, are you heading to the city? Why not take us and our children along? Brother Gu? Although Su Jingmao felt a bit soft-hearted, He had learned his lesson and didn't want to make decisions on his own. He looked at Gu Shichuan. Gu Shichuan hesitated for a moment, then heard a small girl looking at them eagerly. "Uncle, I'll be good." Tang Qiu glanced at her swollen belly and sighed. "It's not our car, so just take them along." This wasn't Gu Shichuan's personal car, and nearby many people were watching. Tang Qiu didn't want Gu Shichuan to be in trouble. "Wife, you sit in the front." Gu Shichuan, worried that the children might bump into Tang Qiu, decided to let her sit in front. He drove, and Su Jingmao sat in the back. Su Jingmao was a bit worried. "Brother Gu, can you drive now?" "Driving is not hard. I can do it." Gu Shichuan quickly pulled Su Jingmao out of the car. Su Jingmao opened the door. "Hua's wife, you go in first. Stone, you sit inside." Tang Qiu saw Hua's wife carefully place the boy she was carrying onto the car, ignoring the girl holding onto her leg, and climbed in first. "Little girl, uncle will carry you up." Su Jingmao could only pick up the small girl, surprised for a moment. "Hua's wife, how old is your daughter?" "She's so light, like holding a cat." 6 years old. Hua's wife looked at her older daughter, Peanuts, with some disdain. "She's picky and doesn't gain weight. We have 2 younger brothers at home, so I don't have time to focus only on her." Peanuts opened her mouth to argue but saw her mother's fierce eyes and said nothing. Gu Shichuan started the car and left the residential area. Tang Qiu closed her eyes, trying to rest, when she suddenly heard Hua's wife loudly say, "Big sister, everyone says you're from the countryside, but I think you don't look like it." Tang Qiu. "I really am from the countryside." Tang Qiu felt a bit helpless. She thought she shouldn't have spoken earlier. She didn't expect that the seemingly pitiful Hua's wife would be such a chatterbox, talking non-stop all the way. "Big sister, you don't know, Deputy Commander Gu is so good. When he was single, many female colleagues wanted to date him. You're really lucky. How old is the baby in your belly? You must have a boy." "Sister-in-law, my wife is pregnant and a bit tired. Let her rest for a while." Gu Shichuan suddenly interrupted, his spit flying as he spoke to Hua's sister-in-law. Hua's sister-in-law's smile froze. Through the rearview mirror, she saw that Tang Qiu was already closing her eyes, seeming to be asleep. "How does he look down on her?" Hua's sister-in-law pursed her lips. Su Jingmao felt sweat pouring down his body. He shouldn't have stopped the car just now. "Xiao Su, are you married?" Hua's sister-in-law suddenly changed the subject, looking at Su Jingmao with enthusiasm. "My cousin from my hometown is pretty, and she's hardworking. I'll ask her to come over and meet you later." "No, thank you, Hua's sister-in-law." Su Jingmao shrank into the corner of the car, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Oh my god. He shouldn't have stopped the car just now. "Come on, you and our Lao Hua are comrades, brothers. Don't be so formal." Hua's sister-in-law seemed unaware of Su Jingmao's resistance, her enthusiasm unabated. Su Jingmao looked to Tang Qiu and Gu Shichuan for help. Gu Shichuan was driving seriously and ignored him. Tang Qiu was a bit tired and had fallen asleep. Throughout the journey, Su Jingmao was driven crazy by Hua's sister-in-law's chatter. Luckily, they finally reached the city, and Gu Shichuan parked the car by the roadside. "Hua's sister-in-law, we've arrived. Just take me to the train station instead. It's the same as stepping on the gas." Hua's sister-in-law didn't know what moderation meant. Su Jingmao's pupils shrank in disbelief as he looked at her. "Hua's sister-in-law, we have work to do. Our brother Gu and sister-in-law have other things to handle. We can't delay anymore. I'm with 3 kids. It's not convenient." Hua's sister-in-law argued confidently. "Either you drive me to the train station, help me pick up my cousin, and then we can all go back together by car. This car belongs to the military, not yours. If you can use it, we can too." "Thank you." She was awakened by Hua's sister-in-law's noise. Seeing her slightly frown, Gu Shichuan spoke. "You want to use the car? Ask your man to borrow it from the army. We have things to do. Get out." His tone was cold at the end, frightening Hua's sister-in-law's little son into crying loudly.
"Wow. Get out then."
"I'm going to report you to the army." Hua's sister-in-law cursed as she got out of the car, holding her 2 sons and preparing to leave. She didn't even look at her daughter. Frightened, Su Jingmao took the girl out of the car and told her, "Stay close to your mom." "Thank you, uncle." Peanut clung tightly to Hua's sister-in-law's pants. She looked at her with disdain. Hua's sister-in-law sneered and said, "What a joke. Just because you're a deputy regimental commander, you think you're better than us."
Thank you.
Hey, we brought her to the city. If she's ungrateful or sarcastic, that's on her. Su Jingmao was about to get very angry. Gu Shichuan gave him a calm look and then advised Tang Qiu. "Wife, try to stay away from her in the future." "I know." Tang Qiu wasn't foolish. At first, she felt sorry for her because she had 3 kids, but after learning about her character, she naturally wanted to stay away. The car stopped outside the furniture factory. As the 3 of them got out, they saw Du Sanqiang walking out of the factory.